An Inheritance of Ash and Blood, Book 1 of Heirs of War, written by Jamie Edmundson, narrated by Aaron Smith. Prologue. The Avakaba Coast, 671. Dada scratched her claws on the deck as she looked out from the starboard side of the warship. The coast of Avakaba was alien land to her, though the Caladri crew she sailed with had been plenty of times. It was a simple enough journey, usually. The Avakabi were, so she had always been told, peace-loving and eager to trade. But something had gone wrong, hence the warship. Her people had still not recovered from the desolation of their fleet by dragon fire out in the far Latinian Sea. They had built new ships since then, but not as many, and the thousands of her people who had burned or drowned could not be so easily replaced. A generation of sailors had been lost. It was only natural that the Caladri should be concerned when 4 trading vessels that sailed to Avakaba never came home. Hence Dada, a warrior who lived as far from the coast as any Caladri, found herself standing on the deck of a warship. As the captain turned his vessel to the starboard side, Dada looked out with trepidation. The oarsmen were asked to row hard for a sandy beach where they would make landfall. Looking behind, Dada watched as the 3 traders, bulkier vessels that sat low in the water, followed the warship. They were weighed down with timber, metal, and other supplies from their own lands and from other parts of Dalria. For the Sea Caladri, despite their losses, remained the masters of the Latinian Sea. While they had kept pace well enough to this point, the traders now shrank into the distance, unable to knife through the waves like the warship. "Everyone off," the captain called out. Dada looked around nervously as Caladri sailors vaulted over the side of the ship to land with a splash in the shallows. Surely he didn't mean her as well. But the other soldiers followed the order too, and she reluctantly gripped the side of the ship. With her other hand, Dada held the scabbard on her belt. She jumped over, her clawed feet sinking into the wet sand as she landed, her hose getting a soaking. Sailors threw ropes down from the deck, and she was soon gripping one of them in a team of 4. They moved towards the shore until the rope was taut. Then they pulled. All along the side of the ship, and on the other side too, teams hefted on the ropes, dragging the vessel out of the shallows and then along the dry sand of the beach, until the officers told them they could stop. Dada was pleased to leave the sailors to it, as the soldiers took up position along the beach. Who knew why those other ships had gone missing? It was more likely they were lost at sea than something had befallen them on land. But soldiers prepared for the worst. She scanned the edges of the beach, where sand gave way to long grass. Out at sea, the first of the traders made its way into the shallows and was pulled up alongside the warship. "Beware!" came a shout. Dada swung her neck around sharply to see figures emerging from the grass onto the beach. She made out men and women, carrying boxes and bags with them. Dada drew her sword from its scabbard, and the other soldiers did the same. She reckoned 20, then more came, maybe 30 now. Tall and well-built, their skin was black. The Avakabi. "It's all right," said a sailor from behind them in a voice that carried along the beach. "That's normal. They're bringing their goods to show us." Sure enough, stopping at a point still some distance away, the Avakabi unloaded their goods onto the beach. They had wooden boards to lay them on. Dada made out rolls of cloth and clothes and many smaller items, too far away for her to see. Once they were done, the Avakabi stood and waited patiently. When she glanced behind her, she could see that the Caladri merchants from the first trader were lying their goods out in the same way as the next trader was pulled onto the shore. They waited until the last trader was on the sand. "Forward!" came the order. Dada and the other soldiers marched over towards the Avakabi, weapons still drawn. The Avakabi were unperturbed by the armed Caladri approaching them. Indeed, she noticed a dead look in their eyes. They showed no interest in her or the other Caladri at all. Unsettled, she tore her gaze away from them to look at their wares. The small items she could now make out included finely worked gold jewelry. It was strange, she thought, imagining such artistry could be worked by a people who looked like they had no life in them. The captain of the warship approached with his officers. No doubt they're used to getting the pick of what's on offer, Dada supposed. "What's going on here?" the captain demanded, alarm audible in his voice. Dada looked one way, then another, searching for an enemy. She saw nothing. Turning to the captain, she saw he was pointing at the Avakabi. "Look at their eyes," he cried. "They're not supposed to look like that?" Dada had time to think. Then the first blades were drawn. The Avakabi lashed out at the surrounding soldiers. Blood flew as they struck with the element of surprise. Panic gripped Dada, but she pushed it aside. She launched herself at one assailant, moving in close. Her sword struck the woman's arm, knocking her blade from her grip. The Avakabi threw herself at Dada. Her weight bore Dada down, and she landed hard on the sand, breath leaving her chest. The Avakabi gripped Dada's sword hand, trying to take her weapon from her. Dada struggled against the larger woman. She wriggled her body around in the sand, trying to get the upper hand. As she did so, screams surrounded her. Bodies fell to the ground, dark blood wetting the sand. War cries sounded, getting closer. Dada saw feet running. Clawed feet headed back down the beach to the boats, followed by many more dark feet as the Avakabi gave chase. Finally, she could kick out with her legs. Her first kick struck the Avakabi woman in the face, claws drawing long red marks. The woman let go of Dada's sword hand. Her second kick struck her enemy's neck, a wide rent from which her lifeblood spurted out. For a moment, Dada lay on the ground, expecting an Avakabi blade to end her. She watched as her compatriots sprinted back to the boats, trying to push them into the water. "They're not going to make it," she realized. The Caladri were forced to let go of ropes, forced to turn and face the Avakabi who came for them. There were so many now. They must have been lying in wait, encouraging the Caladri to let down their guard. "They've not seen me," Dada decided. She summoned the courage to get to her feet and looked around. All the Avakabi were gone, chasing the Caladri towards the boats. Either they hadn't noticed her, or assumed she would be disposed of. But it would only take one of them to see her and call out, and she would be finished. She took a final look at the ships. The Caladri were still fighting, but it was a doomed last stand. Dada turned and ran the other way away from the boats. Heart in mouth, she expected more Avakabi to lie in wait for her. But it was clear. She ran through tall grass in a crouch, still grasping her sword, grateful that the terrain might hide her passage. As she ran, her mind raced with plans of escape. She could head north, she decided. Avoid detection. If she kept going, she would reach Magnia. She'd be safe there. "The Caladri have traded with the Avakabi for decades," she told herself. "This has never happened before. And what was up with their eyes?" She had no answers for the horror she had just witnessed, and tried to make herself focus on where she was going. Then she saw the ships. 4 Caladri traders in a row on the grass up ahead. So the Avakabi took them too. Why? Her instincts told her to run around them, avoid being seen. But she had unanswered questions too. "Don't be foolish," Dada told herself, circling around them. She glanced over. There were no Avakabi with the vessels. Then she saw him, a lone man, but not an Avakabi. White-skinned, if bronzed from the sun, he looked Magnian. Dada made her decision, running towards him. "He's my best chance," she decided, "of getting out of here. If he's working with them, I'll just strike him down." She gave her hilt a squeeze. He looked up, saw her running towards him. He beckoned her to follow him, then moved away between two of the trading vessels. Dada followed him, not believing her luck. She got to the end of the two ships and looked for him. He appeared before she could react, clattering her to the ground. His hands gripped her arms tight, and he placed his weight on her thighs. He was strong, pinning her to the ground. His face appeared above hers. Jet black hair hung down around it. "No," Dada said, fear gripping her now. Dead eyes. He was one of them, and she was dead. Those eyes bored into hers, and as he held her down, she sensed a third force enter her. "Not dead," a voice chimed in her mind. "You serve me now." Dada tried to speak. She found she couldn't. She found she didn't need to. All she needed to do was obey. "Yes, master," she told him. Part 1. Morben. Sunk. Chapter 1. Sunk. Arbiost, Duchy of Morben, 671. "4 more!" Broncat shouted at them. Sonk lowered his body, arms wobbling with the strain, but he found the strength to push back up. The boy next to him couldn't, collapsing breathlessly to the ground. "3 more!" the weapons master demanded. Sonk stared down at the muddy grass of the training field. He'd landed face first in the dirt more times than he could remember, his body failing him. "Not this time," he told himself. Down and back up. He remembered to breathe as well, something he was prone to forgetting when the pain got too much. 2 left. Come on, Sonk, you can do it." Was that encouragement from Broncat? He couldn't recall that happening before. His entire body shook with the effort now, begging him to stop and let it rest. He nearly gave up, but somehow found himself back in the starting position. Broncat didn't need to tell him he only had 1 left. He feared that as soon as he bent his arms, he would collapse. He roared with effort as he completed his final press-up, then tumbled over onto his back, sucking in air. He felt like he was going to spew up his breakfast. Still, he'd done it. That felt good. "On your feet, Sonk. Let's see you spar." Sonk didn't quite understand. Was this meant to be a reward for finally completing the press-ups challenge? He stood up, limbs protesting at the effort. Broncat handed him one of the wooden sparring swords and took one for himself. The other boys gathered around to watch. The weapons master towered over him, lean and muscular. Sonk still had the skinny physique of a boy and was a long way off from reaching his adult height. He had watched Pierre shoot up to adult size over the last few years, with a mixture of awe and trepidation. It didn't seem possible that the same thing would happen to him. "Come on then," said Broncat. He had the same reluctant tone to his voice that most people had when they spoke to Sonk. He avoided eye contact, and a grimace came to his face, the look one gets when they're about to do an unpleasant chore they've been putting off for a while. Broncat flicked his sword towards Sonk, forcing him to react. Sonk blocked with his own and stepped to the side. His shoulders protested at having to raise his arms, and he knew they'd stiffen up even worse by this evening. Broncat followed him, moving left and right, in and out, observing Sonk's footwork. He feinted in, fooling Sonk, who swiped at a weapon that was no longer there. Broncat had withdrawn his sword, redirecting it to smack at Sonk's sword arm. He tisked with disappointment. Sonk decided that attack was preferable to defense, and launched a series of strikes. He went low, high, then wide, aiming for a different target each time. Broncat avoided the assault and smacked him on the leg when he was done, but he murmured, "Not bad," which was about the highest praise Sonk could expect to get. Broncat then launched a flurry of his own, probing Sonk's defenses. He tested to see where Sonk was too slow, too eager, not strong enough. Another smack at the end of it made clear that Sonk's defenses were breached yet again. Still, Broncat was nodding to himself, as if he had seen something he liked. "You're ready for the test," he decided. "Maybe tomorrow, if Lord Russell agrees." Sonk nodded. "Thank you," he said, because some appreciation was expected. In truth, Sonk had no wish to take the test. If he passed, he would move up into the main training class with the older boys, and a longer part of the day would be taken up with exercise and training. Sonk imagined that when his brothers had been declared ready, a great cheer would have gone up, with plenty of slaps on the back and hands shaken. The boys in his group made little reaction to Sonk's success, save for some sullen-looking expressions. Not that Sonk was surprised. Broncat sent them off, his attention already turning to his work with the main class, turning young men into warriors. If Sonk had little enthusiasm for such things, he now moved with speed and purpose. His free time had begun, and he wanted to make the most of it. The training grounds were on the northwest edge of his father's estate, between the forest and the river, and so he walked across the wet grass back to the chateau. The other boys talked and laughed and carried on, returning to their homes that clung either side of Arbiost's only road, their voices growing fainter as Sonk pressed on. He had no inclination to return to his room and wash, or change out of his clothes, or any such time-wasting. Instead, he made his way to the kitchens. One advantage of being the Lord's son was the ability to grab food from the kitchen, day or night, and none of the cooks or maids could stop him. They could tell him off, however. "Sonk!" Breda remonstrated as he made his way to the pantry. The young maid looked quite put out. "You've trailed dirt all along the floor." "Sorry," he said with a smile. He wasn't sure what the fuss was about. Surely it was Breda's job to keep the floor clean. But he had enough awareness that to say so probably wouldn't go down well. In the pantry, he discovered another Lord's son. Along with his constant companion Humbert, his brother Pierre was conducting his own raid on the food supplies, shoving much more than Sonk would dream of taking into their carry-bags. "Ah," Pierre said when Sonk entered, "I suppose we better leave some for short pants here. How was early morning training?" he asked with a grin. Since he had turned 18 last month, Pierre was no longer required to attend training. He no longer seemed to be required to do anything much, and so he and Humbert rode off on mysterious expeditions most days, to the gods knew where. "Broncat says I'm to do the test," Sonk said. "Maybe tomorrow." "Good work," said Humbert with a smile, giving him the pat on the back he had missed on the training ground. "Oh, really? I think we should stay to watch that," said Pierre. Sonk groaned inwardly. Why did I feel the need to tell him? The last thing he wanted was to add to the audience tomorrow. Pierre and Humbert vacated the pantry, leaving Sonk to it. He remembered a time when they would take him on their adventures, at least sometimes. Someone had once told him that differences in age mattered much less as one got older, but Pierre had now become an adult while he remained a kid. The difference between them had grown wider than ever. He grabbed bread, cheese, and cooked ham, stuffing them unceremoniously into various pockets. He left the chateau by the same door he had entered, but rather than heading west back to the training area, he made for the forest that stretched out to the north of the estate. Arbiost had been built close to the tree line, allowing its residents to take full advantage of its resources. The forest of Morbagne was dense and ancient, and none too safe, especially at night. But it supplied the timber for their buildings, and the ham Sonk had squashed into his hose pocket. His father spent half his waking life in there, obsessed, in Sonk's opinion, with hunting game. He walked through the trees that dripped last night's rainfall onto him, the forest moist and earthy smelling. Not far in, he came to the clearing where Jesper had his hut. As he approached, he heard Rab start to bark. The pup seemed to know that Sonk was coming to visit. He pulled open the door, stepped inside, and Rab was on him, his little paws pressed on his thighs and his tongue licking. Tadita came next, an altogether more dignified approach, Rab's mother nuzzling and sniffing. Finally, Jesper looked up from his workbench where he was making arrows.
"Rab's pleased to see me,"
Sonk said.
He could smell your lunch, more like."
Sonk broke off a piece of cheese and gave it to the pup, then gave Tadita a larger portion.
"Are you all right if Tad and I get going straight away?"
Jesper asked him.
"We have traps to inspect, and your father is leading a hunt soon."
"Of course," Sonk agreed. He came here to play with Rab almost every day. It gave Jesper and Tadita some time to go out into the forest and get their jobs done. The pup was a bit of a handful, a blur of energy with no common sense. Jesper gathered his tools, and he and Tadita left the hut. Sonk spent some time with Rab inside, wrestling on the floor in between bites of lunch. Then they left and played outside, running around the clearing, in and out of trees, playing chase and fetch. Sonk could feel the stiffness in his chest and arms loosen as he threw sticks for the dog to run down. Rab pelted along, comically fast, his long muzzle and pointed ears giving him a ferocious look. As often as Sonk came to visit, he could still tell how fast the pup was growing. Tadita was long, agile and muscled, and Sonk could see that Rab was going to take after her. When Jesper returned, Rab was fast asleep after his exertions. He woke, padded over to say hello to his master and mother, before flopping back down next to Sonk on the floor of the hut. "Did you catch anything?" Sonk asked.
"A fox got caught in a wolf trap. Otherwise, nothing. I think the wolves have moved out of the area at last. Easier hunting for them elsewhere, now spring has come," said Jesper. "How are things with you?"
Sonk thought twice about telling the huntsman. He got butterflies at the thought of all the people he knew watching him, but it was probably rude not to mention it.
"Broncat says I'm to take the test. Tomorrow, if it's agreed." "Good. I have no doubt you'll pass. Broncat wouldn't have put you forward if he thought otherwise. You're not worried about it, are you?"
"Not the test itself." There wasn't much to be worried about. The test was largely to assess if he had the physical strength to cope with the more intense training that would follow. The weapons element was basic, and Sonk knew he had no problems there. He'd been around weapons since he could remember.
"If I pass, they'll make me spend more time training." "And what's wrong with that?"
Jesper asked as he stoked up his fire and readied a pot of water for cooking. Tadita came over to investigate, knowing that such activity could be a precursor to a meal appearing.
"I don't want to train anymore. I just want to stay here and play with Rab." "But you're good with weapons, Sonk. You could become a soldier one day." "I don't want to be a soldier. And anyway, I'm not that good. Not like Esterel or Peer."
"Huh? I know that feeling. I have an older brother too, remember?"
"Kettle? The one who found Rabigar?"
Sonk asked, looking at the pup, now curled into a ball. Sonk loved the stories Jesper told about the heroes of Dalria. When Jesper allowed Sonk to name the new pup, they had settled on Rab, named after the Krika hero Rabigar Din. In fact, Jesper had pulled one of those tricks adults used. It told Sonk he could name the dog, and then vetoed all the suggestions he didn't agree with. Still, Rab suited the little fellow so much that Sonk couldn't imagine him being called anything else now.
Aye, Kettle was older and better than me at everything."
Sonk turned his attention back to Jesper, a man he found to be so quietly confident in everything he did. He very much doubted the truth of that statement, and suspected it was said just to make him feel better. He hated it when adults did that.
"Well, anyway, I already know how to hold a sword and such. I don't want to waste any more of my time training."
Jesper raised an eyebrow, but said nothing for a while, chopping up food with his knife, then placing it into his pot.
"Maybe," he said at last, "you'll be something other than a soldier. Your father has 2 adult sons after all. What would you choose to be instead?"
Sonk sighed.
"I know you got to choose what you did with your life, Jesper, but most people don't."
Jesper pursed his lips.
"Maybe you're right. But you're the son of a duke, Sonk. You get more choices than most. Not with these, Sonk said, pointing with 2 fingers at his eyes. When you have red eyes, everyone else decides what you are. A freak. Because I'm the son of a duke, I'm a freak allowed to live, instead of being drowned at birth. That's all I'll ever be. You might find, said Jesper, that those eyes of yours turn out to be a blessing, rather than a curse. Sonk hated it when adults did that, pretended it didn't matter, or it was wonderfully unique, as if he was still a stupid child. He got to his feet. I'm going now, he said, heading for the door. Good luck tomorrow, Jesper called after him. Quite a few people had turned up to watch Sonk's efforts in the test, commenting that it was an important rite of passage from childhood to becoming an adult. Sonk cared little for such traditions. Nonetheless, a part of him took pleasure from there being people interested enough in him to bother. Pierre and Humbert had decided to watch. Jesper was there, standing beside Lord Russell, Humbert's father. Humbert had inherited his father's red locks, while many commented that Pierre was the spit of their father, prompting the older folk of Arbiost to say looking at the 2 young men was like going back in time. Sonk knew Lord Russell's title of Marshal meant he had some sort of responsibility for military affairs, even if he was vague on the details. His father's friend seemed to have a hand in most everything that occurred in the duchy. On the opposite side of the roped-off field, Sonk's sister, Louise, stood with her maid Sibelia. Louise grinned over at him, seemingly oblivious of all the boys gawping at her. Duke Bastien, their father, was absent, though Sonk was hardly surprised at that. Broncat had him run a circuit of the entire training grounds. He climbed to the top of the rope wall. He threw the hammer, far enough to pass muster, though he heard Pierre's voice ribbing him about the lack of distance. Finally, it was time to demonstrate some weapon prowess. Broncat had chosen spear and shield. It was hardly Sonk's favorite. He always felt clumsy holding a spear one-handed. Broncat selected one of the older boys for Sonk to fight. He wasn't expected to win, simply give a good account of himself against his superior opponent. At the end of the contest, those gathered about would decide if he had done enough and won promotion to the next class up. His opponent was Robert. He had a good 3 years on Sonk and was much bigger. He had arrived at Arbiost from Giverny a year ago, sent here by his powerful father to be trained as a warrior. Despite the fact he lived in the chateau and was treated like another of the Duke's sons, they'd never had much to do with each other. He looked at Sonk the same as most people did, with a mix of fear and disgust. The 2 boys got to it. Confident, Robert came for Sonk, using his spear to go on the attack. Sonk moved his feet, something Broncat had drilled into him so much that it had become second nature. He caught Robert's thrusts on his shield, the impact going all the way up his arm. He struggled, however, to do much with his own spear, concentrating as he was on defense. He would have to show that he could attack as well as defend if he was to impress his audience. No doubt he telegraphed the effort, forcing himself to lunge forwards, because Robert had gone by the time his blunt spear had reached its target, now empty air. What was more, his opponent had swept his own spear along the ground. Not expecting it, Sonk tripped over the spear and his own feet, landing on the ground rather heavily. He did his best to roll away, but when he got back to his feet, Robert was there. He shoved Sonk with his shield. Still not balanced properly, Sonk fell backwards, landing on his backside. "Got you," Robert called out, rather unnecessarily. Sonk heard more than a few titters of laughter. Not rushing, he moved to get up. Robert offered his spear and Sonk grabbed the shaft, his opponent pulling him back to his feet. Applause greeted this show of chivalry. "Come on, you little red-eyed monster," Robert said quietly, so only Sonk could hear him. "Everyone's turned out to see a show. Play your part a little. I want your sister to notice me." Sonk took his time getting his shield and spear ready. How glorious it would be if I could send the cocky bastard into the mud, he thought. It's It's a shame I have neither the strength nor skill to make it happen."
They closed together again. Song decided he would try to get some confidence back before he tried another attack. He feinted one way, then quickly moved another, misdirecting his opponent. Robert's spear jabbed into empty space this time. What exactly happened next, Song couldn't say for sure. He imagined his opponent stumbling over and falling into the dirt. Not possible, of course, but that's what happened. It was as if a gust of wind came from nowhere and flattened him. Song moved to stand over him. He smacked the butt of his spear into his arse. "Got you," he shouted. He looked about the training ground nervously. Maybe it was silly, but for some reason, he felt guilty about Robert's predicament. No one else seemed to harbor such thoughts, however. Their audience was mainly laughing about it.
"Check to see if there's an arrow sticking out of him, Song," Pierre called out. "Only a Caladri archer could have felled someone like that."
More laughter. Not quite the show Robert had wanted. Song offered his hand, and the red-faced boy had no choice but to accept the gesture. Broncat was one of the few who found nothing amusing. With a shake of the head, he declared the contest was over and that Song had passed his tests. Song wasn't gloating, however. He mainly felt relief. That the test was over, of course, but more so that whatever had happened to Robert had gone unnoticed. Then he met eyes with Jesper and Lord Russell, and realized that he was sorely mistaken. They were both looking at him as a falcon looks at its prey. Chapter 2. Song. Arbiost, Duchy of Morbagne, 671. During the weeks that followed the test, Song adjusted to the longer and tougher sessions on the training grounds. There were a score of boys in the group, from Song's age up to 17, and therefore a range of abilities for Broncat to manage. Song wasn't surprised to find himself the smallest and weakest of the group. Neither was he surprised that he remained friendless. But he was the Duke's son, and his new classmates stopped short of direct insults. Even Robert, who clearly hadn't forgiven him for whatever happened at the end of their fight, restricted himself to the occasional look of cold fury. The work of the estate followed its familiar cycle. Barley reaping time came. It was usual for Song's father to have left the estate by this time of year and begin his tour of the duchy, visiting the places and people he hadn't seen since before winter. It was Louise who told Song why their father had not yet departed. Duke Bastien had agreed to welcome an ambassador from Kelland in the Empire. Song knew all about Kelland from the stories Jesper told him. Home of the great city of Essenberg, it had been the duchy of the previous emperor, Baldwin, who had fought and died defending Brisingia from the Isherite invasion. If the embassy wasn't of interest in itself, Louise told him that their oldest sibling, Esterel, had been recalled to Arbiost to coincide with the arrival of the Brisingians. It was more excitement than Song and Louise were used to, but it became clear their father didn't share their feelings. He chafed at the delay to his routines and became short-tempered. Song, who stayed out of the man's way as a matter of course, spent his spare time at Jesper's hut, playing with Rab. Neither the forester nor Lord Russell, for that matter, had spoken to him about Robert's strange fall at the end of their contest. But Song did sometimes catch Jesper glancing at him sideways, a look of scrutiny on his face. Song hesitated, therefore, when one day after training, he heard voices from the hut as he approached the door. Jesper and Russell were talking within. Song was not under the general impression that people in Arbiost talked much about him, but in these circumstances, he thought it quite possible. He couldn't decide between knocking and letting them know he was there, and scurrying off back the way he had come. Caught between the two options, he somehow found himself taking a third, keeping quiet and listening in to the conversation.
Essenberg is a nest of vipers, Jesper was saying, sounding as passionate as Sonk had ever heard him. Don't trust anyone from Kelland. You don't need to learn the hard way like we did. I've had dealings with Lord Cass in the past, said Russell mildly. He was always a trustworthy and reasonable man. It's not like Salvinus is coming to pay us a visit. That was when Baldwin was Duke. Many years have passed since then. A lifetime ago, believe me. You expect Cass to have avoided corruption in all that time? I know Bastian doesn't listen to me, but he listens to you. Russell sighed. Don't overestimate the influence I have these days. But I will speak with him. Warn him of the dangers. It's too late to stop them from coming now. We'll just have to manage the situation as best we can. It sounded like the conversation was coming to an end, and Sonk tiptoed away. A visit that had seemed exciting a few moments before suddenly seemed full of menace. Jesper, a man who hunted wolves and who had fought against drovaks and dogmen in his younger days, had sounded spooked. Sonk got the distinct impression there was a story from the forester's past that he hadn't shared. Sonk was worried that his sister was a bit too worked up. The return of Esterel, someone universally adored by all who met him, never mind by his little sister, combined with the imminent arrival of a foreign embassy, would have been enough incitement on their own. But when Sonk had confided in her that a sinister plot may, possibly, also be present, it had tipped her a little too far over the edge. She had various plans about how she would spy on the Kellish, how she would excuse herself from the feast hall and keep Sonk up to date with the goings-on. For, as usual, Sonk would not be in the hall when his father feasted his guests. It was a decision that had been made years ago, when he was a child, and had since become an unquestioned part of life at Arbiost. Sonk did not attend feasts. He had a vague memory of being told that it would spare him visitors' graceless questions if he didn't attend. He wasn't sure now if that was something that had really been said, or was a false memory. In general, he didn't mind about missing out on boring feasts. Dragging dinner out for longer than was necessary made no sense to him when he could be doing other things. On this occasion, though, he was disappointed. He had wanted to see the Kellish for himself. Also, Louise getting to do all the espionage work by herself felt a little unfair. To make up for this, Sonk resolved to catch sight of the Kellish delegation when they arrived. When the day came, he forewent his usual visit to Jesper's hut. Instead, he took up position in the stables where the guests' horses would be kept. He arrived in plenty of time, slipping inside when no one was looking, and found a suitable spot in the hayloft. A small gap in the timber panels allowed him a perfect view of the yard outside. All that remained was to wait. His lunch occupied him for a brief spell. Afterwards, he had to admit that spying wasn't as exciting as he had imagined. During training, he daydreamed about lounging amongst the hay. Doing nothing was more difficult than he had imagined. Sonk knew he had dozed off. He just wasn't sure for how long. Voices outside encouraged him to use his peephole. They were here. The arrival of the Kellish must have woken him. 6 of them, all on horseback, steam coming off their mounts. Lord Russell appeared, ready to greet them as they dismounted. One of their number approached the marshal, and they embraced briefly. Sonk heard the man's voice echo around the yard, though he couldn't make out the words. He assumed this must be the leader of the embassy, whom Jesper had named Lord Cass. He had a distinctive look, a great moustache dominating his face. Otherwise, Sonk thought he looked old, large and pale. As the stable hands brought the Kellish horses in for food, drink, and rub-down, the noise carrying up to his hiding place, Sonk studied Cass's companions. They all looked to be of a similar type, younger and leaner than their leader. Dressed in leather armor, they carried weapons and had the look of warriors.
One of them caught his attention. He had a wolfish demeanor and was looking about beyond the yard, as if taking in as much information as he could about Arbiost.
"Don't trust anyone from Kelland,"
Jesper had said. Sonk didn't like the look of that man. Still, he knew what it was like to be judged on appearance. Also, would a spy look about in such an obvious fashion?
"It's often the one you least expect,"
Sonk reminded himself. Russell led Lord Cass out of the yard until they were out of sight. The chateau was only a short walk away, and Louise had informed him that the ambassador would be given a room upstairs. Sonk watched the Kellish warriors follow behind. The wolf-faced man leaned into another, as if whispering something. Then they were gone too. Louise told Sonk he should hide in her room. That way, when she excused herself from the feast, she could come up and tell him everything that was going on. Although she was his sister, Sonk understood why nearly all the boys at Arbiost were infatuated with her. She was very pretty. All the older folk said she got her looks from their mother. Sonk supposed that must be true because she truly looked nothing like their father. When they said such things, it filled him with loss and guilt. He wished he had a memory of what his mother had looked like. But at least he could imagine Louise grown up. It wasn't only his sister's beauty, however. She had impeccable manners, was very kind, and had a sunny disposition. In short, she behaved in all the ways a young lady was supposed to. He knew it baffled people why she spent any time at all with him. What they didn't realize was that having a younger brother allowed Louise to act like a total fool from time to time. The chief obstacle to her plan's success was Sibelia. Decorum would insist that she accompany Louise to the room and back to the hall, never letting the girl leave her sight.
"Hide under the bed,"
Sonk's sister instructed him.
"I will tell Sibelia that I have the squits, and she must leave the room or pass out from the stench."
Sonk laughed. That was the side of Louise that only he got to see. Once more, Sonk found himself stuck, bored out of his mind. It dawned on him that this spying adventure was a lot more fun for Louise than it was for him. As time dragged by, with the sounds of music and conversation coming from downstairs, he was increasingly tempted to leave and spend the rest of the evening in Jesper's hut.
"Louise won't mind," he told himself. "Besides, Rab is probably missing me."
But then he heard footsteps. He positioned himself right under the center of the bed, then kept still. Louise entered, along with Sibelia. There followed a protracted argument, as Louise encouraged her maid to leave. Sibelia was older than the usual lady's maid. She had been maid to their mother, and it had been decided that she should continue the role with Louise. The upshot of which was, as Sonk now witnessed, Louise's maid was wrapped around her little finger. His sister won a victory, and Sibelia left. Louise crouched down by the bed and Sonk shifted towards her.
"I'll have to be quick," she whispered. "I've learned the reason why both Lord Cass and Esterel are here. The Kellish are sounding father out about a marriage between Esterel and Duke Leopold's sister, Liesel."
Sonk made a face.
"Poor Esterel, summoned home to be ambushed with a marriage proposal."
Louise frowned at him.
"Don't be so childish. Liesel sounds absolutely lovely and beautiful."
"Well, Cass would say that, wouldn't he? He's not going to come all the way here to tell Father and Esterel how uniquely ugly and horrible she is he?
Is this all the information you have?"
Louise looked offended.
"That wasn't easy to get, you know. I was a considerable distance away from that conversation. I've had to use lip reading and many other stratagems to get it."
Sonk sighed. "I'm sorry." He knew such news was important to her.
"But I am interested in the things Jesper said to Russell. About how Cass may be corrupt. What about the men who came here with him? You remember I had suspicions about the one with the wolfish countenance? How am I supposed to track their movements? They're out in the hall somewhere, not sat at the top table."
Sonk deflated at this comment. This plan of theirs simply hadn't worked. While Cass was spinning everyone along with his talk of a marriage alliance, his agents were roaming about, up to who knew what. There was a knock at the door.
"Are you done, child?"
Sibelia asked.
"Just wiping,"
Louise called back. Sonk slapped a hand over his mouth to stop himself from laughing. The door swung open.
"Good,"
came a man's voice. That wasn't Jesper, was it?
"Because Broncat here is waiting to escort you back to the hall."
Sonk poked his head out from under the bed. Sure enough, Broncat was waiting, a respectful distance from the door.
"Oh,"
said Louise, taken aback. She stood and moved demurely to stand with her maid, who had a pleased little smirk on her face.
"And if there happens to be anyone else in the room,"
Jesper added, with heavy sarcasm,
"I suggest they remain where they are for the rest of the evening."
The door to the room closed, and Sonk heard the disappearing steps of Louise and her escort.
"All right,"
he thought. "I feel a little stupid now. But I wasn't wrong about Cass's men. Why else would Jesper be looking out for us?" Lord Cass left Arbiost the next day. No diabolical atrocity had been committed. Quite the reverse. According to Louise, some tentative sounding out about a marriage alliance appeared to have been the sole reason for the visit. Sonk might well have been tempted to forget about the warning he overheard Jesper giving Lord Russell in his hut. Except for the fact that Jesper, along with Broncat, had stationed themselves outside Louise's room while the Kellish were here. Why? He wanted to ask Jesper where his fear of the Kellish had come from, but that would inevitably involve admitting to his eavesdropping, and he never quite found the moment or courage to ask. Meanwhile, daily life returned. His father prepared for his tour of the duchy. Lord Russell and a band of warriors would accompany him. Esterel would return to Chevain. That meant Peer would be in charge in Arbiost.
"The gods help us,"
Sonk prayed. On the day before Esterel was due to leave, he came to watch Sonk at the training grounds. Sonk had never tried harder to impress than with his brother watching. Esterel shouted advice to Sonk, then to the other boys, and before long, Broncat had invited him to help with the session. Their master told them to listen carefully to what Esterel had to say. He needn't have bothered. Esterel's status as a swordsman was legendary in Arbiost. He'd been gone 2 years, but reference was still made to his skill with a blade, or indeed with any weapon. It was known that he could best Broncat before he'd reached adulthood. Once Esterel had a weapon in hand, Sonk saw him transform. A smile lit his features and never left, and Esterel's smile dazzled, for, just like Louise, it was acknowledged he had inherited his mother's looks. He was tall, blonde-haired and athletic. Nothing at all like his father, whose hair was jet black where it wasn't grey, and was heavily built and muscular. Peer was a copy of their father. A great fighter in his own right, Peer could outlast his opponents with his physicality, or batter them into submission. But Esterel, he did things with a weapon that no one else could, that no one else would think of doing. He proved it. In each hand he held one of the clumsy wooden swords they used in training, so that no one got accidentally sliced. And he took on all 20 of the boys, Sonk included. All at once. They charged him, surrounded him. Some of the boys, desperate to get at least a hit in, threw things before Broncat told them to desist. Through it all, Esterel smiled and laughed. He blocked, pivoted, danced around so that the boys hit one another instead of him, threw one sword up into the air, leapt like a cat and caught it, all while deflecting spear and sword thrusts with the other. And then he began to teach. He corrected posture and grip, offered tactical advice to his young opponents. Young, maybe, though some were only 3 years younger than he was, but he was simply in another league. Through it all, Sonk knew no one else could have got away with what Esterel did. Anyone else would have been called arrogant, flash, patronizing. But the boys who fought him loved it, loved him. And when it was done, Esterel walked off with Sonk by his side. Sonk swelled with pride. He knew nothing else would serve to alter his classmates' perception of him as associating so closely with Esterel. Maybe it still wouldn't change much in the end, but if not, then nothing would. "You're getting good," he told Sonk with a surprised tone. "I'm the worst of the lot." "You're the youngest, aren't you?" "Were you the worst when you were the youngest?" "Of course I bloody wasn't, Sonk. Did you not just see me in there?" He laughed, and Sonk couldn't help but laugh with him. "What's it like in Velen?" Esterel raised an eyebrow and seemed to think about it. "Very different to Arbiost, of course, as Yvain is different to Morbain. So many more people for a start, which makes everything more complicated. It's hard to please everyone in Velen. Hard to be yourself, maybe I should say." Sonk thought about that. "Why did Father send you exactly?" Esterel had been gone 2 years. Sonk had been 10 when he left. He hadn't fully understood why, and no one really told him anything. He just knew that he was living at their uncle's court now. "Nicholas is childless, yes?" Esterel said. "So, when he dies," Sonk offered, "you will be his heir?" "Well, Father is next in line, then me. But Father grew up in Yvain, already knows all about it. If I'm destined to be king one day, I need to understand the place. But more than that, I need to spend time with the people there. Make them think I'm one of them. Maybe that's not the best way to put it, but you know what I mean." "You need them to think you would be a good king?" "Yes, that's better. People tend to not like folks they don't know, and like folks they do know, whatever the actual merits of the individual. As unfair as that seems." Sonk nodded. He thought Esterel would make an excellent king one day. All 3 of Esterel's siblings got up to see him off. He had travelled to Morbain with 3 of his new friends from Yvain, and they were all mounted and ready to set off, yawning at one another. It was very early, and no one was really awake enough for words, but Sonk could tell that it meant something to Esterel that they had made the effort. There was an emotion on his face he was struggling with. No doubt a part of him didn't want to leave Arbiost. But he smiled, said a farewell, and led his friends north. Sonk, Louis, and Pierre stood watching them disappear for a while. "How lucky I am to have siblings such as these," Sonk mused. "It could be so different." "Well, I, for one, am getting back into bed," Pierre declared at last. Sonk and Louis grunted their agreement with the sentiment. Later the same day, their father left Arbiost. Sonk wondered whether Pierre and Louis stood together to see him off. Did Duke Bastien have a tear in his eye at having to say goodbye? Moments of his family's life he would never see or know. Duke Bastien and his eldest son had left Arbiost, but Broncat hadn't. The man was as keen as ever to work his charges, building fitness, reactions, strength, and skill. What a chore! As Sonk left the training grounds behind and headed to the chateau to grab something to eat, he thought the man must dream about exercising. Maybe he did squats in his sleep. He made his way to the pantry. No trail of dirt on the floor this time. The grass was dry after a week of fine weather. He had taken to bringing a bag with him, like Pierre and Humbert did, and he put more food in there than he had done a few weeks ago. Broncat's workouts were increasing his appetite. He left the chateau for Jesper's hut, looking forward to seeing Rab. Jesper was busy these days. It was birthing season for the deer that lived in the forest. Also, with Sonk's father gone, the daily hunts had stopped. Jesper had to patrol the forest, most of the time with only Tadita for company. After a few words, a grateful Jesper left Sonk with Rab and headed off with Tadita into the trees. Rab knew that when Sonk arrived it was playtime, and he bounded around, found a stick and delivered it to him expectantly. The pup never seemed to tire of fetch. Sonk didn't mind, since they had such a beautiful place to play in. The forest was green with spring. There were patches of bluebells around the clearing. Jesper had warned Sonk that Rab wasn't allowed to eat them, though getting the puppy to do as he was told wasn't the easiest task. Suddenly, the game stopped. Rab was stock still, staring into the trees, snarling. Sonk had never seen him behave like that before. He was such a friendly pup, and he felt instantly on edge. He peered into the trees. Movement. The large bulk of a man, his form partially hidden behind a trunk. Perhaps seeing he'd been spotted, he revealed himself and walked towards them. He looked vaguely familiar. Rab began to bark. Sonk stepped away into the center of the clearing. He'd learned enough from Broncat to suspect an ambush. Sure enough, there was a second man, positioned a few yards away from the first. He revealed himself and approached. "Rab, come back here," Sonk instructed. But the dog continued to snarl and bark, as if he was enough to intimidate two grown men. Something, a crawling sensation on the back of his neck, caused Sonk to spin around. A third man was entering the clearing. The wolf-faced man who had come to Arbios with Lord Cass. He'd left with him too, but had evidently returned along with two others. Wolf-face held up one hand. "It's all right, lad. We're no threat. We just got ourselves a bit lost in the woods." I'm not stupid enough to fall for that. Even if he hadn't overheard Jesper's warnings about the Kellish, Sonk was sure he would have realized something was deeply wrong with this situation. But what to do? His mind jumped from one option to the next. When Esterel had been surrounded on the training ground, he had fought his way out. But he wasn't Esterel, and he didn't even have a weapon. He could run for it, but could he outrun 3 grown men? Not likely. Also, he was loath to leave Rab. "Quiet that dog, will you, Yue?" Wolfface said, tension in his voice. One of the other men moved towards Rab. "Leave him be," Sonk shouted. He felt his hands go clammy. His body went stiff and trembled. A pressure was building inside his head. The second man came too, and Sonk saw a hand go to a knife at his belt. Sonk unleashed. What he unleashed and how, he didn't know. But he found both arms outstretched, palms forward, and 2 bolts of energy left his body and slammed into the 2 men, knocking them to the ground. He turned to look at Wolfface, a wide-eyed stare on the face of the Kellishman. Sonk felt a wave of exhaustion. His body was shutting down, telling him to lie down and sleep. He staggered. It was all he could do to stay on his feet. Wolfface saw his weakness and allowed himself a little smile. "Nothing personal, lad," he commiserated, and took a knife from his belt. As the man approached, Sonk tried to react, but his limbs refused to respond, his mind foggy. A black blur entered the clearing. Wolfface was suddenly met with a growling hound, and a full-grown one this time. Tadita. She bared her teeth and barked, a sound so loud it battered Sonk's ears and echoed around the clearing. Wolfface made a snarl of his own and lashed out at her with his blade. "No!" Sonk uttered, a frail-sounding cry. But Tadita was clever. She hadn't gone charging in, and now skipped out of the way of the man's swipe, as if she had been expecting it. She moved around him, in and out, deliberately trying to pin him to the spot. Then Sonk saw Jesper arrive, a bow held close to his body. He was running as fast as he could, no doubt trying to keep up with his hound. He seemed to take in the scene in an instant, fitting an arrow to the string of his weapon, drawing it and aiming at the Kellishman. "All right," said Wolfface, raising his arms. But it was a bluff. He feinted to go in one direction, then went the other, landing a kick on Tadita. Then he was running at full speed, straight for Sonk, a murderous look on his face. This is it, Sonk thought, too spent for anything more. Jesper's arrow hit its target. The impact, combined with the man's forward momentum, caused him to spin around and crash to the ground, mere feet from Sonk. The relief that flooded his body finished Sonk off. He was aware of his legs trembling, a falling sensation, then nothing. When Sonk woke, he was in his bedroom in the chateau. Louise and Sibelia sat in chairs by his bed. He groaned, his head fuzzy. Excited, Sibelia left the room to fetch someone. Louise took a strange delight in explaining that he had been asleep for 2 days, while everyone had taken turns caring for him. Piece by piece, his mind recalled that he had been in the clearing outside Jesper's hut when the 3 Kellishmen had come for him. He pictured the savage expression of the wolf-faced man, intent on killing him. Why? Because he was his father's son? His stomach lurched at that thought. Is Pear safe? Louise raised an eyebrow and frowned, as if unsure whether he was lucid. What's Pear got to do with it? She asked. You took a fall in the forest and banged your head. Took a fall? He said, his mouth so dry it hurt to speak. He reached out for a cup of water from the table by the bed. Louise insisted he sit up first before she was willing to hand him the cup. He drank thirstily. Took a fall? Well, maybe he did fall at the end, but that was hardly the full story. The door opened and Jesper entered. He gave Sonk a nervous grin that spoke of relief that he was finally awake. Thank you, Mistress Louise, he said. Would you mind if I had a moment with Sonk alone? Of course, she agreed, getting to her feet, though I'm not sure he's quite clear-headed yet. The forester took the empty chair. You're feeling all right? I think so, Sonk answered. He looked at Jesper, troubled by his memories of the encounter. Do you remember what happened? The forester asked. You shot that man, just in time. Jesper nodded. We can thank Tadita for that. She must have heard Rab's barking. I've never seen her move so fast. He looked at Sonk. Do you remember anything else? Did Jesper know, or at least suspect, what he had done to those men? Some dark force had come out of him. He trusted Jesper, to an extent. He had saved his life, after all. But could he trust anyone with such knowledge? Would he be cast out, or worse, if people found out about it? Jesper gave him a sympathetic look, as if he guessed at his thoughts. You used magic in the clearing, to defend yourself. Magic? Sonk thought about it. Magic? It couldn't have been. Like the sorcerers in Jesper's stories? The Isharites and the Caladri? A few humans had wielded such powers as well, but it was an incredibly rare thing. No, he insisted. I don't have magic. People in Morbagne saw sorcerers as evildoers, in league with demons and such. That wasn't him. I've suspected that you do for a while now. When I saw Robert go flying into the dirt the other day, it all but confirmed it in my mind. Sonk recalled the fight, how one moment Robert was lording it over him, the next he was flat on the ground. Sonk hadn't touched him. Afterwards, he'd seen Jesper and Russell staring at him. Did that mean Lord Russell also suspected him? Did his father? That was an unpleasant thought. Sonk tried to think. Was what happened in that fight so different from what he had done to the 2 men in the clearing? He had felt so tired afterwards, as if the power he had used was sucked out of him. He swallowed as thoughts and questions threatened to drown him. I don't know what to do, Jesper. I don't know anything about magic. Am I going to be in trouble? Jesper grimaced. I know nothing of magic either, but I know someone who does. I will ask him to come see you. I am wary of saying more, in case it is the wrong thing to say.
Sonk, I need you to do your best to forget about what happened. Try to carry on as normal.
Carry on as normal? Was he for real? But the Kellishmen who came here with Lord Cass, they returned to kill me. Because of my magic? I don't understand. Where are they now? Have you asked them why they were sent to kill me?
Jesper looked away. They're dead.
Dead?
His magic had killed them. Did that make him a murderer?
Sonk studied Jesper's expression. Or had the forester done it? Even the wolf-faced one, who you hit with the arrow?
Sonk, Jesper said, his voice firm. They're dead. I buried them out in the forest. You must tell no one what really happened. You fell and banged your head. He returned his gaze to Sonk, deadly serious. Do you understand?
Chapter 3 Sonk Arbiost, Duchy of Morbagne, 672. Sonk told no one about the 3 Kellishmen who had attacked him. That didn't mean they left his thoughts for long. During the day, his mind repeated the event over and over. Somewhere out in the forest were the graves of 3 men. He couldn't escape the guilt that he had killed again, with sorcery. That he had been defending himself didn't change that fact. Each night, his dreams served up a slightly different version of the encounter. Always, though, the nameless, wolf-faced man appeared, closing in on him, intent on murder. He would wake hot and sweaty, sometimes vaguely aware he had been talking in his sleep. It was just as well he had his little room to himself. For everyone else at Arbiost, except Jesper, of course, nothing had happened. Daily life continued. For Sonk, that meant training with Broncat. The weapons master was pleased to note that Sonk applied himself to his training with more dedication, even if he had no idea why. Sonk's father and his entourage were away from Arbiost for months, touring each region of Morbagne. It wasn't until the middle of summer that they returned. Not long afterwards, Jesper left for the south, taking Tadita with him. Sonk knew it must be to do with him. Jesper had spoken of asking an acquaintance to come to Arbiost to help Sonk. But Jesper shared nothing else with him. Sonk suspected Jesper had informed other people about what had happened. Lord Russell, very likely. Maybe his father. Surely if the Kellish was sending assassins into Morbagne, his father needed to know. But no one spoke with him about it. They wouldn't want to share their thoughts with a red-eyed child who could harness dark magic. One reason for his suspicions was that his brother Pierre, along with his friend Humbert, started spending more time with him. They helped him look after Rab, who had been left behind by Jesper. The pup slept with Sonk in his room, but during training someone else had to look after him, and often this was Pierre. Sometimes Pierre and Humbert took Sonk horse-riding with them, after Broncat had mentioned that riding a horse was a skill expected of a duke's son. At other times, they would happen to bump into him, as if by coincidence, at odd times and places. Sonk knew full well that Pierre would have done none of these things unless someone had told him to. It wasn't until the end of gathering time that Jesper returned. He was alone. He told Sonk that he had left a message for his acquaintance, but that he couldn't be sure when or even if he would come. It made no sense, the forester maintained, to say more than that. As the weeks went by, no one came to Arbiost, and nothing induced Sonk to call on his powers again. He began, finally, to put the episode to the back of his mind. A new year began, and Sonk turned 13 in the dead of winter. Louise presented him with a scarf. She had knitted it herself, and she and Sibelia were very proud of it. Jesper told him that Rab was used to sleeping with him, and that it could become a permanent arrangement, if he wanted. That was such good news that Sonk didn't expect anything more. But that evening, as he was readying himself for bed, There was a knock on his bedroom door. He opened it to find his father standing there. Being in the presence of his father always made Sonk nervous, but that feeling doubled when it was just the two of them. Duke Bastien looked tired, bleary-eyed, the grey hairs on his head and in his beard winning the contest with the black. Sonk could smell the drink on his breath. He tried to imagine his father as a young man, a few years older than Pierre, happily married.
"You're becoming a man now," Bastien said, "leaving childhood behind."
With an iron will, Song's father made himself look his son in the eye. It was the look he'd always given him. A look of horror, even if it was dulled by the drink and the 13 years that had passed. He held out a knife, bone-handled in a leather sheath.
"You can wear this on your person now, so that people know you are a man."
So many words competed in Sonk's mind. Things he wanted to say. Most of all, he wanted to say sorry. "Sorry I killed Mummy. Believe me, no one is sorrier than I am." "Thank you, sir," he said, taking the gift. Bastien nodded, his lips parted. Were there words he wished to say to Sonk? Words that he'd been unable to utter until now?
"You're welcome,"
said Sonk's father. He turned away, uttering a ragged sigh of relief as he left. The first signs of spring showed, though the training grounds remained as sodden as ever. Sonk wasn't the youngest or the smallest of his group anymore, and he had to admit he found the sessions a bit more bearable than he used to. Not enjoyable, though. That would be going too far. Having collected his lunch, he marched through the drizzle towards Jesper's hut. Surely the forester would have his fire going to ward off this pervasive damp. Eating his food by the fire sounded like heaven right now. When he entered the hut, he was surprised to find a stranger there, who had already taken a spot by the fire. The man stood as Sonk entered, while Rab bounded over to greet him with his usual enthusiasm.
"Play will have to wait a while today, Rab,"
said Jesper good-naturedly.
"Sonk, this is Ramon, the friend I have mentioned to you. Come, we'll all sit by the fire and talk while we eat."
"Oh, well," Sonk thought, "at least I'll get dry." Still, he was nervous of this man. Nervous about the reason he was here. He had allowed himself to put the topic of magic to the back of his mind. For it to reappear without warning was uncomfortable. Jesper moved to Dieter from the fire and put a chair down for Sonk. He took a seat, glancing at the man Jesper had named Ramon. He was tall and slim, flame-haired, solemn-looking, with chestnut-brown eyes that had a pensive intelligence to them. He looked older than Jesper, closer to his father's age. He held out a hand, long, thin fingers, and Sonk shook it. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Sonk." He had an accent Sonk had never heard before. "I have hoped for this day to come, but I understand full well that you are not celebrating. You'd rather not have to deal with it. Trust me, I felt exactly the same once." "You're a sorcerer?" Sonk asked. Ramon looked at Jesper quizzically.
"I've told him very little about magic. Haven't mentioned you at all. I thought it was best that way."
Ramon nodded. "I don't disagree. I've just never known you to be so discreet, Jesper."
"Older and wiser,"
Jesper replied with a grin. The exchange between the two men told Sonk they had a shared history. The gentle banter of old friends. It made him relax a little, and his curiosity got the better of his caution. "You were in the wars against Ishirai, like Jesper."
"Oh, he knows all about the war," Jesper said. "Doesn't stop asking about it."
Ramon gave a smile that turned into a grimace. "I am Hasken-born, Sonk. You know which side Hasken he was on?" Sonk knew all right. Ariok became king of Haskeni and the Haskens. He paused for a breath, worried that saying it out loud might be taken as an insult.
fought for Ishirai.
Quite so. My part in those wars was quite different from the usual fireside stories of heroes and villains. As a Haskin, I was recruited to serve Ariok. Then I fought against him in the army of his wife, Queen Shira. I was there when she died at the Battle of Simalak. When that rebellion failed, I begged for forgiveness and served Siavash, the new lord of Isharai. Assigned to the host of a Magnian by the name of Herin, we betrayed Siavash and fought with the knights of Galinth at Galios. Ramon paused, studying Song's reaction. A tale of self-preservation and divided loyalties that contrasts nicely with the usual songs, wouldn't you say? Song nodded, realized his mouth was open like a bass fish, and closed it. He had to admit, he loved the stories of the heroes of the Isharite Wars, fighting impossible odds such as at the Siege of Kalios in Kalinth, or Burkhard Castle in the Empire. He'd never given a thought to the people caught in the middle. When the Haskins were mentioned in the stories, they were the craven tools of the lords of Isharai. Now he could see such accounts for the simplistic and dismissive treatment they were.
You fought with magic? He asked.
Yes, it was my magic that saved me. When the other Haskin rebels were getting strung up, I was forgiven, deemed useful enough to be given a second chance. Our powers aren't always a curse, Song. That's your first lesson, he said with a smile.
Talking of which, said Jesper, Ramon has agreed to teach you. It will mean spending less time with that dog. Come here after your martial training, as you do anyway, and you will study with Ramon.
Song didn't like the sound of that.
No offense, and thank you for coming all this way, he said. But I don't want to be a sorcerer. Can't I just not use magic? I haven't used it since those Kellishmen were here.
Unfortunately, it doesn't work like that, said Ramon. If you don't learn how to control your power, you will release it at times of stress and danger anyway.
Like that time you sent Robert flying to the ground,
Jesper added, as if Song hadn't already made that link. However much you choose to use your magic as an adult, I can guarantee you there will be times you will be glad of it. Let's recreate the last situation you found yourself in, Ramon suggested. You managed to defend yourself from 3 armed men, so I've been told, with a little help from Jesper and Tadita. But imagine one of them had a hold of Rab, or even worse, let's say they had your sister. An indiscriminate blast of magic like you used would have hurt her as well. I can teach you to use your magic with precision, to protect others as well as yourself. There wasn't much Song could say to argue with that.
All right,
he relented. The next day, Ramon told Song they would head into the forest, away from prying eyes. He let Song lead the way, to a glade where they would have some space. Song assumed his father must know that Ramon was now living in Arbiost. Whether he knew who, what Ramon was, he had no idea. Every teacher I know of begins the same way, Ramon told him. Defense. If you can defend against a magical strike, or a weapon strike for that matter, you are infinitely safer, even if you learn nothing else. Now, don't worry, we don't start with magic. We start with a few of these, he said, picking up a stick from the forest floor and snapping it into 2 smaller pieces. You are drawing on the same power you used against the men who attacked you. At first, you're probably going to use too much. That's one of the things we're learning here. How to draw the exact amount of power we want. Ramon and Song stood facing each other, the Haskin ready to stick.
Wait,
Song said suddenly.
How do I call the magic?
He held up one hand, palm faced outward.
Like this?
Ramon gave a smile, as if he had been expecting the question. Everyone is different. Many people find that using their hands helps them to channel and direct their magic. Others don't use their hands at all. You'll find what works for you.
I think I'll use my hands,
Song said, finding the idea of using no gesture at all alien. With no further warning, Ramon threw a stick. Song tried to summon his magic to deflect it. Nothing happened, and as the stick reached him, he caught it instead. Song looked at his new teacher sheepishly.
I tried.
I'd have been surprised if it worked first time. For most people, their magic emerges when it's needed, when they're in danger, or when they're unable to defend themselves by any other means. Song thought back to the Kellish attackers in the clearing. He'd known that he was outnumbered by stronger men. It made sense that his magic came to the rescue in that situation. We're trying to take your magic to the next level, to deploy it in a much more conscious way. We want you to call on it whenever you wish to, not only when you're under duress. It's not easy. Your mind sees no threat from the stick. It knows very well that you can knock it aside or catch it as you did. Therefore, the magic is not released. This time, it may help you to think about a time when you were scared or felt threatened. Song thought of the wolf-faced man running straight for him. That memory had haunted his dreams as well as his waking thoughts.
All right, I have one,
he said. Ramon threw the stick. Song told himself it wasn't a harmless twig, but the wolf-faced man, come to kill him. He thrust his arm forwards, intending to hurl it far away. Instead of sending the stick spinning away, he obliterated it. While still in midair, it shattered into fragments of wood that fell to the forest floor a few feet from where he stood. Excellent, said Ramon, more enthusiastic than Song expected. We just need to decrease the power somewhat. Over the next few days, Song worked with Ramon on his defense. When Song had mastered one aspect, Ramon progressed things, from sticks to stones, thrown with increasing ferocity. Song's teacher asked him to do more with the flying objects, drop them to the ground, send them off to the left or right, hold the object in midair, then send it back from whence it came. Song could feel that this strange power within him was, step by step, coming more firmly under his control. He could decide, with increasing accuracy, exactly how much power was required for what he needed. The experience was exhausting. Tired out physically from weapons training, he then had to concentrate on his magic. Every time he drew on his power, he could feel it draining energy from him. Ramon was careful not to push too hard, constantly checking how he felt and stopping the lessons if there was any doubt. Even so, every night Song went to his bed feeling depleted, going to sleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. Elsewhere in Arbiost, Song's father remained on the estate, delaying his departure south for the second year in a row. Song had little idea why. He knew a messenger had come from Javerne. Since then, there had been a tension among his father's small group of advisers. Noblemen from Morbagne came to the chateau and left again, tight-lipped and serious-looking. Something was going on, but everyone knew that Duke Bastien was a cautious man, and they would find out only when he decided to let them know. It was Pierre and Humbert who told Song. After morning church, they took him for a ride out east of Arbiost, past the shepherds' huts, out into the empty and wild country that rolled on for miles until the next settlement. They dismounted on the top of a hillock with a fine view, and Pierre laid out a small feast he had gathered from the kitchen, while Humbert saw to their horses.
"There's going to be a war,"
said his brother, the drama of the statement a little diluted with his mouth full of cheese. Still, the idea of war sent a shiver of excitement down Song's back. He loved Jesper's stories, terrible as they were. There was a part of him that resented the quiet and peaceful part of the world where he lived. Morbagne was one of the few places in Dalria that had escaped the horrors of the Isherite Wars. He knew it was odd, and that he should be grateful for it. Still, How could one have adventures without a bit of danger? "Tell me everything," he told his brother. Per grinned. "Father told me the order has come from Uncle Nicholas. He wants an invasion of the Midderstep. The plan is for a royal army from Javern to strike from the north, while Father leads a force to meet them. They meet and carve out a piece of territory that will link Javern and Morbagne more closely. Right now, one has to travel through the forest or the steppe to get from one to the other." An invasion of the steppe? Sonk knew a bit about the place, occupied by tribes who travelled about the grassland with their herds. But why attack the tribesmen? Have they done something wrong? "Exactly," said Humbert, joining them. "My pa says Nicholas has some made-up excuses for an invasion, but it isn't a just war." Pierre frowned. "It's not like we're taking all their land. They'll still have plenty left. Anyway, I'm more than ready to get my first taste of military action. And Sonk, you're not going to believe this. You're coming as well." Pierre was right. That came as a surprise. "Really?" "Father told me to tell you. Orders of the king. Says he wants to meet us both." That made sense. Sonk wouldn't have believed it was their father's decision. "I wonder why." "I expect it's because Esterel has been talking about us," said Pierre. "And anyway, shouldn't an uncle want to meet his nephews? A king his heirs? It's more than a little strange that we've not met him before this. Father has a strained relationship with his brother. That's not hard to see. Maybe this will bring them closer." He paused, glancing at Humbert. "What is it?" "Nothing," said his friend. "Well, it's just that my pa has talked a bit before." "Out with it, you bastard. What do you know about our father that we don't?" "You swear you won't tell anyone I told you?" "I swear I'll smash your face in if you don't spit it out right now." Humbert looked a little dissatisfied with this oath, but evidently decided to proceed anyway. "My pa said King Nicholas and Duke Bastien were both equally in love with your ma, and that she chose your father over his brother." Sonk looked away. He always felt acutely self-conscious when his mother was mentioned in conversation. Pierre let out a whistle. "That would explain a lot. And she chose our dad over becoming Queen of Javern. He must have been a buck when he was younger." Sonk and Humbert looked at Pierre with the same shocked expressions, before all three of them fell about laughing. Later, in Jesper's hut, the mood was more somber. "I can't believe it," Ramon said to Jesper. They too had learned of the impending military campaign. Sonk had not known the sorcerer long, but he had certainly never seen him angry before. "All the work I've been doing, and they decide to fritter away their resource on this nonsense?" "In fairness," said Jesper, "I don't think Duke Bastien is thrilled about it either. But he can't refuse a direct order from his king, not without causing even more harm." "I understand that," Ramon replied. "I just can't get over the sheer stupidity of it. And now he is going to war," he added, jabbing in Sonk's direction with a thumb. A bit rude, Sonk thought. "I don't see a choice but to step up his training in the time we have left," Ramon added. "It's not like they're going to stick him in the front row of the shield wall," said Jesper. Ramon gave his old friend a stare. "Well, haven't we grown complacent in the last few years? Have you forgotten what can happen when you give an idiot a weapon and an excuse to use it?" Jesper shrugged. "Do what you think is right." Ramon looked balefully between Jesper and Sonk. "I've been thinking about a test involving both of you. Well, no time like the present. Come on, Jesper. You'll need your bow and arrows." The sorcerer strode outside purposefully. Sonk and Jesper shared a look. A wordless agreement that this wasn't likely to be good, before they followed him out. Tadita and Rab came too, the latter with the optimistic expectation that it was playtime. Ramon led them to the glade where they practiced magic. He instructed Sonk to stand at one end and Jesper at the other. Sonk saw where this was going. "It's about time you witnessed Sonk's progress," Ramon told Jesper. "Hit him with an arrow." "Have you gone mad?
First you complain the lad is being sent to war, then you want me to shoot him?
He's going to war, so he needs to be able to defend himself. You're happy, Sonk? Sonk knew he could do it. It had been days since he'd failed to control a stone exactly how he wanted.
Yes. You're sure?
Jesper asked.
Ready,
Sonk confirmed calmly. Jesper shook his head, but went ahead and strung his bow, then nocked an arrow. He aimed high so that the flight of the arrow would be a fuller arc. It would reduce the force and speed of the missile somewhat, giving Sonk more time to work with. Sonk focused, knowing that this new threat would require his full attention. The arrow came through the air, almost lazily compared to the stones Ramon had flung at him. Sonk held one palm out towards the missile, a motion that helped him focus on what he needed to do. The arrow climbed to the apex of its trajectory, then fell towards Sonk with gathering speed. Jesper, Sonk noted, had decided to be deadly accurate. As it fell towards him, Sonk altered its course. Not with too much power, like he had the very first time when he had exploded Ramon's stick. With the correct amount for what he wanted to do. The arrow bent, its new path making it curve around in midair and return in the direction it had come from. Jesper ducked instinctively as his arrow passed safely over his head.
You cheeky urchin,
Jesper shouted. Tadita barked in agreement, and Sonk laughed.
Fetch my arrow,
Jesper instructed his dog. He turned to Ramon.
How did he get that good so quickly?
You know, I have my theories on that, said Ramon. Jesper turned thoughtful as he and Ramon strode over to Sonk's position.
You're going to have to be very careful, Sonk,
Jesper told him, serious now.
There is nothing more important than the work you are doing with Ramon. It would be very tempting for a boy of your age to use this magic you have, to show off, or make your life easier, or whatever reason.
Sonk was a little offended by that. Since when had he been a show-off? He was anything but.
But we can't let people find out what you can do. Such news would spread quickly, to the wrong people. You'll have to restrain yourself.
I will, Sonk promised. Jesper patted him on the shoulder.
Good lad, because that was incredible.
Am I really so good at this? Sonk asked himself, as faithful Tadita returned with the arrow in her mouth. It was difficult to tell. In weapons training, he could compare himself with the other boys. He knew he was nothing special. But with magic, there was only Ramon, who, of course, was infinitely more experienced. But both men had implied he was a fast learner. Imagine, a few weeks ago, he told himself, if you had been told you could stop an arrow in mid-flight and send it where you wished, all with the power of your mind. I am becoming a sorcerer. It was thrilling, disconcerting, and terrifying, all at once. Chapter 4. Sonk, Arbiost, Duchy of Morbagne, 672. As the days passed, the impending invasion of the Middersteppe began to dominate life in Arbiost. Warriors and wagons of supplies arrived at the settlement. Tents appeared either side of the road as the population swelled. It was all people would talk about. Everyone's jobs were subsumed into the war effort. Breda and the rest of the kitchen staff were red-faced and short-tempered, having to feed so many new people. Jesper was out in the forest every day, leading a team tasked with logging timber. For Sonk, it wasn't so bad. Weapons training was suspended, since the training field was full of the warriors who would fight under his father. Many of these men were strangers to one another. When Sonk passed by, there was usually a lot of shouting and jeering and posturing going on as they observed one another's skills, strength, or temperament. Per was more than often in the center of things, his voice one of the loudest and most excitable. It wasn't Sonk's scene, so he hadn't minded one bit when Broncat told the members of his class they were forbidden from mixing with the adult warriors. Sometimes he'd see Broncat there, trying to do something more productive. He'd line them up in ranks and get them to practice forming the shield wall, pointing out the gaps or weaknesses. Even then, there was constant chatter and laughter. Sonk realized he knew nothing of war, but what he'd seen so far hadn't been what he'd expected. Of course, Sonk didn't get to keep all the time he'd saved from weapons training. Ramon claimed a good portion of it for his lessons in magic, while still being careful not to tire his charge out too much. Expending too much energy at once can have serious consequences, even death. Wizards have lost their powers permanently, lost consciousness for days or weeks. That's one reason you're learning how to portion out your power, to use the smallest amount necessary, so that you always have an emergency well to draw on. Happy with Sonk's defense against missiles, Ramon had progressed to melee combat. Again, it was sticks at first, but then he used spear, sword, and hammer. He slashed and thrust at Sonk, came from the side, high or low, feinted with the spear blade, then jabbed somewhere else with the butt, came in close with the hammer, using the blunt end and the spike. It was genuinely scary, even though Sonk wasn't particularly impressed with Ramon's moves. I suppose if you're a sorcerer, you don't need to learn to fight, which makes it a little unfair that I have to do both. Whatever Ramon did, Sonk was up to it. For Ramon had taught him an even stronger defense. Encased in a sphere of magic, it didn't matter where Ramon's strike hit. Sonk's magic deflected it. The issue with such powerful magic was the amount of energy it took to keep it going. But the more Sonk practiced, the easier it got to hold the sphere in place. They also had a bit more time to talk as well. It was natural for Ramon to refer to his teachers, the last of whom was Pentas. He was one of the prominent figures from the Isherite Wars. Servant of Madria, he had fooled the Isherites into thinking he worked for them, so much so they had appointed him onto the Council of Seven. Siavash had got his revenge for the sorcerer's betrayal when he had killed Pentas at the battle on the Pineos in Calinth. So, every sorcerer learns the same magic? Sonk asked his teacher. Sort of. We all must learn the basics, but each mage has their own specialities, either powers that come naturally to them, or that they choose to pursue. What do you mean, come naturally? Well, said Ramon, take the Magnians, Soren and Belwyn. They could talk to one another in their heads. Telepathy. I have been told it was something that developed between them as children. And the powers people pursue? Pentas worked hard on his powers of teleportation. It was important to him that he could travel about Delria at speed. That was how he and Belwyn got to Samir Durg and killed Lord Erkendrix. Quite so. What about you, Master? Sonk asked. Ramon made a face. Combat magic for the first part of my life. In recent years, you could say I've been working on something similar to teleportation. But you don't want to tell me what it is? Sonk asked, knowing he was being cheeky. Ramon smiled. You're a sharp one. I very much want to tell you, when the time is right. At last, the tension that had been building for days found some release. Sonk's father ordered his force out of Arbiost. They took the road south, men and women on foot, on horseback, in pulled wagons. They had a few hundred warriors, along with others whose services the Duke had decided he needed along the way, or in the steppe. Among this force was Sonk himself, riding a horse next to his brother Peer. He was coming at the request of the king, and despite the sour looks he received, not a single man in this company, not even his father, was going to question a royal order. Close by were Jesper and Ramon. Sonk had been a little surprised to hear they were coming as well, but then there couldn't be many in his father's force more experienced or more useful in war than the forester and the sorcerer. He still didn't know whether anyone but the three of them knew about Ramon's abilities. If his father or Lord Russell knew, they were keeping it to themselves. Perhaps to protect me? Those left behind waved them off, a range of emotions on display. Louise looked tearful. She was to stay behind, left in charge of Arbiost despite her tender age. Breda beamed with delight at seeing the back of so many stomachs that would no longer need filling.
"You're probably wondering why our force is currently so small,"
Peer said to him, loud enough for those around them to hear as well. Sonk hadn't been. Now that Peer mentioned it, 300 or 400 warriors didn't seem so many. But he had no real idea what an appropriate number was. Peer loved to discuss the details of army management, whereas Sonk found all that rather dull. He liked Jesper's stories, where individual heroes did something brave or spectacular. Jesper didn't dwell so much on food supply chains.
"Father has ordered units to be raised all across Morbagne," Peer explained. "Only now have they been told to move to the border. If we had massed on the border, we would have given the enemy warning of our intentions, you see?"
Sonk responded with what he hoped was the right amount of interest. Not too little to seem rude, but not so much as to encourage his brother to elaborate. Another aspect of their journey Sonk wasn't prepared for was the slow progress. When he went riding with Peer and Humbert, they would give their horses their head and speed across the countryside. There were only a handful of horsemen who now rode at a good rate, the scouts. They would investigate the territory ahead, regularly reporting back to Broncat. If the weapons master was told anything of import, he would pass it on to Lord Russell. But as far as everyone else was concerned, they travelled at the pace of the slowest. The men who marched on foot and the wagons laden down with timber or other supplies. Put simply, war seemed to be a lot more boring than Sonk had imagined, or Jesper and the storytellers had led him to believe. They pushed on until evening, when they stopped at a spot with rolling plains around it. A second company of Morbagne, led by a pair of noblemen, had arrived just before them, nearly doubling their numbers. Armed men milled about, greeting their compatriots. Broncat used his training ground voice to good effect, trying to get the camp organized.
"Come on,"
he bellowed, looking about for anyone who might be dawdling so that he could shout at them.
"This is good practice. We'll need to be faster than this in the steppe."
Peer and Sonk weren't spared his exhortations, lending their strength to the preparations. Lengths of timber were unloaded from wagons and driven into the ground, marking out the boundary of their camp and providing some basic defense, even if the wind and rain were to be the only enemies this night. After this was done, the brothers were informed they were on lookout duty. Humbert joined them at their post, and the three of them looked out from the barricade at the countryside around their camp, as the sun set and cast long shadows across the unknown terrain. So used to the familiarity of Arbiost, nestled in the forest, this new vista made Sonk feel both apprehensive and excited, even though he knew they were still in his father's duchy.
"Imagine if the Midians of the steppe came out of the darkness and attacked our camp,"
he whispered, his mind's eye displaying the enemy warriors creeping through the long grass, dressed in animal skins and holding deadly-looking spears.
"I would defend the walls," said Peer dismissively, "then lead a counterattack to discover the location of their hideout."
Humbert rolled his eyes behind Peer's back, and Sonk suppressed a grin.
"I'm wondering about dinner," said
Peer, evidently done with the game of imagination.
"I'm used to getting what I want from the kitchens, but that's not going to happen on campaign."
"The hardships of war," Humbert suggested.
"Indeed, Humbert, indeed," Peer agreed. "I just hope they haven't forgotten about us."
They were up early the next morning, returning the timber of their portable camp to the wagons, and then heading east. Peer's analysis was proved correct. More companies of warriors joined theirs until their army had swollen to a few thousand. To Sonk, the grassy plains of eastern Morbagne looked much the same as the grassy plains of the steppe. Nonetheless, there was a border between the two states, and here they stopped for lunch. When they moved on, Bastien left a portion of his force behind with some of the wagons. to begin construction on a wooden fort. Everyone else crossed into the midder steppe. Song had imagined that invading the steppe would have involved a mighty battle on the border, but there was nothing of the sort. Men loosened the weapons in their belts and looked about them a bit more warily, though in this open land surely it would be easy to see the enemy coming. Broncat's scouts still went back and forth. Jesper and Ramon now rode either side of Sonk and Peer, an unspoken admission that things had become more dangerous. But otherwise, the Morbenay continued marching at the same pace and in the same direction as before. After a while, the activity of the scouts became more frenetic. Rumors of Midian activity were passed down from the front of the line. Jesper pointed to the right, where Sonk could just make out the outline of a couple of riders before they turned away. Lord Russell rode down from the front, Humbert and half a dozen other warriors with him. He shouted out a stern warning that the Duke's orders were not to attack the Midians, and that anyone who disobeyed was to be strung up. They continued on, giving the same warning to the men and women who marched on foot, and to those who guarded the lumbering wagons.
"What are we here for, if not to attack the Midians?"
Peer demanded, frustrated. He muttered to himself a while longer before riding ahead to interrogate their father.
"Why does my father want to avoid fighting?"
Sonk asked.
"We're going to have to fight them at some point, aren't we?"
"I believe Duke Bastian wishes to avoid unnecessary bloodshed," said Ramon. "I wholeheartedly agree. Perhaps he can even fulfill his objectives without fighting."
"How can you invade somewhere without a fight?"
Sonk asked, confused. Why had his father raised all these warriors, if not to attack the enemy?
"It's safe to say your father wasn't in support of this campaign,"
said Jesper, keeping his voice quiet so that no one else could overhear.
"He's here because he has to be. He has no real quarrel with the Midians." "Then why didn't he argue against it?"
Sonk asked, making sure to keep his voice quiet as well.
"I expect he did, but such arguments are best done in private, don't you think?"
Sonk nodded. He understood. It wouldn't do any good to have people know about a disagreement between his father and the king. He felt a little sorry for his father, having to go through with it against his better judgment. He felt a sense of relief that all that burden of politics would fall on the shoulders of Esterel, and not him. He thought about what Jesper said some more.
"But the Midians will attack us in the end anyway, won't they? We're taking their lands after all."
"I'm sure your father," Ramon said, "is hoping to have such a superiority that the Midians won't attack. Remember, your uncle is bringing a force at least this size from the north."
"But surely the Midians will fight anyway," Sonk demanded. "To not fight us would be cowardice." "To avoid battle with a superior force isn't cowardice, it's wisdom," said Jesper. "What will getting themselves killed do for their families? They may resort to other tactics, harass us, attack our supplies, look for allies, bide their time. If they have leaders who use their brains instead of their emotions, that's what will happen."
"But what about the siege of Kalios?" Sonk asked.
"You were both there. You fought against far superior numbers."
"That was different," said Ramon. "A last stand. We had no alternatives left, other than to concede dominion of Dalria to the Isherites. Whatever this is," he said, gesturing to the Morbenay army, "it's not the end of the world. I hope the Midians decide to live and fight another day." A halt was called. A nervous energy spread through the army as warriors waited for the order to form into battle lines. But time dragged on, and no such orders came. Jesper told Sonk to dismount and see to his horse while they waited. They took Ramon's and led the three animals over to a juicy patch of grass where puddles of water had collected. Sonk sighed. "What is it, boy?" Jesper demanded as he picked at the horse's hooves.
"I hadn't thought there would be quite so many boring bits to a war as there seemed to be. Your stories aren't like this," he added, trying to keep an accusatory tone from his voice.
Jesper smiled.
I shall make sure to include more of the boring parts from now on. His smile disappeared as he became more serious. It's true. Most of any war, just like any part of life, is uneventful routine and hard work. Then, occasionally, you get the thrill or terror of combat. Most people, when they've experienced that, decide that uneventful routine isn't so bad after all. The orders to resume the march came, and Sonk returned to his position in the column. The Morbenay carried on, in the same direction and at the same pace. Pierre came down the line and returned to his position next to Sonk. "Only 50 of them at most," he said. "Came to complain and argue and demand we leave. No sign of them putting up a fight. Looks like we have a weight on our hands before we actually see some action." Sonk's father called an early halt to his army's progress. A huge area was staked out for their camp, so it was no surprise when Sonk, Pierre, and Humbert were called upon once more to take their turn at guard duty. Jesper and Ramon were with them this time, confirming Sonk's suspicions that their father had given the pair the job of ensuring no harm befell his sons. Sonk couldn't understand why such a large area had been claimed, until he realized what was happening in the center of the camp. The foundations for a second fort were being set in place. The carpenters and other craftsmen worked hard until the light faded. It felt suddenly eerie, knowing that the Midians were out there somewhere. "I wonder if they'll attack," said Humbert. "It's possible," said Jesper. "If just to make our lives a little uncomfortable. Risky on the first night, though, when we're all sharp-eyed and ready for it." "I wish they would," Pierre declared. "It's all very well, father building forts and defending our progress, but we need a proper battle, at least to demonstrate that we're the superior force. Hiding behind walls encourages them to think otherwise."
"Maybe your father would rather see as many men as possible back home safe to their families," said Ramon, "than giving their lives to demonstrate how superior they are." Pierre looked Ramon up and down.
"Who are you again?"
On the next day, they left behind around 500 men to complete work on this second fort. More than sufficient, Sonk assumed, to see off the threat from the local inhabitants. His father continued his methodical invasion, turning north now for the rendezvous with the Giverny. Not long into the afternoon, they stopped and construction began on yet another camp. This, they learned, was the location where the royal army would meet them. First up was a large tent where Bastien would greet his brother. If the invasion hadn't provided the excitement Sonk had been expecting, at least his thoughts could now turn to meeting the king of Giverny. Meeting your monarch for the first time was surely a special occasion. That it was his uncle, of course, made it even more so. He did wonder why Nicholas had asked to see him. Pierre thought it was only natural, but Pierre was Pierre, and Sonk was Sonk. Few people chose to see him, but he supposed Nicholas was a king, with all the wisdom and sense of justice that came with such authority. They were still hauling timber off the wagons when they heard the shouts. The royal army was approaching. He climbed atop a wagon to look. He could see the front ranks quite clearly, and behind them a long column of warriors stretching to the horizon. No surprise, he supposed, that the king had more soldiers under his command than his father did. The front ranks stopped, and Sonk watched as they broke up and made their own camp. About half a mile away from the Morbenay, a small detachment of riders emerged from the frenetic activity and approached. Trumpets blew as they neared, signaling the royal approach.
"Finished already, Sonk?"
Broncat called up.
"No,
Then let's get on with it. You can go up in your own time." There was quite a wait, but eventually Sonk and Pierre were called for their meeting with the king. They looked at one another as they approached the open entrance to the tent, guarded by half a dozen warriors, sharing in the anticipation. Upon entering, Sonk was relieved to see it was a small gathering. From Morbagne, there was only his father and Lord Russell. From Giverny, 4 men. One of them was Esterel, his chainmail hauberk framed by a deep red cloak that caught the eye. He came over with a grin, first clasping Peer in greeting, then Song. "Your Majesty, my brothers, Peer and Song." Peer got down on one knee before one of the men, and Song quickly followed. When he looked up, he felt a little stupid. Since Nicholas looked so much like their father, he should have known it was the king. An older version to be sure, but the same dark hair turning grey. The heavy-set build that, in the king's case, had turned more to fat. His face was jowly, his eyes tired-looking. The king gestured that they should stand. Song waited for Peer to get to his feet first, just in case. "Welcome," said Nicholas, his voice deep-toned and gravelly. He looked them over. "Neither of them take after your mother, Esterel, as you do." Esterel gave a smile at the odd comment. He's always been good at smiling, Song thought. He glanced at Bastian, who had a face like thunder. "Father, not so much." "This is Domar, Duke of Matras," Esterel said, introducing the older of the other two men, who nodded at Peer and Song with good humour. "And Aubrey, Duke of Famian." The second man was younger, about the same age as Esterel. But where Esterel was all long hair and flamboyance, Aubrey had his hair cropped to his scalp and wore a simple soldier's garb. He was staring at Song, a frown on his face, as if he couldn't quite believe what he was seeing. Song was used to that and ignored it. "This one has the family look," Nicholas continued relentlessly, gesturing at Peer. Then it was Song's turn. The king of Javerne looked into his eyes without fear, unlike most people. "So, this is the creature that killed my Alienor," he said, a longing, faraway tone to his voice. "You promised to protect her," he said to Song's father, using a matter-of-fact tone that contrasted with the accusatory words. Bastian's face went red with anger. He started forward, Russell gripping his arm to keep him in place. Peer looked shocked, Esterel mortified. Domar looked away. Even Aubrey tore his gaze from Song's eyes and looked elsewhere, uncomfortable. The king's lips curved slightly, taking pleasure in the reactions. Song rarely got angry when people said such things to him, but he felt it now. For his family more than for himself. Nicholas is a king. That had made him expect better of him. He was disappointed to find that he was just a man, with weakness and flaws for all to see. If my own uncle and king talks to me in such a way, what hope is there for me in this world? Shortly after Song and Peer escaped the tent, Esterel found them. "I'm sorry about that," he said. "I didn't see it coming." "It's all right," said Song, embarrassed. "It's not your fault." "He's a lonely, bitter man," said Esterel. "He's not all bad, but he has a terrible relationship with Father. That's who he was trying to hurt back there. There's a history between them." "We know," said Peer. Esterel looked at him quizzically. "Humbert told us about him and Mother." "I see." Song felt most sorry for Esterel now, having to spend his time in the royal court trying to please that man. "I swear," said Peer, holding up finger and thumb, "I was this close to knocking his block off." "Well," said Esterel, allowing himself a smile, "that would probably have made things worse." Song couldn't help but laugh. "Imagine," he said, suddenly finding the idea of it hysterical. Even Peer was smiling now. Esterel patted Song on the shoulder. "That's the spirit. If it's any consolation, the invasion has gone remarkably well. We encountered some brief opposition, but otherwise our progress has been almost as smooth as yours. There's not an awful lot the Midians can do about it, at least right now. We hope they'll respond to the suggestion of a treaty." "They're just going to give up their land?" Peer asked, incredulous. "Nicholas is ready to offer them a reasonable deal. The danger for them is if they don't come to terms now, we take more. As for whether they stick to any agreement, that's less likely. No doubt they'll try to persuade the other tribes of the steppe to support them, but that's not going to happen anytime soon. Anyhow, you'll be all right? I'm fine, Sonk answered. I will go for a walk by myself for a little and clear my head. Good. Well, I'd better get back. Esterel returned to the tent to serve the king while Sonk went for his walk. He needed some time to himself, time he was used to getting back home at Arbiost. On campaign, it felt like everyone was in each other's space all the time. He walked over towards the far end of camp, interested in inspecting the Giverny camp that was being established next to theirs. The royal army required a larger space to accommodate all their people, but there was no attempt to build anything permanent over there, whereas his father had enough spare materials to begin the construction of yet another fort. Sonk was so involved in his observations that he didn't notice the 4 boys approach until they were on him. "This is him," said a familiar voice, Robert. The 3 boys he was with all looked to be a similar age to Robert, at least 2 or 3 years older than Sonk. They wore high-quality clothes and armor, identifying them as the sons of high-ranking noblemen. "He looks like a sorcerer," one of them said, as if confirming a recent conversation. Sonk could feel the disgust coming off them as they stared into his eyes. He could sense the violence in the air, but he didn't know what to say to stop it. He had the feeling nothing he could say would help. "That's how he beat me in combat," Robert said. "I couldn't take my revenge in Morbagne, living with his father. But I'm free now." "We don't tolerate demon talkers in Giverny," said his friend. "Come on." 2 of the boys came for him. Sonk felt his magic stir as they approached. It was only natural to want to defend himself, and he had to concentrate on controlling his powers to allow them to grab his arms without reacting. He knew he couldn't use magic against these boys. They would run and tell their fathers. Even being a duke's son wouldn't be enough to save him. Robert's fist slammed into his solar plexus. Sonk gasped like a fish, suddenly unable to breathe. He would have collapsed to the ground, but the boys held him up by the arms. His magic screamed to be released, to shoot out at the boys restraining him, to punish Robert. He kept telling himself not to lose control. He felt a blow to the mouth that rocked his head backwards. He tasted blood. He heard a shout, and then he was released, sagging to the ground. Groggy, he sat up. Robert was on the ground, blood spurting from his nose. Standing over him was Pierre, eyes blazing with fury. His brother looked about him, mouthing as if trying to speak, but too furious to get any words out. Behind him, Humbert had a hold of the 4th boy and pushed him away from the encounter. The 2 boys who had been holding Sonk backed away from Pierre. He looked more than ready to hit someone else. One of them glanced at Robert. "What have you done?" he cried. "Is he dead?" Sonk looked at Robert, his vision slowly focusing. Apart from the blood dribbling from his nose, he looked like he had fallen asleep. "Oh no," Sonk said to himself. "Please don't be dead." To find himself back before his king so soon was hardly what Sonk would have wished for. In these circumstances, it was excruciating. "At least Robert is alive," Sonk told himself. He sat on the floor with a cold cloth to his face, looking totally miserable and embarrassed about what was going on around him. Nicholas had been asked to give justice. It was the fathers of the boys from Giverny who were pressing the matter, complaining to the king about what Pierre had done. The 4 noblemen glared at Sonk, even though it was clear as day that he had simply been a victim in the encounter. Duke Bastien glared at Robert, a boy who had lived with him for so long and who he'd treated like one of his sons. Pierre glared at the other 3 boys, as if he still had some punching to do. King Nicholas glared at the 4 noblemen, making their protestations. For all the king's faults, Sonk detected a distaste on his uncle's part at making such a meal over a punch-up that had got out of hand. But there was politics going on here. That was obvious to Sonk, even if he was mostly ignorant about who these men were or why they wanted to make trouble for his family. When the noblemen were done, King Nicholas turned to his brother with an air of reluctance. "What do you say to the charges, Duke Bastien?" Sonk's father looked at his brother, stone-faced. "I admit to my son's part in them," he said, with a look at Père. He looked at Russell, who nodded at him. "As punishment, I banish both Père and Humbert from Morbagne. They will leave tomorrow, if your Majesty agrees to it." Père's jaw dropped open. Nicholas was wide-eyed with shock. "Well, that is ample punishment in my book. I trust my lords feel the same," he added, with a look to his noblemen that suggested they'd be wise to agree. Taken aback themselves, Robert's father and his friends had to agree. Everyone was suddenly keen to vacate the tent. Duke Bastien strode for the exit, signalling for his family to come with him. As a group, they strode away some distance before Bastien stopped, ready to speak. "Let me make it clear," he said. "I find no fault in what you did today, Père and Humbert. The decision I took in there was purely to help Esterel with his task in Verlaine. Let them think they've bested us. That may not be such a bad thing. I've had it in mind for a while that it is time for you to leave Arbiost, Père. Lord Russell will take you to Colderberg, where you will serve Duke Walter. He is a good man, and it will do you good to experience a new environment. Do you understand?" "Yes, father." "Humbert, I would be very grateful if you would accompany my son. I know it's asking a lot. I'm happy to go, Your Grace. Good lads. Do me proud in Borussia. We'll see you again when the time is right." Duke Bastien looked at Sonk. Does he blame me for what happened? But as usual, his father walked away with nothing to say, Lord Russell following him. Père, Humbert, and Sonk watched them go. "Well," said Père at last, "what a bloody day." He glanced at Sonk. Sonk wondered if he was being paranoid, but was there something in that look? He thought back to when Robert and his friends attacked him. He had been so busy trying not to use magic. Maybe Père felt he should have done more to fight them off. Had he dishonored his family? Sonk wished he could tell his brother about his magic, but that would be foolish. "Thanks for getting them off me," he said, thinking it sounded lame and childish as soon as he'd said it. "I have to go." He walked off. He'd not gone far when Jesper and Ramon came marching over. "Duke Bastien's just given me a dirty look," said Jesper, looking at Sonk with a wary expression. "Have we missed something?" "I don't want to talk about it." The remainder of the campaign was a miserable few days for Sonk. Lord Russell left the next morning for the east, taking his 2 charges with him. Sonk couldn't help but feel responsible for Père and Humbert's banishment. Jesper and Ramon now stuck to him like glue, as if they were at fault for not protecting him. That made him feel even worse. The day after Père left, the leaders of the local Midian tribes came to the camp to discuss terms with the king. As Esterel had suggested, they were ready to accept some loss of land, given the presence of an army thousands strong, and the construction of forts that allowed the invaders to keep what they had won. For the king's part, he was keen for the campaign to be over quickly, at minimal expense. Some warriors were required to stay, to garrison the new forts. These, in turn, would encourage settlers to take a chance in the steppe, with free land and a new start. Esterel came to say goodbye before he left, back to Jouverne. Sonk began the return journey to Arbiost with his father's army. Jesper and Ramon rode with him. Even so, Sonk couldn't shake off the feeling of loneliness that settled on him like a shroud. Part 2. Brisingia. Père Liesel. Chapter 5. Père. Colderberg, Duchy of Borussia, 672. The barman deposited another tray of drinks onto the table. Pierre grabbed a pint of beer, taking it to his lips for a swig, before he thought better of it.
"Cheers,"
he said, holding the mug up. "Cheers," cried his companions, slamming their drinks together.
"There is no doubt,"
Pierre told himself, as he took a few gulps of foamy goodness,
"that life in Calderberg agrees with me. I didn't know what I was missing."
The castle, the shops, so many people from all walks of life. City life was so busy and exciting, compared with the painfully slow world of Arbiost he had left behind.
I could almost weep for all the lost time.
The bars, full of cheap beer and friendly girls, and in many of the bars, such as his current haunt, the Boot and Saddle, the girls loved foreigners. "So you see, one day," Humbert was explaining to two new acquaintances, "Pierre's brother will be king of Giverny."
"Oh,"
gasped the brunette.
"I think you should be the king,"
said the blonde, giving Pierre a look.
"Don't be stupid,"
said Pierre.
"Esterel will be king."
"But Pierre will become Duke of Morbihan," said Humbert, trying to rescue his boasting.
"Duke of Morbihan,"
repeated the brunette.
"with everyone bowing to you and calling you your grace?"
she giggled.
"Is Morbihan a large duchy?"
asked the blonde, as if she was inspecting the size of a steak in the market.
"Of course it is," said Pierre irritably. "At least the size of Borussia."
How could these people not know such basic facts about the outside world? If these two girls weren't quite so attractive, he would have moved on by now. "And I will be Lord Chief Advisor to the Duke," said Humbert.
"Lord Chief Advisor,"
repeated the brunette, batting her eyelids at Humbert. Pierre woke in his bed in his room in Calderberg Castle. His head was pounding, and he gradually recalled the events of the night before.
"Too much drink. Feel like I'm going to be sick."
He looked over to the other side of the bed, where a sprawl of blonde hair covered the pillow next to his.
"Oh, it's all coming back to me."
He carefully lifted the blankets to reveal the curve of a back, the peachy roundness of buttocks. He gently replaced the covers.
"Actually, feeling a lot better now."
He thought about waking his bedmate, but something stopped him.
"Damn it. Humbert's the one who always remembers names."
He shifted around in his bed and peered to the other side of the room. Beside the fire, under a pile of blankets, he could make out the red hair of his friend, not much shorter than the brown hair of the girl lying next to him. Pierre was caught in two minds. He really didn't want to leave the comfort of his bed. With a little sigh, he made himself climb out from his covers into the chill of the room.
"The things I do for love."
He tiptoed towards Humbert, then leaned over to wake him. A knock at the door. Humbert and his girlfriend both turned at the noise, then both gave little screams when they saw Pierre bending over them. He quickly put a hand over his bits. "Sorry," he said, turning towards the door.
"Ew."
He put his other hand over his backside.
"Gods. What, you've never seen an arsehole before?"
"I've seen you plenty of times," said Humbert, making his friend giggle. Pierre crossed back towards his bed, muttering darkly.
"What have I told him about making witticisms at my expense?"
As he grabbed his pillow, his bedmate emerged, propping herself up on one elbow.
"Good morning, Pierre,"
she purred.
"Shit, she knows my name."
"Hi," he said grumpily, placing the pillow over his bits. He skirted around the bed to the door as a second knock sounded.
"I'm coming,"
he complained, yanking the door open.
"Oh no. Hello, Your Grace."
Duke Walter of Borussia looked Pierre up and down, peered past him into the room, and returned a steely gaze that managed to express both disappointment and disdain. "I told Farage you wouldn't have forgotten that we were leaving today." Pierre's mind raced.
"Wait, it's last day? I thought that was tomorrow."
"When we agreed that you had forgotten, I said I would come fetch you myself, because it would hardly be fair to ask a servant to do it, would it?"
"No, I'm sorry."
since every single one of them has already been up for 3 hours getting everything ready for our departure."
Pierre sighed. "No excuses, Your Grace. I'm really sorry."
Pierre felt a presence by his side.
"Oh, bloody hellfire, no." "Sorry for intruding," said the girl, "but when I heard it was you, Your Grace, I just had to meet you. I'm such an admirer."
"An admirer?" said Duke Walter. With polished manners, he took the girl's hand and gave it a kiss.
"Gods, please let her be wearing something,"
Pierre prayed. There was an awkward silence. Pierre became increasingly concerned that it was because of him.
"Well, Pierre," asked the girl, "aren't you going to introduce me?"
There were only a dozen in the ducal party that set off from Colderberg. Humbert hadn't made the cut. It was the first time Pierre had been separated from his friend since Lord Russell had taken them to Beryssia.
Not such a bad thing,
Pierre decided. Settling in his new home would have been a lot harder without Humbert. That said, it would be nice not to see his ugly mug for a while. The road to Essenberg was wide, well-maintained and busy.
And this isn't even the great road I've heard about. More evidence of just how secluded my life has been.
Pierre resolved to remain silent, unless spoken to on the journey from Colderberg to Essenberg. It wasn't just the debacle with the departure, or the fact that all his hosts knew of him was that he had been banished by his own father. It was that he was in the presence of two men whose legends made him feel like a foolish child. Pierre's father was a stern man who demanded respect, but he hadn't done half of what Walter and Farad had done. Walter was of an age with Pierre's father. Iron grey hair had long replaced any colour, while a well-maintained moustache marked him as a Brisingian. Everything about the way he conducted himself said he was a soldier. As Marshal of the Empire, under his brother, the Emperor Baldwin, he had masterminded the defence of Burkhard Castle against the hordes of Drobaks, who had invaded the Empire. Even when the great fortress fell, unable to withstand the assault from a dragon, it led the survivors to Colderberg and outlasted the Isherite attack. Farad, originally from Magnia, had a past that was, if anything, more intimidating. He was a few years younger, with the brown skin and long black hair of a Midian, tied up in a ponytail. Farad had also fought at Burkhard Castle. He'd been at Essenberg when it had fallen. He had also travelled to other strange places, visited with the Sea Caladri, even crossed the Latinian Sea to Halvia.
I'd settle for half the life these two have led, Pierre told himself, and I'd rather they didn't think me a total ass.
So, Pierre listened as Duke Walter reminded him who was who in the Brisingian Empire. Many of them were Walter's relatives, the family of his brother, Baldwin, the previous emperor. Baldwin had been killed in the invasion of the Empire 14 years ago, but he had ensured his family survived, his wife, Hannelore, and their 3 children. It was the death of Hannelore's father, Arn, Duke of Luderia, that explained the journey they were making today. Her son, Leopold, had inherited Luderia from his grandfather, just as he had inherited Kelland from his father. Of all the things Pierre knew about Leopold, one stood out for him. He was Pierre's age, born within a few months of one another. He was interested in getting his measure. Katrina, the oldest sister, is now married to Duke Jeremias of Rotelagen, Walter was reminding him. They'll both be there.
And the younger sister may marry Esterel, Pierre said. All right, I told myself to be silent, but no one can remain completely silent, can they?
What's that? Walter asked. He looked quizzically at Farad, who shrugged, giving the impression he cared little about who might marry whom.
The other sister, Pierre began.
Liesel?
Yes, that's the one. The Kalish sent someone to Arbios to discuss a marriage with Esterel. This was last year, so perhaps nothing came of it. It's not like Father tells us anything.
Sent who? Walter asked, more interested in Pierre's information than he had expected.
I don't recall. Huge mustache.
Cass?
Yes, that's the one. Visited last spring. Esterel came over from Giverny specially.
Walter pursed his lips. Clearly, no one had told him of such a plan. I would ask that you don't share this story with anyone else.
Of course, said Pierre.
Pierre had assumed they would stop in one of the villages that regularly appeared along the route, and was surprised when they simply left the road and began making a simple, makeshift camp. He was sent off to fetch wood for the fire. When he returned, he found Walter and Farid just as busy with the chores as the Duke's followers. They seemed to take pleasure in such simple tasks, and he liked the fact they had no airs and graces. More opulent surroundings tomorrow night, Walter commented as they sat by the fire and ate supper, a little apart from his retainers. I presume the Duke of Kelland will find room for his uncle at Essenberg Castle?
I'm excited to see Essenberg, Pierre admitted, though I like this as well.
Walter nodded with a smile. Just remember, you're entering the world of politics tomorrow. Not everyone in the Empire is as trustworthy as I am.
Huh, said Pierre. Maybe you'd better warn me about who I should be wary of.
Farid grinned at that. He's a sharp one. When he wants to be, Walter admitted. He seemed to consider what to say. Leopold's inheritance of Luderia reframes imperial politics. One man has never held two duchies before. It has implications for the future, too. Pierre thought about it. He knew the Empire had a strange mechanism whereby the 7 rulers of the duchies elected the successor to the Emperor.
You mean he gets 2 votes when the next election is held?
Walter nodded. You are sharp. It puts him not so far away from the number he would need to become the next emperor.
Would he not make a good emperor?
Pierre asked. Walter grimaced. It's hard to say. He's a young man now, just entered adulthood.
He's the same age as I am.
Right. Do you think he would make a good emperor, Pierre? Pierre thought about it. He recalled Walter having to fetch him from his room this morning because he had forgotten they were leaving.
Maybe when I'm older,
he admitted. Exactly, said Walter. And very honest of you to say so. Of course, there are people around Leopold who want him to claim his father's title as soon as possible. More power for Leopold means more power for them. Now, it's not as if Emperor Cohen is an old man, but imperial politics is always about who will be next. It didn't take much reading between the lines for Pierre to speculate that Duke Walter wasn't necessarily in favor of his nephew becoming emperor. It was an interesting admission.
Can't you speak to Duke Leopold, then? He asked. Everyone in the Empire respects you.
Ah, said Walter with a little smile. If only that were true. I made a decision, after the Isherite Wars, to live my own life a little, he said, glancing at Farid. I don't interfere in the Empire very much, and do not see Leopold very often. It's not as if I'm retired. Rebuilding Borussia has been a full-time job, and it was natural, I suppose, after the trauma of that time, for the peoples of Brisingia to focus on their own problems. Emperor Cohen did a good job in the early years, helping to restore the North. I did my best to support him, but after a while, each duchy became keen to make its own decisions. The Kalish are a proud people, not so keen to take advice from a Thessian emperor, or even, he said, putting a hand to his chest, the son, brother, and uncle of the last 3 dukes. I'm a Borissian now, he added, giving another little smile, though Pierre could see the bitterness behind the humour. They broke camp early and resumed their journey, soon passing from Walter's Duchy of Borussia to his nephew's Duchy of Kelland. Pierre saw yet more villages, surrounded by cleared land full of crop-yielding fields. He was beginning to understand just how populous this region of Dalria was, something the maps he had studied back home hadn't taught him. The morning was gone when Pierre got first sight of Essenberg. The city walls blocked his view of the settlement itself, but there was plenty else to take in. If he had thought the road they used was fancy, it looked like a country lane compared to the great road that stretched straight and true to the north and south. Caravans of wagons queued for entrance, while others left Essenberg's gates to transport wares elsewhere in Dalria. The Cousel, the river that cut through Giverny from the Krieger Mountains, also passed through Essenberg on its way to the south coast. Barges came and went, adding to the volume of goods and people drawn to Essenberg. For someone who had thought Kolderberg magnificent in scale, Pierre found it all a bit hard to take in. Their group approached the west walls of the city, to an entrance that Walter named the Kolderberg Gate. 2 of his men rode ahead and arranged a speedy entrance for the Duke's party. Some of the guards shouted out a greeting to Walter, who held up a hand in acknowledgement. For all the Duke's talk of being classed as a Barisian, it was clear to Pierre that he still had his admirers in the city he had once called home. As Walter took to the front of their group, Farad fell in beside Pierre and gave him a commentary concise enough to give him a grip on the key locations. Essenberg has 4 districts. This side, he said, indicating left, is the market quarter. Makes sense, said Pierre, observing row upon row of stalls selling goods. That side, Farad pointed right now, is the army quarter. Here the road they used merged with the Great Road and descended to the river. They had to ride in single file across a great bridge that took them to the other side of the city. The citizens of Essenberg crossed both ways, alone, in pairs and groups, men, women, and children, in a hurry or a stroll, while traders sold trinkets, jewelry, and other small items laid out on white cloth. There are so many people here, it is dizzying, Pierre said to himself. One might live a lifetime in this one place and never get to know half the people who live with you. Once over the bridge, Farad pointed out the cathedral quarter to the right and finally named their destination, the castle quarter. This eastern side of the city seemed a little quieter, the houses bigger. They came to a great square, and before them was the castle in question. Much nicer to look at than Kolderberg Castle, Pierre judged, but not half so strong. On the roof, fluttering above the evenly spaced crenellations, was a flag depicting the Eagle of Kelland. They dismounted at the tidiest-looking stables Pierre had ever seen, and a steward arrived to see to their needs. When Walter explained Pierre's station, the steward agreed he would do his best to find him a suitable room for the night. He then led them to the main hall of the castle, which Pierre presumed would be where the Duke's retainers would have to find a spot to sleep. "Please wait here," said the official. "His Grace wanted to be informed of your arrival." Pierre looked about the place as they waited. It was a grand space, as befit the hall where emperors had often held court. 4 pillars rose to support the high roof. Stylized tapestries hung on the walls. Pierre's eyes were drawn to the largest of them all. It depicted a crowned figure standing with his followers atop a mighty fortress. Surrounding them, on the ground below, was a horde of grey-skinned, grotesque monsters. "Burkhard Castle," Pierre muttered. Walter looked up. "Aye. Each tapestry depicts a Byzantine emperor. They record how they are remembered." The image instilled in Pierre a deeper understanding of his hosts. He had heard the storytellers who came to the chateau in Arbios to tell their tales of the Isherite Wars. Good stories, full of drama and sacrifice. But they had remained stories to Pierre, remote in time and place. But not to these people. Walter and Farad had stood atop that fortress as the Drobaks attacked. As a child, Leopold must have come to this hall every day and seen that tapestry, and known that the heroic figure was his father. Pierre's musings were interrupted by the arrival of the ducal family. It was no surprise Leopold had the look of a younger Walter. Pierre judged him to be slightly taller than himself, but not as wide. Brown, wavy hair stopped at his shoulders. A handsome enough chap, though Pierre was unconvinced by the wispy mustache. Leopold was accompanied by 3 women. The older had to be his mother, the Empress. Former Empress, Pierre supposed, Hannelore. She looked like an empress, tall yet curvy, and glamorous. That had to mean the youngest woman was Liesel, her daughter. Soft, honey-colored hair, hazel eyes, and delicate features. She had to be the most attractive woman he had ever seen. How typical.
No doubt that lucky bastard Esterel will end up marrying her.
That left the woman who stood to one side of the family. She looked quite different. Thin, blonde, average height. Her features were childlike. She stood demurely, hands behind her back. It nearly prevented Pierre from working out who she was, but when he did, his stomach churned over. Inga, the witch. Another figure from the stories. Everyone who had spoken her name had warned Pierre to be on his guard around her. It was the first time he had been in the presence of someone with magic. Her innocent looks somehow made her seem even more terrifying. "Hannelore," Walter said warmly, and greeted his sister-in-law with a kiss on the cheek. "Duke Leopold," he said with mock seriousness.
"Duke Walter,"
Leopold replied equally dryly, and they shook hands. "Lady Liesel."
"Oh, stop it, uncle,"
said Liesel, hugging him with affection. "Inga," said Farid.
"Farid,"
said Inga. Pierre pretended he hadn't noticed that loaded interaction. "This is Pierre, son of Duke Bastien of Morbagne," Walter said, introducing him. "He is staying with me for a while."
"Hello,"
he said. Hannelore and Liesel greeted him with friendly smiles.
"Welcome. I know about your family," said Leopold. "Your older brother is Esterel. They say he is a very good swordsman."
Pierre was a little taken aback, not quite able to read the Duke. His delivery was deadpan, though presumably he was hoping to impress with such knowledge.
"He's all right,"
Pierre said grudgingly. He was relieved when Leopold laughed.
"Uncle,"
Leopold asked,
"you will want to rest after your journey."
"Of course," said Walter, "because I'm such an old man."
"Good,"
said Leopold, ignoring or oblivious to the irony.
"I thought I could show Pierre Essenberg."
Pierre felt a smile creeping over his face.
"I would like to see the city,"
he admitted. Walter made a face. "You two loose on the town?"
"It's the middle of the afternoon, uncle,"
said Leopold, as if taking offense.
"What trouble could we possibly get ourselves into?" "I'm not sure it's a good idea," said Hannelore, sounding worried. "There are all kinds of criminals out there."
"Perhaps if we sent a bodyguard with the Duke," Inga suggested.
"At the very least,"
said Hannelore. "I'll send one of my men, too," said Walter.
"There you go, mother," said Leopold. "And look at Pierre's sword,"
he said, gesturing at the weapon in its scabbard.
"It's not like we can't handle ourselves, is it, Pierre?"
"True," said Pierre.
"Then it's settled,"
said Leopold.
"Oh, darling,"
said Inga, looking at Liesel.
"Did you wish to go with them?"
All eyes turned to Liesel. She looked embarrassed.
"Maybe I have it wrong, but she looks almost frightened,"
Pierre thought, seeing no reason for it.
"No, I do not,"
she said.
"Damn it, Inga," said Leopold. "Of course she doesn't want to come." "Apologies, Your Grace,"
said the witch demurely, but she was soon smiling.
"Is that a smirk on the woman's face?"
Pierre asked himself. He felt lost in the conversation now, with so many undercurrents at play that he didn't understand. He was glad when Leopold wasted no more time in leading him away. The two bodyguards kept a respectful distance behind Leopold and Pierre as they passed through the elegant streets about the castle.
"It is very grand here,"
Pierre commented. Leopold wrinkled his nose.
"I suppose so. I prefer the other side of the city, where the commoners live. I feel freer there, do you understand?"
Pierre thought back to the tapestries in the hall of Essenberg Castle, the great dukes of the past remembered only as heroes.
"Yes, I can see how that could be."
"I knew you would," said Leopold.
"There's no one here who understands what my life is like."
"Well," said Pierre,
"I didn't grow up anywhere like this."
He gestured. They had reached the great road that passed through the city. Here it connected onto the great bridge that crossed the castle.
"That's not what I mean," said Leopold. "The expectation on one's shoulders, the constantly being watched, measured, judged. I know you're only the second son, Pierre, but you must have some experience of what I'm talking about." "My father is very stern,"
Pierre ventured, looking down at the river swirling beneath them. He wasn't at all sure that he shared the same pressures as Leopold. but he was keen to find some common ground between them.
He banished me to Brisingia for fighting. There you go, said Leopold. I lost my father, as you know, and since that day I was expected to fill his shoes. Can you imagine what that is like? Difficult, I am sure.
It seemed to Pierre that Leopold was lonely, keen to share his burdens with a stranger. He needed a friend, and Pierre was flattered that he had seen such potential in him. They continued along the great road for a while, into the part of the city that Farad had named the army quarter. Leopold took them off the road, navigating through side streets that became narrower, smellier, and more run down the farther they walked. Pierre had never seen anything like it. So many people squashed into such a small space. Some houses weren't houses at all, really, just timber panels crudely lashed together.
We call these streets the Rookery, Leopold told him.
Two men standing on the other side of the street stared balefully at him, and Pierre looked behind to check that their two bodyguards were still with them. Why Leopold had taken him here, he couldn't fathom. Leopold stopped outside the grottiest-looking drinking hole Pierre had ever seen, the kind of place he avoided in Kolderberg. With a grin, Leopold led them inside. The place was dark, dank, and stank to high heaven. Unsurprisingly, there were only a few customers inside at this hour. They went to the bar and Leopold ordered 2 drinks, dropping some coins down. The woman serving opened the tap on a barrel and poured a dark ale into their cups.
Dark, so you can't see what's in it,
Pierre assumed. They got themselves seated at a small table, while the 2 bodyguards took up position at the bar, neither electing to order a drink for themselves. Pierre sipped at the ale, bitter as it went down, with a horrible aftertaste. He looked about.
What's the attraction?
He had to ask.
A few coins can get you all sorts here,
said Leopold. He nodded at a couple of women sat against the far wall, looking their way.
Like them,
he said with a leer.
Interested?
No, Pierre said quickly.
You're the Duke of Kelland,
he said to Leopold.
Not as nice looking as me, of course, but better than most.
That got a grin from Leopold.
Surely you could have countless girls in this city, nice-looking ones, who you don't have to pay or catch something from.
Ha, of course, Leopold agreed.
But that's the point. Out there, I'm Leopold, Duke of Kelland. I must behave like him. In here, I can be me.
Pierre raised an eyebrow.
I guess I should count myself fortunate that there's only one of me. Come now, Pierre. I assume you like girls, not boys.
Pierre frowned.
Of course. You know the reason I ask?
No, I don't, said Pierre, confused by the sudden turn in the conversation. Leopold stared at him.
You haven't worked out my Uncle Walter yet? Not married?
Ah, said Pierre. It hadn't crossed my mind.
He and Farad love nothing more than playing with each other's cocks. Disgusting, eh?
Pierre wasn't about to badmouth 2 men he admired to one who'd yet to do anything of note.
That's their business, he said, starting to feel irritated with his new acquaintance.
Leopold studied him. He hadn't got the answer he had wanted. He shrugged it off.
Anyway, my uncle's predilections are good for me.
How's that?
I'm his heir, of course.
Pierre took a drink, forcing himself not to shudder as it went down. He wasn't acquiring the taste, that was for sure.
I see. So you've inherited Luderia. When Walter dies, you get Berisia as well.
Exactly.
3 duchies under my personal control. You know how the empire works, Pierre? Aye, you need 4 votes to become emperor.
Exactly, said Leopold, looking pleased.
But it's not just the title I stand to gain. Look at Cohen, or even my father's reign. My father had the title, but what power did it bring him? He was still only 1 duke among 7. He still had to cajole and beg the others to fight for him. But I will have the title and 3 of the duchies, and that will be just the beginning. I'll have the power to rule Brisingia for real. The first man in the Empire's history to truly have authority in every corner of Brisingia.
Leopold's eyes shone with the thought of it. Pierre wondered where this vision had come from. Was it this young man's dream, or a desire that someone else had planted within him? For, to Père, it seemed like an ambition all about attaining power for its own sake, rather than benefiting the world he would rule over. Père's thoughts turned to Inga, the strangeness of her, a witch openly welcomed at the ducal court.
"You will be the most powerful man in all of Dalria,"
said Père, a comment that brought a contented smile to Leopold's face. "And you will be my friend," said Leopold. "And your brother? Why not? Who says Brisingia and Javern have to be rivals? That is tired old thinking." Talk of relations between Brisingia and Javern made Père feel uneasy. These were issues Père hadn't ever bothered to think about, but Leopold clearly had. How far did his ambitions run?
"When you are so powerful," said Père, "will you still need that witch Inga at court?"
He regretted it as soon as he said it. It was clumsy and unnecessary. Leopold looked at him, but he seemed more disappointed than hostile. He shook his head. "Maybe in Morbagne, sheltered from the Isherite wars, it is still possible to think like that. But if you'd seen the things I've seen, you'd think differently. You've heard the stories of the siege of Bucard Castle, surely?"
"Of course,"
said Père, suddenly feeling like he was being lectured to like a child. "My father had a powerful sorcerer in his service, Gustav the Hawk. He couldn't stop the loss of Burkhard. Inga was in Essenberg with my family when I was a child. She couldn't stop the loss of the city. We barely got out alive. There are creatures out there far more powerful than you and I can comprehend, Père. If I could, I'd have 1,000 witches and sorcerers at my court. As it is, all I have is that bitch Inga. Not much, but infinitely better than nothing. And it helps me sleep a little better at night knowing she's around." Chapter 6. Père. Essenberg, Duchy of Kelland, 672. That evening, Duke Leopold feasted his guests. The hall was busy with servants carrying food, while a 5-piece band played music, creating a lively atmosphere. Père was honored to find himself seated at the top table. He was relieved to see that the witch, Inga, didn't have a seat amongst the family. Indeed, she was nowhere to be seen. Leopold's oldest sister, Katrina, and brother-in-law, Jeremias, had arrived from their duchy of Rotelegen. Père realized he was observing the members of the most powerful alliance in the empire. Between them, they held 4 of the 7 duchies of Brisingia. As Leopold had been keen to tell him, the future of the empire was in their hands.
"Why did father send me here?"
Père asked himself for the first time. It wasn't a haphazard decision, that was for sure. That wasn't how Bastien operated. Père didn't know what the rules might be for seating arrangements, but there was clearly a protocol at work. The 3 dukes and Leopold's mother had central seats. Père found himself at one end of the table. Next to him was former Empress Hannelore, and opposite her was Walter. Opposite Père was Liesel. She was so exquisite to look at, he had to stop himself from staring at her. Her luscious hair was plaited and hung over one shoulder. Her eyes were flecked with so many colors that they were almost asking to be inspected. The safest thing would be to look elsewhere. But Hannelore and the dukes on the other side of him were busy with their own conversation about the problems of government. He wasn't invited, and had nothing to contribute.
"So I must persevere with Liesel,"
Père told himself,
"even though she is far more reticent than her brother." "Essenberg is a wonderful city," he ventured.
Liesel shrugged.
"I suppose so. Do you have many cities in Morbagne?" "None. I am an utter country bumpkin, I have to admit. You can ride for miles in every direction from Arbiost and not come across another soul. I was bowled over by Kolderberg. But this city is something else."
"Did Leopold show you the sights?" she asked him archly. Pierre wasn't about to pretend when she obviously knew very well that he hadn't.
No, he took me to a horrible dive. My stomach's still protesting after I made myself down my drink.
Liesel allowed herself a smile at this. It seemed she admired honesty rather than polite chit-chat. Pierre found that he really wanted to make this young lady smile.
I've known very little except city life, she admitted. Arbiost would be as interesting to me as Essenberg is to you, I'm sure.
Pierre very much doubted that.
Perhaps you will come to Morbagne soon,
he suggested, remembering the visit of the Kellish to Arbiost and the talk of a marriage with Esterel. Liesel frowned, confused.
Why would I be going to Morbagne?
Pierre felt his face drop. Duke Walter had specifically asked him not to mention the story to anyone. And here he was, close to spilling it to Liesel, when it looked, very much, like she had no idea about it.
Oh, you never know. You might do.
This was going terribly. Liesel's eyes narrowed with suspicion.
I'm here in Kelland, after all, when I never expected to be, he added weakly. Pierre, Liesel said lightly, give me your hand.
Hearing his name on her lips gave Pierre far more pleasure than he would have thought possible. He offered his hand, eager for her touch. Liesel took his hand, her sharp nails dug in.
You are a terrible liar,
she hissed at him.
That's a good thing, isn't it?
He said. He tried to pull his hand away, but she held on tight.
Ow!
Liesel laughed loudly over his complaint.
Oh, Pierre, you are funny.
She waited for her mother and Duke Walter to look away before leaning over.
Tell me the truth, she demanded.
All right. It's just that there was a delegation from Kelland to Arbiost. Lord Cass was the man in charge, sounding out my father about a marriage between you and my brother.
Liesel let go of his hand. Pierre felt both relief and regret. She frowned.
Doesn't make sense,
she said, as much to herself as to Pierre, it seemed.
They don't let me out of their sight for a moment, and then talk about sending me to Javerne.
She looked at Pierre, suspicion and curiosity warring on her features.
What was said?
Nothing that I was privy to, Pierre admitted. Who knows what my father or Esterel said in private? Who doesn't let you out of their sight?
Liesel studied him.
As if I would trust you.
Why wouldn't you?
Pierre asked.
Haven't I demonstrated my complete inability to deceive you?
Yes,
Liesel conceded.
But also your inability to keep your mouth shut.
I swear any secrets are safe with me,
Pierre said seriously. Liesel seemed to believe him. She leaned towards him, and he leaned in closer. He could smell her perfume.
Pierre,
he told himself,
you really must concentrate right now.
It's got worse since my sister was married,
she whispered to him, glancing to the far end of the table where Katrina was talking with Farad.
Inga and Salvinus rule in Essenberg. My mother and brother do what they tell them. There's no one to look after me anymore.
Liesel suddenly looked scared and tearful. Pierre wanted nothing more than to help her.
Who's Salvinus?
He asked. Liesel gave him an incredulous look, then shook her head. She leaned in close, and Pierre was quick to do the same. Liesel got even closer. He could feel her breath on his ear.
My mother's lover, she whispered. He's in Whitmar now, preparing for Leopold's ascension. He's a vile debaucher. Inga thinks it's amusing when he says things to me, and my mother always defends him.
Liesel leaned back in her chair. Pierre stared back at her, suddenly furious.
Well, aren't you two getting on?
Hannelore said to Pierre with a knowing smile. Pierre glanced at Walter, who was looking at him with a stony expression.
Well, I suppose we are the same age,
Pierre said in response.
We have a lot in common.
We are not,
Liesel said coldly.
I am 2 years older than you. Oh, Liesel,
Hannelore chided.
Be nice. She doesn't mean anything by it, Pierre.
Hannelore and Walter returned to their conversation. Pierre waited, making sure that he wouldn't be overheard. He leaned towards Liesel.
Why don't you tell Walter about it?
She shook her head.
He would intervene,
she whispered.
Surely you understand. Inga is a witch. She would turn her powers on him. Promise me you won't say anything to him."
Pierre nodded.
"I promise."
Liesel smiled.
"Thank you. And, Pierre,"
she said, looking earnest,
"this is Essenberg, not Arbiost. From now on, you must be careful what you say, and who you say it to."
He nodded.
"I understand."
After the feasting was over, Pierre retired to the small room that had been found for him during his stay in the castle. He found it impossible to stop thinking about Liesel. He put a finger to his hand, rolling it over the impressions left where she had dug her nails in.
2 years older than me. So what?
About 100 people, all told, left the Whitmar gate of Essenberg. Pierre rode with Walter and his small entourage, while that of Heremias was a similar size. Then, it seemed, anyone who was anyone in Kelland had managed to get an invitation to Leopold's inauguration as Duke of Luderia.
"Will Emperor Cohen be attending?"
Pierre asked. "Not invited," said Walter. "Neither is Emmett of Gottbeck or Gavin of Atrabia." He looked at Pierre and sighed. "I don't agree with it. Unnecessary, short-sighted. Call it what you want. But Leopold and his advisers are determined to turn the screws and let Brisingia know they're in the ascendancy."
"Which advisers?"
Pierre asked him. "Inga and Salvinus. They're the ones that count. The rest have learned to agree with whatever they say." Pierre tried to make sense of Walter's attitude. He had admitted he had taken a step back from imperial politics for his own personal reasons. But by doing so, had he not stored up problems for the future? Then there was Liesel's warning about Inga. She didn't want her uncle ensnared in a conflict with the witch. Pierre had promised her he wouldn't tell Walter about her problems, agreed that he needed to run his mouth off a little less. He resolved to stay quiet. After all, this was Brisingia, not Giverny. It wasn't his business what happened here. The numbers involved seemed to make progress slow, reminding Pierre of the sluggish pace of the army of Morbagne during the invasion of the steppe. They left the road to Whitmar for the last part of the day's journey, coming to a country estate owned by the ducal family. It must have had the comfort required by the Dowager Duchess, for it was quite a detour from the direct route. Duke Walter was offered a room inside the house, but he was content to set up a camp in the grounds. He did accept an invitation inside for supper, however, bringing Pierre with him. The place reminded Pierre of his family's chateau back in Arbiost, for the first time making him feel a little homesick. There was a friendly, relaxed atmosphere inside, different from the formalities of the court in Essenberg. The servants had laid out food on tables in the kitchen, and everyone helped themselves. Hannah-Law had a large barrel of wine opened and insisted it had to be finished.
"To my father,"
she toasted, and everyone drank, even Pierre, who had very little idea what kind of man Duke Arn had been. Pierre looked about for Liesel. Instead, he saw Inga, standing alone with her cup of wine, watching me.
No, that's paranoia.
Nonetheless, he decided not to go looking for Liesel. Instead, Leopold found him. The Duke was all smiles, playing the role of the gracious host, introducing a series of Brisingians to Pierre.
"If Leopold is able to play the part of Leopold, Duke of Kelland, then I can play the part of Pierre, second son of Duke of Bastion. He's a pleasant, if rather dull chap, with absolutely no interest in Leopold's beautiful sister."
He shared some words with Heremias, Duke of Rotelagen. If he was a little vague on the life of Arn of Luderia, then Heremias' story had stayed with him. Father and brothers slain by the Haskins. He'd inherited the Duchy of Rotelagen at a tender age, facing the worst crisis imaginable. He'd been much younger than Pierre when he'd personally led his troops in the defense of Burkhard Castle, fighting the Drobacks.
What a story he could share,
Pierre thought. Instead, they exchanged tedious pleasantries.
He is playing the role of Heremias, Duke of Rotelagen,
Pierre realized. Hannah-Law joined them, cheeks flushed and speaking loudly. At one point, she reached out and played with Leopold's hair, before remembering where she was. Pierre found such a display of affection touching. Witnessing such moments always made him wish he could have shared more time with his own mother. The truth was, he couldn't remember her, though he felt sure she had loved him during the brief time they had together.
"I think you will like Whitmar, boys," she told them. "What is the city like?"
Pierre asked her.
"Oh, much smaller than Essenberg. The people are friendlier, more contented with life. It has been such a long time since I returned home. I do wonder if I would be happier staying in Whitmar."
Leopold rolled his eyes. "That wouldn't have anything to do with my plans to have Salvinus govern Luderia for me, would it, Mother?" Hannelore slapped him on the arm.
"Of course not, Leopold,"
she said, her eyes twinkling.
"Salvinus will govern Luderia?"
Pierre asked. "Someone has to rule when I am absent," said Leopold. "And for all Mother makes Whitmar sound absolutely lovely, I'll be returning to Essenberg." The next morning they rejoined the Whitmar road and resumed their journey northeast. It wasn't long before they had crossed into Luderia. Almost immediately, Pierre noticed how different the duchy was to Kelland and Borussia. Vast swaths of forest lay on either side of the road, and the settlements they passed were smaller, their wood buildings blending into the landscape rather than transforming it, as the Kellish had done with their huge farms.
"It reminds me of Morbagne,"
Pierre commented. Walter nodded. "Luderia is a sleeping giant. So much more could be done with it, but Arn was content to leave things be."
"That's likely to change,"
said Pierre. Walter raised an eyebrow.
"Leopold told me that Salvinus will govern the duchy for him."
Walter shared a grim look with Farid. "Leopold is free to appoint whoever he wishes," Walter said at last. They rode on in silence. It was a long day of riding, and everyone seemed saddle-sore and tired by the time Whitmar came into view. The late afternoon sun highlighted parts of the capital and cast others in shadow. Built on a rise overlooking the road, Whitmar occupied a large site. Its walls were wooden and flimsy-looking compared to Essenberg or Kolderberg. Stony-faced guards wearing the duchy's emblem, the green tree, waved them through. The streets they rode through were surprisingly quiet. Some citizens came out to get their first look at their new duke. But there was no friendly welcome for Leopold or delight at the return of his mother, Hannelore. "Rather somber," said Walter, frowning. "Remember, Salvinus has been here a while," said Farid sharply, as if no more needed to be said. They came upon the castle, which occupied a central position. Pierre could see a stone keep in the center, but everything else was constructed of wood, with huge split logs used to make the external walls. Here, the guards on the walls wore the eagle of Kelland. There were many of them, and their presence had the feel of an occupying force. There were gasps ahead of them, and when it was the turn of Walter's entourage to ride through the castle gate, they saw why. 4 heads had been placed on spikes that extended over the wall. Pierre looked at them with fascinated horror. They had been pecked at by birds, the eyes missing. "Salvinus," Farid muttered. Once inside the walls, the horses were stabled and the party escorted into the large stone-built keep. The castle staff was soon busy identifying the guests and taking them to the rooms allocated for them. Pierre didn't have one, but he was quick to assure an official that he was happy sleeping in the hall. The man gave him a grateful smile and moved on to one of the many people raising their voices and demanding attention. Pierre looked about the place, wandering through the ground-floor rooms. The smell of food lured him to the heart of the keep, where the kitchens were located next to the Duke's hall.
"It's a shame I can't help myself, like back home."
Raised voices in the hall grabbed his attention, and he wandered in. He spotted Leopold and Hannelore with their bodyguards. Beside Hannelore was a man he hadn't seen before. He was a middle-aged, soldierly type, with a scar from ear to chin and a sneer on his face. That has to be Salvinus. Facing Duke Leopold stood a group of 4 men. Again, Pierre hadn't seen these individuals before. It didn't take too much working out. Once one took in their fine clothes and decorated scabbards, to decide these must be Ludarian noblemen.
Lord Salvinus has abused us and our people, one of the men was telling Leopold. Used gratuitous threats and violence. We ask that you dismiss this minister and give your rule here a fresh start.
Good luck with that, Pierre thought.
Whiners who have obstructed my duties here, Salvinus said dismissively. He jabbed a finger at the man who had spoken. I have made every effort to use patience the last few days. You should see what happens when I lose my temper. There'll be violence then, that's for sure.
Lord Salvinus has my full confidence, said Leopold to the men. Pierre had thought as much.
Is Leopold really so blind to what Salvinus is? Or does he simply not care?
I know my grandfather ruled here for a long time, and change is hard to get used to, Leopold added, in a voice that suggested his words were meant to mollify. But I am Arne's lawful heir, and it is your duty to ensure that Ludaria respects that.
Of course, my liege, said another man, making a little bow. We are all delighted about your ascension.
He looked at Hannelore as if pleading for her to intervene.
But there are certain laws and liberties in Ludaria.
And Lord Salvinus has been invested with my authority, Leopold interrupted, to act as my representative in Ludaria. When he speaks to you, it is as if I am speaking to you. Is that understood? What else could they do but agree, Pierre wondered, as the four men bobbed their heads in submission. What they said in private, however, would no doubt be another thing. Leopold and Salvinus seemed determined to assert their authority on a people who already respected it. Where would that end, he wondered? But Leopold had made it clear in that drinking hole in Essenberg that he intended to rule Brisingia as it had never been ruled before. That ruthless approach seemed to have begun here in Whitmar. Such unpleasantness appeared to be forgotten at the evening's feast in honor of Leopold's arrival. The hall was full to bursting as Ludarians and Kellish ate, drank, and were entertained. It seemed like the feast had been planned by Salvinus days in advance, and Pierre, a late arrival to the guest list, hadn't been part of the planning. He didn't mind, however, to find himself some distance from the top table, where Leopold's family and his key advisers dined. Seated next to Farid, with the Barisian soldiers around them, it was possible to relax and enjoy the occasion. Not to mention, from here he could observe all of them, Leopold, Liesel, Salvinus, Inga, and the rest, without them noticing. There was another face in the hall Pierre recognized. He had been placed on a table full of Kellish aristocracy. Pierre was sure, however, that he hadn't travelled with them from Essenberg. He would have recognized that great wiggly mustache anywhere. Lord Cass had led the delegation to Arbiost with talk of a marriage between Liesel and Esterel. Talk that neither Liesel nor Walter knew anything about. If he hadn't come to Essenberg with Leopold, he must have come earlier, probably with Salvinus. As Pierre studied him, the diplomat seemed to catch his eye for a moment, then quickly looked away.
He knows who I am, Pierre decided, and doesn't want to attract my attention.
Pierre's focus returned to the goings-on at the top table when he saw Liesel excuse herself. He watched her leave the hall, presumably to visit the garderobe. It suddenly struck him as odd that she didn't have a lady attendant with her. He knew that his sister, Louise, never seemed to go anywhere without Sibelia at her side.
"You like her?"
Farid asked him quietly. Pierre felt himself turning red at being caught out watching her.
"She's very easy on the eye,"
he admitted.
"Oh, sure,"
Farid agreed.
"But you like her."
Then something caused the blood to drain from Pierre's face.
"Excuse me, Farid. I have to go."
"Good luck," Farid offered as Pierre got to his feet and left their table. But Farid had misread the situation. Pierre had seen Salvinus follow Liesel moments after she left. After what she had told him about the man, ignoring it wasn't an option. He followed them through an exit from the hall, finding himself in a gallery. He looked one way, then the next, seeing no one.
Damn it, I have no idea where I am.
He walked one way, then stopped, walking back the other.
Stop panicking.
He listened. Voices.
This way,
he told himself, marching to one end of the gallery. Down a short set of stairs, he came to a corner of the castle where a few rooms nestled against the outer wall. Moving quietly now, he could hear Salvinus's voice. Peering around a wall, he saw them both. The man had his arm on Liesel's shoulder, and she was pressed against the wall. Pierre took a few steps back so that he was out of view.
When your brother leaves, I will have total control of Luderia. Take whatever I want. It's about time you started being nice to me, Liesel.
That isn't going to happen.
Oh, but it is. Leopold and your mother have already agreed that you should stay here with me. They do what they're told, you see. You're going to start doing the same.
There was a fumbling sound.
Get off,
Liesel said. Anger ran through Pierre's body. He shook with it.
Control yourself, he demanded, and think. You can deal with this without getting yourself killed.
Chapter 7. Liesel. Whitmar, Duchy of Luderia, 672. Salvinus pushed her against the wall. He leaned in close so she could smell his foul breath.
When your brother leaves, I will have total control of Luderia. Take whatever I want. It's about time you start being nice to me, Liesel.
How she hated this man and what he had done to her family. She wished she had magic like Inga and could obliterate him on the spot. But she didn't, and she couldn't.
That isn't going to happen,
she said, trying to sound confident, trying not to sound scared.
Oh, but it is. Leopold and your mother have already agreed that you should stay here with me. They do what they're told, you see. You're gonna start doing the same.
That was the trouble. He was right about her brother and mother. She was alone, and it was hard at times not to despair. With one hand, he kept her shoulder pinned to the wall. The other went to her hip, pulled at her dress. Liesel grabbed his wrist.
Get off!
Salvinus moved his lips to her ear.
Maybe you can join me and your mother in bed, he whispered. We'll teach you a few things.
Gods, he repulsed her. He knew it too, derived a sick pleasure from her reaction. That was one reason she tried, desperately, not to react. The sound of clumsy footsteps came from the gallery. Salvinus pulled away from her. A figure came tottering towards them. Pierre, the boy from Morbain.
What's he doing here? Praise Alexia he is. The gong's this way, right?
He slurred, as if he was the worse for drink. Liesel fought to repress a smile. She knew it was a pretense. He must have heard what was happening and decided on this ruse. Clever. Pierre staggered straight for Salvinus, who grabbed the front of his shirt in a fist. Salvinus was far from amused.
Hey,
Pierre protested.
All I'm after is a piss. Actually, I'm not sure this Brasintian wine agrees with me. I feel like I may have to spew. Just a little. Are you going to direct me to the gong or not?
You insolent cur,
Salvinus growled. He pushed Pierre backwards, crashing him against the same wall where he had caught Liesel.
Do you know who you are speaking to?
Pierre's eyes went wide.
I don't give a fig who you are, sir, he replied loudly. You are currently manhandling the son of Duke Bastian of Morbain. Is this how noble guests are treated in Luderia?
Pierre's volume had risen to a crescendo now. Salvinus looked towards the gallery with a frown. Then he looked at Liesel. She nodded.
This is Peer, son of Duke Bastian. He accompanied us from Essenberg.
Liesel watched as Salvinus calculated on the spot. She could tell he would have preferred to give Peer a good beating. But the more he thought about the consequences of that, the less likely it was he would go through with it. Then he was laughing. Good humour suddenly turned on like a tap.
Oh, my Lord Peer, what a comical misunderstanding. I was sure you were some thug, disrespecting Duke Leopold's sister. You'll understand, I'm sure, why I felt the need to defend her honour.
Of course I do apologize, Lady Liesel, said Peer. But listen, old man, I really do need to find the pisser.
Naturally, said Salvinus. This way.
They walked off, arms around each other's shoulder like they were best of friends.
Thank you,
Liesel mouthed to the departing pair, and wasted no time in returning to the hall. Liesel spent the night in the company of her sister. Here in the rooms allocated to Duke Heremias, she had some security. In the morning, they spoke while they embroidered, an old habit from childhood. Katrina had given Liesel a cushion cover, something even she couldn't mess up. Her sister, meanwhile, was in the middle of some grand project for the cathedral in Guslar. Liesel couldn't help but envy Katrina her sense of purpose. She and her husband were full of plans to restore the battered duchy of Rotelagen to glory. Liesel, meanwhile, lived in limbo, powerless while she waited for others to decide her fate. She waited patiently as Katrina shared all her plans and complained about her dragon of a mother-in-law. Then it was her turn. She told her sister about Peer and his strange news that Lord Cass had offered her to his brother. Katrina raised her eyebrows at this.
I suppose it makes some kind of sense. Nicholas of Giverny has no children. There's every chance that Esterel will become king one day. Imagine that, Liesel. You would be queen.
Liesel nodded, not knowing what to think of that. When she thought of such things, there was a numbness inside her that stopped her from feeling anything much.
What is it?
Katrina asked.
What's happened?
Liesel kept her eyes on her work.
It's getting worse. Salvinus.
She found it hard to say more.
I'm sorry,
Katrina said. She took Liesel's chin in her hand and raised her face until their eyes met.
He's not. No, but it's only a matter of time,
said Liesel, feeling herself shaking.
He's persuaded Leopold and Mother that I should stay here.
She watched Katrina search for the right words to say. But her sister wasn't going to pretend everything would be all right, and there were no easy answers.
Maybe I could persuade them to let you visit me,
she said at last.
Maybe,
said Liesel. It was an idea, something to cling to. Leopold's inauguration took place in Whitmar Cathedral. The building was smaller than Essenberg's and allowed a surprising amount of intimacy to the service. The Bishop of Whitmar seemed to know her grandfather well and spoke of many small acts of kindness from his life, as well as addressing the larger story that Liesel knew all too well. The marriage of his daughter Hannelore to Baldwin of Kelland, a union that had defined the empire. Arne's support of Baldwin at a key moment, leading his troops to Bucard Castle in defense of Brisingia. Then, the next year, he had sent his only son, Tobias, in his stead. Tobias had died in the slaughter at Bucard, burned alive along with his men by dragonfire. As the bishop reminded them of the painful episode, Liesel's mother and grandmother burst into sobs to her right, gripping each other in their shared grief. Liesel couldn't help but wonder how Arne had lived with that decision in the years that followed. Surely he must have regretted it every day. Fateful in other ways too, for the death of Liesel's uncle meant that Leopold now inherited the duchy instead. But the service had shown Liesel that there were other parts to her grandfather's life, things to be celebrated, and for that she was grateful. Then it was time for Leopold to be confirmed a duke for the second time in his short life. Her brother was seated on a high-backed, beautifully decorated wooden chair. The ceremony was simple, and to the point, an approach to life that seemed to be a feature of Ludarian life. Leopold agreed to respect the rights of Ludarians and fulfill his duties as Duke. Liesel knew as she watched him that, to her brother, these were nothing more than words that needed to be said. Then the assembled congregation left their seats and got to their knees. The bishop asked the gods for their blessings, and the Ludarians agreed to faithfully serve their new duke. Afterwards, everyone emptied into the cathedral gardens. A crowd surrounded her brother, tripping over one another to congratulate him. All Liesel could hear was Salvinus's brash voice. All she could see were Inga's knowing looks. She retreated, following a path that wound its way through flower beds. Footsteps behind made her turn. She was relieved to see Peer. He walked beside her for a while.
"Thank you for yesterday,"
she said at last. He shrugged. Liesel wasn't sure how to respond to that. It was rude not to acknowledge someone's gratitude.
"Are you all right?"
Peer asked at last.
"He hasn't. I slept in my sister's room last night." "Oh, good. I didn't sleep a wink. We really need to do something about that bastard."
Liesel smiled. It was nice to have someone on her side. And it was hard not to like him. There was an edge, a confidence to him, but also a decency that few people around her had.
"I've warned you, Peer,"
she reminded him, making a show of looking behind them. No one there.
"You need to take care. But,"
she paused, looking into his eyes,
"I thank you for your concern and your friendship."
Some unreadable emotion crossed his face for a moment. Then it was gone.
"What he said,"
Peer persisted,
"about you staying here in Whitmar. We can't let that happen. I was thinking, what if I spoke to Leopold about it? He's your brother, after all. Even if he keeps Salvinus on, for whatever reason, I'm sure he'll agree to you returning to Essenberg with him."
He made it sound so reasonable, which no doubt it would be, in a normal family.
"There's something you need to understand about Leopold,"
Liesel said, resuming her walk through the garden as Peer walked alongside her.
"He was 5 years old when he lost his father. The Drobaks stormed Essenberg. They were everywhere, swarming through the city. Salvinus only just got my family out in time. Leopold was terrified. Had no idea why his world had suddenly turned upside down. At least Katrina and I were old enough to understand what was happening. But Leopold, for all his boasting and titles and visits to the rookery, inside he's still that terrified 5-year-old boy. Mother was just as scared as he was. They've both relied on Salvinus and Inga ever since. Inga is odd, distant, but Salvinus has become father, husband, big brother, advisor, protector. He's taken away their fear because he does everything for them. Standing up to him, saying no to him. It all comes back again. They can't do it."
"I see," said Peer. "Not you or your sister, though."
"I remember my father,"
Liesel said.
"Salvinus is nothing like him."
Their path opened onto a paved meeting area. Standing there, as if she had been expecting them, was Inga.
"Two little lovebirds," she said in a silly voice. "How adorable."
Liesel was used to the witch's barbs, but she felt Peer bristle with anger beside her.
"Do you think you're funny?"
he demanded.
"Please, Peer, don't antagonize her."
"I remember my first love,"
Inga continued, ignoring him.
"It was your father, Liesel. I was only your age, and he was a lot older. But who's going to say no to an emperor when he wants you in his bed?"
"That's a lie,"
said Liesel, the words leaving her mouth before she'd decided she wanted to say them. Her father wouldn't have shared his bed with a witch. Inga looked nothing like her mother. Inga had the gall to look offended.
"I don't know why you think I would lie about such a thing. I don't claim he loved me more than your mother. I don't pretend he loved me at all. It was all about the sex with him."
"Stop it,"
Peer shouted.
"We don't want to hear about your sordid fantasies."
Inga looked at him coldly.
"Oh, what?
she asked. Her voice was deathly quiet, her impish manner gone.
Pierre,
Liesel warned him, putting a hand to his arm.
or I'll teach you a lesson.
Inga's hand shot out. She yelled an indecipherable noise. Liesel felt the force hit Pierre. One moment she had a hold of his arm, the next he was lying flat on the ground. She crouched down, panicking. She put a hand to his neck, trying to find a pulse. Inga joined her.
Here,
She said, taking Liesel's hand, putting her fingers to the right place.
he'll live.
She stood. Reassured somewhat, Liesel got to her feet.
He's just a boy.
Be careful then, Liesel, because this boy will return to Javern one day, and we don't want his stories to be full of how terrible the rulers of Brisingia are. Better he never return. Do you understand?
I get it.
Good.
Said Inga. She got closer, her face mere inches away.
You've lived a charmed life so far, Liesel. Beautiful daughter of an emperor. Never wanted for anything. But such a life has left you soft and spoiled.
Suddenly the witch's hand was at her chest, her finger and thumb squeezing Liesel's nipple. Liesel felt her mouth open like a fish, so shocked she had nothing to say.
But it's time you learned to use your body and your pretty face. That's how you will get what you want from life. Otherwise, you'll forever be a victim.
Her hand slid away.
And Liesel, darling, victims are such bores.
Chapter 8. Pear. Whitmar, Duchy of Luderia, 672. Pear awoke in a bed in an unfamiliar room. As he stirred, still groggy, his memories returned. Inga in the cathedral gardens, her lewd comments about Liesel's father. He'd wanted nothing more than to shut her up. Then her outstretched arms. She used magic on me, he realized, not quite believing it. He put a hand to his face, his body, checking everything was still there. Who knows what curses a witch might use? But he detected nothing untoward. He got up and looked around the small castle room. There were enough objects in there he recognized for him to work out where he was. Duke Walter's room. He'd obviously been taken there after Inga had cast her spell on him. At least he hadn't been put in some dungeon cell, but he had to find out if Liesel was all right. Pierre exited the room into a corridor. It took him a while to get his bearings, and then he had to ask a servant for directions. He made for the location he hoped Liesel would be, her sister's rooms. The servant who opened the door asked him to wait. It wasn't long before Heremias, Liesel's brother-in-law, appeared. "Can I see Liesel?" Pierre asked him. "Your manner suggests you won't take no for an answer," Heremias observed. "I apologize," said Pierre. "I just need to know she's safe." "I understand. Come on, Pierre," he said. Heremias had a suite of rooms for his entourage. He led him into his private room. "I've told my wife you were here. Take a seat," he said, gesturing to a chair. The Duke fixed them each a drink. "Ever had arak before?" "No," said Pierre, taking the offered cup and giving the amber liquid a sniff. It was strong. "It'll calm your nerves after what happened," Heremias recommended. Pierre sipped at it. It pickled his tongue, went down smoothly, then spread warmth to his chest. "Nice. You know what happened?" "Well, I helped carry you to Walter's room." Katrina and Liesel entered the room. Both wore wary expressions. "At least she's safe," Pierre told himself. He looked at them all. "Do they know what happened to me?" he asked Liesel. "Yes," she said. "You fainted. Maybe the cathedral was too airless for you." She looked at him, chin in the air as if challenging him to say differently. Pierre gritted his teeth. "So that's how she's going to play it."
Seems like Inga can do anything she likes and get away with it.
Katrina and Jeremias looked uncomfortable.
So they should.
I know it's not what you want to hear, Jeremias ventured into the silence, but you need to take care of yourself, Pierre. Pierre got to his feet. The blood rushed to his head and he swayed a little, whether from his fainting or the arak, he wasn't sure.
Thanks for the drink,
he said on the way out. Pierre stalked about Whitmar Castle. He'd never been so angry. He realized he missed Humbert too. His friend had always been someone to talk to. Now he was alone, with no one to confide in, and he was at a loss about what he should do. Liesel was in danger from Salvinus, too scared to tell people. Those few who did know, like him, were threatened by Inga. Liesel had asked him not to tell her Uncle Walter, for fear of what Inga might do. No doubt after what had just happened in the cathedral gardens, she now feared for Pierre as well. Pierre's limited options swirled around his mind, each one discounted for one reason or another, then returned to again. The one he knew he wouldn't take was doing nothing. At last, he made a decision. He would find Leopold and confront him. He found the new Duke of Luderia in the main hall of the castle. He had expected him to be surrounded by hangers-on, but there were only 3 others. One he knew, Gervais Salvinus, the man who would govern the duchy for him. The other 2, both young men, Pierre hadn't seen before. "Ah, just the man I wanted to see," Leopold called out as Pierre approached. He offered his hand and Pierre took it. "These gentlemen are Albrecht and Heinke." Pierre nodded at the pair, and they nodded back, a little wary perhaps. "They're going to show me the sights of Whitmar. I assume you're coming, Pierre."
Why not? This could be my chance, he realized, to talk with Leopold on his own.
Though perhaps keep young Pierre away from the wine,
Salvinus suggested dryly. Pierre forced himself to grin at the comment.
Better for this man to think me a fool.
"He kept down a pint of ale from the rookery," said Leopold. "If he can do that, I'll wager he'll have no trouble in Whitmar." Once it was just the 4 of them, Albrecht and Heinke relaxed a little, keen to show off their knowledge of the taprooms of Whitmar. Sons of Luderian nobility, they had the income and leisure to have built up some experience. Albrecht had a drinker's belly, while Heinke was short and stocky, putting his drinks away like his insides were hollow. Pierre found he liked the city. Smaller than Kolderberg and not nearly so big as Essenberg. It was easy to get his bearings, even after they had visited several establishments. By the time they reached the Black Wheel, they were in high spirits. Leopold introduced himself to the other patrons as their new duke, and, to much cheering, offered them all a drink on the house. When the owner dared to ask him how he was paying for it, Leopold made some vague comment about bringing him the money tomorrow. Pierre couldn't help but find the owner's expression amusing, even if there was a part of him that knew it was wrong. Even deeper into their cups, Leopold called the man over and pointed out a barmaid they had been admiring. "She's gorgeous. I want you to set me up with her in one of your rooms." "That's my daughter," said the man. Pierre could see the man struggling to contain his anger and felt ashamed to be a part of it. Not Albrecht or Heinke, though. They didn't hide their amusement. Albrecht sniggering, Heinke guffawing. "So?" asked Leopold, an edge to his voice. "I'm the Duke of Luderia, man. If you want my patronage, you'll set it up."
"Leopold, stop it," Pierre demanded. "It's disrespectful."
"Nonsense," said Leopold. "A mistress of a duke is an honorable position. Never mind mistress of the next emperor." The fact that Leopold was behaving just like Salvinus served to remind Pierre why he had come along in the first place.
"I need to talk with you. In private."
Leopold gave him a cold look. "The only person I want to see in private is that girl."
"It involves your sister,"
Pierre told him. A part of his mind warned Peer that this was a mistake. It wasn't the right circumstances, but another part pushed him on. Things needed to be said, and if he waited for the perfect opportunity, they never would be. Leopold looked at him incredulous. "You want to speak about my sister?"
"Yes, Liesel."
Peer was aware of the reactions of those around him. Albrecht and Heinke had cooled towards him again. He waited while the owner of the inn slunk away, now forgotten by the other three. "Say your piece here," Leopold said, giving him a dangerous look.
"First," said Peer, "did you authorize Lord Cass to negotiate with my father about a marriage between Liesel and my brother?"
Leopold's eyes narrowed with suspicion. "That's a lie."
"Hardly. I was there. There were plenty of witnesses. Second,"
he paused, struggling with the weight of what he had to say next, struggling with how to phrase it.
"Salvinus. He leches after her, tries to bed her. I witnessed that myself as well."
Leopold shrugged. "Liesel is very attractive. I'd try to bed her myself if I wasn't her brother. Wouldn't you?" he asked his two friends, who nodded along. He seemed to think about it. "Maybe it shouldn't stop me." Heinke guffawed with laughter. "Too much," he said.
Peer stared at Leopold. "So this is who you are?" he thought. "I can't claim that I wasn't warned to keep my mouth shut."
But standing there, looking at Leopold's arrogant face, with Heinke's braying laughter echoing around him, he was in no mood to shrug and walk away.
"So you're too scared of Salvinus to keep him in check?"
It was only there for a moment. Then Leopold regained his composure, but Peer had seen that his barb had hit home. "Teach this fucker a lesson," the Duke said. Heinke was only too keen, stepping into Peer, fist heading for his midriff. But Peer had seen it coming. He blocked, then sent his own punch crashing into Heinke's jaw, sending him to the floor of the inn. Pain shot through his hand and wrist, and he wondered whether he'd broken something. Neither Leopold nor Albrecht looked like they fancied a turn. But then the Duke was bellowing, "Arrest this man!" Enough Ludarians were ready to obey their Duke's orders. Enough for Peer to know it was pointless trying to resist. He was manhandled and forced to his knees, whereupon Heinke delivered the blow to the guts he had been after. The wind was knocked from Peer's body, and he was coughing and spluttering, desperately trying to suck in air. When he was finally able to breathe and lift his head, Leopold was in front of him, with a knife. The inn had gone deathly quiet, a nervous quality to the atmosphere. "You decided to lecture me on how to rule?" Leopold asked him. "Who do you think you are?" A smile came to Leopold's face then, as if a great idea had come to him. Peer didn't like the look of it. "Since you're so obsessed with Salvinus, maybe I should give you a scar just the same as his." He put the tip of the blade just below Peer's ear. Peer was in little doubt that Leopold would do it.
"I wouldn't,"
Peer stammered.
"My father wouldn't be pleased,"
he warned, hating that he was resorting to using his status to stop the bastard from going through with it. Leopold laughed. "Am I supposed to fear what the Duke of Morbagne might do?" He studied Peer, thinking, "Or maybe it isn't Salvinus you're obsessed with. Maybe it's my sister." "Yes, that would make more sense. So keen to put your dick in her, you're worried Salvinus might get in there first." He withdrew his knife, only to return it to an even more unpleasant location. "Maybe I should cut your cock off instead. Protect my sister's virtue." Peer had run out of things to say now. He looked at Leopold, hoping he'd be spared. "No," said the Duke. "I like the scar idea best. That way you'll still want to nug all the girls, but none of them will want to." Peer's face burned with agony as Leopold slit his face from ear to chin. Then they let him go, and Peer staggered out of the black wheel, only vaguely aware of what he was doing. He felt the cool night air on his wound. It was dripping blood, and he put one hand over it in an attempt to close the wound. He realized he was shaking. A part of him had been sure Leopold wouldn't go through with it, that it was all bluff. That part of him still struggled to believe what had just happened. But another part of him had been sobered up by the assault. That part led him back to Whitmar Castle with purpose. Walter stood in shock when Pierre burst into his room. "What happened to you?" the Duke asked, peering at Pierre's face, still leaking blood.
"Never mind that," said Pierre. "There's something I need to tell you."
"We will have to mind it," Walter said. "But if there is something more important, then of course you must tell me." At last, Pierre told Walter about what Liesel had confided to him. He carefully relayed the details of Salvinus's assault on her in the castle hall, and how he had intervened. Only then did he explain his wound, how he had confronted Leopold about Salvinus.
"I'm sorry I didn't come to you before,"
Pierre told Walter when he was done. "I won't pretend I wish you hadn't spoken to me sooner than this," Walter said when he was done. "But at least you've seen sense and done it now. I need to think carefully about how we proceed with this matter. In the meantime, we need to get you cleaned and stitched up." Walter dropped Pierre off with the physician of the castle. They'd had to wake him up first. Since the man now worked for Leopold, it was somewhat ironic that he was fixing the damage meted out by the Duke. Not that Pierre or Walter told him the truth about how he received the wound.
"I'm learning,"
Pierre told himself.
"Finally."
When he returned to Walter's room, it was the middle of the night. He found himself in somewhat surprising company. Liesel's sister, Katrina, was seated on her uncle's bed. On a chair sat Lord Cass, the diplomat who had come to Arbiost. Standing over him was Farid, hand not so subtly on the hilt of his sword. Cass looked distinctly uneasy. "Come in, Pierre," Walter said tersely. He exuded authority over proceedings, and Pierre found himself wondering why exactly he had taken so long to put such a serious matter into Walter's hands.
"It is surprising," he marveled, "how one can be so damned stupid and only realize it afterwards."
Walter pointed a thick finger at Cass. "We're getting somewhere. No surprise to learn that Cass was sent into Morbagne on the orders of Salvinus and Inga. More of a surprise is who went with him. 3 of Salvinus's killers. I don't know if there was ever any intention of the marriage taking place. It has all the signs of a covert operation, a ruse for these men to gain access to your father's court. Because once Cass set off back for the Empire, the 3 individuals stayed in Morbagne. Can you think of any reason, Pierre, what they might have been up to? Anything stolen, or worse?" Pierre racked his brain. Nothing was dislodged. He knew nothing of these men Walter talked about, and nothing bad had happened after Cass's visit. Nothing he was privy to, anyway. He shook his head.
"Sorry, nothing."
Cass sighed with relief. Walter looked at Pierre.
"I'm not sure he believes me," Pierre realized, "but I suppose I can't complain if he doesn't fully trust me anymore."
Walter shrugged, reluctantly moving on. He stared at Cass. "What brought you to agree to such a reckless course of action? I can't understand."
"I'm sorry," Cass got out, sounding genuine. "It's not what I wanted. But things have changed in Essenberg. It's not possible to say no to Salvinus any longer. Not if you don't want to end up at the bottom of the council."
"You could have warned me," Walter said. "Got word out somehow."
"I know. I'm sorry and ashamed. If I could make it up, I would."
"You can," Walter said. "For a start, this conversation never happened. And from now on, you're my eyes and ears in Essenberg."
"Of course,"
Cass agreed. "And if I get the faintest whiff of a double-cross, you will end up in the council. I have killers who work for me, Cass, and they're better than the oafs on Salvinus's payroll."
"You have my word."
Walter sighed. "Get out." Cass wasted no time in exiting the room. "I think we can trust him," Walter said, as if trying to convince himself. "At least for a while. But either way, we need to act fast now. News of what happened to Pierre will spread around the castle shortly. It gives us an excuse to leave. Katrina, Your role in this will be crucial.
She's my sister, Katrina said. I would do anything to see her safe.
I know. Walter moved to the bed and Katrina got to her feet. They embraced. It was hard for Pierre to see Katrina's tears. I should have done more to look after you both, Walter said. But there's no point in dwelling on the past. We will all do what's right now. What we do for Liesel will make all our lives more difficult, but it is the right thing to do.
Walter gave his niece a last pat on the back, and they separated. Katrina headed for the door, stopping as she reached Pierre. Thank you for what you've done, she told him, and I apologize for what my brother did. He got lost somewhere in all of this.
When Katrina left, Walter took a long look at Farid, then turned to Pierre. Right, young man. You are so upset about what happened last night that I have decided to return to Colderberg immediately. That means that if anyone should stop and ask, you will be distraught, understood?
We're leaving, Pierre asked him. With Liesel.
Walter exchanged a glance with Farid. Not quite. Walter's entourage left Whitmar when it was still dark. Pierre was grateful when the first rays of sunlight lightened the sky. He'd come close to falling asleep while riding in the darkness. He was exhausted, and the ale he'd quaffed last night had left him with a thumping headache. The daylight, combined with the exercise of riding, gradually improved his condition. His hand constantly strayed to his face, touching the puckered skin.
It could be worse, he tried telling himself. Leopold threatened to cut my cock off.
At times, alone with his thoughts, he contemplated the various ways he might take revenge on Leopold. But more often, he thought about Liesel, hoping she was safe. They crossed into Kelland before stopping for the night, Walter organizing a hasty camp not far from the road. Pierre was asleep moments after lying down. He had to be woken the next morning. Soon they had rejoined the Whitmar road, heading for Essenberg. But they hadn't gone far when a figure on the road ahead of them caused them to pull up. Inga stood alone. There was no horse or other form of transport nearby, causing Pierre to wonder how she had got ahead of them. He didn't like to think about such things.
"Where is she?" the witch demanded.
Pierre shuddered. It was as if she had poked into his mind, looking for an answer to her question. But Pierre didn't know where Liesel was. "She?" Walter asked innocently.
"Don't mess with me, Walter," Inga fumed. "I know you're behind it."
She glared at Pierre, who glanced away. He had never seen Inga come close to losing her temper. Hadn't thought it possible. Internally, he reveled in it, but he forced himself to keep a straight face, sensing that a grin might provoke a dangerous reaction. "Yet you have no proof," Walter said, "just as I have no proof that you've been interfering in other countries." He glanced in Pierre's direction. Inga appeared to acknowledge that, and she calmed down.
"In truth, I thought I would find her with you. You've played it well, making me think she was with Katrina all this time. But what you think you stand to achieve by interfering like this, I can't understand. You've made a very big mistake, Walter."
She looked about their group for a moment, her eyes narrowed.
"Wait, where is Farid?"
"I sent him ahead to Colderberg. He has things to do." Inga smiled her mocking smile. Suddenly she seemed to be feeling better.
"Then I might go to Colderberg myself. If I find that Farid has abducted Liesel, I'll kill him."
She gave a careless shrug.
"Duke Leopold's orders."
Walter gave a shrug of his own. "If you find him." Chapter 9. Liesel. Whitmar, Duchy of Luderia, 672. "Katrina," Heremias called. "Farid is here." Liesel looked at Katrina. Her sister had a nervous expression on her face. She approached Liesel and took her hand, pulling her to her feet.
Come. Why? Liesel asked, suspicious. What's going on? You need to escape Whitmar. Liesel, come on.
Liesel shook her head.
No.
If Farid was here, it meant Walter was a part of this. And the last thing she wanted was her uncle and sister brought into a confrontation with Salvinus and Inga. There would only be one winner in that contest. Katrina squeezed her hand until it hurt.
I'm telling you to go. If Father was here, he would say the same.
Katrina's words caught Liesel off guard, hitting her with emotion.
If Father was here, this wouldn't be happening.
But she allowed her sister to lead her into the adjoining room. Jeremias and Farid were murmuring quietly to one another. Liesel knew very well that both men had fought at Burkhardt Castle with her father, distinguished themselves in their own way. It gave her a sliver of confidence that whatever they had planned might work. She looked at the three of them.
I suppose Pierre is responsible for this, she said. Yes, said Katrina, and he did exactly the right thing. Now, let Farid explain things.
Katrina and Jeremias will act as if you are still here, Farid told her. Walter will head west, back to Borussia. By the time Salvinus and Inga realize you're not with either of them, you and I will be long gone. Liesel hesitated. Cold fear clutched at her insides, but she was sick of that feeling.
All right,
she agreed. I brought clothes for you to change into, said Farid. They had to wait until morning, when the north gate of Whitmar was opened. They left on horseback. Don't worry, Farid said to her. You'll make a good man. He dressed her in warrior gear, a huge cloak covering everything and a hood pulled over her face. Liesel wasn't so sure about the disguise. It didn't look right, and it would only take one observant individual to say something when Salvinus asked questions. Farid took them north. Liesel glanced across at him, riding his horse like he was born in the saddle. She'd been a little intimidated by Farid as a girl. He didn't talk much, feeling no inclination to put people at ease. His looks had been alien to her. The dark coloring of the Midians, with long hair tied back in a ponytail, had made him seem like a strange savage. Even if she had outgrown such childish judgments, there were other things she had continued to hold against him. Walter's relocation to Kolderberg, in the years after she had lost her father, had been a bitter blow to take. It had been far easier to blame this man than her beloved uncle. Here he was, though, not thinking twice about helping her out of this mess. She knew he was risking his life doing it. Are you all right? He asked, catching her looking at him.
I'm fine.
You ride well, he offered.
I loved my riding lessons, she told him. Being outside, I used to complain when Leopold got to go to martial training, and I wasn't allowed, even though he was younger.
It's not too late to learn, he said. You're still young.
I suppose I am, compared to you, she thought. Do you intend to go to Rotelegen? She asked him.
That was the obvious destination if they were heading north. In her opinion, a little too obvious, since any pursuers might expect them to head to the duchy of her brother-in-law. The alternative was to the lands of the mysterious Caladri. That was unlikely, though she wouldn't put it past her companion. Farid turned in his saddle, looking behind them towards Whitmar. Once I am sure we are out of sight of the city, we will change course to the east.
Ah, Liesel thought. I should have expected another ruse.
East, she repeated, unable to work out where their final destination might be. East was, well, nowhere. To Atrabia, Farid said.
Atrabia?
The duchy her grandfather had conquered and added to the empire by force. The Atrabians thought her entire family were devils. Why, by the gods, would they go to Atrabia? Farid studied her reaction. Was that a smirk on his face? No one will expect that, he said. Farid set a grueling pace, but Liesel was hardly going to complain. The faster they rode, the sooner they would leave Luderia, and the less likely they would be caught. She wondered whether her absence had yet been noticed. Were they being hunted already? Salvinus with a pack of his mercenaries? More terrifying was the thought of Inga, furious at being defied. Liesel knew it was the witch who should be truly feared. A line of hills marked the border with Atrabia. Farad led them through a pass that wound between two mounds of rock, forcing them to ride single file. He peered upwards. "Don't be alarmed," he said, "but I think we're being trailed."
"We've only just left Luderia,"
Liesel complained. It confirmed everything that was said about the Atrabians in Essenberg. Incorporated into Brisingia by Emperor Bernard, yet they still acted as if they were an independent kingdom. Most damning of all, when her father had called on the Atrabians for aid against the Drobak's horde that had invaded the Empire, they hadn't come. The longer they travelled, the closer Liesel came to concluding that Atrabia was simply a wasteland. It made her wonder why her grandfather had put so much effort into subduing the territory in the first place. Everywhere she looked, there were hills and mountains from where the Atrabians could spy on an enemy force. Even the lowlands were covered in woodland and gorse, from where the Atrabians might launch an ambush. She understood enough about war to realize this place would have been hell to take by force. Liesel let out a sigh of relief when Farad stopped to make camp. The romantic notions she had previously held of adventuring and war had taken a knock after a relentless day of exhausting travel. She was stiff and sore, desiring nothing more than a wash and a hot meal and her bed. She would get none of that. Farad seemed disinterested in providing any sort of comfort for them, tending instead to their horses. He caught her looking over. "You can rest for a while," he said.
"Can I not help?" she asked. "After sitting all day, I'd rather stretch my legs."
"Of course." He pointed towards a copse of trees. "Any dry wood will help with our evening fire. You can do your business in there too if you wish." Liesel was both shocked and grateful for his plain speaking.
"What about the people following us?"
she asked, looking about as if she might spot them. The last thing she wanted was some Atrabian soldier catching her in the middle of her business. "I'm pretty sure they won't bother us tonight," Farad assured her. When Liesel collected fuel, Farad built their camp, 2 places to sleep and a fire. He prepared their meal. As night fell, they could clearly see a second fire on the rise not far away. So Farad had been right about being followed. She didn't know why, but something about that fire made her feel more reassured than threatened, as if whoever was up there was looking out for them.
"Thank you for doing this,"
she said to Farad, realizing she hadn't said a word of gratitude yet. She hated the idea that people might think her a spoiled brat. But she'd grown up with people doing things for her on a daily basis. Gratitude didn't come as naturally as it should. "You're welcome," Farad said. "You know, Walter and I would have acted sooner, if we'd realized how bad things were." The Magnian stared into the flames, a brooding expression on his face. "We got preoccupied with our work in Borussia. The last 10 years have flown by, and we didn't take enough notice of the world outside. Didn't want to, I suppose, is the truth of it."
"No one asked you for help until last night,"
Liesel said, feeling sorry for him. Why shouldn't Farad and Walter have been allowed to live their lives? They'd given plenty for the Empire already. Farad wasn't even a Brisingian. He didn't owe her anything, much less have to risk his life for her benefit.
"I didn't want you to get involved,"
she explained. "I'm grateful you did. Grateful that Peyer told us." He looked at her. "I feel like I've been woken from a long sleep," he grimaced. "But it's not too late to make amends." They woke early and were soon riding eastwards again. Liesel detected a slight softening in the land about them. The path they took became a mud track, the first piece of evidence that there was any civilization in Atrabia. Hoofbeats caused them to turn around. 3 riders cantered behind them, keeping to the pace Farad set, but making no attempt to catch up. "Our friends from last night," Farad commented, unconcerned. Later they passed through a settlement. A fast-moving stream to the north provided the people with water, and Liesel could see sheep grazing nearby. She reckoned there were about 20 wooden houses in all. She met eyes with a dark-featured Atrabian woman. The woman's look wasn't so much suspicious as it was observant. Farad didn't stop, and their honor guard passed through the settlement too, still keeping the same distance behind. As midday approached, they came upon a second settlement, large enough to be called a town. It lay either side of a stream, presumably the same one Liesel had noticed earlier. Rough wooden walls encircled it, defending the crossing point. Farad called a halt. Looking ahead, Liesel could see the track they followed led to an open gate in the town's wall. "Best to get permission to enter," Farad said. He looked behind them at the 3 riders who had been following them, who finally approached. 2 men and a woman, all about Liesel's age, with the same dark eyes and hair of the woman from the previous settlement. All 3 wore long woolen cloaks, and each had a linen bag hanging from their saddle, the length of a short bow. Their mounts were small and nimble-looking. "We've come looking for Prince Gavin," Farad said to them. "He's been told of your arrival," one of the men answered in a lilting accent. "We'll take you into Treglan," he said, nodding at the town ahead of them. "The prince may be there already. If not, you can wait for him." Unlike Essenberg, there were no guards employed at the gate or town walls. Instead, all the folk of Treglan stopped their business to examine the new arrivals as they rode past. Once they realized who the first 3 riders were, they called out a friendly greeting. Farad and Liesel were treated to a more neutral, silent appraisal. In a land where everyone knew one another, strangers stood out. Prince Gavin had a house in the center of the town where Farad and Liesel were taken. Literally, Liesel was amazed to see a house. No hall or castle or any such grandeur. Their horses were stabled, and they were taken inside. A fire burned brightly in the main room, but no one was there. Liesel and Farad were offered comfy chairs to sit in, and then the 3 Atrabians left them alone. Liesel looked around. It was beautiful inside, with blackened wooden frames and whitewashed walls, like the country cottages in Kelland. But it was so small she still found it hard to believe the Prince of Atrabia would choose it as a residence. Gavin didn't make them wait long. He entered the room alone, wearing simple woolen clothing. He looked relaxed. Liesel reckoned he was the same age as Farad. He had the same warrior's physique, a strong-jawed face with a trimmed beard and brown eyes that had a sparkle to them. Farad and Liesel went on one knee. "Please, that is not necessary," he said quickly, directing them back to their chairs. "Lady Liesel, be assured I am at your service. You have had some hard travel from what I am told."
"It was decided we had to leave in a hurry," Liesel admitted, glancing at Farad.
"Decided by—" "Duke Walter gave the order for me to take the lady here," Farad said. "You can blame him that we've landed on your doorstep." Gavin smiled at that. "It is nothing but an honor to have you both here. I'm a little surprised, but pleased that Walter put so much faith in me."
"I think it was a case of taking me to the most unlikely location," Liesel said.
"Ah," Gavin acknowledged. "That makes sense. But things really are that serious." Liesel didn't know what to say. What ought she tell this prince? What did she want to tell him? She knew that while she had come here looking for help, Gavin had never been an ally of her family.
"I wasn't safe at court."
A slight frown passed over Gavin's face. He seemed to consider his next words. "It's not a story that I often tell, but I was one of the last people to see your father alive." He looked at her, checking to see her reaction.
"What?"
Liesel wondered.
"He expects me to burst into tears at the mention of my father."
"I presume you know something of the story," Gavin continued. "The Isherite army was loose in the Empire. We, the Atrabians, had come west to disrupt their advance. At the same time, your father came east, leading the horde away from Essenberg. Well, away from you, he recalled. You were only young then.
I was 7.
Baldwin insisted he would face the enemy and that my force should withdraw. My Atrebians should help his soldiers escape, which of course we did. It was a very brave thing to witness. Until then, your father had no understanding of me. Thought me a coward, I am sure. For my part, I had a healthy hatred of the Kellish, since it was your grandfather who had conquered Atrabia and forced us to join the Empire. But in those few shared words, on the day he died, we came to understand each other a little. Too late, it seemed, to change anything between our peoples. But now you are here, Liesel, and I swear I will protect you as if you were my own daughter. Part 3. Givern. Sonk Peer. Chapter 10. Sonk. Arbiost, Duchy of Morbagne, 673. The invasion of the Middersteppe turned out to be a brief, sour interruption to Sonk's life. Back in Arbiost, the familiar routines returned to fill his days. Weapons training with Broncat, magical training with Rimon. Occasionally, Jesper would take him into the forest of Morbagne. He had decided that both Sonk and Rab were of an age where they could begin to familiarize themselves with the terrain. This largely consisted of extended walks that were enjoyable at first, and then became tests of endurance. Only rarely did they encounter the wildlife of the forest. Jesper explained that the animals needed to get used to his and Rab's scent before they could start approaching them. As for what happened in the steppe, the attack by Robert and his friends, Peer's exile, the attitude of King Nicholas, Sonk had few people to share his feelings with. The only person he told about it was Louise, and that had been a more palatable version of events. His sister had reassured him their father knew what he was doing regarding Peer, and that their brother would soon return. It wasn't that Sonk didn't have faith in his father as far as Peer's future was concerned. It was more the feelings of guilt, shame, and rejection that swirled through his mind whenever he stopped to think. So he tried not to think too much. When such feelings surfaced on the training field, they hardened him, something Broncat approved of. With Rimon, they made him concentrate all the more.
If I'm to be an outcast, he told himself, why not embrace the powers I've been given?
He stopped short of discussing how he felt with Rimon or Jesper. They had seen real suffering. What would they think of the mewling of a spoiled duke's son? Summer turned to autumn, and Sonk turned 14. His birthday passed largely unnoticed. Louise had Breda bake him a cake, which he shared with his sister and Sibelia. Jesper presented him with a longbow he had made himself. "You're strong enough to learn how to use one," the forester told him. "But you'll need lessons in it," he warned. Of course, more lessons. Sonk's age seemed to confirm something in his mind, a feeling that had been brewing unnoticed until now. It was a sense that Arbiost, his home, wasn't really a home at all. Not in the sense of a place where he belonged, at any rate. The feeling told him it would be his last winter in Arbiost, but where he would go, what place he might belong, he had no idea. Rimon took him into the forest to go through the last phase of his defense training. He had to learn to protect himself from magical attacks. "It's not that easy to kill another mage," Rimon told him. "Not one properly trained in magical defense, at any rate. Defending, once you are proficient in it, is less exacting than attacking. Thus, a weaker mage can often hold off a stronger opponent by fighting them to a standstill. Your options are the same as the defenses you have learned. Block, redirect, or return a specific attack. If you need to, you can use the same sphere of magic you deploy in melee situations. But that will sap your energy levels much faster. Ramon launched a series of magical missiles at him. Once Sonk got used to it, his teacher varied things. He threw a volley of smaller blasts, then one big one. He changed what they looked like so that Sonk got used to their appearance, controlled his fear. A ball of fire felt different to an arc of white lightning or a green pulse, even if they should all be treated the same. Once Sonk's confidence grew, he was told to walk through the forest. Somewhere out there, Ramon would be lying in wait. It could be early on, or not for hours. The prolonged concentration required was exhausting in itself. It reminded Sonk a little of the boredom he had felt during his father's campaign in the Midderstep. Hours of walking or riding, followed by hours on lookout. But at all times, they needed to be ready should an attack come. When Ramon's attacks came, they could take any form, from any angle. But after weeks of testing, the sorcerer declared Sonk's defense training to be over. They spoke together in the glade where Ramon had begun his lessons. "Next, you will learn the attacks I have been using, but that shouldn't take long." Sonk was doubtful. "Are you sure?" "You've already used magic to attack people, remember? Long before I came to Arbiost." Of course, Sonk remembered. He'd blasted 2 grown men outside Jesper's hut. He shuddered at the recollection. But if he could do that by himself 2 years ago, then maybe Ramon was right. "It's the most instinctive use of magic," said Ramon, "to strike out when threatened, and you've already developed control of how much power to use." Sonk nodded. Such words were meant to encourage him, but doubts still nagged. Ramon sensed his uneasiness. "What is it, Sonk?" "I just can't stop asking myself, why me? Why do I have this power and no one else? Is it because of these?" he asked, gesturing at the red eyes that had marked him out as different his entire life. "Sit," said Ramon. "We need to talk." They sat down together on the forest floor. Sonk trailed the nails of one hand through the dirt. "Every mage asks these questions," Ramon told him. "We are so very different, often feared and reviled because of it. That it's natural to want to understand why we have this power that is part gift, part curse. But as I have got older and wiser, I have learned that people without magic ask the very same questions of themselves. Why am I not healthier, stronger, prettier, more sharp-minded, kinder, more disciplined? All I can say is that life is easier when we accept ourselves for who we are. But finding that acceptance is often a difficult path." Sonk nodded politely, even though Ramon's words sounded like a lot of waffle. "But what lies behind it?" he pursued. "Pure chance? The gods? In Arbiost, people say it is the work of demons." "Who can say for sure? Gods play a role, but what that is exactly, I don't know. In your case, clearly there is a connection with Pentas." "With Pentas? Your teacher?" Sonk asked, intrigued. "Yes," Ramon replied, as if it was obvious. "You mentioned your eye color." Sonk struggled to grasp what his teacher was saying to him. "Wait, do you mean Pentas had red eyes?" Understanding dawned on Ramon's features. "Oh, I'm sorry. I assumed all this time that Jesper would have mentioned that. This conversation is long overdue." Pentas had red eyes? The idea that someone else, even someone long dead, had the same condition as Sonk suddenly opened his mind to new possibilities. Perhaps it was silly, but the revelation somehow made him feel less alone. "But why would Jesper not tell me that?" he wondered. "That's probably my fault," Ramon admitted. "When Jesper came here to look after you, I warned him to tell you as little as possible about magic, for your protection as much as for any other reason. Jesper was always someone who stuck close to instructions, and he has probably been more careful than necessary to leave certain details out of his stories.
What do you mean? Came here to look after me? Sonk asked, bewildered by the idea. You're not telling me that Jesper is in Arbios because of me.
Let me tell you the story, Ramon said. Then you can ask any questions you might still have. I think you know Pentas was killed at the Battle of the Peneos in Calinth.
Sonk nodded, eager that Ramon reveal whatever information he had.
Pentas's red eyes were his most distinguishing feature, but there were other things about him that made him an enigmatic figure. He claimed to be a servant of Madria, despite working for Erkindrix as a member of the Lord of Isharai's Council of Seven. Anyway, after his death, the war continued. It was only after its conclusion that Jesper, myself, and a friend of ours got word of a red-eyed babe born in Morbane. Of course, it was you. When we investigated, it turned out you were born on the same day Pentas was killed. A chill ran down Sonk's spine at this. What did it mean? Something told him he wasn't going to get a straight answer. We believed this couldn't be mere coincidence. Were your eyes a sign that you were Madria's new servant? Had she passed on some sort of power to you on his death? Did you need to be protected? We wished we could have had answers, but only weeks after the death of Pentas, Belwyn Godslayer killed both Dis and Madria. The goddess of Dalria was gone. There was no one we could ask about you. It was quite possible that with her death, your powers, assuming you had any in the first place, had disappeared with her. The only option was to wait for you to get older. We all looked in on you from time to time, but as you approached the age when your powers might be revealed, we agreed that Jesper would stay in Arbiost permanently. There are some out there that might want you dead.
Those men who came to kill me?
Probably sent from the Kellish court, where Inga the witch holds sway.
Sonk considered that. He'd spent so much time at Jesper's hut over the years. It had been a refuge. Without letting Sonk know or worry about it, Jesper had been looking out for him. When it had mattered, when assassins had come for Sonk, Jesper and Tadita had saved him. So, he said, his thoughts turning to what Ramon's story had told him. My powers come from the dead servant of a dead goddess. Ramon's eyebrows rose.
I suppose so. You may think such knowledge unsatisfactory, but it is more explanation than I ever got.
What am I supposed to do with it? Sonk demanded. I lost my purpose as soon as I was born.
You do what everyone else has to do in life, Ramon said. Find your own way.
Only a few days after Sonk's conversation with Ramon, his father received serious news from Velen. King Nicholas had fallen ill and was bedridden. Messengers left Arbiost, braving frozen roads across Morbane, warning Duke Bastion's followers to be on alert. In Jesper's hut, huddled around his fire on a wintry night, they talked of what might happen. Sonk noticed he was now included in such conversations, when, a few years ago, he would have been left ignorant. Few in Arbiost worried over the king's health. They worried about what might come afterwards.
Bastion's carefully laid plans could unravel if Nicholas lingers,
Jesper suggested, rubbing his hands together and putting them back to the warmth of the fire. Why is that? Sonk asked him. Rab was laid out on his feet, like a warm blanket.
Bastion is the heir. Esterel is in Velen, winning hearts and minds. If the king died today, it would be difficult for your father to be denied the throne. But he has enemies, Sonk. Many see the death of a king as an opportunity for themselves. The king's illness will concentrate minds, encourage those who'd rather not see Bastion on the throne to find an alternative. Conspirators, Plotters, they thrive on conditions like this.
Sonk recalled the nobleman who had made accusations about Payere to King Nicholas, Robert's father amongst them. They'd been keen to attack his family, forced his father to have Payere banished, when it was their sons who'd done wrong. He knew they would be among the first to begin the plotting.
I think it would be better not to get involved, Sonk decided. Leave Javerne to those curs and stay in Morbagne, where it's safe.
Jesper and Ramon shared a look. Sonk knew before one of them spoke that he'd said something wrong. Sonk, Ramon began gently enough, if your father's enemies take the throne of Javerne, they won't leave your family, the rightful claimants, in peace. They'll come to Morbagne eventually. Having royal blood is a dangerous business. Duke Bastien knows the best way to protect his children is to become king. Sonk's lessons continued. He hurled magic at Ramon, trying to break through his teacher's defenses with brute force. He learned to use finesse, striking small targets with just the right amount of power Ramon had asked for. He progressed well enough, but Ramon had to reprimand him more than once for his lack of focus. The news from Javerne was a distraction. Like a rain cloud hovering over Arbiost, everyone underneath it was waiting, knowing that, eventually, they were going to get a soaking. A messenger came, a young man Sonk recognized as a friend of Esterel's. He left again after speaking to Sonk's father. The rumor was that the king was making a recovery. Then there was Sonk's previous conversation with Ramon. The sorcerer had revealed why Sonk had been born the way he was. Both his red eyes and his magic had been given to him by Madria, when her servant Pentas had been killed. She had chosen Sonk, it seemed, to be his replacement. But Madria was dead, and Sonk's life was now purposeless. Why bother learning to cast magic when there was no longer any point to his existence? Beneath such thoughts lay the one that wrenched at him the most.
Why me? Why couldn't you leave me alone? To live a normal, happy life, like Esterel and Payere.
He raged at a being that no longer existed.
And I know, he told her, nonetheless, that what you did to me killed my mother.
You're ready for your final test, Ramon informed him, on a day when bright sunshine heralded the beginning of spring. Sonk had been practicing adding visual and other effects to his magical attacks. When his teacher had explained what was required, it had come naturally. The look, sound, and feel of the attack was illusion. Adding the glow, crackle, and heat of flames made it look like he was casting fire. Combining these illusions with a magical strike was, according to Ramon, combining two different types of magic. It's supposed to be difficult, the sorcerer said, as if he was complaining about how quickly Sonk had grasped it. It took me months to master, not a few weeks. Sonk nodded, unsure what to say. A part of him was pleased with his rate of progress, pleased there was something he was good at. Another part was terrified. It occurred to him, based on Ramon's comments, that there might come a time when he became more powerful than his teacher. Such thoughts only made him feel even more anxious.
What's next?
He asked. Ramon puffed out his cheeks. For many mages, that's it. You have learned to control your power, to deploy it when needed, in attack or defense. That is all you need. Some develop other powers.
What other powers?
We have discussed examples before. Teleportation, illusion, transformation, telekinesis. There are others.
Which of those ought I to learn?
I am not sure. In magic-rich societies, you would learn the skills of your peers. The Caladri, for example, learn to work together, to teleport from place to place, to use illusions to confuse those who enter their territories. For individuals such as you and I, you learn what you need, or want to.
I don't know what I need to learn,
Sonk said. Quite. This is our problem now. You are a 14-year-old lad with the power of an advanced mage. Hence, I'm not entirely sure what to do with you. But come, time for your test." They returned to Jesper's hut. Rab wagged his tail, pleased to see them. The dog was even more pleased to learn that he was to be part of their games. They took him outside. "This is where the Kelishman attacked you?" Ramon asked. "Over there," said Song, pointing. He remembered the forest floor had been full of bluebells then, whereas now it was still in winter's grip. "Come," said Ramon, and they walked over. "Stand where you stood then." Song found the spot. It was eerie to be recreating that event. Ramon led Rab away until they were about the same distance of the men when they had appeared that day. "Now, when we first met, I told you why you needed to learn magic from me. Control. You blasted those men that day. But what if one of them had someone you care about?" The sorcerer knelt and put an arm around Rab. "Can you strike me and avoid your dog?"
"What if I hit him?"
"Exactly. There could be a time when you need to do just this. When the pressure is on and you have mere moments to execute. Do it now and you'll know you can do it when you have to."
"I might scare him."
"Maybe a little. But he is a brave dog. And he's seen you do it before, after all." Ramon sighed at Song's reluctance. "This is a test, Song. Broncat judges whether you can hold your own in combat, or function as part of a team. I have taught you to do something Broncat couldn't imagine. But can you do it with my arm around your dog? Or does it defeat you?"
"I could do it if I had to,"
Song told himself. But he knew that would not wash with Ramon. He studied his enemy. Ramon was crouched behind Rab, leaving few parts of his body available to target. One long leg stuck out invitingly.
"But if I hit that, he could survive and still hurt Rab. It has to be the face."
Ramon had his head held higher than Rab. That was the obvious place to target. Song readied himself.
"Wait. What if there's an alternative?"
He focused instead on the sorcerer's arm, draped around his dog.
"I'd have to be quick. No more time to think. Just to act."
He cast his magic. He used his left hand to guide his power, pulling Ramon's arm away from Rab. Then, quickly, he shoved his right hand forwards, pushing his teacher backwards. Ramon toppled over and was then jumped on by an over-enthusiastic dog. He got to his feet, wiping dog lick from his face. He looked over at Song with a stern expression. "Not what I have been teaching you to do," he said. His face relaxed. But it worked. Over the next few days, Song found himself with the unexpected luxury of leisure time. Broncat still wanted him on the training field. The prospect of war sharpened the minds of the boys, even if most were too young to join the Duke's army this year. But Broncat's advice on how not to end up with a spear through the guts seemed less theoretical and more urgent than it used to. But Ramon no longer needed to see him afterwards. He'd got sunk to where he needed to be and was content to wait while he pondered what to do with him next. Song had even overheard him talking with Jesper about leaving for a while, though he hadn't picked up where exactly his teacher wanted to go. Instead, Song and Jesper went for horse rides with Louise and Sibelia. And of course, his dog never said no to exercise. Song was playing with Rab outside Jesper's hut when Lord Russell arrived. "He's a big lad now," the man commented, sizing Rab up. "Is Ramon in?"
"Yep,"
Song said.
"He's pretending to help Jesper cook dinner."
"Ah, always good to show willing. Listen, Song, you'd better come in too." Song followed him into Jesper's hut, where Russell greeted Jesper and Ramon. "I have grave news," Russell said. "Song, your uncle, the king, has died. I'm sorry for your loss." Sonk nodded, appreciating that Russell had addressed the news to him. King Nicholas had, after all, been family. But his commiserations sounded hollow, and everyone knew it. What Sonk had seen of his uncle last year meant he had no genuine grief over his passing.
So, will father be king now? He asked.
I hope so. From everything we hear, it seems more than likely that the succession will be contested. The word is that the Duke of Femians has been persuaded to claim the throne. Sonk recalled meeting the man in the king's tent in the midderstep. He'd stared at Sonk and his red eyes. He had seemed young to be a duke, but otherwise ordinary enough.
What claim does he have?
Jesper asked. Most magnates have some family connection to the throne, but he has no real claim, not when Bastian is the king's brother. Nicholas didn't help there, however. The brothers didn't get on, Ramon asked. Aye, Nicholas was a bitter man. He could have named Bastian his heir. That may have been enough to prevent this from happening. But he liked to use the succession as a tool to control people, a weapon to use against Bastian. Neither was he above implying to others that he might name them his heir instead of his brother. Firmian's being one such, Ramon suggested. I have no doubt. I would say he's young and foolish, but the truth is there are many prepared to side with him.
Why?
Sonk asked. Politics. They judge they'll be better off with Aubrey as king than Bastian. It's a power grab, nothing more. What angers me is not so much the injustice of it, but what a civil war could do to the people of Jouverne. That's what we face if we don't act quickly. Even then, the next year or more are likely to be very difficult.
A civil war? Would his father have to face his enemies in battle?
Sonk had always wished that Morbagne was a bit more exciting. But now that Russell was talking of war, he had a new appreciation for peace. Duke Bastian would like to speak with you, Ramon, Lord Russell resumed. He knows you don't owe him any allegiance, but he plans to lead an army to Valenne, and he would appreciate your help. I thought I should warn you of what he will ask. I had planned to leave Morbagne for a while and return to the south, Ramon said. The sorcerer's eyes drifted to Sonk as he considered it. If I were to help Duke Bastian, then I would insist Sonk accompany me. Sonk? Russell asked in surprise, glancing at him. It will be very dangerous. He is ready to play his part. He needs something like this to develop his abilities. That familiar look of distaste passed over Russell's face, even if he was better than most at hiding it. I see. Then you should explain as much to the Duke. There are few things he will refuse, if they are a means to becoming king. Chapter 11. Payere. Kolderberg, Duchy of Berisia, 673. Payere stared moodily into his drink, while everyone around him at the boot and saddle had a whale of a time. Humbert talked with, more accurately shouted at, 3 girls at their table.
What stupid things he says, Payere observed, and what nonsense they laugh at.
The girls excused themselves, asking them to mind their drinks for them. What's up? Humbert asked. You've been very quiet. Is it the scar? He asked, gesturing at the healed wound that Leopold had left on Payere's face. I've told you before. It makes you look rugged. Girls like that. Payere had told his friend all about his exploits in Essenberg and Whitmar. Humbert had enjoyed the story immensely, without offering much in the way of sympathy.
I know it makes me look rugged,
Payere said with ill temper. In truth, he was far from confident about his new look, but he wasn't about to admit that.
It's nothing to do with the scar.
Ah, it's Lady Liesel, isn't it? You're still pining for her. Well, just think about what she may be getting up to, wherever she is.
Is that supposed to make me feel better?
Payere demanded, genuinely angry. It is Liesel, Humbert crowed, as if he was 8 years old and had won a guessing game.
Will you shut up? Pierre asked. Humbert gave him an offended look and eyed the tap room of the inn, no doubt looking for the return of the three girls. Pierre supped his drink. He was sure they'd done something to the ale here. It had much less flavour than it used to.
"Isn't that Lord Farad?"
Humbert asked him. Farad had spotted them and was making a beeline for their table. Midians were common enough in Colderberg, but more than a few heads turned to watch him. Farad was well known in these parts. "I need to talk with you, Pierre," he said when he reached them. He looked around. "Outside, please." "Of course," Pierre said, not disappointed the evening was getting interrupted.
"Should I come too?" Humbert asked. "It's just that I did promise to look after these drinks."
Farad gave him an expressionless look. "You should always keep your word, Master Humbert." They left Humbert inside, crossing to the other side of the street, where it was quieter. The evening air was chilly, serving to wake Pierre up and lift him out of his foul mood. He had thought going out would improve his spirits. Instead, it had the opposite effect.
"I'm sorry to bring bad news," Farad told him. "Walter has received word that your uncle has died. Please accept my condolences. He asked me to find you and tell you as soon as possible. Obviously, such an event is more than simply a death in the family."
Pierre nodded, feeling shaken by the news. It didn't seem real. "I need to go home. Esterel and my father will need my help. Is Walter still up?"
"He's in his study. He said he'll be available if you wanted to talk tonight."
"Great. I guess I'm an exile no longer." "I feel like I want to contribute something," Pierre explained to Walter, "rather than just turning up with myself and Humbert."
"You really think it will come to violence?" Walter asked.
Pierre recalled those moments in the royal tent in the steppe, when Robert's father and his friends had complained about their bully boy sons getting their just deserts. They'd sensed a weakness, attacking Pierre to get at his father. The last year or so of Pierre's life had shaken off much of the naivety he used to have. "I'm sure of it." They were seated in the Duke's study, from where he ruled Beryssia. His desk was covered in manuscripts, and there was a musty, airless atmosphere. Walter was thinking.
"I couldn't recruit on your behalf or appear to take a side. But, maybe, I could allow men to fight for your father if they chose to. Your family would have to pay their wages."
"That would be more than fair," said Pierre, eager for Walter to agree to it. The idea of arriving in Valenne with warriors at his side had gripped him. Far better than an exile sneaking back with his tail between his legs.
"You're not likely to convince many."
"That's all right."
"And I do owe you a favor after what you did for Liesel."
Neither Walter nor Farad would tell him where Liesel had been taken. They assured him she was safe, and that would have to be enough to satisfy him. Though it didn't stop him from daydreaming about meeting her again. "You don't owe me anything for helping Liesel," he told the Duke. Walter's mouth twitched. He'd come close to a smile.
"All right, Pierre. I'll talk it over with Farad. See if we can get you some fellows who aren't the worst kind of criminal."
"Fantastic." Pierre was excited about his return now. "Thank you, Your Grace. Humbert and I will also spread the word in the inns we frequent." Walter gave him a look. "If that's all right with you, of course."
"I suggest you don't simply sign up any old reprobate," Walter warned him.
"But it would clean up the streets of Colderberg," Pierre countered with a grin. 2 days later, Pierre and Humbert set out from Colderberg. They travelled north for Valenne. In the meantime, a messenger had come to Colderberg from his father, telling him about the death of the king and asking them to return home. Pierre judged that if he followed these instructions, his father would have left for Giverny by the time he reached Morbagne. No, better to head for Valenne, where he could help his brother and father secure the throne. Whenever he thought of it, his heart raced. My father, king. Me, a prince. He'd known all his life, it seemed, that this day might come. But that made it all the more momentous. With them travelled a score of men and one woman,
who represented the sum of their own recruitment efforts and those of Walter and Farad. The woman was named Ciela. She grew her blonde hair long, but she wielded a wickedly sharp-looking blade, and the other Barisians seemed to know her. Knew enough to show her proper respect, anyway. Indeed, Pierre had insisted that all volunteers had to supply their own weapons, a restriction that had ruled out many of the more dubious applicants. Then there was the fact they would not be paid a single coin until they reached Javerne. Walter warned him that only the desperate would sign up for a promise of money. But Pierre preferred to see the positives. These were individuals ready to grasp an opportunity, for if they helped his father to win the throne, surely he would reward them well. Walter had refused to pay wages, but he had offered them the use of his horses while in Berisia. The Barisians under his command knew the best route to take, and Pierre found himself following their directions. "Not very leader-like," he complained to Humbert on the first night. They had made camp outside, and it was too cold to be a pleasant experience. "That will change when we reach Javerne," Humbert reassured him. "But neither you nor I have been to Javerne either," Pierre reminded him. "There is that," Humbert admitted. By the second night, they'd reached the border between the Empire and Javerne. Pierre was surprised how much the landscape had changed. No more neatly laid-out villages, overflowing with crops. The border region was rocky and desolate. Occasionally they'd pass huge karst rock formations. They looked like they had been placed upright on the ground by giants. It reminded Pierre of the stories they'd been told before bed as kids. Ocean, king of the giants, had sailed over from Halvia, wielding a spear the length of 6 horses. Ocean Dragon Killer, they called him, since his spear had been the only weapon capable of slaying the Isherite dragon. It all sounded a little unlikely to Pierre, but these stones made him wonder if it could be true. The next day they left their horses behind, in the last Barisian outpost, with instructions they be returned to Duke Walter. Before they'd even put a foot on Javernay soil, Pierre faced his first mutiny. "Changed my mind," said one man, looking at the terrain ahead of them with misgivings. He was one of the older ones and had some influence over his countrymen. "I don't feel like walking into enemy territory with these numbers." "It's not enemy territory," said Pierre. "My brother is already in Valenne. Javerne is loyal to my family." "So you say," the man replied, unconvinced. "You'll all be taken on as soldiers when we get to Valenne," Pierre reminded them, "and paid for your service so far. But I only want to take those who are committed to seeing it through. So if anyone is having second thoughts, by all means, stay behind." In the end, 4 others also decided they'd changed their minds. That made 18, including Pierre and Humbert, who began the march due north. It was tough going, but Pierre recognized the farther they got, the less chance of his more unreliable recruits deciding to turn around and go back home. At first, it seemed like no one lived in these parts, but that wasn't true. It didn't take long for them to spot figures watching them. They kept their distance for the time being. 18's a big enough number for 'em to be wary," said Elga, a man who Walter had recommended as a veteran of the Isherite Wars. "But it's not like we're an army." "We've nothing to be afraid of," said Pierre, trying to sound confident. The locals let them be on the first day, but early on the second they found themselves shadowed by a group of indeterminate number, walking parallel to them on the high ground. After a while they disappeared. Pierre encouraged his troop to keep going. Then they spotted the Javernay ahead, waiting for them. They'd brought twice the numbers Pierre had, making sure of their superiority. "Humbert and I will go talk with them," Pierre decided. Humbert didn't look too keen on the idea, but he didn't argue. As they approached the warband, Pierre got a good look. They were rough-looking, wearing fur and leather. Most held spears. All in all, more than a match for us, he decided. Pierre and Humbert stopped and waited.
What seemed like an age went past as the Givernet stared at them. They're going to kill us, Pierre decided. I could have gone home to Morbagne, but no, I decided to get myself butchered in a meaningless encounter in the middle of nowhere. At last, 2 men left the group and made their way over. One, a huge bearded fellow, swaggered towards them, suggesting he was the leader. A sword hung on his belt. The other, tall and lanky, carried a spear.
"Who are you?"
the leader asked gruffly. I am Pierre, son of Duke Bastien of Morbagne. Your name?
"Gosser,"
he offered, then spat on the ground.
"What are you doing here?"
Greetings, Gosser.
"Lord Gosser,"
corrected the spearman. Lord Gosser, King Nicholas has died. I have come to support my father in his rightful claim to the throne.
"Nicholas? Dead?"
Gosser said suspiciously.
"Can't be. I'd have heard the news. I broke bread with him only last year."
This was said as a boast, as if to emphasize his importance.
2 years back,
the spearman corrected.
"All right, Sol, 2 years back. Point is, he was strong as a boar."
I met my uncle last year, said Pierre, and he looked healthy then. But I got a message from my father, and Duke Walter of Brescia received a separate message from Valenne. So it sounds as if it's true.
Gosser considered these facts before spitting on the ground. He looked over to Pierre's troop behind him. "Those aren't warriors of Morbagne."
There was no point in denying it. Brisingians insisted on being clean-shaved, save for their top lip. It marked them out. We've come from Colderberg. These warriors have agreed to serve my father and brother.
"Brother?"
Esterel. He's already in Valenne.
"Esterel,"
Gosser repeated with suspicion.
"I'm supposed to believe you're Duke Bastien's boy."
You've met King Nicholas, Pierre said. People always tell me I have a likeness to my father and uncle. Gosser studied Pierre's features.
"Maybe, but that's hardly proof. I'm not about to let you march foreigners through my lands just 'cause you have the likeness of the king."
Then I would ask you to accompany us to Valenne. There you can settle that I am who I say I am, and that my news about the king is the truth.
Well, so?
Sounds reasonable. I could accompany them if you wish.
You?
Gosser boomed with disgust.
If anyone is to meet with the king, it should be me. You'll have to stay here and mind the border.
Very well, the spearman conceded.
Yes, it is very well. Why would the king want to break bread with you?
The spearman had no answer to that. Gosser appeared to consider the idea some more. Then he spat on the ground. Gosser accompanied them on their journey north. When Pierre counted them, he found the border lord had brought exactly 18 warriors, including himself. Whether this was a coincidence or not, Pierre didn't know. But the doubling of their number with locals had the effect of making everyone feel much safer. They marched for the rest of the day and the next. Gosser and his followers knew the best routes, and the farther they got, the easier the terrain became. By the fourth day, they were walking along a decent road. Givernet settlements came thick and fast as they approached the more densely populated part of the kingdom. As evening approached, Pierre heard the rushing sound of a great river. "The council?" he asked Gosser.
"Aye. With a bit of luck, we'll get passage up the river to Valenne."
"Tomorrow?"
"Now, with some luck. There's plenty of bargemen travel at night."
Gosser led them to a way station by the side of the river. A dozen wooden buildings stood near the bank, where there was a long pier for river barges to dock. A score of workers were busy seeing to their craft or loading up goods.
"Come,"
Gosser said to Pierre, and the two of them approached a group of men who looked like they were readying to travel upstream. One of them saw them coming and stood as they approached, giving his back a stretch. "You're wanting passage?" he asked.
"Aye, to Valenne,"
Gosser answered.
"We can pay for it.
Will you be going through the night?
That's right, but we've not room for all of you. 10 at most. Gosser shrugged.
The rest of us can wait. We're keen to get there fast, having heard a rumor that the king be dead.
Ain't no rumor, the bargeman said. He was dead when we left Valenne, so he's more than likely to still be dead when we return.
Well,
Gosser said, amazed.
I only broke bread with him last year.
Pierre decided not to remind him it was 2 years ago. Do you know who holds the capital? Pierre asked the man. Who holds it? He repeated, confused by the question. I mean, who's in charge? I'm hoping it's my brother Esterel, unless my father Bastien is already there. The bargeman looked Pierre over. I honestly don't know, my lord. When we left, all the talk was of the funeral, not the coronation. Likes of us just get told who's in charge. Too busy to pay attention to much more than that. Pierre boarded the departing barges with 4 of his warriors, along with Gosser and 4 of his. He left Humbert and Elga in charge with some coins. They'd have to follow on as soon as possible. At first, he planned to stay awake through the night. The moonlight allowed him to see both banks. He rested his back against his pack and enjoyed the view. They kept close to the right side, where a path ran parallel to the river. The bargemen had mules tied to their craft. The beasts walked the path and were asked to pull them along from time to time. Otherwise, they clopped along beside the barges, looking rather sullen. It had been a physically demanding few days, and the ripples of the river and the clop of the mules were simply too soporific. Pierre closed his eyes and drifted off. He awoke to early morning light and the sound of subdued early morning chatter. The barges pulled into a new way station, and many of the bargemen disembarked to be replaced by fresh crewmen. How long till we reach Valenne? He asked one of the newcomers. Should get there by late afternoon, young man, he replied. No doubt some would have corrected the man, insisted on being called Your Highness or Prince Pierre, but Pierre didn't mind it. It was good to learn how people behaved if they thought you were an ordinary person. He certainly didn't want to become detached from the real world just because his father was king. Leopold of Kelland was a cautionary lesson in the pitfalls of power. Pierre put his hand to his cheek, tracing the line of the scar Leopold had given him. The Duke of Kelland and Luderia had turned on him so suddenly, when up to that point he'd acted like they were great friends. He was unhinged, Pierre was sure of it. At least I helped to get Liesel out of that ugly world, but my family are to become rulers of Javerne. Maybe I could do more. Not revenge exactly, though there's no doubt I owe the bastard something. He went through the options in his mind, some more grisly than others. A broken nose at the very least, he concluded. Pierre rummaged in his pack, fishing out the last squashed bits of hard bread he'd carried from Kolderberg. Not much of a breakfast. Looking forward to acquainting myself with the kitchens in the Bastion. He'd been told the fortress in Valenne was one of the finest in all Dalria, and while he understood that people were talking about its defenses, surely it had a larder to match. "Do you have any spare?" one of his recruits asked, watching him chew on his bread. "I've run out." "A good soldier rations his food out for the length of the campaign," Pierre informed him. The man didn't look best pleased, but took the advice. "Aye, I suppose so, Lord Pierre. Then how about a trade?" He rummaged in his sack and withdrew a wooden carving of a fish leaping from water. "You made that yourself?" Pierre asked him. "Aye, Lord. I whittle when I have spare time." He opened his sack, revealing a wading bird and a half-finished otter. Its head and front paws had emerged from a block of wood. "I consider that a fair trade," Pierre decided, taking the fish in return for the last of his bread.
Chapter 12. Pierre. Valenne, Kingdom of Javerne, 673. Pierre's first sight of Valenne came from the barge. An elegant, arched stone bridge connected the two halves of the city, but only the western part of the capital was properly fortified. The bargemen docked their craft on the east bank, where they had plenty of space to unload their goods. Pere, Gosse, and their followers disembarked and gave the bargemen their thanks. Gosse led them up the bank and onto the bridge, from where Pere could look at both parts of Verlaine. First, he took in the east side of the city. It seemed to stretch on forever, which perhaps explained the lack of walled defences. He was surprised by how much green space there was in amongst the warehouses and shops. Despite its size, it lacked the grand buildings he had seen in Essenberg and Kolderberg. His attention turned to West Verlaine, as they crossed the walled bridge towards a grand-looking gate that allowed entry past its high walls. He looked down at the turquoise waters of the Cousel that flowed at quite a pace here. It seemed strange that he was crossing the very same river he had crossed in Essenberg.
Maybe Leopold is crossing Albert's bridge at this very moment. If so, I hope he falls in.
I will talk with the city guard, your highness,
Gosse told him. It seemed the closer they had got to Verlaine, the more the border lord's doubts about Pere's identity had evaporated. When it was their turn to ask for entry, Gosse explained their business, gesturing towards Pere. The guards at the gate looked at Pere with curiosity. "Your brother, Lord Esterel, is in the bastion," one of them informed him.
My father?
"I've heard nothing from Morbagne, my lord."
Thank you for your service,
Pere said to the guards. He was mindful that in these uncertain times, such men might be asked to fight for his family, or, at the very least, not turn on them. They nodded to him as he passed through the city gates.
A restrained greeting,
Pere decided, as Gosse led their group of 10 into West Verlaine.
I wonder whether the rest of the city is as non-committal as its soldiers.
As Gosse led him towards the bastion, Pere studied Verlaine. It was different to the Brisingian cities he had visited, even if he couldn't put his finger on what the difference was.
It feels older, he decided, like the buildings are the work of generations long gone.
The street they walked took them into the central square of the city. People from all walks of life mingled here, in a cacophony of colour, noise, and smells. Pere's stomach rumbled at the smell of cooking food as it recoiled from the sharp tang of human waste. From the square, they went north into a more affluent part of the city. In the northeast corner of Verlaine, the towers of the bastion emerged above the roofs of its neighbours. If the other major buildings of Verlaine seemed ancient, its fortress looked like it had been constructed by some unknown alien race. Its walls were not nearly so high as those of Kolderberg Castle, but they looked equally impregnable. Built in the shape of an irregular 5-pointed star, with 5 further star tips projecting out from between the points, it was an extravagance of sharp angles. Surrounding it was a deep, water-filled moat, making the most of the fort's proximity to the river. As they walked along the path that led to the open drawbridge, Pere imagined besieging the place. He struggled to identify the best way to take it. Security was high. Despite explaining who he was, they had some wait before the guards allowed entrance. Finally, an official by the name of Girard arrived.
"Apologies, Lord Pere," he said. "If we had known you were coming, there would have been someone ready to receive you."
It wasn't possible, Pere explained. I've come direct from Borussia. These men,
he waved a hand at the motley-looking group he had brought with him,
helped me make the journey in safety.
"My staff will ensure they get good lodging," Girard said. "I can take you to see your brother immediately if that is your wish."
Of course,
said Pere, excited about seeing Esterel.
Lord Gosse will come with us.
Gosse puffed up with self-importance. Pere could tell the man was pleased.
"The grand foyer,"
Girard told them as they entered a stunning room. A huge patterned rug covered the center of the flagstone floor. A wooden staircase led up to the next floor, where a balcony overlooked the space. The balustrades were beautifully worked, while a great carving of the Owl of Javern was mounted on the center of the balcony. The bird stared down with its round eyes, observing anyone who entered the room. Girard led them up the stairs and then to one of the angular towers in the fort. "These are your brother's rooms," Girard said as he knocked. Before long, Pierre heard sliding bolts. Esterel opened the door himself. Pierre had expected his brother's face to open in a broad grin at his own sudden appearance. Instead, he looked confused, looking from one man to the next. His eyes widened in alarm when he took in Gossa. Then Esterel seemed to recover. "Pierre!" he exclaimed, and they gave one another a rough hug. "What are you doing here?" "I came straight from Colderberg when I heard the news. This is Lord Gossa, who helped me get here." "Ah, I see," said Esterel, sounding relieved. "Thank you, Lord Girard." "You're welcome, Lord Esterel. Your brother has 8 other companions with him, and I will see to their lodging in the bastion for now, if you wish." "I will be most grateful. Pierre and Lord Gossa can stay in my rooms." "Very well. Is there anything else I can do for you?" "None of us have eaten well the last few days," Pierre told him. "I will ask the kitchens to make you all something as soon as they can," Girard said. "Thank you. Much obliged." "If there is anything else I can do, just ask," said Girard. With a nod to Pierre and Esterel, he departed. Esterel ushered Pierre and Gossa into his rooms. He shut and bolted the door. "Is everything all right?" Pierre asked him. "Not really. Come through." They entered a living area with a table and half a dozen chairs spread about it. 2 men stood as they entered, and Esterel made all the introductions. The first man he named Lord Chancellor Cation. He was average height with straight, iron-grey hair that went to his shoulders. The second, named Sasha, was one of Esterel's friends who had visited Arbiost 2 years back. He gave Esterel a run for his money in the looks department, Pierre had to admit. Dark where Esterel was blonde, he was tall and athletic-looking. Pierre and Gossa were given bread and wine. Pierre drank thirstily. "Eat up," said Esterel. "I'm not sure you should touch the food that Girard brings." "Not touch the food? What is going on?" Pierre demanded. Sasha looked Gossa up and down. "Is your man trustworthy?" "Oh, of course I am," Gossa growled. "I've ever been a loyal servant to the crown, defending our border against the shit-eating Brasingians." "Meaning you now owe your allegiance to Duke Bastien?" Cassian asked sharply. "Course. Who else would I owe allegiance to?" "Gossa didn't even know Uncle was dead when I met him," Pierre said. "He's an honest man." Esterel nodded, then sighed. 2 days ago, in the city streets, some bastard threw a knife at me. We never saw who, but clearly someone wants me dead. I haven't left the bastion since. But now we have worse news. There's an army heading for Valenne, led by Duke Aubrey." "Aubrey?" Pierre repeated. "The one from the tent?" He recalled a man about the same age as himself, with short-cropped dark hair, who'd attended on their uncle. He hadn't seemed to take either side when the king had been forced to settle the dispute over Pierre's punch-up. "Duke Aubrey of Famiens," Esterel said with some exasperation. "You must know who he is, Pierre." "Of course I do," Pierre said defensively. "Gods, I don't recall Esterel so short-tempered as this." "He has plenty of support for his claim to the throne. It's said his numbers approach 5,000. He'll reach the city well before Father's force gets here." "I see," said Pierre, trying to get his head around this news. It was not what he had been expecting. He wanted to express his outrage at this man's gall in claiming their father's throne, but he sensed his brother was past all that. "Can we hold the city until Father's army gets here?" "That's our other problem. Most allies we have, I've sent out of Valenne to raise their forces, and we simply can't trust those left to fight for us. Lord Girard most of all." Esterel gestured at Cassian to elaborate for him.
Girard was steward of the royal household under your uncle, a position that gave him a lot of influence in the Bastion and beyond. It's no secret to those in the city that Girard and I were rivals in the King's court, said the Lord Chancellor. I've long had a spy close to him. This spy has confirmed that Girard is in contact with Aubrey and other rebellious lords. He controls the royal treasury, pays the wages of every soldier in Valenne. I'm afraid if he's thrown in with Aubrey, he could act against Esterel even before the army gets here. It would give Aubrey substantial bargaining power to have Bastion's son in captivity. And now you are here as well.
Oh, said Payere, the seriousness of the situation now clear. With all due respect to your person, Gossa said to Caitian, what if your spy lies? Or you do?
Of course, you must all consider that possibility, Caitian replied matter-of-factly. All I can say is, I am loyal to Duke Bastion, and have formed a close friendship with Esterel. It would do my career no good to have Aubrey and his allies take the throne. I would soon find myself replaced. Nor would I get any benefit from misleading you and encouraging you to leave Valenne. But I fear you must consider that precise move, for the option of escape may soon be gone. The other thing I would say is this. If I have gone to the trouble of placing a spy close to Girard, don't be surprised if he is tracking our movements similarly.
There was a silence for a while as everyone seemed to think about the situation. Gossa glugged down the last of his drink, looked about for a place to spit, then thought better of it.
You said you brought men with you? Esterel asked at last. 4 each, Payere said with a nod to Gossa. Esterel looked at Sasha, who raised an eyebrow. You think you'll need them? Payere asked him. Maybe. If our enemies really don't want us to leave, it might come down to busting our way out. Perhaps, said Sasha, we should give these brothers some time to talk alone. Lord Gossa, maybe I could show you something of Valenne, unless you're too tired.
Too tired? You think a 4-day march takes anything out of this constitution? He asked with a slap to his chest.
Excellent, said Sasha. Let's be on our way. I, alas, have never had a warrior's constitution, said Caitian. Keep in touch.
With the 3 men gone, Esterel and Payere were alone.
Thank you for coming, said Esterel. I should have said that first. Honestly, when I saw that big brute, I fancied he'd come to kill me. Ha! You get used to his size after a few days. I'll take your word for that. Would you rather talk here or elsewhere? I must admit, said Payere, I have an interest in this fort. Of course you do, said Esterel. Come, you shall have the tour.
Esterel led Payere around the flat area that surrounded the fort, an area that his brother called the kill zone. With the walls of the fort on their right, the wet moat lay on their left. Payere got a whiff of an abysmal smell from the water when the wind blew the wrong way.
The legend is that the Krikers built it, Esterel told him. Or at least a Kriker designed it. It's quite unlike anything else in Javerne. Or in Brisingia. Of course, forgive me, said Esterel. You've been having your own adventures abroad. I'm guessing there's a story behind that, he asked, gesturing at Payere's fresh scar. Oh, I've some stories all right, Payere agreed. But I'd rather tell them when we are at leisure. True, that would be better. Anyway, the Bastion. The core principle is that there is no blind spot around the entire building, such as you can find with other forts and castles. Archers can target every single square inch of the kill zone. The moat makes it very difficult to tunnel under. In short, it's very easy to defend. I just wish I had some men I could trust to man it for me. Don't worry about it, Payere reassured him. Father will be here soon. He may not be racing, but the man is so methodical there is simply no chance he won't make it eventually.
Esterel laughed at that, but his smile didn't linger.
I just feel like such a failure. Father sent me here to prepare the way for his succession. Keep the Givernet loyal enough to the family to stop a challenge. I've been here more than 2 years and achieved precisely nothing.
Payere felt sorry for his brother.
It seemed he'd been given such a serious task, whereas their father had never asked very much of him. "Come on, that's not true. There's that Cassian fellow, and you said you had sent people off to raise forces to help. That wouldn't have happened without your efforts. Is that what your friends are doing?" "Many of them. Miles has inherited his father's estate and has invited everyone to bring their levies there. I sent Florent west to the Duke of Matras, asking him to support father's claim." "That's right," Pierre thought. "Those rather dull childhood geography lessons are coming back to me now. Apart from Morbagne, there are 2 other duchies. Matras defends the Kryka border and Famians the Caladri one. With Morbagne facing off against Famians, the allegiance of the Duke of Matras might decide the outcome." "There are many others I considered friends," Esterel continued, "who have slunk away, however. Perhaps some to join with the Duke of Famine, others to hide in their country estates until it's all over." "Duke of Famine?" Pierre asked. "Oh, sorry. It's just the nickname Aubrey has been given. After the Drobaks invaded his duchy, there was a lot of devastation and hunger." He looked at Pierre's expression. "Stupid name, really. No one says it to his face," he added, as if that made it better. Pierre thought it a cruel joke, but it didn't justify the man's treachery. "Maybe it's not such a bad thing," Pierre considered, "that you've learned who you can really trust." "I suppose so," said Esterel. "Man, it's good to see you again," he said, slapping Pierre on the shoulder. "I've missed you." "Same," said Pierre, suddenly feeling like he might choke up. Esterel had that effortless gift of making people feel special. He wondered how some of the Givernet had failed to come under his brother's spell. "Look, I didn't want to mention it in there, in case the walls have ears, or we can't fully trust everyone. But there are more of us coming, another 26, hopefully. Humbert is going to follow our route to the city up the castle." "Humbert?" Esterel cried. "When did my brother and his daft friend start leading bands of warriors across Dalria?" Pierre laughed. "Yeah, I'm not sure how that happened. Anyway, 13 with Humbert from Berisia, and 13 more of Gossa's men, in case we really need to do some fighting." Esterel nodded. "And you think we can trust this Gossa?" "I think," said Pierre, "that some men aren't cut out for double dealing and all that business. And I think Gossa is one of those." "Huh, I think you may be right. Then let's ask him to stay on the lookout for these reinforcements in case they get here in time." Esterel looked across the water of the moat. "Even if I've done little to help father, I'd rather he didn't reach Verlaine to find both his sons at the bottom of this stinking ditch." "Yes," Pierre agreed. "Let's try to avoid that."
Pierre slept in Esterel's rooms, along with Gossa and Sasha. After breakfast, Gossa agreed to return to the riverbank and look out for the arrival of the rest of their warriors. Cassian, the Lord Chancellor, returned. With him were 2 rough-looking swords. "Ernst and Gernot," he said. Both, Pierre noted, had fists the size of a small child. "I use them when the king needs to deliver justice outside the jurisdiction of the courts." Pierre took that to mean they battered people who needed a battering. "I think it might be wise for you to have some permanent protection, Lord Esterel," Cassian explained. "At least until we leave the city. At the risk of causing offense, I would urge you once more to consider that course of action. Aubrey's armies could arrive at any time." "I have allies out in the country," Esterel assured the man. "They would get word to me." Pierre eyed the 2 men. He didn't trust anyone to protect his brother except himself. He did, however, have a task that needed doing. "I need to find out where our men have been lodged." "I'll help you," Sasha offered. "I know my way around the bastion." With that plan agreed, Pierre and Sasha left Esterel's rooms and wandered about the fortress. Sasha seemed to think the various towers were the most likely places for the men to have been accommodated. "It might be overdoing it, but safest to keep our mission to ourselves," Sasha suggested. Thus, Esterel's friend made a pretense of showing Pierre about the bastion, especially when they passed a servant or guardsman.
Virtually everyone here owes their position to, or receives their income from Gerard, he explained. Royal Steward sounds like a powerful position, said Payre. Your father doesn't have such an office in Morbagne.
Payre thought about it.
Lord Russell is his marshal. He does everything in Morbagne. Huh. Then maybe Lord Russell should take the office when your father becomes king. Maybe.
It was a matter he had given no thought to until now. The business of appointing people to positions in government. In truth, he had only a vague understanding of which title was responsible for what. In Morbagne, things just seemed to get done of their own accord. It made him wonder about Sasha. Perhaps it was unfair in his case, but doubtless there would be some people who befriended Esterel for the sake of advancement.
Did my brother not ask you to raise forces for him? He asked. My father is Lord of Curion. He will bring men to Esterel's banner, and I will fight and die for him if I have to. Why? Payre asked. Because I believe he will make a great king, don't you? Of course I do.
They entered the ground floor room of a tower.
Stinks like my lot,
Payre noted. But the cots were empty, with no sign of occupation, except for one item.
What's this?
Sasha asked, retrieving it from a dark corner.
An otter, Payre told him. One of my Barisian recruits liked to whittle in his spare time. This doesn't look good, Sasha said, worried. I'm inclined to heed Caitian's warnings and get Esterel out of here before it's too late. What of these men? Payre asked him. It's no good you and I looking around asking questions. That's a sure way to rouse Gerard's suspicions. Maybe Caitian's Fix is a better place to do that.
Payre was desperate to find these men, but he had to concede Esterel's security was the most important thing.
All right,
he agreed. They crept out of Esterel's rooms, Sasha leading the way, Caitian by his side. Payre walked beside his brother. Behind them, the hulking figures of Ernst and Gernot brought up the rear. When the two men had reported back with their grim findings, 8 corpses bound in sacks, no one could argue against the Lord Chancellor's urgings to escape. Even if, as Payre feared, there was a chance Caitian was involved, his hand hovered close to his sword hilt, ready for a betrayal from Esterel's friends as much as his enemies intercepting them. The darkness of the bastion's corridors added to Payre's sense of being watched, as he felt the hairs prickle the back of his neck. All he could do was follow, not yet able to navigate his own way around the fort. He worried Sasha was leading them into a trap, that the 2 men behind them might knife them in the back. But there was no other option but to have faith that Esterel had chosen his friends wisely. The impressive defenses of the bastion had the unwelcome effect of making it difficult to escape the fort. Not trusting the guards who manned the drawbridge on the west side, the only way to walk out of the place, Sasha instead led them to the southernmost tower. They hadn't met a single soul. Most residents of the fort were surely fast asleep at this time, but it was really no surprise that they were unable to sneak their way in.
Lord Caitian? Lord Esterel?
Came a bewildered voice. It was a young man, spear clutched in one hand, no doubt given the short straw of night watch. He'd caught them as soon as Sasha opened the door to the ground floor room of the tower.
Yes, it's us. Don't worry,
Esterel said in a friendly manner, stepping in before Caitian's thugs got the idea of solving the problem in a different way.
What's your name, sir?
Jihan, my lord.
Jihan. I've been warned to escape before Duke Aubrey gets here,
Esterel told him, clearly having decided to give the guard a simple version of the truth.
My life is in danger, you see. We're leaving via this tower without being seen. I understand it's your job to defend the fort, but you haven't been asked to stop people from leaving, I presume?
Well, no. Not exactly.
He eyed their group, taking in the weapons they carried.
But I have been told to report anything odd, he admitted.
I won't ask you to lie for me or put yourself at risk, Esterel said. But bear in mind, added Sasha, that Lord Esterel's father is Duke Bastian, who will soon become King Bastian. How would you expect him to deal with anyone who put his heir in danger?
Yi Han looked distinctly uncomfortable.
I wouldn't do that, my lords.
Perhaps, said Esterel.
At the very least, you'd be able to delay your report.
Yi Han seemed to think about that option.
I would get the blame if they knew you'd come through here. It might be better if I simply came with you, my lord,
he suggested, a little sheepishly.
You'd do that?
Esterel asked him.
Well, you are the rightful heirs to Javan,
said the young man.
So I owe my allegiance to you, not anyone else. That's how I see it, at least.
I'm in your debt, Esterel said. I will tell my father about your courage. Yi Han gave a bashful smile. Pierre shook his head.
How does he do it?
He wondered. Yi Han led them out through the tower into the kill zone. Pierre couldn't stop himself from looking up to the battlements above them. If they were spotted, they'd be sitting ducks. It was imperative they were silent now. Sasha went first, lowering himself into the wet moat. Here the angular tower jutted out from the rest of the fort. It was, Esterel's friend had assured them, the narrowest crossing point. Pierre followed him into the water. It was cold, but the stench was worse.
Hold your nerve, he told himself, and don't make a sound.
He swam, keeping his arms and legs to gentle movements so as not to make a splash.
It's just as well it's night, he told himself, so I can't see what I'm swimming through.
He reached the far side of the moat at the same time as Sasha. It wasn't easy pulling themselves out of the moat and over the bank that surrounded it. Pierre slipped back in twice. Just as he thought he had a safe grip, the earth bank crumbled away. The third time he slithered his way over. He and Sasha then began helping the others out, first grabbing Kaysin by an arm each and hauling him out. Pierre was relieved to see they could all swim well enough to get across, no doubt a benefit of living so close to the council. Esterel and Yi Han came out safely. Ernst and Gernot were not as easy to lift out as Kaysin, requiring everyone's help, but they made it. Cold, wet, and reeking, they knew it wasn't over yet. Sasha led them off, crouch-walking away until they were a good distance from the bastion. Once they reached the first street, they tried walking naturally, aware there was a good chance they'd meet, or at least be seen by, the city's night walkers.
It's not so easy, Pierre found, when you're shivering with cold and want to retch at your own smell.
Sasha took them through the city, heading for the south gate. If they could get out that way and keep going south, they would have a good chance of meeting up with their father and the army of Morbagne. It wasn't until the central square that Pierre saw people. It seemed some of the homeless of the city chose it as a place to sleep, perhaps finding safety in numbers. In one corner, a fire had been lit, surrounded by half a dozen figures, lying prone on the floor or hunched over, woolen cloaks pulled about them. Other shapes moved about in the shadows, barely visible.
How many more, Pierre wondered, completely hidden from sight?
He wasn't the only one in their party who sensed something didn't feel quite right. They looked at one another. Then there was the unmistakable clink of metal armor, the thud of feet moving in unison. Armed soldiers appeared out of the streets around the square. Pierre's party was their target, and they knew exactly where they were. They must have watched them enter the square, been waiting for them. Ernst and Gernot pulled out weapons, wicked-looking hatchets perfect for close-quarter fighting. The others followed. Pierre, Esterel, Sasha, and Kaysin drew swords. Yi Han had his short spear.
"Let's not be stupid," said one of the soldiers.
He approached carefully, one hand gripping his own sword, the other held forward, palm up. With him were at least a score of armed men.
"Lewin," said Kaysin, "what's the meaning of this?"
"Captain of the city guard," Sasha murmured to Pierre.
"I have orders to arrest you," said the captain. "I'm to take your life, you hear me? There's no need for bloodshed."
"Whose orders?" Esterel demanded. Who told you to arrest the heir of the new king?"
"Come now, Lord Esterel," said Lewin. "There's no king right now, is there? But there is a man who claims to be king with an army at his back a day's march from here. It's not my place to get involved in high politics. But me and my men have an order, and it's been made quite clear what'll happen if we don't carry it out. So don't make us resort to force. Drop those weapons."
A cloaked, hooded figure shuffled towards the standoff. Pierre could just make out long blonde hair.
"So many armed men in the square all of a sudden,"
she said in a raspy voice.
"I've got a place you can stick those swords."
"Get lost, whore," Captain Lewin shouted. One of his men moved towards her, and the woman departed, far quicker than she had arrived. The captain looked about the square, betraying some nerves of his own. The darkness, combined with the figures moving about in the shadows, seemed to put everyone on edge.
"You're making a mistake, Captain," Cassian warned him. "Let us leave Verlaine. Say we gave you and your men the slip. It would be far better than choosing sides like this." "What if you've backed the wrong one?" "I'm not choosing sides. I'm keeping myself and my men alive when the army of Famians occupies the city, probably tomorrow. So, you have my sympathies and all that, but this is the last time I ask. Drop your damned weapons, or I give the order to cut you down."
Lewin's guards edged forwards, reinforcing the point.
"We can take them,"
Pierre said to Esterel.
20-7 wasn't great odds, at all. But how good were these men compared to him and his brother?
Esterel didn't answer, but looked in no mood to drop his weapon. Lewin's eyes widened in disbelief. Just as his lips opened to give his order, the cloaked woman returned, moving faster than ever. Before he got his words out, he found a knife at his throat.
"Drop it!"
she shouted. It was Ciela. Then more figures emerged from the shadows, surrounding the captain's guards.
"No one wants bloodshed tonight,"
a voice rang out. Pierre felt himself grinning like a fool. It was Humbert.
"Drop your weapons,"
Humbert continued,
"and on my honor, no harm shall befall you."
"You're overdoing it a little,"
Pierre murmured to himself.
"No!"
came a shout that sounded like the roar of a bear. Gossa. It did the trick. First one, then another. Then all the soldiers were laying down their weapons, Lewin included. Ciela's blade still alarmingly close to his neck.
"You should be grateful, Captain Lewin, that our allies arrived in time to save the lives of you and your men," said Esterel. "Still, you can tell Duke Aubrey the truth, that you were outnumbered and surrendered. I doubt the punishment will be severe. He'll be keen to win over Verlaine to his new regime. Mark my words, though, it will be short-lived. We will soon return to place my father on the throne. Bear that in mind over the next few days."
"Take their weapons,"
Pierre called out to his men.
"We don't want them following us."
His Barisians and Gossa's warriors picked up the discarded weapons. Ciela withdrew her knife and quickly backed away from the captain. Within moments, they were leaving the guards behind and rushing south through the city, to the gates. Sasha was soon organizing everyone, unbarring the wooden gates and getting them open, before the gatehouse guards knew what was happening. Pierre gave Humbert a hug as they waited, his stupid grin returning. Then they were all streaming out of Verlaine, over 30 men and 1 woman. It no longer felt like an escape or a retreat. It felt exhilarating. For, just as his brother had said, Pierre felt sure they would soon return. Chapter 13. Sonk. Kingdom of Javerne, 673. The army of Duke Bastien was on the march. It was larger than the army Sonk's father had taken to the Middersteppe last year. He had stripped Morbagne of its fighters. Everything seemed to depend on the success of this force. Either they put Bastien on the throne, or they would fail.
and Bastian and his family would be finished. For a careful planner like my father, Song considered, it must be hard to risk everything on this one campaign. But that was the situation the Duke found himself in, and he didn't shirk from it. Song felt most sorry for Louise, who had to stay behind in Arbiost yet again. With her father and 2, maybe 3 of her brothers at war in Giverny, it would not be an easy time for her, waiting desperately on any news. As for Payere, he had yet to arrive from Borussia. Their father had left instructions that should Payere return to Morbagne, he must rule it in his father's absence. Song had his doubts that Payere would keep himself away from the fighting, whatever instructions he was given. Song missed the company of his brother on this expedition. Payere's overconfidence could be quite reassuring. He rode beside Jesper and Ramon instead. He couldn't ask for 2 more capable individuals to travel with, but adults tended to be more serious all the time, and sometimes one needed a Payere or an Humbert to lighten the mood. Tadita and Rab had also been left behind, and Song knew he would miss them. "There's more than a little irony," Ramon commented as their winding column of riders crossed into the steppelands, "that the late king's final act, the conquest of these lands, has made a route for his brother's army." "I wonder what he would make of it," Jesper said. "The impression I get," said Ramon, "is Nicholas didn't really know his own mind." It looked like he was about to say more, but the sorcerer glanced at Song and stopped talking. Song had a fair idea what his teacher was thinking. His uncle had loved their mother, Eleanor, and they were Eleanor's children, but they were also Bastian's. Nicholas had been torn by love and jealousy. And how sad, Song thought, that he'd never been able to move on and find his own happiness. The route they were taking was the same as they had taken the year before. Forts erected by Bastian at regular spaced intervals to defend the newly acquired territory now protected his army's passage. They stopped at each one, Song's father reallocating men to or from the garrisons as he saw fit. A couple of forts already had quite a few ancillary buildings that had appeared since last summer, the beginnings of new towns. This gave Lord Russell options to manage the food supplies that were being transported by cart. Feeding everyone and not running out of food seemed to be the major preoccupation of Humbert's father. Whenever the man had a faraway look in his eyes, Song fancied he was counting cabbages in his head. The tribes of the steppe tracked their progress. Song caught glimpses of their mounted warriors, but once their destination was clear, they were content to let them be on their way. A week after they left Arbiost, the army crossed into Giverny proper. It was strange to think of Giverny, his father's rightful inheritance, as enemy territory, but that's what it felt like. Broncat took extra care to supervise the scouts, who rode out in all directions, returning to tell the weapons master what they had seen. The land here was generally rough and undeveloped. They passed only a few scattered settlements, linked by well-worn paths rather than solid roads. Their march was halted early on the first evening, giving everyone more time to set up camp. The carts were driven up onto a hillock and guards posted around its boundary. The army had got used to Duke Bastian's painstaking style of leadership, and there was little grumbling. It was wasted energy, after all. Next morning, they were quick to resume their journey north. Back on his mount, Song felt like he had barely woken up when a group of scouts came charging towards the front of the line. The pace of their return was hard to miss. A muttering began up and down the line. "Looks like they've found something," said Ramon. "Some people, most likely," said Jesper. Only a few moments passed before trumpeters blew their buccines in warning. Riders went down the line, galloping past Song's position towards the infantry, who trailed behind those lucky enough to be on horseback. "Is it the enemy?" Song asked. "Yes," said Jesper. Song was fully awake now.
He watched as his father, flanked by Lord Russell and Broncat, called on his horsemen to follow him west, in the direction the scouts had come from. Sonk had never been close to his father, but he had a moment of pride as he watched him, in full armor, ordering the men of Morbagne to follow him. He exuded a confidence that Sonk couldn't imagine ever having. "Come," said Jesper, encouraging Sonk to keep up. They left the path, guiding their horses across the grass and vegetation that grew beside it. They came upon a sharp dip that led into woodland. It held their progress up as each rider had to guide their horse down into the trees. The stomp of feet and clink of armor signaled the arrival of the infantry behind them. The earth churned until Jesper had seen enough. He called on everyone to dismount and lead their horses down. Others agreed, and so Sonk slid from his mount and led him down when it was his turn. Those ahead had decided to stay on their feet through the woodland, and so Sonk did likewise. They had to climb up a muddy trail, exposed roots threatening to trip the unwary. The trail leveled off, and suddenly Sonk was out of the trees and stepping onto a farmer's field. "Mount up, Sonk," Jesper called out. He did as he was told, and then nudged his horse towards Jesper's place in the cavalry line that was forming. His father had stopped at a point that gave them a good view of the land ahead. A few farm buildings lay in the center of the plain ahead of them. Beyond, on the far side, was the enemy army. Sonk could clearly see lines of infantry facing them, interspersed with cavalry units. He made out crimson banners with 4 azure diamonds. "Whose standard is that?" he asked Jesper, unable to take his eyes off the scene in front of him. It seemed unreal that in a matter of moments he had found himself on a battlefield. Jesper shrugged. "I don't know." "The Lord of Saliers," said Ramon, joining them on Sonk's other side. Jesper gave the sorcerer a questioning look. "Russell told me," Ramon admitted. "Sonk, our powers may be needed here," he said, keeping his voice quiet. "Our priority must be to keep your father safe. If he is killed, or even injured, it puts the entire campaign in jeopardy. Others are not so important. It's harsh," he said, giving Sonk a look, "but this is war. Please stay with me at all times." "I will be with you both as well," Jesper said, "to give you protection when you are concentrating on other things." The infantry emerged from the woodland, and soon there was a lot of shouting as the army of Morbagne was organized in the way Duke Bastien wanted it. Broncat's voice was the loudest, but neither Lord Russell nor Bastien himself refrained from yelling out their demands. Nobles yelled at their own retinues, while infantry and cavalry units had to move this way and that until the leaders of the army were happy. Whenever he could, Sonk would glance across at the enemy, wondering if they were marching towards their position, perhaps to strike before they were ready. But each time, he could see they hadn't moved at all. Looking back and forth, he gradually took in the numbers on each side. Salier's force was only a third the size of his father's. "We should win," he told himself, taking some confidence. Positioned in the same cavalry unit as his father, Sonk saw him nod at his trumpeteers. They blared out his order, and the Morbagne infantry lines moved towards the enemy. They went slowly, their captains looking across to ensure they didn't move ahead or fall behind the other units. They presented a wall of steel to the enemy, and Sonk allowed himself to imagine how the outnumbered enemy might be feeling right now. More buccines sounded. He saw his father handed a spear by his squire. Then the other men in the front line were armed in the same manner. Only the elite were trained to fight from horseback. Months of extra training in the saddle were required to master the skills. Looking at the row of bristling spears ahead of him, Sonk appreciated why they went to all the extra trouble. His father raised his weapon into the air, and the cavalry walked forward. With a nod from Jesper and Ramon on either side of him, Sonk nudged his mount to follow. He thought through what he might do when the two sides met. Of course, he would defend his father. Would he and Ramon be expected to go on the attack? And what would everyone do when they discovered he was a sorcerer? Song had been more than content for that to remain a secret. More shouting, then the buccines were blown again. They came to a halt. Song peered through the gaps in the rank ahead until he could see what was happening. The enemy were retreating, marching away from their positions in an organized maneuver. He heard his father's voice, giving vent to his anger.
"Wasting our time," and "playing with us"
were two phrases he kept returning to, amid more foul language than Song had ever heard from him. Song turned to Jesper, who shrugged.
"Sally Ayres probably had no intention of engaging with us," said the forester. "Just slowing us down."
"He doesn't want us to reach Verlaine?"
Song asked him. Jesper frowned, as if surprised by the question.
"Maybe. Or he just intends to make our lives difficult. If his forces can't beat us, they'll make a nuisance of themselves instead."
Duke Bastion's voice was getting louder. He was steering his mount towards them, his advisors on either side. Song picked up that he was giving Lord Russell command of a section of the army.
"Ramon!"
his father bellowed. "Here, your grace," said Song's teacher.
"You and Song will go with Russell. Offer whatever assistance you can."
"It might be better for at least one of us to stay with you," Ramon offered. Bastion pinned him with an ill-tempered look.
"Must I repeat my order?"
he demanded. "No, your grace." Then the Duke was breezing past, leading his army back to the path they had left. Song caught Jesper giving Ramon a smirk.
"No, your grace,"
Jesper mimicked. "Shut up," said Ramon sourly. Russell's unit comprised a good majority of the Morbinet cavalry. Able to move more freely without the encumbrance of the infantry units, they tracked well ahead of the main army, looking for further threats. Once Lord Russell was content that the path ahead was safe, he would take them off it, ranging out west, where they knew Salier's force was operating.
"Two can play at his game,"
he told Song, riding next to him for a while.
"If the enemy spot us, they'll be forced to come and drive us off."
"Leaving father's force free to march north,"
Song said.
"Exactly,"
said Russell, pleased that Song understood so quickly.
"And if they don't spot us,"
he added, allowing himself a savage grin,
"we catch them in a pincer."
He took both hands off his reins and slammed his palms together, indicating what would happen to Salier's army. Song could tell that Lord Russell was looking forward to such an attack. It seemed, however, that the Lord of Salier's knew his soldiering. More than once the enemy appeared, cutting them off. Russell would retreat his horsemen towards Duke Bastion and the rest of the army, hoping to draw Salier's into the main force. But before the enemy got too close, they would retreat out of harm's way. This elaborate game of cat and mouse unfolded over the next 2 days. Song had never done so much riding in his life, but perhaps it was worth it, for his father's army plodded its way ever closer to Verlaine. The next day, Salier's was nowhere to be seen. The path they travelled became a road, and the army of Morbagne made better time. Early next morning, they came upon a village that straddled the road. It had been burned out, not just the buildings, but the fields surrounding it. Russell posted a mounted watch and led a troop into the settlement on foot. Song followed Russell into the remains, Jesper and Ramon with him. He had never seen anything like it. People's homes, their church, everything they had known, destroyed. Some shells of buildings still stood, threatening to topple over. The smell of charcoal remained, even though the fires had burnt out. "No bodies," said Ramon, sounding relieved.
"No signs of a killing,"
Jesper confirmed, scanning the detritus.
"Looks like the villagers were either allowed to leave or taken away."
"Salier's did this?"
Song asked.
"Almost certainly,"
the forester confirmed.
"Denying our army sustenance. Doesn't seem to know Duke Bastion or Lord Russell very well. We've enough supplies to get us to Verlaine without the need to take extra."
It seemed insane to Song that Javerne had descended to this in so short a space of time. A struggle for the throne had caused the destruction of this community.
innocent families with no allegiance to either side. From Ramon's reaction, he gathered things might get much worse too. They needed to get his father on the throne, needed to stop this madness. Warning calls came, and Song suddenly found they were running. Was it a trap prepared by Saliers? He asked himself as they pounded out of the village for their horses. The tethered horses turned, wide-eyed at their approach. Men barked at one another, desperate to find their mounts. Song found his, but he was skittish at the arrival of so many men and their frantic voices. He danced away, refusing to let Song get a foot into a stirrup. Then Jesper was there, already mounted. He reached over, calm-voiced, and patted the beast. Song clambered up, and they rode with Lord Russell to the north of the village. Song soon spotted what appeared to be a standoff between a dozen of their own mounted troops and a force of armed men, maybe 30 strong, on foot. This force had their weapons in their belts. They didn't, Song noted, as Russell's force pulled up, look like they had come to fight. He studied these men. They were a strange-looking mix of fur-clad warriors, mustachioed fighters like the men who had come to Arbiost from the Empire, a woman as dangerous-looking as the rest, and well-dressed Jevennet. He fixed on 3 familiar faces from the latter group. "Song!" Pierre burst out as their eyes met. "By the gods! What are you doing here?" Song sat on the ground with his brothers, Lord Russell, and their various advisers. They discussed what their plans should be, while they waited for his father to arrive with the main force. Song knew if his father were here, he wouldn't have been invited to such a meeting. It made it all the more exciting. He had been introduced to 3 men who had accompanied his brothers and Humbert in their escape from Valais. Lord Gosse was a huge bear of a man with a great beard. Cassian was older, with the grand title of Lord Chancellor. Song recognized Sasha of Curion. He had accompanied Esterel on his visit to Arbiost 2 years ago. He looked the part. He imagined them both strolling along the streets of Valais, being handsome, good-humored, gracious, and charming. Esterel and Pierre told them all about their escape, how it seemed almost certain that Duke Aubry of Famiens had now occupied Valais. "On our journey here," Esterel told them, "we spotted a sizable army heading northwest. We thought it was you at first. Good job we were careful."
"Must have been Arnold of Salier's army," said Lord Russell. "He's been harassing us somewhat. But northwest, you say? Not north, straight to Valais."
Esterel shook his head. "Our allies in Javerne are raising their forces. They've agreed to rendezvous at Corbenay." "My father and others are heading to Corbenay," Sasha confirmed. "I fear the enemy might head there next." Lord Russell seemed to think about it.
"It's what I'd do," he said at last. "Garrison Valais, then take out our allies in Corbenay. Prevent them from joining up with us. That would leave them with most of Javerne under their control. They'd fancy their chances of seeing Bastien's army off from that position."
Somber nods of agreement greeted this assessment. There was little else worth saying before the rest of the army caught up. The first thing Lord Bastien did when he reached them was hug his 2 sons. Song stood aside, ignored, trying not to acknowledge the awkwardness that other people around them felt. His father then listened to the news from Valais.
"You did well to get out,"
he murmured to Esterel, then thanked Lord Casin for his advice. He frowned at Pierre.
"Foolish of you to bring a force from Berisia," he said. "We don't want the people of Javerne thinking ours is an army of foreigners. We need to be seen as Givernet. That's what your brother has been trying to achieve here."
"But father," Pierre said, going red, "I promised them pay and a place in our forces."
"Of course, I'll honor whatever promises you've made, boy. Just think next time, will you?"
Song felt sorry for Pierre as he silently nodded his agreement. The amount of affection the Duke had for his sons was painfully apparent when all 3 were together. Bastien then listened to Lord Russell's summary of their predicament. He didn't take long to agree with his conclusions.
"There's both a strategic and moral imperative to join up with Corbenay's forces," he declared.
If Aubrey is also taking his forces there, we may bring him to battle. A decisive outcome is just what we need.
Assuming, Song said to himself, we're the ones who win.
Chapter 14. Sonk. Corbenay, Kingdom of Javern, 673. They were a united force once more. It didn't take the scouts long to find the trail left by the Lord of Salier's army. The direction he had taken confirmed what they had already suspected. The destination was Corbenay. Sonk rode in the vanguard, not far behind his father and brothers.
Chances are, Jesper said next to him, Saliers won't realize his force was spotted by Esterel. They'll assume we're still heading for Valenne, which will have been left ready for a siege. They think they can deal with Corbenay and come back for us.
Then they've got a surprise coming, noted Ramon. The bullish attitude of Sonk's friends was shared by the entire army. Perhaps it had something to do with the Duke and his sons being reunited. Ordered to force march, even the hard-worked infantry seemed keen to catch up to the enemy. When the light faded, they made a basic camp. Duke Bastien banned fires. Sonk had lookout duty with Père and Humbert. It was eerie, looking across an unknown territory, knowing the enemy was out there.
At least we've done this before,
he muttered, recalling the duties they had been given in the mid-steppe. Père grinned at him. Sonk couldn't help staring at his brother's scar as he did. Père noticed and put his fingers to it. The grin disappeared.
I'm sorry you got banished, Sonk blurted out. It was my fault, but I couldn't fight back against Robert. I had reasons that I couldn't tell you.
Don't be stupid, Sonk, Père said. There were 4 of them, all bigger and older than you. Anyway, he said, sharing a look with Humbert. It wasn't all bad in Brisingia.
Sonk raised an eyebrow.
He fell in love, said Humbert. Princess Liesel herself.
Liesel? Sonk repeated. The princess who had been offered in marriage to Esterel by the Brisingian embassy. Some of whom had tried to kill him. Some of whom Sonk had killed.
Is she really as beautiful as that ambassador claimed?
He asked doubtfully.
Oh, yes, said Père, his grin returning. But she is just as beautiful inside as out.
See, said Humbert. Love.
And did she fall in love with you? Sonk asked.
Well, I was working on that, Père admitted. But things got complicated.
He proceeded to tell Sonk a strange and dark story of a family beguiled by a witch and a mercenary leader. He was shocked when Père revealed it was Liesel's brother Leopold who had given him the scar.
So you see, his brother finished, I have no idea where she is now, except that Farad promised me he left her somewhere safe.
It was some story. Once their guard duty was over, the 3 of them wasted no time in finding somewhere to sleep. Sonk looked up at the stars in the night sky. As he drifted away, he imagined Princess Liesel staring up at the same sky, thinking about his brother Père. He smiled to himself. No, not possible. They were roused early, the sun casting a strip of yellow on the horizon. Otherwise, the sky was slate gray. Soon they were moving. The mounted contingents led the way but stayed close to the mass of infantry behind them. Sonk's stomach ached. Something was telling him today was the day. Everyone else seemed to sense it too. There was a tension, broken by occasional laughter, loud barks in response to jokes that were average at best. Sonk wavered from anticipation to trepidation. He didn't really know how he felt. Then there was a sudden rush of activity. The scouts had found Salier's army ahead. The news rippled down the line. Sonk's father gathered his mounted force about him, giving out orders. The greater portion of the cavalry would ride ahead and engage. Esterel was the nominal leader, with Lord Russell and Broncat for support. Duke Bastien, a visibly disappointed Père, and everyone not named would stay with the infantry, including Sonk and Ramon.
"Shouldn't we go with them?"
Sonk whispered to his teacher. They had come to use their powers after all. What was the point in staying put? Now's the time to follow orders, Ramon replied, his voice equally hushed. I reckon we'll get our chances to help. Sonk watched the cavalry force, 100 strong, ride ahead. His father kept the rest of the army going in the same direction, at what seemed like a crawl. Esterel's horsemen soon disappeared. It was horrible, not knowing what was happening ahead of them. Sonk chafed at their pace.
Can't we go faster than this?
He mumbled, wary of his father hearing his complaints. He could see Pierre and Humbert riding at the front, looking as dissatisfied as he felt. No point in tiring out the foot soldiers, Jesper said. I suggest you keep your thoughts to yourself, Sonk. Reluctantly, he did as he was told. A path took them downhill through woodland. Through the trees, Sonk caught occasional glimpses of a stone structure in the distance. Once out in the open, he could see it was a tall castle with a settlement around it. Corbinay, he supposed. Esterel's cavalry and the forces of Lord Salliers were still nowhere to be seen, but faint shouts occasionally carried to them on the wind. Let's see what the story is, he heard his father say. The Duke ordered them towards the settlement. Get the banners up, he ordered. The red pall on a white background, representing Morbagne, was held aloft. So too was the Owl of Javerne, though no doubt the other side also carried that flag. The town had a simple wooden wall around it, from which armed warriors looked their way, but the castle was the only truly defendable structure. Assuming it was already occupied by their allies, it didn't look large enough to hold their numbers as well. Duke Bastien called a halt. The town gates were opening. A moment of tension came. No one knew for sure who would emerge. It was a few riders. 6 banners came with them, no doubt representing the various lords who had gathered at Corbinay. Sonk didn't know them, but others did, and the tension eased as his father and others recognized allies. 6 men pulled up in front of them. Sonk only recognized one face, and he was the one to speak. Welcome to Corbinay, Your Grace. He was one of Esterel's friends. He was broad with close-cropped chestnut hair and a big smile. It is a relief to see you. Lord Corbinay, Bastien nodded, and reeled off the names of the other 5. I'm grateful for your support. A relief, you said? Aye, it seems you've chased off Sallier's army, but perhaps only into the arms of the Duke of Famine. Duke Aubrey is here. Only a couple miles to the northeast, Corbinay confirmed. When we saw Salliers approach last evening, we feared the worst. Had a rough night debating our options. What are Famine's numbers? Sonk's father demanded. At least 6,000, unfortunately. Aurillac is with him, along with several other lords. Aurillac? That was the title of Robert's father. Robert is surely there as well. And yours? We have 500 horse and 2,000 foot, Your Grace. Duke Bastien did a quick calculation in his head. Making our forces about even. Ah, said Corbinay. That's when battles are fought. Maybe so, Sonk's father agreed. All heads turned to see a lone rider approach from the northeast. It was Sasha, Esterel's friend. Both rider and mount were slick with sweat. He pulled up and spoke in a loud voice, as if he had just been shouting and hadn't yet adjusted his volume. Your Grace, he said to Duke Bastien. Father, he said with a grin to one of the lords with Corbinay. Miles, he nodded to Corbinay himself. He turned his attention back to Sonk's father. We went after them, trying to engage, he explained. Salliers saw us coming and was quick to order his forces to move. He had his horsemen come at us, but they retreated and drew us away from his main force. They nearly led us into the army of Famians. Esterel told me to report back here. And where is Esterel? Duke Bastien demanded, a note of worry in his voice. They are leading the enemy horse on a little chase. He and Lord Russell wanted to give you some time to make a decision. Sasha looked at the faces of Duke Bastien, his father, Miles of Corbinay. To advance, or retreat, or whatever. This is our chance to end this. Stop a civil war, said Sonk's father. We advance. A shiver ran down Sonk's spine. Surely it was also a chance for Aubrey to seize the crown, to kill Bastien and his heirs. He remembered the burned-out village they had passed. Maybe it was better to have a decisive outcome, one way or the other. Moving thousands of warriors where you wanted them to go was more difficult than Sonk had imagined. Finally, his father had his forces lined up to his satisfaction. Lord Corbenay led the men from his fief in a division on the left. Sasha and his father, Lord Curian, commanded the remainder on the right. The army of Morbagne, the largest contingent by far, held the centre. Duke Bastien had dismounted and put himself in the front line. It was as large a statement as one could make that he would put his own life on the line to win this battle. Sonk knew his warriors would fight and die with him. Sonk, Ramon, and Jesper took up position 2 rows behind his father. The priority, Ramon had told him before, was to keep Sonk's father safe. That hadn't changed. By the time they were organized, Esterel and the rest of the Morbagne cavalry had rejoined them. They had come to no harm, though they had been chased by a huge contingent of enemy horses. The enemy pulled up when they spotted the army of Morbagne. They had a clear view of the numbers and disposition of his father's force. They studied for a while, in no hurry to leave, before returning to their camp. Duke Aubrey could retreat back to Valenne, Sonk supposed, but what message would running from a smaller force send out? Sonk was convinced he'd fight. Once Aubrey had made the decision to stand against his father, a battle such as this had been almost inevitable. Bastien gave Esterel charge of the cavalry, positioned behind the infantry. Pierre, Lord Russell, and Broncat joined him. Sonk felt better knowing his brothers had experienced heads with them. Perhaps that was his father's thinking. At last, they marched away from Corbenay. They followed a road, though their force was spread so wide that most of them marched through the terrain on either side. It was mostly grass, but every so often Sonk found himself having to detour around a tree or hedge, and then relocate himself to his correct position in his line. They heard the enemy before they saw them, shouting, horns blowing, the squeal of horses. When the 2 sides saw each other, challenges soon rang out. Men from both sides crashed their weapons against shields, creating an almighty racket that disturbed many a mount. Sonk put a hand on the hilt of his sword, still scabbarded at his belt. He had no shield to bang it against. He would need at least 1 free hand to direct his magic. Ramon, he observed, had no weapon at all. He felt there was a strange bravery in that. He studied Aubrey's forces, positioned in a wide formation like their own, with standard bearers signifying which noble house was where. In their centre were the 2 largest banners, the Owl of Javerne and what must be the device of the Dukes of Famiens, a silver lattice on a field of azure. Sonk reckoned Aubrey had slightly more men with him. Certainly they seemed to have more horsemen. They hadn't planned to fight his father here, merely crush his allies. Now it would be as even a contest as war allowed. The banging of steel on wood died down, and then stopped. For a few moments it went deathly quiet. The 2 armies faced one another, close enough to pick out the detail on each individual's shields, to identify whether they held spear or sword or axe. Then Sonk's father raised an arm. The first Bursine, carried by a soldier behind him, blew out. Then others, carried by men embedded throughout the army, joined in. The order to march. Sonk heard answering calls from Aubrey's force, as if making it clear they were equally keen to fight. Duke Bastien's front line took a step forward, then the next line. Then it was Sonk's turn to shuffle forwards, careful to stay in position. "I thought they might talk first," Sonk said, eager to break the silence. "That's what they did in your stories about the Isharite Wars." "Sometimes," Jesper admitted. "It seems your father has nothing to say." "A tactic, you might say," Ramon suggested, "to project confidence to the enemy. I've known soldiers wait for hours facing each other, building up the confidence to fight." "Ah, what's this?" The sorcerer pointed ahead. Instead of sending their infantry to match them, Duke Aubrey's cavalry were moving forwards, passing through gaps in the infantry line. They gathered in a line, a solid wall of horseflesh, many of the beasts as well armored as the knights who rode them. Most of the riders held lances, giving them both a height and reach advantage over the men in his father's front line.
"They intend to charge us,"
Jesper said in surprise.
"They're using their strength," said Ramon. "This Duke Aubrey seems determined to win."
Sonk detected a new note of concern in his teacher's voice. He felt the ground rumble as the enemy cavalry picked up speed, the gap between the two armies rapidly closing. He looked behind them. Esterel and their own cavalry force waited in reserve, what now seemed like a long distance behind. An uneasiness grew within him. For the first time he contemplated what might happen should they lose. Ramon was looking at him.
"They don't have mages in their army," he said.
Jesper had his bow in hand, pulling back the string and firing in a high arc. Other arrows buzzed their way towards the enemy as they came within range. A fast-moving force was a challenge to hit, many missiles missing their target. Few that struck seemed able to penetrate armor. Song saw one rider pull up as his horse bucked in pain, but the missiles had made little impact. The horses were close now. Song could see their wild eyes, flared nostrils, and open mouths. He had never realized horses could be so frightening. Song heard his father's voice, shouting to be heard above the growing noise of the battlefield.
"Hold!"
he demanded, as his front line readied themselves. A wall of overlapping shields was made ready. Spears and other weapons poked out from the wall. Surely, Sonk told himself, a horse won't charge into that. A few did. Some horses reared up, kicking out at the warriors on the front line. Some refused. Others pulled up while their riders struck out with lances. Horses were stabbed. Panicking, they ran in all directions, or fell writhing to the ground. The awful sounds and smells of battle assailed Sonk as he and Ramon tried to focus on the position occupied by Sonk's father. Duke Aubrey's forces bunched here, calling out to one another. Like hounds with a fox, they'd found Duke Bastien and instinctively knew his death would end the battle. Sonk and Ramon built a magical defense around his father and the warriors by his side. Try as they might, the enemy found themselves unable to break through. Sonk's father, probably the only one in the melee who understood what was happening, encouraged his men to strike out at the enemy. Riders were knocked from horses, then axes hacked at limbs and sword blades found any weak points in their armor. Still, more of the enemy came. The warriors of Morbagne were drawn to defend their duke, but outside the area of magical protection, many were slain. The Famian's cavalry cut through them, threatening to encircle Bastien and the half-dozen soldiers who now stood with him. Trusting that Ramon would protect his father, Sonk used his other option, attack. He sent bolts of magic at the horsemen. He made no attempt to shape how they looked, instead giving all his attention to ensuring accuracy. One rider after another was thrown from their mounts as Sonk cleared the threat around his father. He exulted in the power he had, the ability to change the course of battle. Wielding such power had its costs, however. He felt the drain on his energy. Even more, he felt the hostility in the looks he was given, from both sides. Fear and hatred of what he could do. "We're in trouble," Jesper shouted. Sonk, so focused on his father's position on the battlefield, was suddenly drawn to what was going on elsewhere. Jesper stood, sword drawn, as a group of enemy horsemen came for them. Drawn by me, Sonk realized. Elsewhere, the battlefield looked chaotic. The disposition of their army, over which his father had taken so much care and time, had been compromised. The shield wall had been broken in more than one place, allowing groups of cavalry to get through and attack from the rear, disrupting defenses, isolating and surrounding groups of warriors. Jesper took a few paces forward, in a brave attempt to hold off the half-dozen riders bearing down on them. "Ramon!" Sonk warned. He threw one bolt, then another. Not enough. Then Ramon was helping, his magic blasting into the enemy, while somehow avoiding Jesper in front of them. The remaining riders were thrown from their horses. Sonk looked about. They were in the clear for the moment, but they were dangerously exposed. "No!" he heard Ramon shout, Cold fear grabbed at Sonk. He looked for his father. He couldn't see him. Sonk, Ramon, and Jesper all ran at the same time. They made for the spot where the last men standing were being pulverized by the Famian's cavalry. Ramon blasted the enemy. One of the horses lifted into the air and smashed into another with the force of it. Sonk put a protective barrier around the space where two warriors stood side by side amongst a pile of bodies.
That must be where father is.
He held the barrier as best he could while moving across the treacherous battlefield. Jesper reached them first, slashing at a cavalryman until he was through his defenses. A high blow connected and knocked him from his horse. The beast turned and ran, while Jesper finished off its rider. Then he dropped his weapon and began searching through the bodies. Sonk and Ramon arrived and did the same. The two warriors swayed on their feet, exhausted and unable to help. Sonk moved bodies aside with care, unsure who was alive or dead. Blood, innards, and excreta covered everything, and he gagged, only just stopping himself from adding to the filth.
"Here,"
said Jesper, clearing a space around a body. Sonk's father had gone a grey colour. One leg was twisted at an unnatural angle. Sonk thought he could see the white of bone. Jesper put a hand to his neck.
"There is a pulse," he said.
"Can you do something?" Sonk asked Ramon. The sorcerer pursed his lips.
"Not really. He needs to be carefully carried from the battlefield and treated, but we can't do that now. The best we can do is stand guard over him."
Sonk looked about. He tried to fend off the sensation of being overwhelmed. With his father unconscious, the army was leaderless. Then movement caught his eye.
"Over there,"
he said, pointing.
"That's a sight for sore eyes,"
said Jesper. Their cavalry, led by Esterel, they had decided to act, maneuvering around Corbinet's left division, now sweeping in front of the infantry. The Duke of Famian's cavalry might still have the numbers, but they were dispersed all about the battlefield now, busy targeting the vulnerable infantry. None had the numbers to stop Esterel's united force, who went from one group to the next, striking them down, forcing a retreat. Before long, the enemy cavalry saw what was happening, and a disorganized retreat was called, individual horsemen and small groups departing the scene and making their way back to their camp. The cavalry pulled up where Sonk stood. Esterel was dashing, long blonde hair streaming behind him, lance still in hand. There was Pierre, a ferocious grin on his face. Lord Russell and Broncat looked altogether more serious.
"Bastien,"
Russell called out.
"Here,"
said Jesper.
"We need to evacuate him as soon as possible."
"Damn it," said Russell. Sonk tried not to take offense, feeling responsible for his father's injuries. But it had been desperate amongst the infantry, and these new arrivals had enjoyed a much easier time of it. One of Pierre's new friends arrived on foot with his men. Dressed in furs, they were a barbaric-looking group to begin with. Their gore-splattered armor and weapons only added to the impression. But, quick to understand the situation, the big man in charge sent 4 of them off to fetch a stretcher. Sonk saw Esterel and Pierre surveying the scene. As the battered infantry gathered towards them, they were only now realizing just how bad it was. Many men carried injuries, some crying out in pain, and while the Duke would be escorted off the field, anyone else who couldn't walk would simply have to wait. The blare of buissines from the enemy camp hurried the need for decisions.
"That'll be the infantry coming,"
said Broncat, looking towards the enemy. He scanned their own men.
"And they'll be fresh."
"I'll dismount and stand in the front line,"
said Pierre. It was said as a statement rather than a question, and Sonk admired his brother's guts.
"Not a bad idea,"
said Broncat, looking at Esterel and Lord Russell.
"I'll go with him. Give the men a bit of extra steel."
Lord Russell said nothing, deferring to Esterel. "Very well," Esterel said at last. "But we can't afford to lose any more cavalry."
"At least give us Humbert,"
said Pierre, gesturing at his friend. Esterel's face twisted into a smile. "By all means, take him. No offense, Lord Russell."
"Of course not,"
Lord Russell agreed.
"I'm sure Humbert will be as much help on his feet as on horseback."
Grumbling to himself, Humbert dismounted, along with Pierre and Broncat, and the 3 of them handed over their reins. "Good luck," Esterel said. Then he was calling out orders and his cavalry left the field, returning to a position behind the infantry. I think you should leave with your father, Sonk, Ramon said quietly.
No, Sonk said. I am tired, but I have enough left to help.
We cannot risk you, Ramon told him, studying Sonk for signs that he was hiding the truth.
Honestly,
Sonk insisted.
I'm fine.
With Ramon giving his reluctant assent, the sorcerer, Sonk, and Jesper positioned themselves just behind Payer. Sonk's older brother frowned.
I don't think Sonk should be placed so close to the action.
Your father's orders, Jesper said softly, and Payer didn't argue. He looked instead at their father, sprawled out on the ground. Sonk was sure it was strange for everyone, seeing the man with such stern authority, looking so vulnerable. My man will stay with him until the stretcher comes, the fur-clad bear man reassured them. I'll stay myself if you really want, but I think I'll be more help with this, he said, waving a huge sword in the air.
Please, come join us,
Payer said, and the warrior took up a position between Payer and Umber. I think we'd be best setting our line forward a bit, Broncat said to Payer. It would give a bit more protection to your father and the other injured.
Of course.
Broncat shouted out the orders and the buccines blew, just as the enemies had done. The infantry of Morbagne reformed its shield wall and marched towards the enemy. Peering to either side, Sonk could see that the left and right divisions were still with them, even if he couldn't tell what condition they were in. Broncat called a halt and then shouted, Form up! The order passing along the line. Broncat was so used to giving orders every day, he had a natural authority amongst the men. Sonk was glad of it, for it was sorely needed. There was nothing more to do except wait and watch as the enemy infantry marched closer. Sonk could tell the enemy had a slight advantage in numbers. Their line of men was longer. It would allow them to overlap at the flanks, where Lord Corbenet and Curian would have to manage the problem. Otherwise, they were evenly matched. Some of the men-at-arms might have mail shirts, capable of withstanding a hack or thrust. Others would be wearing hide or padded cloth. Some, not even that.
Evenly matched, Sonk told himself. Except for myself and Ramon.
Jesper was one of the first to shoot arrows. Soon missiles were being sent back and forth as the two lines of infantry came within range of each other. All a warrior could do was hold their shield up and pray that an arrow didn't find its way through. I've got this, Ramon told Sonk. Sonk understood the sorcerer had placed an invisible shield around those close to them, including, of course, Payer and the others in the front line. No one seemed to notice, except Jesper, who took advantage of the protection to fire his arrows until he had none left. Just as before, some missiles struck the unlucky, but neither side had the numbers to inflict appreciable damage. The infantry of Duke Aubrey and his allies were now coming at them at pace, though disciplined enough to maintain their shield wall. The men of Morbagne raised their own shields and moved to meet them. A great crack sounded across the battlefield as shield met shield. Warriors heaved and pushed. Warriors screamed as sharp steel was rammed forward, face height, ankle height, into guts, over the top, crashing down onto helmets. Luck had equal importance to skill in surviving those first deadly moments. Except for the front line of the Morbagne infantry, immediately in front of Ramon and Sonk. No blade struck a single one of them, while plenty of their own strikes found a target. Up and down the line as the two walls met, men fell on both sides in equal numbers. Here, the opposing shield walls shifted back and forth as new warriors filled the holes left by injured and dead comrades. But in the center, the Morbagne found their forward momentum unimpeded. Payer, Broncat, and Gossa struck out with brutal ferocity, battering away any attempt to hold them off. Within moments they were through. Just as Aubrey's cavalry had broken their own lines, they carved a hole in the enemy's defenses. Sonk found himself following his brother through the gap, pushed from behind as much as deciding for himself. Broncat's lessons meant he knew it was crucial they rammed home their advantage before the enemy could react. He moved to the right, while Ramon followed Broncat left. He could see Jesper struggling amongst the press of bodies, trying to follow him, ever the protector. To his side, Gossa put a meaty arm around a warrior's neck, dragging him to the ground. Ahead, Peer and Umber moved around and attacked the enemy's rear lines. Song followed them. As the enemy tried to defend themselves, he joined his brother, using his sword in real combat for the first time. Drilled since childhood, he allowed his training to take over. Holding his sword two-handed, he struck out at a tall warrior, his blade crashing against the opponent's shield. In fractions of time, he saw his opponent sizing him up. Then the man's shield was coming for him, aiming to crack him in the face and deliver a follow-up strike with his weapon. But Sonk knew that move. He lunged forward, falling to one knee. As the shield passed overhead, he drove his sword up towards the enemy's midriff. He felt the shock go into his hands and up his arms as the blade found resistance, and he withdrew to the side, regaining his feet. His opponent was doubled over in pain. Song saw he was wearing leather armor and doubted that his blow had pierced it, but he knew he had to act fast, while his opponent was defenseless. He hacked his blade down onto the man's helmet, focusing on speed rather than strength. He was rewarded when the man slumped to the ground. Gossa appeared, taking in the scene. He stamped down onto the man's head, then took up position next to Sonk. Then Jesper was there, taking his place next to Gossa. The enemy shield wall was breaking up now, its warriors forced to leave the formation to defend themselves against the new front that had been opened. This allowed their own shield wall to gain the upper hand over a weaker foe. The inevitable happened, and it happened quickly. Those warriors closest to Sonk's position, in a hopeless predicament, turned and fled. The enemy shield wall disintegrated before them, a wave of men turning around and running back the way they had come. It didn't stop until every soldier, right the way through to the end of the line where the men of Kurian fought, had retreated. With no interest in savoring the sight, Peer demanded they turn around and head for the left wing of the shield wall. Here, Broncat was attempting to achieve the same as they had done and finding more resistance. Peer was shouting, and Sonk ran to keep up with his brother. "Steady," Jesper demanded next to him. Sonk had to force himself to slow down. His fears had gone, and all he could feel now was the thrill of the fight. They fell on the nearest enemy, screaming like wild men. Umber's grin was as savage as Gossa's. Sonk fought alongside Jesper. They slashed and hit, knowing they were winning, knowing they were turning the tide of the battle. The outcome was the same. The enemy infantry turned and fled as before, running for their lives. A mighty cheer rose up. Sonk couldn't shake off his stupid grin as he watched Peer waft his sword in triumph at the sky. Someone was singing. Then Broncat was shouting, "We haven't won yet, you fools!" He gestured towards the enemy camp. Sonk could see the enemy cavalry gathering as their infantry streamed towards them. Oh, he realized, them again. It seemed his father's rivals had their strength in their cavalry. Rested, they would be just as dangerous as before. Broncat was manhandling warriors back into position. Jesper did the same. Understanding the danger, Peer shouted at his men to be ready. Enemy horses trotted forwards. The sight sobered their army a little, but not completely. Bolder with success, warriors were shouting at the enemy, asking them to come and fight, calling them every name under the sun, cracking weapons on shields. They readied themselves, but the feeling that victory was at hand had not disappeared. The enemy picked up their pace, a trot becoming a canter. Those in the middle moved ahead until they had formed a wedge shape. Long lances were couched under armpits. Sonk assumed that somewhere among them was Duke Aubrey himself, the Lord Saliers and Aurillac, maybe Robert and his friends. About halfway towards Peer's shield wall, they turned. Swinging away from the center, they headed towards the far right of the line. The warriors around Sonk quietened, unsure what to make of it. Peer looked at Broncat, confused. "They're isolating their attack on one section at a time, trying to break us," Sonk heard Broncat say. "What do we do?" Peer asked. "Go and help?" "Breaking up formation is the worst thing we could do," Broncat answered. It would give all the initiative to them.
What then?
We hope the Lord of Curian can withstand it.
They had to watch as the enemy cavalry, packed tightly in their wedge, slammed into the right division. Screams echoed across the battlefield, the crash of lance on shield. Sonk could see the impact was so powerful that men went flying into the air. Somehow, the warriors of Curian held. Aubrey's cavalry disengaged and returned to their camp. Like everyone else, Sonk waited, suddenly feeling exposed. It seemed like the enemy cavalry had command of the field, able to strike anywhere at will. Their infantry had regathered, but made no move to re-enter the fray. They could wait and mop up after the cavalry were done. Aubrey and his allies didn't rush themselves, but after a while the cavalry returned, fresh lances ready.
We can't let this continue, Ramon said to Jesper. I'm no use stood here.
The cavalry began the same maneuver. They gained pace and moved into their wedge shape. Sonk spun at a sound behind them. He saw what he thought he had heard. Esterel had decided to act. His cavalry force was on the move, carrying lances of their own. Aubrey's cavalry swayed, targeting Curian on the right flank again. Sonk doubted they could withstand a second hit.
Look,
he said to Jesper, pointing to Esterel's maneuver. That was enough for Jesper.
Master Payer, Weapons Master Broncat, Esterel is going to meet the enemy. We need to support him. If we move to the right, said Broncat, the enemy infantry will come, hitting us on our flank. If we allow their cavalry to defeat Esterel, we'll be stranded here and cut down to a man,
Jesper responded. Broncat and Jesper both looked at Payer. He hesitated.
I can help,
Ramon said into the silence. Payer frowned at the sorcerer. Sonk did not know whether his brother suspected what Ramon was. Payer turned to him. Sonk nodded in encouragement.
We're going to go for it,
Payer decided.
If we can stop their cavalry, we've won.
Broncat acknowledged the decision.
Then speed is of the essence, said the weapons master. We run. Get there before they know what's happening. Run until our lungs are bursting.
Charge!
Payer shouted, gesturing to the right flank with his sword. They ran, a disorganized howling mess. Any sense of formation soon disappeared as the fastest got to the front and the slowest labored behind. Sonk focused on their destination. He watched as the enemy wedge slammed into their right division. The shield wall faltered, then collapsed. The enemy knights, many now wielding swords after discarding their lances, swung about them, striking down the isolated warriors of Curian. Then his brother's cavalry was there. Lances struck enemy knights, horses crashed into one another. The great stallions sent kicking and screaming to the ground. Riders got up, staggered, and were struck down with sword or hammer. It was bloody mayhem, and Sonk was running straight for it. A group of enemy horsemen saw them coming and rode their way. The runners at the front would be picked off before Sonk got there. He focused on one of the knights and shot out his left hand, sending an arc of magic. The rider was blasted from his seat, his horse bolted away. Then Ramon did the same. Then again. Those around them gave Sonk and Ramon fearful looks. Gossa made the sign of the devil. If they hadn't already worked out what they were, they knew now. Sonk was past caring about that. If they had any sense, they would appreciate what his magic could do. Pierre was one of the first to reach the enemy cavalry. He had discarded his shield in the run, and now grabbed a rider around the ankle, pulling him from his mount. The heavily armored warrior crashed to the ground in a cloud of dust. Before it had settled, Humbert was striking down on his head. His sword clanged down again and again, not stopping, until the man's helmet came loose. Then his weapon struck skull. The strike seemed to slide off. His next blow came down on neck. Only then did he stop swinging. Sonk was unable to tear his eyes away from the brutality, the mess that was left. And that nearly cost Humbert his life. Only at the last moment did Sonk see the knight coming, lance aimed directly for his brother's friend. He acted on instinct, putting up a shield in front of Humbert. Humbert and Pierre turned, too late, to see the horseman bearing down on them, faces frozen in horror.
Then the lance struck the invisible barrier. An instant later the horse and rider struck it too, rebounding yards away. When they stopped rolling from the impact, neither got up. Payer and Humbert both looked about and found Sonk, his hand outstretched at the same time. Their mouths fell open, and Sonk knew, for sure now, that his secret had been revealed. Not that they had time to deal with it now. The brutal melee was still in full flow. Sonk fought with sword now, resorting to magic only when necessary. He could feel a bone tiredness creeping up on him. It was a tiredness that spoke of damage and danger. Ramon had warned him of it so many times that he couldn't ignore it, even in the middle of a battle. But for all his exhaustion, Sonk could still read the flow of battle. They were winning. Esterel's attack had broken Aubrey's cavalry into smaller groups, and Payer's charge had them mired in amongst his infantry, unable to use the mobility that had threatened to win them the battle. Of course, if Sonk could see what was happening, the leaders of the enemy force could too. Their only option was to retreat, and soon the knights were responding to the blare of horns and breaking their way free. Esterel's cavalry gave chase. Sonk saw his brother ride past as he led the harrying. But the rebel lords didn't stop when they reached their infantry or the outskirts of their camp. They kept going, and their infantry, seeing this, ran after them. Sonk staggered towards the enemy camp. Others were doing the same, while some had simply collapsed where they stood. Jesper was nearby. Sonk supposed the forester had never been very far away the entire time. "We won," Sonk said, his mouth suddenly so dry he could barely get the words out. At times it had felt like they had lost. At other times the victory was assured. In the end, it had been a bloody, abrasive tussle. He had no idea how long it had gone on for. He thought of the people who had lost their lives, of the maimed and injured he had seen all around him, and a lump came to his throat and tears to his eyes. "I hope father lives," he said at last. So tired now he didn't really know what he was saying. "I hope so too," said Jesper. "Else I fear the sacrifices made today could count for nothing." Chapter 15. Payer. Valenne, Kingdom of Javerne, 673. Payer's father lived, for now. At least that's something, he told himself. But Duke Bastien had not left his convalescing room in the royal tower of the Bastion since he'd been carried there, and that was 2 weeks ago. Payer hadn't been allowed in to see him either. "Count yourself lucky," Esterel had told him. "Maybe I am," Payer considered. No one wants to see their loved ones at death's door, but he couldn't help remembering the last words his father had said to him. Foolish, he'd called him, in front of everyone as well. It wasn't the ideal final communication between father and son, he thought wryly. He strolled through the corridors of his family's new home, looking for Humbert. He'd been so sure he'd find his friend in the kitchens that he was, for the moment, bereft of ideas. Calling the Bastion home took a little getting used to. It was so different to life in Arbiost, different even to Colderberg Castle, which had become a home to him for the year he'd spent in Berisia. Everything was so serious here, he decided. Maybe it was just that these were serious times. But power, ceremony, and politics were all anyone seemed to care about. How about a little fun and amusement from time to time? He rapped on Humbert's door for the second time, shouted for him. Nothing. Gave it a good kick just in case, then continued his search. At least, he reflected, they had taken the Bastion without a fight. Though it was a mixed blessing. They had arrived at Valenne, fully expecting a siege. Instead, Duke Aubrey and his supporters had pulled all their troops out of the city and retreated south. They'd taken the royal treasury and anything of value with them, too. Aubrey must have decided he couldn't hold Valenne or the Bastion. He may have calculated differently had he known how badly wounded Payer's father was. As it was, a speedy entry into the comforts of the city and access to its doctors probably saved the Duke's life. However, it meant Aubrey was still free, roaming about Javerne somewhere with his forces. What was left of them? There were plenty of dead left on the battlefield, plenty more seriously injured. Arnul, Lord of Saliers, languished in the Bastion's dungeon. Personally apprehended by Esterel during the enemy's retreat, it was a story his brother seemed unable to stop repeating to everyone, or indeed embellishing. There was no doubt the victory in battle had given them the upper hand, but his father's illness meant the campaign was stalled. Pierre passed a room, then stopped, taking a couple of paces backwards. He'd heard giggling. It was female giggling, the sort of brainless noise he associated with girls who went for Humbert. He opened the door and strode in. Sure enough, he'd found Humbert with a girl in a state of undress, one of the maids of the Bastion. She gave a little cry, covering her chest and going a deep shade of red. "I've been looking for you all over," Pierre said, quite cross. "I'm sorry," said Humbert. In truth, he did look miserable, though Pierre suspected that was more because his knavery had been disrupted. "Well, I'm in need of companionship, and shouldn't have to spend half the day wandering about trying to find you, for every habitant of the fortress to witness." "Of course," Humbert agreed. Pierre did his friend the courtesy of stepping outside the room so he could say his farewells. Not that Humbert deserved it, but Pierre strove to set an example when it came to manners, rather than descend to the level others set. Humbert appeared shortly, closing the door behind him. At least he had the good grace to look sheepish about it. They walked together along the corridor. "What a mess," Pierre grumbled, unwilling to forgive him yet. "I shall be embarrassed every time I see the girl now, and no doubt she will too." "I didn't mean it to happen," Humbert said. "We just got talking, and one thing led to another." "I hope you're not trying to blame the girl," Pierre said. "That would be ignoble, even for you." "No, Pierre, of course not. I take full responsibility." Pierre nodded, mollified. "She did seem sweet, though. Fabulous pair of duckies." "Yes," Humbert agreed wistfully. "You are in need of companionship?" "I don't know what to do with myself today." "Perhaps you could talk with Sonk? You keep saying you've been meaning to." Sonk. He wouldn't have believed it if he hadn't seen it for himself. His little brother casting magic in the middle of the battle, stopping a mounted knight's charge and saving Humbert's life in the process. He'd always had a soft spot for Sonk, felt sorry for him a lot of the time. Now he wondered if he'd ever known him at all. It felt like he had become a stranger. "I suppose now is as good a time as any," he said, knowing full well he had been putting it off for too long. "Where do you think we might find him?" "He and the sorcerer often go to the east side of the city." The sorcerer. In hindsight, Pierre felt pretty stupid that he hadn't caught on to what was going on under his nose. The foreigner, Ramon, had arrived unannounced in Arbiost and spent so much time with Sonk. It seemed so obvious now. "If it wasn't for my exile, I would have worked it out," Pierre assured himself. The other aspect that now seemed clear as day was that his father must have known all along. It wasn't just that Ramon had come to live in Arbiost. The sorcerer and Sonk had been placed in the central division under his father's command for the battle. That had struck Pierre as more than strange. The more he went over the events of the battle, the more he came to the unwelcome conclusion that the two of them probably swung the outcome in their favor. "Why the east side of Valenne?" he asked Humbert. "More privacy, I expect." That made sense. The west side of the capital was busy, populous, walled in, claustrophobic even. Pierre had not yet explored the east side, but it seemed much more spacious. They made their way to the front gate of the Bastion. In the grand foyer, Pierre spotted a familiar face on guard duty. Jehan, the young man who had escaped with Pierre and Esterel out of the Bastion. Their fortunes had changed since then, but it seemed that Jehan's life had returned to normal. He stood straight and to attention as Pierre approached him. "How are things?" Pierre asked. "Very good, Your Highness." Pierre nodded, ignoring the inaccurate title. No one knew how to address him these days. Only if his father recovered and was crowned king would he become a prince. "How is Brancat treating you?" he asked. Pierre's old weapons master was now Castellan of the Bastion. Their people had taken over most of the important jobs in Valenne, Miles, Esterel's friend, was now captain of the city guard. The previous holder of the title, Lewin, Pierre recalled, picturing the night-time standoff with the captain during their escape from Valenne, had left the city with Aubrey's forces.
Very well, Your Highness. There is more discipline now than there has ever been.
That sounded about right.
Well, nice to see you again, Yihan. Humbert and I are headed to the east side of the city. First time I'll have visited properly.
Yihan frowned, looking Pierre up and down.
With the greatest respect, Your Highness, I have to advise against it.
For what reason?
The city guard doesn't operate on the east side. It is a lawless place, and you and Lord Humbert look—
What? What do we look? Yihan seemed to consider his words with care.
You look like you might be targeted by the gangs who operate there. Maybe if you could wait until I am off duty, I could escort you.
We're going now, Yihan. Come with us.
I couldn't leave my post, Broncat.
Never mind, Broncat. I am giving you permission, and Broncat serves my family.
Yes, but—
Humbert put an arm around Yihan's shoulder. Lord Pierre is being very polite about it, he said, but he has given you an order.
Right,
Yihan said. Reluctantly, he left the grand foyer and accompanied them to the front gate of the bastion. It was manned by soldiers of Morbagne who gave them a friendly greeting as they left the fortress and turned south down the main road of the city. At the busy central square, the place where Humbert and Gosse had saved them from Captain Lewin's ambush, they turned left for the east gate of the walled old city. As they approached, Pierre could hear the rush of the council as it sped south. Givernet soldiers manned the gate. Some of the city guard had stayed and kept their posts after Aubrey's forces left. The rest had been filled by warriors who served Miles de Corbinay or other local lords. Whoever they served, they gave Pierre due respect as he passed through. He was the son of the future king, for one, but Pierre knew it was more to do with the battle and his leadership of the infantry in its final stages. Pierre acknowledged he was guilty of being a little full of himself on occasion. As far as the battle was concerned, however, he felt he had little to boast about. Broncat and Ramon, even Sonk, had done more than he had and got none of the credit. More than once, he'd overheard men whispering complaints to one another about the red-eyed sorcerer. Nothing would stop Pierre from confronting anyone who criticized his brother. Since his exile, however, he'd learned a bit more self-control. He'd stopped short of actually punching anyone. They crossed the bridge that took them over the river to the other side of the city. Pierre and Humbert shared a look as they took in the foamy water beneath them, remembering their journey from Coldeberg to Valenne. So much had happened in the last few weeks, it felt like a lifetime ago.
So, he said to Yihan, what makes you such a valuable escort in the east side? Aside from these, he said, giving the man's biceps an approving squeeze. Well, although I live at the bastion now, my family still lives this side of the city. I visit them when I can, bring them money. Maybe we'll have time to visit your family home after I talk with my brother.
Yihan shook his head.
I wouldn't take you there, Your Highness. It's not like the houses in the west side.
Pierre took in the eastern half of the city as they descended the steps, leading them off the bridge. The west half of Valenne, the old city, was the desirable half to live in. The east side seemed to have sprung up by itself, with no planning. A jumble of different buildings put up wherever their owners desired.
Remember, I didn't grow up in the bastion, Yihan. Arbiost is a very simple place. Humbert and I aren't as soft and pampered as you might think.
Yihan gave a little smile but shook his head, quite firm.
I couldn't take you.
He's ashamed, Pierre realized. He remembered his time in Essenberg. Leopold had taken him to the rookery. It had been full of filthy-looking hovels, and plenty of unfortunates who couldn't even claim one of those. It was so dangerous they'd had to walk in with bodyguards trailing behind the Duke, who theoretically ran the city. Perhaps every great city has such a place, he considered. He understood now Yihan's reluctance to let them wander around without a guide. Pierre raised a hand as he saw Humbert readying himself to argue with the guard. He'd told his friend about his experiences in Essenberg, but some things one has to see for oneself.
We'll just see Sonk, then return,
he said. Pierre and Humbert found they were indeed reliant on Yihan to do the looking for them. He led them to the open green spaces where his brother was likely to have gone, avoiding the rougher locales. Pierre had to admit he would have got lost by himself. It was the forester, Jesper, they saw first. He was leaning against a beautiful old beech tree, a sword at his belt and a bow within easy reach. He had the look of someone encouraging passers-by to keep on walking. Once he recognized Pierre, he stood up and called out into a grassy area that stood beside a brook, dotted with other trees. Sonk and Ramon soon emerged and strolled over. More than likely, they'd been practicing their spells together. Pierre pushed away his feelings of distaste and fear.
"Pierre," Sonk asked, "is everything all right?" "Yes, just came to see you. I feel like we haven't had time to talk."
Pierre gestured in the direction Sonk had just come from, and they walked off together. Humbert and the two men took the hint and left them to it.
"It's about the magic,"
Sonk said. He sounded nervous.
"How long have you known?"
Pierre asked him.
"Not so long. It first happened 2 years ago. You remember the Kellish embassy that came to Arbiost?"
That wasn't likely to slip Pierre's mind. Walter had tried to get to the bottom of that visit. The Duke had interrogated Lord Cass about it. 3 of Salvinus's men had not returned to Kelland. Surely they hadn't been sent after Sonk.
3 of the warriors from the embassy came back. To kill me.
Pierre looked at his brother, shocked. How had all this been kept secret from him?
My powers,
Sonk seemed to struggle for the right words.
I suppose you might say, emerged then. I killed 2 of them. Jesper got the 3rd.
Sonk gave Pierre an inquisitive look.
Do you believe me? I have to admit, I might not have done at the time,
Pierre conceded.
But having been to Essenberg, I know all about Duke Leopold and his advisors.
He gestured to the scar that ran across his cheek.
But if that's when your powers emerged, why did they send people to kill you?
These, Sonk replied, gesturing to his red eyes. Oh, it was strange. How many times had Pierre defended his brother against people who had called Sonk a devil? And now, it seemed it was kind of true.
Then this Ramon fellow came the next year, to help you?
Sonk nodded.
He and Jesper told me to keep it all a secret. But father, for one, must have known. He knew what Ramon was, and what you are.
I don't see how he couldn't, said Sonk.
But no one ever told me so. Huh. How like father. Well, now everyone knows. Yes, I'm more unpopular than ever. If that were possible,
said Sonk. It was said with a bitterness that made Pierre hurt for him. Not that he could really understand what it was like to have magic, to have those eyes.
I wanted to come and say thank you for what you did, for saving Humbert and everything.
Humbert has already thanked me,
but I appreciate it, Pierre.
Oh, he has he?
And just to make sure you understand that things haven't changed between us. Thank you, Pierre,
Sonk said, sounding like the little brother he remembered.
You and Humbert are the only ones who've said that.
They embraced.
Of course,
said Pierre. It meant what he said. It was just that when he said it, it had felt like a lie. The days passed and the feelings of paralysis continued. Pierre's father was too ill to take charge, and it seemed no one was able to make decisions in his absence. Pierre was sure that if father were well, they would have left the capital and chased after their enemies by now. Instead, the soldiers of Morbagne and of their allies stayed in Valenne. Lord Russell and Casin seemed to spend all their time sourcing enough food to keep everyone fed. Duke Aubrey, meanwhile, had been given the time and space to recover from his defeat. Esterel invited Pierre to his rooms in the Bastion. The first time Pierre had visited his brother here, Esterel had been fearful for his life. Now his usual confidence had been restored. His friends Sasha and Miles were also there, and the 4 of them discussed the situation. Esterel waved a piece of parchment about. Florent has sent word from Martras at last, he told Pierre. He tells me Duke Domar is being perfectly civil, but insists he won't commit his troops to what he considers a fight over the succession.
When Florent tries to pin him down, it seems a coronation might be enough to push him into loyalty to our cause. But father is too ill for such a ceremony, Pierre said.
Exactly, said Miles. And as long as the throne is empty, there will be trouble in Giverny.
Esterel knows what I think, said Sasha. I say it with no disrespect to your father. But we would be in a much safer position if Esterel were to be made king. I know the nobility of Giverny would rally around him.
Pierre was shocked by the idea. Bypass their father while he still lived? But he kept his expression neutral. He realized Esterel had invited him here to sound him out about the idea. Did he want to get Pierre on side? And was he working on persuading others already? Pierre and Esterel looked at one another for a moment.
What do you think?
Esterel asked him. It was said as if all he wanted was Pierre's honest opinion. And perhaps that was the case. But something about the atmosphere in the room gave Pierre pause. He didn't completely trust Sasha, who, like Miles, had now inherited his father's title and lands. Both men had made themselves close allies of his brother and stood to be well rewarded when Esterel became king. Was their advice for the benefit of Giverny or of themselves?
That's such a big step, he said to Esterel. What if father made you his regent or some such title, so that you were acting on his authority?
Esterel nodded. I thought of that.
The problem, said Sasha, is that Duke Bastien is not king, and Esterel would not, therefore, be a formal regent of the throne. He spread his hands. I hope you understand, Pierre. I am speaking openly like this for the good of the kingdom. I pray to the gods that your father recovers. But it seems we're looking at weeks, if not months. The campaigning season will be over. That would prolong this conflict by a year. Enmities would become entrenched. This is how civil wars begin.
He paused, rubbing at his stubble as he looked about the room.
I've already lost my father and many men of Corian over this dispute. I'm speaking for those who want to see it ended.
We understand your position, said Esterel. I'm just unsure what to do for the best.
I think you need to speak to father then, Pierre said.
Esterel nodded.
Yes, I think I do. Will you come with me?
Pierre's father sat up in his convalescing bed. Blankets covered his legs. That was where his worst injuries were, a broken leg and a shattered knee that kept him confined here. There had been complications with the surrounding tissue. Pierre didn't know the details, but he knew it had been touch and go in those first few days. Now it seemed Duke Bastien's recovery was more stable, but he looked thin, pale, and tired. Not the man who had always been so strong and proud throughout Pierre's childhood.
You needed to see me?
He asked, his voice weak and breathy.
Esterel looked nervous. It's about the situation, father. Aubrey is at large, and we've made no progress sat here in Valence since the battle. We must secure the throne. I'm not blaming you, of course. But Pierre and I were thinking we need to do something. Oh, great, Pierre thought. Why am I involved in this?
I'm aware of the situation, Esterel,
Bastien said. He'd lost none of his brusque manner then.
You think I want to be laid out here half dead? What is this something you've come to suggest?
Esterel looked at Pierre. When Pierre said nothing, he opened his eyes wide.
So, this is why I've been dragged here? There has been talk about our options, Pierre said reluctantly. Of making Esterel king, or at least declaring him regent or some such. Then the country may unite behind him against Aubrey.
I've worked hard to win the love of the people here, father, Esterel added. That was why you sent me. Why not use it? Bastien's face crumpled in pain. Pierre hoped it might be from his injuries rather than the stupidity of his sons.
Look, boys, I may not be around much longer, so you two need to learn to think. And by that, I mean long-term. Plan towards your goals. Consider the consequences of your actions. In other words, think a little further than the end of your nose. Esterel will be king, maybe soon. But what do we gain from making him king now? What would we gain from going after Aubrey? fighting and killing our own people in Esterel's name, losing all that goodwill he's built up, resented by so many for the rest of his reign. An early victory over Aubrey would be a poor trade. No, think about it. I am disliked in Giverny. Far better that King Bastien is blamed for the death and destruction. Far better that I am the one accused of seizing the throne, and whatever other accusations will be thrown our way. Then, when the time comes, everyone will cheer that Bastien is gone, and that sweet, fair Esterel is on the throne.
He looked at Esterel.
The undisputed, rightful heir. No crimes attached to your name. Isn't that better?
Pierre's mouth had dropped open. His father had a plan. He had goals that extended beyond his own life, that involved securing the throne for his son.
Shame on me, Pierre told himself, for not giving a single thought to such things, for allowing my sick father to carry all that weight and responsibility, while I swanned about the bastion, complaining to myself how serious everyone is. Am I a man or a child?
Esterel, too, looked contrite.
I'm sorry, Father. You're right, of course. I just wish I could do something.
Bastien bared his teeth.
Soon.
He gestured to the corner of his room where a walking stick was propped against the wall.
I'm learning to walk with it. I'll not be carried to my coronation. I'll walk in. Then, when I have the crown, you'll have the army.
He patted his leg.
My fighting days are over.
It wasn't a ceremony for the bards to compose songs about, Pierre mused. Or at least, they'd have to use some poetic license. Hastily arranged, it suffered from a lack of pageantry. That was hardly King Bastien's forte, or Lord Russell's, or anyone else's, it seemed.
Sometimes our family would benefit from a woman's touch,
Pierre decided. Not to mention any money they had went on food and wages rather than what his father would have considered a wasteful celebration. There was little enthusiasm for the coronation beyond the soldiers who had fought for Pierre's father. The citizens of Verlaine, Pierre gathered, didn't know his father or saw him as a foreigner. Strange when his father had grown up here. According to Esterel, Nicholas's hatred of his brother had, after so many years, poisoned many people against him. Thus, when the carriages had arrived outside the cathedral, the small crowd was in a curious rather than joyous mood. Bastien had insisted on walking inside unaided. He now waited on the end of Pierre's bench, seated with his 3 sons, while the Bishop of Verlaine delivered his preamble. The cleric had been told, in no uncertain terms, to keep it brief. Even so, Pierre, Esterel, and Sonk gave their father concerned, sidelong glances when he wasn't looking. He was drenched in sweat and clutched at his stick with white knuckles. Whatever he'd taken for the pain hadn't got rid of it, probably because his priority was staying alert. On the nearby rows were the noblemen of Giverny, some of whom had their families with them. Lords Russell, Caisson, Corien, Corbenay, Pierre's friend, Gosse. These were the men who had risked much to put Bastien on the throne. Behind such important men were the citizens of Verlaine, the soldiery of Morbihan, and others lucky enough to be found room inside the cathedral for such an occasion. At last, Bastien was called up for the ceremony. He pushed himself into a standing position and maneuvered himself, weight bearing down on his stick, into the central aisle of the nave. Everyone around him wished to provide help, but knew they couldn't. He walked, painstakingly, toward the chancel where the bishop waited. The man had made it clear that it was the gods who would endow Pierre's father with his royal powers and status.
I see no sign of them,
Pierre said to himself, unimpressed with the idea.
Still, if the gods are a king's overlords, it is more convenient if they are usually absent.
His father approached the steps. A hush had descended on the cathedral so that all Pierre could hear was the click of the walking stick on the flagstone floor, the noise echoing around the large space. Bastien placed his stick on the first step and maneuvered his injured leg, still in splints, at an angle so that he could get his foot onto it. He then shifted his weight and got the other foot up. Again the stick went on the next step, and he levered his leg up. But this time, Bastien lost his balance. He wobbled, and time seemed to go in slow motion for Pierre. He stared at the hand that held the stick, the whole arm shaking as his father tried to hold his weight up with it. Dread clutched at Pierre's chest.
No, he thought. Please don't let him collapse to the floor.
It wasn't the fear of further injury, or even concern for what others might say. It was his father's pride that he cared about in those precarious seconds, as the man who would rule Javerne teetered on the steps. He righted himself. A collective breath of relief escaped from the congregation, and Bastien completed the final, laborious steps of his journey to the chancel. He looked out over the people gathered before him, stern-faced as ever, but perhaps, Pierre thought, allowing himself a moment to appreciate his moment of elevation.
I, Bastien, swear to serve the people of Javerne. I will uphold the commandments of the gods. I forbid all acts of robbery, harm, and injustice, and will punish all lawbreakers, regardless of their station in life. I will show mercy and strive to remove the burdens of the people. I will bring peace to the land.
The Bishop of Valenne held aloft the crown of Javerne, and then placed it on Bastien's head. A cry rang out from the Morbinet behind them, and Pierre joined in, the shouts of affirmation filling the cathedral with noise. He looked at Esterelle and sunk. His brothers were shouting too. A grin came to Pierre's face. He was surprised to find it was closely followed by tears. Chapter 16. Sunk. Valenne, Kingdom of Javerne, 674. Sunk strode through the gates of the bastion, the guards looking uncomfortable in his presence, as they always did. He was used to those reactions. Out on the streets of Valenne, on a crisp winter's evening, he felt free from the confines of the fortress. Free from Jesper. The man was the closest thing Sunk had to a friend, but he had become a permanent shadow during the last few months. Hard to shake off. Sunk knew, with Ramon gone, that Jesper felt responsible for his safety, but he needed time alone. A restlessness had come over Sunk in recent weeks. In Arbiost, his days had been busy, but he was no longer training with Ramon. The sorcerer had left in the autumn once he was sure the capital would be secure over the winter. All Sunk knew of his destination was the south. Ramon had given no reason. Sunk could piece together that the Haskin had unfinished business there, business that had been interrupted when he came to Arbiost to train Sunk. He was no longer required to take part in military training either, although no one had said as much. It seemed once his magic powers were revealed, that path was closed to him. Perhaps it was decided he didn't need it. He would occasionally walk past his old weapons master, Broncat, now Castellan of the Bastion. Broncat was civil, but he looked at Sunk like he had betrayed him. Maybe he had, in a way, keeping his powers secret from everyone. Most people now looked at him with either hostility or fear. But he was the king's son, and none dared say anything. When he was younger, Sunk recalled, he would have reveled in the idea of having day after day to himself with no commitments. But he had to admit he was getting bored. He felt a pang of homesickness, too. There were two people he really missed, his sister, Louise, and Rab. He'd found more love and acceptance from them than anyone else. He walked the streets of Valenne through the city centre. It was dark, and the evening had a bite to it. The citizens who were out and about were hurrying, trying to get somewhere, their homes or the city's inns, warm and inviting on a chilly night. Sunk, though, headed east. "I have business on the east side of the city," he told the guards at the gate. They looked at him uncertainly, weighing up the pros and cons of letting the young son of the king through. He'd regularly gone to the east side of Valenne in the company of Ramon and Jesper. Sunk could see in their faces they knew he had no legitimate business out there at this hour. But his reputation had grown since the battle at Corbenay. The young prince who had blasted mounted knights to the ground with his dark powers. Not someone it was wise to upset. They let him through. Sonk crossed the Cousel, the river that separated two very different places, even if they shared the same name. For while his father's laws ran unobstructed in the west, the east was a lawless place. That suited tonight's purpose just fine. The streets here were really just mud mixed with the excrement of man and beast. Sonk made no effort to be silent as he squelched along, no particular destination in mind. It didn't take long, on a night like this, for a young man on his own, dressed well, to attract attention. There were 4 of them he could see, maybe more he couldn't. He moved without warning, cutting between 2 houses. He heard them running after him. They shouted and hollered, the voices of young men about his own age, excited for the chase. Sonk moved to the back of a house and stopped, pressing himself against the wattle and daub wall. He concentrated on magic more complicated than anything Ramon had taught him. Though Ramon's lessons had led him in this direction, it was the attack spells Ramon had got him to change their appearance from the orange-red of flames to the blue-white of lightning. An illusion. And if Sonk could affect what people could see in this way, what else might he be able to do? The 4 boys gathered about, searching for him. 2 had knives in their hands. One of these called out with a grin, "Where are you, friend?" Sonk's magic told them he wasn't there. It pulled shadows around his body. Would it work? Could he really make himself invisible? One of them approached, mere feet away. "If it doesn't work, I'll just blast him," Sonk told himself. The youth looked right through him. He walked over, mere inches from Sonk now. Sonk held his breath, nervous sweat pouring down his back and sides. Surely the boy could smell him, hear him. No, he went past, still searching. Sonk watched them wander about. What would they have done had they caught him? Those knives were surely a clue. Who else had they cornered or chased down on these streets? Wouldn't it be better, Sonk asked himself, to remove these thugs from the city? He could feel his magic surging. His veins flowed with it, his palms itched, eager to release it. They'd find the bodies, he reasoned, and who else would get the blame but me? Sonk waited until they had gone. He stopped the illusion. Instantly, he realized how tired he was. That magic had been surprisingly draining. He felt hollowed out, but the restlessness he had felt earlier this evening had dissipated. Was it the magic, he wondered, demanding release? Ramon had never told him that might happen, though Ramon, he was sure, didn't have the same power contained within him as Sonk did. He moved, making his way back to the bastion. The magic had worked, yet he still felt dissatisfied. I answer one question, and more come to replace it. Spring came to Velen, and Sonk's days remained empty. Unlike his brothers, he was not invited to play a role in his father's government. They sat on the council and were privy to decision-making. Sonk heard about things later, usually from Peer. No, Sonk told himself, I'm not consulted on anything, but I'll be expected to jump to it if they have need of my magic again. This time, Peer had a small audience in his room. Umber and Jesper sat either side of Sonk, for Peer had promised some juicy gossip. Aubrey has crossed the Cousel, Peer told them. Reports say his army's been raiding the lands of his enemies, including Lord Curian's, apparently, he said, with little attempt to hide his pleasure at that. Sasha, Lord Curian, was one of Esterel's friends. He'd travelled to Famians in the autumn, along with Lord Chancellor Cason, to negotiate with Aubrey. They'd come back empty-handed. Aubrey still claimed the throne, and there was nothing they could offer to get round that sticking point. How many? Jesper asked. Sizable, said Peer. As many as last year, they reckon. The Lord of Aurillac has joined him. Raymond of Aurillac was Robert's father. He'd used a punch-up with Robert to turn King Nicholas on their family, getting Peer exiled in the process. Perhaps he thought he'd burned his bridges and had nothing to lose. But so long as these mighty lords supported Aubrey over Sonk's family, there would be no peace in Javerne. We'll have to see if Saliers joins them, Pierre added darkly. In his wisdom, the king had released their captive from the Battle of Corbinay at the end of the summer. Not everyone, Pierre included, had agreed with that decision, but Song's father had promised peace for Jouvin in his coronation speech. Surely that meant giving people a second chance. If he does, the king will have no choice but to take his head, said Humbert.
That's true, said Pierre, sounding brighter. Presumably the king is raising an army, Song said. Do we know who's leading it? All that's been said for certain, said Pierre, is that Esterel will be given command of the army and father will stay here. But there's no way I'm not going.
It had been easy in the last few months to imagine that the conflict was over, and that King Bastien ruled the country from the Bastion. His father had made his appointments in government. Casin retained the Lord Chancellery. Lord Russell had been made royal steward. There had been a big ceremony, much grander than his father's own coronation, in which Esterel had been confirmed as his heir and given the Duchy of Morbihan, just as Bastien had held that title under Nicholas. The people of Valais had cheered, and the future seemed secure. But of course, that wasn't true at all. Only half the kingdom recognized the royal writ. Many still gave their loyalty to Aubrey. For all his father's efforts at peace, it seemed only war would settle things for good. The army was seen off from the capital in a display of support. King Bastien made a rare public appearance to lead the ceremonies. Sonk wondered what he thought, sending all three of his sons off to war while he stayed at home, still too weak to lead his men. But his father wore his mask of strength and certainly didn't confide his feelings to Sonk. The king charged his son and heir, Esterel, with protecting the kingdom from Duke Aubrey. Sonk's father divided his personnel and forces between those who were to fight with Esterel and those who were to stay to defend the capital. As well as his sons, Bastien sent his steward and closest confidant, Lord Russell, with the army. But he kept with him Broncat, whose guards defended the Bastion, and Corbinay, whose soldiers defended the city. Lord Casin also stayed in the capital, his experience vital to keep the royal administration going. Esterel took the army northwest. The pace was reasonable. Most of the soldiers didn't have the luxury of riding on horseback. Sasha, Lord Curien, who knew this region, directed the scouts. Aubrey's forces were operating in the region south of the castle, but their precise location needed to be pinned down. By the time they stopped for lunch, the local population had given Sasha's scouts enough information for a decision to be taken. Sonk was invited to Esterel's war council, something that wouldn't have happened if their father was in charge. With them were Pierre, Lord Russell, and Sasha. Sasha summarized what he'd learned.
The main force is due north. They've been going for easy targets, clearing out food stores, taking livestock, putting buildings to the torch. They've ignored any place with solid walls and a garrison. The Duke of Famine's living up to his nickname, Pierre sneered.
There's a crossing point where they are? Asked Lord Russell.
There's a ford nearby, said Sasha.
So, if they see us coming, they can withdraw into Famine's, said Russell. Make us cross the river and fight them there.
That's what they want, said Pierre. I have a better idea. Head west into the lordship of Aurillac. Put his lands to the torch, see how he likes it. Hold on, said Sasha. That's all very well, and I understand you have a personal quarrel with that family, but they're attacking my people. We can't just walk away and leave them defenseless.
Heads turned to Esterel. He had the final say. The king's orders are to win the war, not an individual battle, Esterel said. On that basis, chasing them into Famine's gains us little, and is the more dangerous option. Raiding in Aurillac has a certain symmetry to it and will keep us fed. It might even do more, drive a wedge between Aubrey and his principal supporter. At the least, it will be uncomfortable for Raymond of Aurillac to see his lands pillaged. Might make him and the other false lords think twice about where their allegiance should lie. It seemed to make sense. Sonk wouldn't have known what to do for the best. Russell and Pierre nodded in agreement with Esterel. Sasha, he could tell, still wasn't happy, but he knew better than to argue the point further. At first, Sonk experienced a thrill of excitement at entering the lands of Raymond of Aurillac, the man who had a lot to answer for. It wasn't just the business of Paer's exile and subsequent maiming. If they'd lost the Battle of Corbonay, Sonk knew Aurillac wouldn't have hesitated in having Sonk's whole family put to the sword before placing Aubrey on the throne. After a couple of days, however, he realized Esterel's plans for him were limited. His brother had set up a base camp from which small sorties left with specific, scouted targets. Sonk was never included in these. Esterel told him the defense of their position from attack was the priority, and that Sonk's magic would be needed in those circumstances. Maybe that was the truth, rather than treating his younger brother like a child. They hardly needed him to help rob farmers, after all, and Esterel, though he had never really talked about it with him as a brother, seemed to have no problem with discussing Sonk's magic from a strategic point of view. Then there were the raids themselves. Sonk didn't know what to think. The victims were mostly peasants, men, women, and children who hadn't chosen to be part of this conflict. Hells, they hadn't even chosen Raymond as a lord. But they were the ones being punished. Any food they had left at this time of the year had been carefully rationed over the winter, and harvesting was a long time away.
They'll starve. Maybe it does make strategic sense, Sonk tried to persuade himself. And maybe, almost certainly, I'm naive. But it still doesn't seem right.
On the third day, with both his brothers leading their own raids, Sonk found himself in the company of Lord Russell. He was more comfortable with the man than most people. He'd always taken on the rather odd role of intermediary between Sonk and his own father. Maybe it was boredom, but today he seemed more willing to talk than ever before.
Jesper warned us a long time ago that you might have magic. Your father's status has protected you all this time.
I know, Sonk said.
But at the same time, he needs to be protected from you. He can't be seen to be too close. Do you understand?
I suppose that makes sense, but come on. I revolt him. Always have.
Russell sighed.
Your father was infatuated with Eleanor. Perhaps you can love someone too much. I always admired everything about your father, but when he lost her, I discovered a weakness in him that wasn't attractive. He's never got over it, and you, of course, remind him of it every day. I'm afraid there was nothing you could do. It's not about you as a person, Sonk.
No one had ever been as candid with Sonk as this, even if he had worked out most of the story himself over the years. Part of him wanted to know more. Another part wanted to bury it.
Why didn't he get rid of me?
He asked. It was the one thing about the whole situation he hadn't worked out.
He did. Sent you to a wet nurse out in the sticks in Morbaine. The plan was to keep paying the family to raise you as their son. But it was your eyes, all the devil nonsense. The locals said they'd kill you. The family said they couldn't guarantee your safety. Arbiost was really the only place where you'd be safe. So, you were brought back. Bastien saw himself as a great martyr for allowing the child who'd killed his wife back into the family home. He considered that enough of a concession. I told him you needed a parent. He said he couldn't do that. When Jesper approached us about you, I saw a solution. That man could be a father to you.
Sonk fought back tears. Jesper? His father?
I suppose he was. A father to me, I mean.
Hadn't Jesper's hut always been the place where he'd felt happy, secure? He didn't recall ever offering the man a word of thanks. Russell gave him an awkward pat on the shoulder.
Life hasn't been kind to you, Sonk, but it's not been so harsh. You've had good people around you.
Sonk nodded. It wasn't that he disagreed. It was just that, sometimes, it didn't feel enough. Chapter 17. Sonk. Aurillac, Kingdom of Javerne, 674. It was midday, but you wouldn't know it. Grey clouds hung above, and the camp was drenched by a persistent rain. Sonk and Jesper sheltered inside their tent in amiable silence. Jesper cared for their weapons, always content when working with his hands. Sonk listened to the rain, breathed in the smell of it, and watched the drops falling about the camp, where human-sized shapes huddled under blankets. Activity caught his attention as one raiding party entered the camp, and another left. Before long, the tent flap was pulled open, and Peer and Umber entered, dripping water onto the floor. They looked soaked through, a mix of rain and, by the reek of them, sweat.
"Miserable out there,"
Peer commented, as Sonk and Jesper helped them by unbuckling straps and pulling their hauberks over their heads. "How did it go?" Sonk asked them.
"Same,"
said Peer, who had led the morning's raid.
"Aurillac is laid waste. There are few places left worth plundering."
"Any resistance?" Jesper asked.
"Nope. We passed a castle, a handful of faces peering over the battlements. I honestly believe Lord Raymond has taken every soldier with him. If we were minded to lay a siege, it wouldn't take long to reduce his strongholds."
From what Sonk had gathered, the town of Aurillac itself had thick walls. There were half a dozen stone-built castles at strategic points. Otherwise, they'd run free across the region with no retaliations. It certainly suggested Lord Raymond had left his lands poorly defended, not anticipating Esterel's tactics. It was at the precise moment when Peer and Umber had stripped off their last items of wet clothing that Sasha paid them a visit.
"Gods have mercy! There's a sight I wish my eyes could unsee." "What do you want, Corian?"
Peer growled.
"Come to your brother's tent as soon as you are dressed. The Duke of Famine approaches."
Sonk and Jesper waited for Peer and Umber to dress, and the four of them crossed the muddy camp to meet with Esterel and Sasha.
"Scouts say they came across the enemy scouts to the northeast,"
Sasha told them once they were inside Esterel's tent.
"The main force is probably 4 miles away."
"The pillaging drew them here?" Sonk asked. "Looks like Aurillac is in charge," Esterel said in answer. "Famian's play was to lure us into his duchy. No reason for him to come after us here." Peer seemed to make a calculation in his head.
"If we get through the village north of here, we can position ourselves across the fields. They slope down to the east."
Esterel nodded. "Lord Russell?"
"He's just set out west," said Peer. "Only about 400 with him." "I'll send a man after him,"
Sasha offered. "All right," said Esterel. "But we can't afford to wait for him. Peer, you'll take the van. Umber with him. Gather up the men you used this morning. I'll take the middle. Sonk and Jesper with me. Sasha, your 500 will be the rear guard. Lord Russell, should he arrive, will be our reserves. Any questions?" They acted quickly, rousing their sodden soldiers, barking out instructions. Peer was shouting at the top of his lungs, cajoling his crew into moving again after they had just returned from their morning's efforts. He led them north out of the camp, towards the village. A handful of mounted scouts accompanied his 500 soldiers, but most of the horses were with Lord Russell, meaning everyone else had to go by foot. Even Esterel, he led the bulk of their force, almost 3,000 warriors. Most of these were the recruits from his new Duchy of Morbagne, still not returned home after they left last year. They'd fought to put Bastien on the throne, and they would fight to keep him there. But also, Sonk knew, many wanted this conflict in Giverny settled, so that they might see their families again. The path they took was all churned earth, their boots squelching as the ground rose slightly towards the village. Sonk and Jesper walked behind Esterel. Either side of him were some of the best warriors they had, there to protect the heir to the throne. When they got to the village, the people had already disappeared into their buildings.
"Buildings that might be useful in the event of a retreat,"
Sonk noted. Esterel had given the settlement his protection, making it safe from the raids that afflicted the rest of Aurillac. It had been a wise decision, giving them access to the resources and skills of the villagers in exchange for any unwanted loot.
"Even if they've profited so far," Sonk thought, "no doubt they'd like us gone. They probably wouldn't object to a battlefield full of the dead to scavenge over, mind."
It was a one-road village, and they were soon following Pierre's vanguard into the fields on the east side. The fields had only recently been ploughed and sown, the furrows waterlogged after so much rain. Fighting here would be a muddy mess. It reminded Sonk of his days on the training field in Arviost. A moment of nostalgia came upon him, even though he knew it was ridiculous. He'd hated weapons training, but a part of him wished he were just required to slog away with sword and shield in the dirt, an anonymous warrior, rather than the responsibility and attention his magic powers brought him. Esterel peeled the middle guard away from the van. Now, with a clear view ahead, they got their first sight of the enemy. Horsemen ranged ahead of a long column of soldiers marching towards them. There was no doubt it was Aubrey's full army, drawn here by their pillaging of his close ally.
"What a shameful waste," Jesper murmured.
"What?" Sonk asked him.
"See how similar the two armies are,"
the forester said to Sonk, keeping his voice quiet.
"A war between countrymen is surely the most wicked of all."
Sonk grimaced. He could hardly argue. Most of the men and women on either side didn't really want to be here. He knew exactly where he placed the blame, however. The Duke of Famians and the Lord of Aurillac had forced them into this. Esterel's middle division formed up. Behind them, Sasha arrived with the rearguard, taking up position on the left. Pierre and Sasha led much smaller units, whose job was to protect the flanks. Ahead of them, Aubrey was arranging his army in the same way. He seemed to have similar numbers.
"More cavalry than us,"
Sonk muttered. Esterel turned to him, having overheard the comment. "Yes, we could do with buying some time for Lord Russell to arrive with our horse." "I have an idea," he said, eyes twinkling. Sonk studied his brother. He was a ball of energy, as if made for moments such as this. "A parley. Why not see what Duke Aubrey has to say for himself? Jesper, would you be willing to hold the white flag for me?"
"Of course, Your Highness. Shall we send someone to invite Lord Sasha and Prince Pierre?"
Esterel pursed his lips. "I love them both, but neither are the most diplomatic individuals. Sonk is a better choice. Let's keep our numbers small and encourage them to do the same." They had to find horses, for apparently going on foot to a parley was dishonorable. Sonk rode between his brother and Jesper, who held aloft a white flag. On Esterel's other side were two of his best warriors, there for security. They wore helmets that covered their heads, save for an eye-slit, and at their belts were an array of weapons to deploy, if the need arose. Aubrey's forces were still being maneuvered into position, but Esterel didn't have a long wait before his counterparts arrived at their location between the two armies. There was a dozen of them, along with their own bodyguards and a man carrying the flag of parley. 6 noblemen accompanied Duke Aubrey. Aubrey and Lord Raymond, whom Sonk had met briefly in the Midderstep 2 years before, were the only faces he recognized. Raymond ignored him, while some of his peers couldn't stop themselves from staring at Sonk's eyes. Sonk wondered if these men thought so many of them might seem intimidating. He felt it had the opposite effect, as if Aubrey had a committee of noblemen to please, while Esterel was free to make his own decisions. "Your Grace," Esterel acknowledged Aubrey pleasantly, as if he were meeting an old friend. "My lords, thank you for coming to speak."
"Esterel," Aubrey said, refusing to call him Prince. "You have something to say?"
The Duke seemed angry, sullen. "Our armies met last year," Esterel said. "Many died. It seems right to me to avoid shedding blood if we can."
"If that's what you wanted," said Lord Raymond, "you wouldn't have ravaged my lands and abused my people in such a provocative manner."
"It didn't take long for him to get involved," Sonk noted. "Perhaps I need remind you that your forces began the pillaging," Esterel countered.
"Nothing like you've done here," Raymond said, his face going red. "It will take years for Aurillac to recover from this."
"I've given strict orders not to kill a soul unless my forces faced resistance. That's very different from ordering our warriors to kill each other. The best of our kingdom hacking one another to pieces, so that other nations might come and take advantage of our folly? Surely we can step back from that."
"I will allow you to retreat and return to Verlaine," Aubrey offered. "My army will not hinder you."
Why should it be my force that leaves?
What then?
Aubrey cried, his temper suddenly getting the better of him.
Your family has seized the throne and now you order me to leave? Like a servant you have dismissed? Your arrogance is too much, sir.
The lords muttered their agreement with this. My father did not seize the throne.
King Nicholas made me his heir. That's the truth of it, whatever lies you spread.
Maybe my uncle said as much to you, your grace. I wasn't there to witness it. But my father was the heir to Javerne. Everyone in the kingdom, from highborn to the lowliest, knows the laws of inheritance. Don't pretend you don't.
This conversation is over,
said Aubrey, turning away. Some other trial, then, said Esterel.
What do you mean?
I will fight you, or whatever champion you put up, said Esterel. The loser must retreat his army. That way we save the lives of hundreds of our best fighters. Aubrey's jaw dropped open.
Is this all a game to you?
Really, Esterel, said Lord Raymond. Your prowess with a blade is well known. But this is war, not another competition amongst your friends, where you can win and parade your prize around to your adoring supporters. If I ever had doubts about who should rule our country, they are gone now.
2-1, said Esterel. Your 2 best warriors against me.
Aubrey shook his head.
We're done here.
He turned his horse about, his supporters following his lead. 3, Esterel called out to their backs. Any 3. Aubrey stopped. Sonk saw him share a glance with Raymond. The 2 men turned back about. You will swear, said Raymond, that if you lose a trial by combat, 3 swordsmen against yourself, that your army will abandon Aurillac and not return? I will so swear. Raymond was tempted to take the bait. He looked suspiciously at Sonk and the others. Sonk knew he should say something.
Esterel, don't do this, he said in a worried voice. They may injure you.
He gave Raymond a glare.
Or worse.
Esterel held up one hand. I have not asked for your advice, brother.
It seems to me, your grace,
Raymond addressed Duke Aubrey, that this man needs a lesson in humility. Not that I care about him in the slightest, but my people would be grateful if these marauders left. It might avoid a famine in these parts.
If the lives of your people are at stake, Aubrey said, then I am honor bound to agree.
He looked at Esterel, a slightly puzzled expression on his face.
We will find you 3 champions to fight.
He turned his gaze to Sonk.
I will tell them that if your brother is killed, they will also die. Would that ease your concerns?
Sonk looked back, surprised.
Yes, thank you, your grace.
Aubrey nodded.
Then let's get this done.
The space created for the contest came close to looking like a circle, except the warriors of each army were not allowed to get too close to one another. It left a gap through which Sonk could walk. No one saw him, because he was invisible. No one heard him. On one side stood Aubrey, his noble supporters, and a select group of warriors. On the other, Pierre and Sasha had brought similar numbers. Lord Russell had joined them, looking perplexed, as if he had not yet taken in what had unfolded since he had left the camp at midday. Jesper stood next to him, an anxious look on his face as he studied the 4 fighters. It had been agreed that each would fight with sword only. Esterel had been keen to get agreement on this. Shields would have given his opponents too great an advantage, negating his skill with a weapon. All 4 were dressed the same, knee-length mail shirts worn over padded gambesons. For all Duke Aubrey's dubious promises about Esterel's safety, everyone knew the contestants were putting their lives on the line. At the same time, in a fight of skill such as this, none wanted to be weighed down by excess armor. Neither Esterel nor his 3 opponents wore helmets, which restricted movement and vision. The 3 men chosen by Aubrey were all about the same age as Esterel, skilled young warriors keen to make a name for themselves. There would be some glory in defeating a king's son and a great swordsman such as Esterel. That said, the best fighters and great lords would refuse to take part in such an uneven contest as this. The conversation died down as Esterel said some final words to his opponents and strode away, stopping when he came to his line of supporters and turning around to face them. From where Sonk sat on the ground, He could see a small smile of pleasure on his brother's face. Some might have seen it as a show of confidence, but Sonk knew his brother loved the melee more than anything. Sonk recalled the first time he had used magic, the fight with Robert on the training field in Arbiost. Broncat had chosen spear and shield. The magic had come unbidden, perhaps prompted by anger. Now he calmed his breathing and held his hands out before him, concentrating on the magic he would bring forth. Ramon had taught him to control his power, not to rely on his emotions. It was the most complicated thing he had ever done, for he had to concentrate on keeping himself invisible while intervening in his brother's fight with such subtlety that no one would suspect him. Warriors on both sides roared as Esterel and his 3 opponents closed on one another, meeting in the middle of the space. Few, Sonk thought, could be surprised at the tactics of his brother's opponents. As Esterel approached, the middle warrior moved to engage him, before retreating backwards. The other 2 moved to the side, ready to surround him if he took the bait. It looked like Esterel would, moving quickly towards his opponent. But when his 2 allies closed in, Esterel skipped to his right, isolating one of his opponents. His swing was fast and hard. It still looked like his opponent would block it, but Sonk tugged at his arms with his magic, meaning he got into position too late. Esterel's sword sailed over the block, landing a blow on the shoulder. The armor prevented a cut, but the force of the strike would still have done some damage. Before he had a chance to do more, Esterel was forced to dance away as the other 2 warriors closed in on him. This was Esterel's problem, finding the time and space for an attack before an opponent came in from the side or rear. He moved in and out, trying to find a gap to attack, but his opponents were even more careful now, working together to see him off. Esterel was fast, no doubt, but he was expending far more energy than his 3 opponents, moving across the muddy ground. The 3 warriors shuffled warily about the space, content to wear him down. Sonk grew nervous. This wasn't a lesson to a bunch of kids, like the one Esterel had delivered on his visit to Arbiost. 2-on-1 would have been manageable, Sonk felt. 3 seemed too much, even for his brother. That meant Sonk would have to intervene more directly, but if sorcery was suspected, it would ruin Esterel's reputation. Then Esterel gambled. He came against one of the warriors, trying to get through his defenses. It all happened so fast, Sonk didn't know what to do. Should he help his brother get in a strike, or defend him from the 2 warriors who rushed him? Before he did either, Esterel took a blow to the side which sent him slumping to the ground, landing heavily on his knees. All 3 warriors came in to finish him. All Sonk could think of was to place a protective shield around his brother. It would save him, but would be far too obvious to every witness of the fight. He hesitated. Esterel suddenly twisted away, rolling as the blades came down, before getting to his feet and driving upwards. His hilt smashed into the unprotected face of his victim, who keeled over as if all his senses had been taken. Meanwhile, Sonk ensured that the blows of the other 2 warriors missed their mark, allowing Esterel to get away. It was 2 against 1 now, and the momentum was all with Esterel. While his opponents had looked in control before, the 2 remaining fighters suddenly looked ragged. Esterel baited them, moving in and out of range. They didn't seem to know if they should defend or attack. Esterel chopped overhead at one, forcing a high block. He swung a leg, hooking his opponents, before twisting his body into him with a shoulder barge. Completely off balance, the warrior tumbled over onto the ground. As the second warrior launched a swing at Esterel's lower leg, Sonk pulled at Esterel's blade so that it met the strike. To the onlookers, it looked like Esterel had produced a magnificent block, anticipating exactly where his opponent would strike. But it was Sonk who held the warrior's blade in place, stopping it from smashing into his brother's leg. Bent over, the warrior frowned, unable to shift his sword. As he opened his mouth to complain, Esterel's knee came up on his chin, snapping his head backwards. Almost dismissively, Esterel slapped the flat of his blade across the side of his head, and the last of his opponents was grounded. "Watch out!" Sonk heard Peer shout out as the second man threatened to get to his feet. Esterel was quickly onto him, the point of his blade leveled at his throat. so that he had no option but to drop his weapon. The warriors of Morbagne cheered and howled at their duke's victory. Looking at the other side, Song could see a look of sheer hatred spread across Lord Raymond's face. Some of his noble allies applauded Esterel, which must have galled him all the more. Duke Aubrey kept an even expression, though Song thought he caught a bewildered look in his eyes. Perhaps, in different circumstances, Song would have felt a measure of guilt at his role in the contest. But he and Esterel had just saved hundreds of lives, including those of Aubrey's followers, and he had no doubts that his actions were justified. Aubrey's first act was to check on his defeated warriors. Only one looked badly hurt, and even he was conscious, even if his nose was sheeting blood. Satisfied he would be all right, the Duke approached Esterel and held out his hand, which Esterel took in the warrior's grip. "Well fought," Sunk thought he saw Aubrey say, having to lip-read because of the shouts ringing out around him. The two shared a few more words, which Sunk couldn't make out. But it appeared that Aubrey was sticking to his word and would withdraw his army from Aurillac. The Duke of Famion still had his army at his disposal. He still claimed their father's throne. By most measurements, Esterel's victory had achieved precisely nothing. But when Song studied the faces of Aubrey and Raymond, he wondered if the encounter had caused an indefinable shift in the balance of power.
"The irony is after Esterel's heroics," Sasha said, "that we need to leave Aurillac."
That got a few smiles. 2 days after Aubrey's army departed, they were meeting in Esterel's tent. "There's not much left to take in this area," Lord Russell agreed. "And I presume we don't actually want to create a disaster here. We still have enough supplies of our own to go where we wish."
"That's all very well," said Esterel, "but I need suggestions about where to go."
Song's brother lounged on a chair, a cup of wine in hand. He seemed bored now that his fight was done. "We don't want to live off the land of our allies. We don't want to upset our enemies because we're trying to win them over. We don't want to risk an invasion of Famians. It doesn't give us many options." Everyone looked at one another, but no one had a ready suggestion. Song certainly didn't know what was for the best. It did seem they had reached something of a stalemate in their campaign. But every day they did nothing. They still had thousands of mouths to keep fed. They could, of course, return to Verlaine, but Song knew his brothers were loath to end things, having achieved so little. "Permission to enter?"
"Elga," said Pierre, recognizing the voice of one of his soldiers. "Come in."
A mustachioed Barisian entered the tent, one of the recruits Pierre had raised in Colderberg. "Your Highnesses, Lords," he said, nodding at everyone. "We've encountered riders from the west. Say they serve the Duke of Martres. He's arriving with a force and wants to talk with you, so they say."
"Domard?" Russell said.
"He's playing his hand at last. Wonder what he wants."
"I pray Florent has finally convinced him to support our claim," Esterel said.
"Let's hope for the best," Sasha said, "but prepare for the worst. If he's bringing a force, we need to make ready." Esterel drained his cup.
"Aye, we'll ready our force just in case. Lord Russell, could I ask you to meet them and offer to escort His Grace here?"
"Of course."
There was only a brief wait before Russell returned to the camp with their guest. Song stood with his brothers, watching the approach of Domard, Duke of Martres. He remembered him from their one previous meeting, when the Lords of Giverne had led their forces in the invasion of the Midderstep. He was closer in age to Song's father than the likes of Esterel and Aubrey. Perhaps that explained the caution with which he had responded to the contest for the throne, electing to stay out of it and hole up in Martres. Only a few armed men had accompanied him into their camp. One of them was Esterel's friend, Florent. The young man grinned over at Esterel and Sasha. That, at least, was a promising sign. The Duke dismounted and gave Esterel a perfunctory smile as he approached.
"Would introductions be in order?" Florent asked him.
Domard waved an impatient hand.
"I know who everyone is."
Telling his warriors to wait for him, he took Esterel's hand in the warrior grip before allowing the prince to lead him into the tent. Esterel put the Duke into a chair and took one for himself. Everyone else had to find a place on the floor.
Goblets were filled with wine, and after the pleasantries were done, the real talk began.
Florent here has been bending my ear every day to throw myself behind your father,
Domas said.
In case you'd come to the conclusion he wasn't trying very hard.
Esterel smiled in his easy way. Glad to hear it. I'd always thought of him as conscientious, but I was beginning to have my doubts.
Domas smiled back. I won't hide the truth from my peers, he said, acknowledging everyone in the room. Of course, both Bastian and Aubrey wanted my support, but I wasn't about to risk my position by getting drawn into it. They want the throne. They can bleed for it. But when I do give my oath, I keep it.
He scanned the room once more.
Everyone knows that.
I admire your candor, Your Grace. And does your presence here indicate you are closer to making such an oath?
Domas grimaced. Not quite. But we are in the endgame, don't you think? I heard a rumor that you and Aubrey avoided another bloodbath. That is progress, no?
Esterel pursed his lips. Maybe. Doesn't feel like we've got much further, in all honesty. A decisive intervention from you might persuade Aubrey that enough is enough, however.
I hope to intervene, though not in the way you would wish. I would like to think we can bring peace to Javern. To that end, I would like to offer myself as honest broker. I believe the time has come when Bastian and Aubrey might sit down together and thrash out a deal.
We tried that over the winter, Pierre intervened. It got nowhere, and Famians began raiding again this year.
Domas sipped at his drink. I understand, Your Highness. Those negotiations did not go well.
Lord Curian? Esterel asked. Lord Cassian and I visited the Duke and his allies in Famians. It was an utter failure, said Sasha. Our presence there was interpreted as a sign of weakness and only encouraged them to continue their efforts this year. I would like nothing more than for your initiative to work, Your Grace. So long as you understand, it was tough going the last time.
I understand, said the Duke. Keeping this between ourselves, he said conspiratorially, I may offer Aubrey an ultimatum. Something along the lines of we need to stop this, and if he doesn't, I may be forced to choose a side. You catch my meaning?
That could work, Esterel acknowledged. What do you need from me?
I will visit with Aubrey. If you could return to your father and persuade him to meet with Famians. He may feel he has the throne already and needn't stoop to it. I don't know, but I believe it would be in his best interests.
I don't think that will take much persuasion, Esterel said. But the king won't want to travel far. Esterel stopped short of saying their father was still not recovered. Showing weakness wouldn't help them any. But Domas seemed to understand.
I'm sure we can agree on a location. Take Florent with you, and send him back with instructions on where we can meet with the king.
Sonk caught eyes with Pear, who gave him a wink. Sonk allowed himself a smile. It felt like Javern might be starting to heal. Part 4. The South. Sonk, Liesel. Chapter 18. Sonk. Verlaine, Kingdom of Javern, 675. King Bastian feasted them in the great hall of the Bastion. The servants brought them the richest of foods and carried their old platters away. Musicians played for them. Wine and ale flowed, as much as anyone wanted to drink. Sonk sat at the second table between Florent, Esterel's friend, and Humbert. In Arbiost he hadn't attended evening meals. In Verlaine he did. No one had told him why that was. He assumed it was down to the influence of his brothers. Still, like everything when it came to their father, he'd driven a hard bargain. While Esterel and Pierre sat at the top table with the king and chosen officials like Lords Russell and Cassian, Sonk did not. It was just as humiliating as not being there at all. Everyone in Javern knew their place, and everyone now learned where Sonk, cursed son of the king, belonged. Florent and Humbert were as pleasant company as one could find. Florent was modest, friendly, and charming. Humbert down-to-earth and amusing. But Sonk couldn't help learning how the world worked. He was no longer a child, and he couldn't help dwelling on the fact that he was undervalued. He smiled at Florent and Humbert while staring balefully at the top table. Had he not, with Ramon, won the Battle of Corbenay for these people? In doing so, saved his father's life and gained him the capital? The throne? Had he not helped Esterel to defeat Aubrey's 3 champions and end the civil war? Neither of them had publicly acknowledged his contribution. While they accrued the plaudits and the power, top of the Javern pile, what had Sonk been given? A place at second table. Anyone else with my powers would have left, insulted, he told himself, gone where he was appreciated. The only reason I stay is family loyalty. But what has this family done for me? How long must I remain grateful that I wasn't drowned at birth? Excuse me, he said, standing, not really listening to the replies of those around him. He stalked out of the hall. He needed fresh air and time alone. His passion stirred the magic within him. He had learned to control it. One way to do that was to walk away from the things that riled him. Without really thinking about it, he walked through the corridors of the bastion towards one of the outside gardens. "Sonk," a voice called. Jesper, my father figure, though sometimes he feels more like a nursemaid. Can I not have a moment to myself? Jesper was hurrying after him, a broad grin on his face. A second figure was by his side. Sonk checked, his mind not registering who it was at first. "Ramon?" he said, surprised. The sorcerer looked tired, older. He gave Sonk a wry smile. They clutched one another. A wave of emotion swept over Sonk. He hadn't realized how much he had missed his teacher until he was here, standing in front of him. "Off somewhere?" Ramon asked. "I was just going to get some air." "We'll join you." Sonk led them out to the small garden. It was an irregular space, enclosed by the walls of the bastion. They found it empty since everyone else in the fortress was either getting fed or feeding others. Ramon sat, puffing with aches and pains as he did. Sonk stood, appreciating the cool air on his body. "It's hard to believe how much you've changed," Ramon said, eyeing Sonk. "It's been longer than I'd planned. 1.5 years, but when I left, you were a boy. I return, and you're a man." Sonk gave a small smile of acknowledgement, but his mood still wasn't good, and Ramon's words only seemed to niggle him. "I have much to talk about," said the sorcerer, "but please, tell me what I've missed since leaving. It seems King Bastian's position is now secure." Sonk let Jesper do most of the talking. The forester described last year's campaign against Aubrey, the pillaging of Aurillac and Esterel's victory in the contest with the Duke's 3 champions. How, afterwards, Domar of Martras had acted as a neutral third party in the negotiations between Aubrey and Sonk's father. "Virtually everyone received a royal pardon for their role in the rebellion," Jesper said. King Bastian's willingness to forgive his enemies their crimes was still a source of debate in the capital. Lord Gerard was the only one given up by Aubrey. Bastian insisted on his execution for his attempt on the life of Esterel. Everyone else has kept their titles and estates in return for their oaths of allegiance. "Well, sounds like it couldn't have gone much better," said Ramon. "We badly need a strong and united Javern." His teacher's words roused Sonk's interest. Who was we? And why did they need Javern to be strong? "I need to tell you both about developments in the south. While I have done my best to warn the rulers of Dalria about this threat, news has not spread as wide as I had hoped. Now, things will change." He paused, looking from Sonk to Jesper. "I feel like I should start at the very beginning. 10 years ago. Jesper nodded his consent. "Jesper has told you plenty of the stories from the Isherite Wars. He mentioned a man named Herin?" "Brother of Clarin," Sonk said, recalling the stories that had thrilled him as a child. Clarin had carried the shield of Persala, and was one of the heroes who helped Belwyn to destroy Dis. "Herin fought for the Isherites, rising high in their ranks.
He turned at the last, bringing his army against them during the siege of Kalios.
He looked at Ramon.
You were in that army, he said to the sorcerer, and you fought with them outside Kalios, he said to Jesper. He had forgotten that sense of awe he had first felt, knowing that Ramon and Jesper had taken part in such great events. The war in Givern seemed to have sucked the childish delight in such stories from him. The reality was so much worse that it was unrecognizable compared to the heroics he had imagined. 7 years later, Jesper said, and Ramon and I still rode with Heron. He looked at Ramon.
You tell it,
Ramon said to him. Song studied the sorcerer properly for the first time. Tired and worn-looking, he looked so much older than before he'd left. The 3 of us were asked to do a service for King Edgar of Magnia, Jesper began. He wanted us to kill Gervais Salvinus. Salvinus? Song gasped. The man who Paer had told him about with such hatred. Evidently, they'd failed their assignment. Wait, he looked at them both. You used to kill people? Yes. No, said Jesper. We'd never done such a thing before. But for Salvinus, we made an exception. We went to Essenberg, got close to carrying out the mission. We found ourselves in the crypt of the Dukes of Kelland. Salvinus and Inga, the witch who now serves Duke Leopold, were meeting someone there. Or something. Something? Sonk asked. Ezenakai, Lord of the Avakabi, he called himself, of the Lippers. At the time we suspected he was more than mortal. Now we know he is. He implied he ruled the Lippers through mind control. He was about to demonstrate this power on me when Ramon and Heron intervened. They stopped him, just in time. Ramon and I managed to escape Essenberg. Heron never did. Sonk could see the pain in Jesper's face. It looked as fresh as if it had happened yesterday, not 10 years ago. Mind control? He asked.
His victims become puppets, Ramon explained. Unable to think for themselves, they simply follow orders.
He shook his head.
You would have to call it luck, terrible or otherwise, that we stumbled onto Ezenakai that day. We would never have known about him if not for that. He has gone out of his way to keep his powers secret. His Lipper army has, several times, tried to invade the lands of Magnia. King Edgar has a line of defenses to stop them. I have helped the Magnians repulse them. As far as the rest of Dalria is concerned, if the Magnians can hold them off without help, what threat can they be? Unbeknown to me, however, Ezenakai had made inroads elsewhere. The Sea Caladri, an isolationist people, have been completely turned to his control. It must have taken him years to infiltrate them, building up his numbers before they realized, too late, what was happening. They bring him the greatest fleet in Dalria. Nowhere is safe any longer. More recently, they stepped up pressure on Magnia. That is where I have been all this time, helping Edgar hold them off. The last attack proved to be a diversion. Corridons was invaded. They came from the sea and over the eastern border. King Glana didn't know what had hit him. Witnesses say he has been captured and turned, like so many of his people. The numbers under Ezenakai's control are growing. The more places he takes, the larger his army becomes. Soon, the balance will shift to him, and he will become unstoppable.
Soon? Song asked with a frown. He has the Avakabi, the Sea Caladri, and the Cordentines? Surely those numbers aren't enough to threaten the rest of Dalria.
When Ezenakai came to Essenberg all those years before, it was to confirm Inga's submission to him, Ramon said. We can assume she is still in league with him, and that Leopold's duchies won't raise a force against him. The Empire is compromised. Magnia is now dangerously outnumbered. Before we know it, this threat could be at the borders of Morbagne and Givern. This is why I say the unity of Givern is paramount.
Song shook his head. It can't be. It doesn't seem real.
This is the greatest threat to Dalria since the Ishurite Wars, Ramon insisted. More of a threat, because who is there with any magic to stand against the power of Ezenekai? Only me. Ramon's eyes held Sonk's. And you.
Me? Sonk yelped. If Ramon and Jesper weren't looking at him in deadly earnest, he would have thought they were joking. And you only mention this now because?
Because last time we spoke you were still a boy, learning your way. What effect might all this have had on you then? Even now, it is a lot for me to ask of you. But I need your help, Sonk. I will speak with your father as soon as I can. Among other things, I will ask him to let you come south with me. As soon as possible. You need to see things for yourself.
What did Ramon expect Sonk could do? The man sounded hysterical. He needed to calm down. There may not be any other sorcerers left in the human lands, Sonk admitted. Inga and Ramon were the only ones he had heard of. But what of others? The Caladri. They have many.
The blood Caladri do, Ramon acknowledged, and we must warn them. But the Sea Caladri had Magi, and they didn't stop him. I know it's a lot to ask, Sonk. You would be leaving your family.
It's not that, Sonk said roughly. Gods, he'd had enough of his father and his place here in Javern. What if I don't have the power to stop this Ezenekai?
You don't, Ramon said simply. No one in Dalria does. He is a god, not a mortal. But you're all we have right now, Sonk.
Sonk stood with his brother and Humbert, giving his room in the bastion one last look, in case he had forgotten to pack anything important. Will you be coming back? Pierre asked him. Pierre and Humbert were the only people who Sonk would miss. It kept his farewell short. I'm not sure, he admitted. It's this business with Cordons, said Pierre. Their father had allowed Ramon to speak his mind to the council. The sorcerer had left dissatisfied. Sonk wasn't surprised. Talk of dark magic and turning people into puppets would have drawn blank looks, he was sure. These weren't things his family concerned themselves with. Until they saw a threat to their own interests, they would ignore it. Ramon wants me to travel south with him, Sonk said. I don't know. For now, I'm just looking forward to seeing Louise and Rab. That brought a smile to his brother's face. Things he understood. Aye. Spend some time back in Arbiost and see how you feel. I wish I was coming with you now. Pierre looked around the room, as if he expected Ramon to pop up from behind a piece of furniture. Don't let that sorcerer pressure you into going if you don't want to. Just tell Esterel. He'll protect you. Sonk, Ramon, and Jesper left Verlaine for Arbiost in the company of a huge army, led by Esterel. They were the men and women of Morbagne who, now that peace had been restored to Javern, were finally returning to their homes and old lives. Lord Russell had raised the cash to pay off their outstanding wages, and they were in high spirits, keen to bring their coin back to their families and tell them the stories of their exploits. Esterel rode at the head of the column, deep in conversation with his friend Florent. He had his own duties in Morbagne. He would have to tour his new duchy, show his face in each district, and take the oaths of his new subjects. Once he was done, he was to escort his sister back to Verlaine, so she could at last take her place at court. Louise had waited behind for 2 years. Sonk smiled to himself. He imagined she was quite cross by now. The army traveled the same way it had come 2 years ago, following the roads south. They passed through the same places. One was the village, outside of which they had met with Esterel and Pierre after their escape from Verlaine. New homes had already been constructed on the site, as sure a sign as any that peace had returned to the kingdom. Sonk was surprised to see no signs of the damage done. How quickly the villagers are able to return to normality if left alone. Further on, Jesper pointed out the location where they had left the road and gone to meet the army of Arnul, Lord of Saliers. Sonk remembered the moment he had seen the enemy lined up, only a field separating them. Saliers had thought better of a fight that day, withdrawing his forces.
Whatever happened to Saliers? Ramon asked. Esterel captured him after the battle at Corbonnet.
My father released him.
Very magnanimous, Ramon commented.
He never took up arms against us afterwards, Song said.
Ramon nodded. Your father played his hand well. I had feared the war might drag on much longer.
Maybe, said Song, though almost all our enemies have held on to their lands and titles.
You would have fought on for a fuller victory? The sorcerer asked him. Clipped their wings? Removed them?
Song shrugged. I don't know. You said yourself you needed Javern to be strong. How strong can my father be if his rival still holds Famians? A king always has enemies, Jesper said. But your family now holds the throne of Javern, as well as Morbagne. If Aubry were to rebel again, he would get no second chances, I am sure.
Next, they passed through the newly won lands of the steppe. Steppe land no longer, for change had come here too. Settlements not any different to those found in Javern and Morbagne were now established. These settlers grew crops as well as herding animals. Esterel stopped to talk with the warriors who manned the forts that their father had built. The local tribes had tried to take advantage of the conflict in Javern to regain their lost lands, and Esterel was full of praise for the small garrisons who had seen them off. They all gazed at Song's brother with adoration, as he listened to their war stories and shared his own. Song was largely ignored, though some folk glowered at him, while mothers stopped their children from getting too close. Finally, they found themselves on the last leg of the journey. They closed in on their destination of Arbiost, the dense forest of Morbagne on their right. Morbagne seemed to be the one place that hadn't changed. As they traveled, more and more people said their farewells and left the column, heading to whichever corner of the duchy they called home. Only a few hundred of them reached Arbiost. They passed the fields on either side of the dirt path. By the time they reached the village itself, everyone was out, waiting to greet them. They lined both sides of the path, in front of the houses, cheering and waving. Some held aloft flags and banners, some held out flowers and other gifts. They passed the church on their right, the barns on the left. Behind them, the mill by the river. It was so strange to see everything, just the same as when he had left after so long. A crowd stood waiting for them in front of the chateau, where they dismounted. Before he knew what was happening, a dog bounded up to him, barking like a mad thing.
Rab!
The dog ran to Jesper, barked at a group of warriors, ran back to Sonk and licked him, before rushing back to Jesper again. Sonk smiled. The poor boy didn't know what to do.
Stop,
said Jesper gruffly, and Rab did what he was told, though his tail wagged back and forth in barely contained excitement. Esterel, ignoring the nonsense, had already moved ahead to greet Louise, who stood flanked by the officials who had helped her to run the duchy in their absence.
You go on, Jesper told him. You know where we'll be.
Oh my goodness, Louise said when Sonk approached. Someone's changed and grown rather tall.
She held out her arms and Sonk embraced her, only letting go because so many people were watching. He could tell Louise had changed too, not in her looks, but in the way she carried herself. She'd been Sonk's age when they'd left. The old Louise would have screamed and cried and possibly punched one of her brothers for taking so long to come for her. But this Louise was the model of decorum, bringing her officials into the conversation and quietly praising their work to Esterel as they praised her.
She's had to grow up, Sonk realized. She's had a duchy to govern. A young woman who no doubt has had to fight to be taken seriously by those around her.
Louise made sure her officials had found everyone a place to stay for the night before she led Esterel and Sonk into the chateau.
You can replace me and start changing everything tomorrow, Duke Esterel, she said archly. But I want to hear about everything that happened while I was away.
Esterel and Sonk shared an uneasy look. Louise had known nothing about his powers before he'd left. He had forgotten and now wasn't prepared for the subject to come up.
I want my sister to look at me like she used to, he complained to himself. Not the way everyone else does. She was one of the few who never treated me like an outcast.
All I've had to go on," she continued, taking them upstairs, "is the letters people sent, and there haven't been as many of those as I had hoped."
"Well, we've been in the field much of the time," said Esterel.
"I know. Here," she said, entering their father's solar. She sat them down by the window, drinks already prepared for their arrival. "You've been living here?" Sonk asked her. "Well, of course. Father's not likely to come back, is he? Now I'll move out and Esterel can have it."
"I wouldn't bother," Esterel said. "I'll soon be touring Morbagne. When I'm done, I'm taking you to Valenne."
"Who will run things here?"
Louise asked.
"Sonk?"
she asked, glancing at him. Sonk shared another awkward look with Esterel.
"No, I think Sonk has other duties," Esterel said. "I was thinking about Florent. I brought him with me anyway. See what he makes of the place. I trust him to do a good job and keep me informed." "I see. Well, tell me everything. Don't spare my sensibilities because I'm a woman. That would be most irritating."
Esterel began with the death of Nicholas and the agitation in the capital when Duke Aubrey had claimed the throne. He told Louise of his surprise at finding Pierre knocking on the door of his rooms at the Bastion, a huge bear of a man with him, who Esterel thought had come to kill him. Louise gasped and smiled along at his stories. Sonk grew nervous. How would Esterel tell the story of the battle at Corbenay? Would he describe what Sonk and Ramon did, or leave it out? He didn't even know which he would prefer.
"Are you all right?"
Louise asked him. Sonk smiled. She was good at noticing when he was upset about something.
"You know," he said, "I've been desperate to see Rab. Would you mind if Esterel told you what happened in Javan? Then maybe I can talk to you tomorrow."
"Good idea," said Esterel, sounding relieved.
"Well, all right. I have looked after the dog, though, you know."
"I know you will have," Sonk said, standing. Louise stood and gave him a second hug. This time Sonk didn't rush it.
"I've missed you," he said. "Me too. There's been no one to play foolish games with."
Sonk left, a melancholy feeling about him. They both knew their days of playing games were long gone. He made the short, familiar walk from the chateau to Jesper's hut. As soon as he was through the door, Rab was all over him, licking and mouthing and barking. Sonk petted him until the dog rolled over onto his back, ready for a belly rub.
"He's been whining for you,"
Jesper said, pottering about his old home. It had a cold, unlived-in feel to it. The forester had got the fire going in the grate, and he had sourced some food from the kitchen. Ramon sat by the fire, leaving the chores to Jesper as he always did. He looked tired, though. He still hadn't fully recovered from his efforts in Magnia. Next to him was Tadita. Having quietened Rab, Sonk went over to greet her and was shocked as she gingerly got to her feet, shaking as she did. She nuzzled into him.
"She's ill?"
"She's old,"
Jesper said.
"Poor girl. 2 years is a long time for a dog."
"Feels like 2 years has been a long time for everyone,"
said Sonk. Chapter 19. Liesel. Atrabia, 675. "There goes the nanny," Idris commented, as Liesel overtook him and his sister. She was desperate to be the first over the rise for once. Idris hadn't always called her nanny, an odd term the Atrabians used for a female goat. This was the first winter she'd been able to match the pair. Cow had been his favorite name at first. Liesel just hadn't been used to walking in such steep terrain, where the air was so thin. She remembered having to stop, her lungs burning and her legs aching, while Tegan and Idris would stand waiting, sharing looks of pity and mirth. "Poor cow," Idris would say, before Tegan slapped him. "Sorry, poor princess cow." She got to the viewing point first and looked down. The sparkling blue of the Etanian Sea stretched out before her. Down in the valley, she identified the thin blue strip of river that hurled itself from the mountains to the ocean. She would have called it a stream. It was a tiny fraction of the size of the castle. But here, they called it a river. She followed its path and found Penfrin, their winter home, tiny and beautiful. The 2 years she had lived in Atrabia had been a culture shock for Liesel, and Penfrin, perhaps the most of all. It was a home for Gavin's immediate family only. The prince had sworn to treat Liesel as his daughter, and so she came to Penfrin every year with them. At first, she found it bizarre that the Prince of Atrabia would spend a third of the year in such a remote spot. He would jest with her that the Atrabians governed themselves and didn't need a ruler to interfere. Except it seemed to be largely true, and the contrast with the city life of her family's seat in Essenberg couldn't have been more extreme. The thought of spending so much time in a tiny hold in the middle of the wilderness had filled the old Liesel with a claustrophobic dread. Now, it was her favorite place in the world. It was a shame they were about to leave. Only the highest mountains kept their snow-topped covering. Spring was around the corner, and it was time to head west and rejoin the world. Idris and Tegan arrived and looked down, as taken with the familiar sight as she was. Idris leaned an elbow on his sister's shoulder. In physique, they were opposites. Tegan was small and muscular, with powerful calves and thighs, strong arms and shoulders. Her brother was tall and gangly, with unending stick-thin limbs. Prince Gavin had told her once he had been the same in his youth, but Liesel couldn't imagine he had ever been as slim as his son. In looks, though, it was obvious the two were siblings. Despite their fair skin, their eyes were as strikingly dark as their hair, and even Idris had lashes that made Liesel jealous.
"What are you staring at, woman?"
Tegan asked her.
"Oh," said Liesel, a little embarrassed. "I was just thinking how grateful I am for the last 2 years. You've become my best friends. I had few in Essenberg. There was Katrina, but she was married when I was 16.
"Soppy cow," sniffed Idris with a straight face, though he had a sparkle in his eyes. Tegan slapped her brother.
"Ignore him. He always acts like that when someone gets emotional. He's afraid of showing his feelings, that's why."
It was the kind of cruelly accurate criticism that only a sibling could give, and it made Liesel look away. She knew Idris hid behind his sharp tongue. Sometimes she wished she knew what he really felt. They made their way back down the mountainside, stopping in a sheltered spot to have their sack lunch. Afterwards, they connected with the river that would lead back to Penfrin. It churned across slate rocks, full with mountain ice melt. As they walked, the cloud cover parted, allowing the sun to warm them. It became surprisingly hot, and they stopped to take off their top layers. Liesel shrugged off her carrying sack and took off her woolen top, stuffing it into the sack.
"I need to get a drink,"
Idris gasped, grabbing his cup from his sack. Beads of sweat dotted his face, and the hair around his face was wet.
"Then get me one as well," said Tegan. "And Liesel."
They handed their cups over, and Idris wandered over to the riverbank.
"At least he's good for something,"
said Tegan, tying her sack up. The comment was more than a little unfair. Idris was one of those people who seemed to be good at most things without trying. Physically fit, he excelled at riding and hunting, and was skilled with weapons. There was a splash. Liesel turned her head. 3 cups lay on the riverbank. No Idris. She ran over.
"Idiot,"
she heard Tegan say. Liesel followed the flow of the river. There in the middle, getting swept along at some pace, was Idris. Jagged grey rocks loomed at various points along its course.
"He's there,"
she shouted over to Tegan, pointing. Tegan stood with her hands on her hips, shaking her head.
"I'll get him then,"
Liesel muttered to herself. She ran along the riverbank, eyes darting into the river to locate Idris, then back to the uneven ground in front of her. She had to navigate her way around the trees that leaned over the stream. For all her efforts, she wasn't gaining on her friend. Then he went round a bend in the river, and she lost sight of him. A fear gripped her. The river, she knew, was freezing cold. The thought of taking Idris's dead body to his father entered her mind. She cursed Tegan for not coming to help. Liesel followed the bank around the bend. There he was. Idris had washed up on a stony section of shallows, his legs still in the water. She ran over. Her foot slipped on a wet rock, and she almost went flying, only just regaining her balance. She reached him. His eyes were closed, and he wasn't moving. She knelt beside him, unsure what to do. Had he got too cold? Swallowed too much water? She put her hands to his chest, feeling awkward as she did so. He was freezing to the touch. She pressed down a little. She knew she was supposed to breathe into his mouth, but when she looked at his lips, she hesitated.
"Think, Liesel," she told herself. "Is he breathing?"
She felt stupid for not checking that first. She leaned over to listen. Idris's face rose. His lips were on hers, so cold to the touch. A bolt of desire ran through her body. For a moment, she lost herself to it, returning his kiss. Then she pulled away, gasping for breath. Idris sat up on his elbows, grinning at her. The whole thing had been one of his stupid tricks.
"You arse,"
she said. She felt stupid, embarrassed.
"There was nothing funny about that."
Idris lost his grin, and his face became more serious. "I got a kiss out of it, though," he said. "I've been wanting that for a long time."
"You stole it,"
Liesel said.
"Tricked me."
"Don't be like that." Liesel got to her feet and stormed away, back to Tegan. They walked back to Penfrin in almost total silence. When Tegan asked them what was up, neither answered her.
"Idiot,"
she said to Idris, assuming it was only his prank that had upset Liesel, and proceeded to glare at him the rest of the way. He is an idiot, Liesel told herself, but her lips refused to agree. They kept reminding her of how they had felt pressed against his. They left Penfrin 2 days later, using a trail that took them west through the lowlands of Atrabia. Liesel was pleased that Idris rode next to his father, meaning she could avoid speaking to him, or avoid not speaking to him. She rode between Tegan and her mother Bronn, both of whom were very good at talking about little things and at making her laugh. By evening, they had reached the town of Treglan, close to the principality's western border. No one called Treglan the capital, and it was such a small place that Liesel was glad, for their sake, they didn't. But it was where the prince spent much of his time, a convenient place to meet with people. The family owned a townhouse, making it easy to settle in. It was a place where other members of the family often stayed, and the other main residents were already there. Emlyn was Gavin's half-brother, son of their father's second wife. He was married to Mynir, and they had 2 teenage sons, Ilar and Maxon. All 4 welcomed them in. The fire filled the main living space with warmth, and a pot simmering on the hearth promised mutton stew. They were soon seated, eating, sharing their stories of winter. Liesel had never warmed to the family as she had to Gavin's. She found Emlyn creepy, Mynir a bore, Ilar and Maxon thick-headed. But 4 months away from them had helped her to forget some of the things she didn't like, and the reunion was comfortable enough. Once they finished their meal, it was clear that Emlyn and Gavin intended to leave. She overheard Emlyn refer to a messenger from the Emperor. Her ears pricked up at this. She both loved and hated being away from the politics of Brasingia. She felt safe and free from it a lot of the time, but also marginalized and ignorant of what was going on. How was her sister, her uncle? What new crimes had her brother and his advisors committed? She knew hiding wasn't a long-term solution to her troubles. More than 2 years had gone by in Atrabia, and what had she to show for it? Gavin looked across at Idris. "Come, you need to hear this too." Idris would be prince himself one day, and his father increasingly included him in decisions. Emlyn looked across at his 2 boys.
"No,"
Liesel thought, cringing.
"He's not going to invite his 2 young oafs."
"Ilar, Maxon, you too." The boys dutifully got to their feet and followed Idris over. What a sight. Liesel recognized the blank face Gavin wore as the one he used when he was doing his best to be patient, while Idris openly smirked at the situation. But the prince said nothing, and all 5 left the house for their meeting.
"Guess we'll just do all the clearing up then,"
said Tegan once they had left.
That is our role, Tegan, Mynir chided.
Liesel rolled her eyes inwardly and collected the dishes. That night, in the bed the three of them shared upstairs, Liesel and Tegan demanded that Idris tell them about the meeting.
Emperor Cohen is raising an army in Lindhafen, Idris said. He's called on every ruler in the Empire to answer his summons. Who is he at war with? Tegan asked. Please, not my brother, Liesel thought, worrying. Why should I care if it is Leopold? She asked herself.
She was hopelessly conflicted, she knew. Leopold scared her. He didn't deserve to rule Kelland, but if someone saw fit to remove him, where would that leave her? The unmarried older sister of a deposed duke.
The Lippers, Idris said. They've completely overrun Cordons. So this messenger says. Thousands of refugees have fled into Thess and Gottbeck. Cohen's worried the border's not secure.
Liesel's brow furrowed. Her tutor in Essenberg had made her study maps and learn about the other powers in Dalria, but geography didn't stick in her mind. She knew Cordons bordered the south of the Empire and was one of the richest kingdoms in Dalria. The Lippers? They spoke a completely alien language to that shared amongst most in Dalria. Otherwise she knew or remembered nothing.
Are the Atrabians likely to answer their summons? She asked them.
The question brought wry faces. It had been a bone of contention between her and the siblings for a while, ever since they were comfortable enough with each other to talk politics. The Atrabians had repeatedly refused to answer her father's summons when the Ishurites had invaded the Empire. Idris and Tegan had given her this and that excuse, but Liesel continued to see it as nothing other than a betrayal.
They just might, Idris said. Times have changed. It's not the same as being asked to fight for your family, he said to Liesel, unusually serious. No offense. And this sounds like a threat to everyone, including the Atrabians. I think Father will argue for it. I would, and more importantly, he said, a mischievous look returning to his face. Elar and Maxon seemed very concerned.
They laughed together, the talk turning to less serious matters. Eventually the three of them settled to sleep. Idris's hand slithered towards hers on the mattress. Liesel deliberated for a short while, then took it. Over the next few days, Prince Gavin met with the leaders of Atrabia, the nobility who might provide soldiers, the church leaders who might bless the enterprise and sway their flocks, representatives of the people who might consent to taxes that would pay for a campaign. Liesel observed some of these exchanges, and Idris told her about those she didn't. Gavin certainly didn't have it all his own way. It was hard to claim the conquest of Cordons, so far away, held any threat to Atrabia. But he argued that honor demanded Atrabia contribute a force, and too small a number would make them look weak. Besides, Liesel could tell the Atrabians liked and respected their prince. If he wanted to cash in some goodwill on such a venture, most people felt obliged to help. As the Atrabian army slowly took shape, a sense of excitement built in Liesel. It was cut short when the prince told her she wouldn't be going.
Safer for you to stay here, he told her.
It was said in an offhand manner. He didn't realize how much she wanted to go.
Kelland and Luderia have been called up as well as Atrabia. Your hiding place would almost certainly be revealed.
Liesel had no arguments, except a selfish desire to not be left behind. She understood it wasn't only a risk to herself. The Atrabians might face retribution from her brother if their role in concealing her was revealed. The day before the Atrabian army was to leave, she was left in the family house, while everyone else was involved in final preparations. Unfortunately, she couldn't escape Emlyn and his family, sitting with them for the evening meal. Gavin's half-brother had been his staunchest supporter in the negotiations, and would act as his regent in Atrabia while the prince was away.
You'll be perfectly safe with us, he repeated to her during the meal, each time making her feel a little less safe.
He has greedy eyes, Liesel warned herself. It could just be an older man's attraction to a younger woman, she realized. Bearable, so long as he doesn't act on it.
Or it could be to do with my status as Leopold's sister. Might Emlyn cut a deal with Essenberg in Gavin's absence? She worried. Or what if he tries to marry me to one of his dreadful sons?
Liesel knew the younger, more innocent version of herself wouldn't have picked up on the threat at all. But she'd experienced the unwanted attentions of Gervase Salvinus, and the malice of Inga the witch. Something didn't feel right, and after the meal, she escaped the house and wandered around Treglan until she found Idris and Tegan. They ended up in one of the town's inns, drinking to their last night together for what could be a long time. Liesel usually revelled in the freedom of frequenting the taproom of an inn, something that would never be allowed in Essenberg. Tonight, though, she found it hard to shake off her anxiety. Tegan shook her head as her brother boasted about the enemies he would smite on the battlefield. He wasn't the only young warrior in the inn sharing such sentiments. None seemed to have a clear idea why Emperor Cohen might consider war against a people they had barely heard of before the last few days.
You are quiet tonight,
Tegan said to Liesel. Sister and brother looked at her. She supposed she had been dwelling on her own predicament, and not joining in as much as usual. She opened her mouth to give some excuse. Then she remembered Whitmar. How she hadn't asked for help from anyone. It had taken Pierre, the young Givernet boy, to go to her uncle Walter and ask him for help on her behalf. Not before Leopold had taken a knife to the poor lad's face.
Learn your lessons, Liesel, she scolded herself. I have a suspicious feeling about Emlyn.
Don't we all? Said Idris. What exactly?
I can't say. Just the way he looks at me. I don't trust him.
She shrugged, realizing how she sounded.
I'm sure I'm being unfair.
Not necessarily, said Idris. I feel the same. Liesel and Tegan looked at him expectantly. He's the second son. You don't think he wishes for the crown instead of father, or instead of me when the time comes. It's only human nature after all.
Oh, gods,
said Tegan, thinking about it.
Prince Emlyn, with Elar next in line. She pretended to be sick. Then you must come with us instead of staying here. I can't. Your father asked me to stay.
Easily solved, said Idris. We hide you in a wagon and reveal you once it's too late to send you back.
I can't go against your father's wishes after he's given me so much. He would be so angry.
Hardly, said Idris. I swear to you, once you appear, he'll laugh and say how impressed he is. Liesel remained dubious, but once Tegan took her brother's side and she'd had another drink, she thought it wasn't such a crazy plan as it first sounded. The Atrabian army set off early the next morning. Liesel was secreted in the back of a wagon full of supplies, hemp sacks providing both a comfortable place to sit and a screen that hid her from view. But she was full of anguish. She worried that people back in Treglan would panic once they found her missing. She dreaded Prince Gavin's reaction to her disobedience. Worse still, that it was putting the Atrabians in more danger. With nothing else to do, she closed her eyes and prayed to Sibylla.
I pray for a day when I am more than just a burden on people.
She felt some relief when she learned what route the Atrabians were taking. Rather than heading directly for Lindhafen, which would have involved cutting through her brother's new duchy of Luderia, Gavin took them due south. Tegan, who rode next to the wagon for parts of the journey, explained that the King of Ritharis, the northernmost member of the Confederacy, had given permission for Gavin to pass through his lands. As evening was drawing in, Idris came for her. He took her from the wagon, putting her behind him on his horse. Tegan joined them. They rode towards the front of the column. Liesel got her first proper look at the countryside of Ritharis, very similar to Atrabia. Idris found the prince. Riding beside him was Bronn, his wife. "Father, mother," Idris said, "I have something to admit." They turned to him and took in Liesel riding with him. She winced as she waited for their reactions. Both pairs of eyebrows rose in the air, but it was no worse than that. "Liesel was worried about being left behind," said Idris. "We told her she should come," added Tegan, making sure they got the blame for it, not Liesel. "Then, of course, she should come along," Bronn said.
Though, Liesel, by now you should know you can come to us with such fears. Yes, my lady, Liesel replied, feeling more than a little ashamed. And how have you snuck her away all day? Prince Gavin demanded. Hid her in a wagon, Idris admitted. Gavin gave a chuckle. An impressive deception, he declared. It was exactly the reaction Idris had promised. Idris and Tegan laughed out loud, and Liesel gave a nervous smile. What? Gavin demanded. What's so funny? Chapter 20. Sonk. Arbiost, Duchy of Morbagne, 675. How's Jesper? Louise asked Sonk as he took a seat next to her on the bed. He looked around her room, remembering all the games he'd played here. He's all right, he answered. Tadita had died the day after they'd returned. Jesper was convinced she'd only been waiting for his return before she gave up the fight. Sonk found the idea incredibly sad. He took her into the forest alone. One last time together, I guess. Poor old girl, Louise said. But it was her time. Yes, Sonk said. I've seen people die before their time in the last couple of years. Tadita had a good life. Estrel told me, Louise said, about your magic. Sonk nodded. He found it was a relief that she knew. It doesn't matter at all to me, you know, Louise said. Unlike most people, Sonk actually believed her when she said it. I always knew you were special. I'm sorry you couldn't tell me. I'm sorry I didn't, he admitted. Jesper told me not to tell anyone, for my own safety. He reminded her of the visit of Lord Cass to Arbiost. Then he proceeded to tell her about the attack by the men outside Jesper's hut. Louise put a hand to her mouth. I'm sorry you've had all this to deal with by yourself, Sonk. It hasn't been easy for you. She held out a hand, which he took. Then, deciding that wasn't enough, he reached over and they hugged one another. I'm sorry you got left here, he said. I'm sorry I took your mother from you. Louise pushed him away. Don't be so damned stupid, she said. I've never thought that. Not once. Just because Father has such stupid ideas, it doesn't mean you should. Sonk nodded, allowing himself a little smile. Thank you. I wanted to say it anyway. I'm going to miss you all over again now you're going to Javerne. Will Sibelia be going with you? Of course, Louise said, outraged at the idea that she wouldn't. I've also asked Breda to come with me. Clever. Life's always better when Breda's baked pastries. Exactly. You're sure you want to leave with Ramon? I don't want to, Sonk admitted. But I know I should. Still, it may not take that long. It wouldn't surprise me if we return to Valence so that Ramon can badger Father again. I'd quite like to see those two having an argument, he said with a grin. What is it? He asked, catching a melancholy look on his sister's face. I may not be in Valence when you return, that's all. I'm 18 now, ready for marriage. She tried a smile when she said it, but Sonk could tell Louise was worried. I hadn't thought about that. But Estrel's 5 years older and he's yet to be married. Oh, don't think for a moment that he'll last much longer. He's the heir to the throne now. He needs to have children of his own. If I know Father at all, he's got plans for both of us. Sonk could hardly disagree with that. Their father was a planner. Sonk had come to the conclusion that Bastien was made to sit on the throne. For the first time in his life, Sonk saw the advantage of being the black sheep of the family. At least no one's going to be queuing up to marry their daughter to me. Sonk rode out from Arbiost in the company of Jesper and Ramon. Rab padded alongside them, veering off the track for a while, but always returning. He's in his prime now, Jesper said. Perfect age to accompany us. Sonk didn't know whether losing Tadita had any influence on Jesper's decision to bring Rab with them, but he was grateful. The journey they took now felt so serious. Ramon's talk of magic, gods, and war made him feel like they were taking part in one of Jesper's heroic and momentous stories. Having the dog with them was a welcome distraction. Although Magnia bordered Morbagne,
They first had to travel from one end of the duchy to the next. Sonk hadn't realized just how far it was. They followed tracks that took them through lands still wild and largely untouched. Many of the wooded trails Jesper followed were made by animals. Rab was in his element, sniffing and running off into the undergrowth, alive with spring flowers. Jesper kept calling him back.
It's all too new to him still, the forester explained. He doesn't have the sense Tadita had. He'll end up chasing a boar or something. One gash from them, and it's over.
Up and down hills, across streams. It was the first time Sonk had truly explored the duchy beyond the lands around Arbiost. It had a gentle beauty to it, not so dense as the forest of Morbain, more varied than the plains of the steppe, not so intensively farmed as Giverny. When they passed through or stopped at the settlements along the way, they seemed to Sonk like sanctuaries amongst the wilderness. In Giverny, the wilderness had been tamed. Most places had an inn where they could get food and sleep, even if it was just bedding down on the floor of the public room. While Sonk, Jesper, and Rab reveled in their surroundings to varying degrees, Ramon seemed not to notice them at all. He rode deep in his own thoughts, so that they had to say his name 3 times before he truly focused on their words. Jesper behaved as if this was nothing out of the ordinary for the sorcerer. Sonk, though, thought the Haskin still looked tired and troubled. Ramon sighed and grunted to himself when mounting or dismounting, and on an evening usually rolled up in his blankets soon after their meal was done. The south of the duchy was one of the wilder, less populated parts of Morbain, which meant it wasn't possible to say for sure when they crossed into Magnia. A lack of fortifications on either side was testament to the peaceful relations between the two peoples for as long as anyone could remember. Ramon took more of the lead now, for he knew the likely locations of the royal court. They continued due south, keeping up the same pace. The Magnians they met were friendly enough. Sonk certainly felt he received no more stares than he had done in Morbain. He suspected that Ramon, with all his coming and going, was a familiar figure to some. A red-eyed companion to a flame-haired sorcerer was, perhaps, less of a surprise in these parts. As they traveled south, they entered the heartland of Magnia. There were more villages here, and they were larger, often home to 100 or more families. Their fields and orchards were large and well-organized, and Sonk could tell from the village centers, with their churches, mills, inns, and craftsmen's buildings, that Magnia was as prosperous as any place in Dalria. It was on the 7th day that they had come upon a new feature. Castles suddenly dominated the landscape, where before they had been a rarity. Sonk could see several, all built within a few miles of each other. "The old border between North and South Magnia," Ramon explained. "Both princes garrisoned their side. Now most of them lie empty. The warriors of Magnia can be found to the south." "Because the Prince of the North was killed?" Sonk asked, recalling some of the history. The Magnians had led the southern states of Dalria in support of the Empire against the Isherites. "That's right. Prince Serta was killed in Essenberg, on the orders of Salvinus."
Gervais Salvinus, Sonk said to himself. That's a name that just keeps cropping up.
Though, by that time, Jesper added, Edgar had already married Serta's sister, Queen Elfled. He only took the title king some years after Serta's death. It's their marriage and their children that have united Magnia.
"Because they are descended from both families?" Sonk asked.
"Precisely," Ramon answered. "Elfled lost both her brothers in the Isherite Wars. Edgar is an only child. Magnia is blessed, you might say, by having no alternative claimants to the throne."
"Nicholas had no other claimants by blood," Sonk reminded him. "That didn't stop some people."
"True," Ramon admitted. "Then you might also say Magnia is blessed by common sense. I suppose a people riven by civil war for so long understood the benefits of peace quicker than the Giverny did. I don't think they'd have fended off the Avacaba for as long as they have without such unity."
Sonk, Jesper, and Rab waited outside one of these castles while Ramon inquired within about the whereabouts of the court.
He soon returned. "Bidcote," the sorcerer said. "Another day's ride south of here." A nervous sensation gripped Song's belly. Perhaps, in part, it was the idea of meeting the king. He thought it was more about what Edgar might ask, or expect of him. "The Temple of Toric," Ramon said as they rode past the settlement of Egworth. "The old resting place of Toric's dagger." "That's how the Magnians got dragged into the war," Jesper commented, "when the weapon was taken." Song could just make out the domed roof of the temple poking above the wooden palisade of the complex.
"That's also how Belwyn, Soren, and the others got involved," he said.
They had chased Salvinus from Magnia to Brisingia to reclaim the dagger.
"Imagine if it had never been stolen. How different our history would be."
Ramon made a face. "Quite so. The lad knows his history, Jesper. I'll give you that."
"Where is the dagger now?"
Sonk asked. 7 lost weapons of Madria had been rediscovered to rid Dalria of the Isherite god, Dis. Of the 7, the dagger was, in his opinion, the most important of all.
"Maneva had it," Jesper answered. "Presumably, she still does. It's just that no one knows where she and Gurmund disappeared to." "Couldn't the weapons be used to defeat this Zenekai?" Sonk asked Ramon. "Just like they were used to defeat Dis."
"It's something I've given thought to," Ramon said. "They were made by Madria to help her champions to defeat Dis and his Isherites. I have no idea whether they would have the same power against the Zenekai. I don't know where half of them are located. The ones I do know aren't exactly easy to get to. All that said, it's surely something we must try."
The royal estate of Bidcote was only a brief ride from Egworth. The village was no different from the others they had passed through, except for the sizable hall owned by the king. It was obvious by the numbers of servants around the place that the royal court was still here. Their horses were taken for stabling, and they were invited to sit at table by the fire in the hall. Before long, food and drink were brought to them. Shortly afterwards, a small group of ladies entered the hall. A bodyguard came with them, walking to one side but staying close.
"The Queen," Ramon said.
The 3 of them got to their feet as Queen Elfled approached. Rab raised his head for a moment, then lay back down. The poor boy had done more walking than he ever had before, and was too exhausted to move, even for royalty. "Ramon," Elfled said with a smile. "It's good to see you again." It occurred to Sonk he had never met a queen before. Elfled looked how he had imagined a queen to be. She was elegant, and her mixed Magnian and Midian heritage gave her a unique beauty.
"Your Majesty," Ramon said with a bow. "You recall my friend Jesper?"
"Of course. Welcome back to Magnia, Jesper." "Thank you, Your Majesty."
"And this is Sonk, Bastian's boy."
"Of course," Elfled said, turning to Sonk. "Ramon has told the king and I about you, Prince Sonk. I am most grateful to you for coming here, so soon after the troubles in your own country." The queen smiled at him, though Sonk paid little attention to that. In Elfled's eyes there was no fear or disgust, no pity, just friendship. That meant more to him than anything else. "It's a pleasure, Your Majesty," he said.
"The king is not here?" Ramon asked.
"Apologies," Elfled said. "Edgar and Ida are out hunting. They should be back soon. Our younger 3 are all in lessons. You will have to make do with me for a while. But you will sit with us for the evening meal. Is there anything else I can do for you?"
"Well," Ramon said, "I did wonder whether the king had brought the prisoners here."
"Of course," Elfled said, glancing at Jesper, then back to Ramon. Now Sonk could see those emotions he had looked for. Fear, distaste, pity, and more played on her features, though she fought to control them. What prisoners do the Magnians have here that are so much worse than me? "Morlin," she said to the warrior, who looked on impassively from the side. He was of an age with Jesper, his blond beard turning white in places,
His scale mail glittered with gold and silver, light enough to wear for long periods, but it looked the part. A sword hung on his belt, and Sonk measured him as a man well capable of using it. "I will take your guests to see the prisoners, Your Majesty," he said. Morlin led them outside. There were several smaller structures out here for storage. The building he took them to was a high-roofed barn that Sonk assumed had once been used to house animals. Morlin opened the door and led them inside. High windows allowed light to filter in past the wooden rafters. "Over here," he said, gesturing at 2 wooden stable doors. "One in each. They're securely chained. Do you require me to stay, Lord Ramon?" "No, I can manage." The warrior left them to it.
"What in Dalria do you have here?"
Jesper asked Ramon with an intrigued smile. The sorcerer didn't return the smile. "Prepare yourself, Jesper." The forester's smile was replaced with a frown.
"All right."
Ramon reached the doors, looking over each. He opened the one on the left and beckoned Jesper and Sonk towards him. As Sonk approached, he saw a man seated on the straw-strewn floor. His limbs were attached to chains that were riveted to the wooden wall behind him. As Morlin had assured them, he was held securely, but the chains were long enough for him to be comfortable enough. His leather clothing had seen better days but looked high status. Along with his lean, powerful physique, he looked like a warrior to Sonk. The man looked up at him. He was older, somewhere between Ramon and Sonk's father. Deep lines ran across a face that was tanned brown by the elements. Straight hair, most of it still jet black, fell across one side. But his eyes...
"I'm not one to talk, I suppose,"
Sonk told himself with grim humor.
"But those are unnerving, dead eyes."
It was hard to define what was wrong with them. There was an intelligence there, but no humanity.
"Heron?"
Jesper gasped. The forester reached out a hand as if he might fall. Ramon gripped his arm, holding him up. In the end, he helped Jesper to lower himself, so that he was seated on the straw in front of the captive.
"Heron?"
Sonk wondered.
"The Heron from Jesper's stories. The man they left in Essenberg 10 years ago, to the mercy of a Zenekai."
No wonder Jesper was in shock. Heron grimaced at Jesper, but there was no sign of recognition in those eyes. "I spotted him last year," Ramon told them. "You can imagine my surprise. He'd been dropped off with half a dozen Avakabi on a remote beach in South Magnia. I suppose you might call it a test run of what they did in Corridons. They ran amok before the locals knew what was happening. Heron acted as their leader."
"Ran amok?"
Jesper asked, still sounding like he was in shock. "I'm afraid so. A killing spree. And the other thing. Turning."
"Wait,"
Sonk said.
"You mean the Lippers can turn people? Not just a Zenekai?"
"Yes. That is how they've grown in numbers so fast. But only some of them can do it. Amongst this group, it seemed to be only Heron."
"Heron was turning Magnians?"
Jesper said in horror, staring at his old friend. "Why only him?" "I can't be sure," Ramon answered. "It seems that only a small fraction of Zenekai's followers can do it. But Heron's given me a working theory. We know Heron was turned by a Zenekai himself. It's possible that he can pass on his power to certain individuals."
"Gods,"
Jesper said. "Anyway, I tracked his group down. They tried to escape from me. I kept Heron alive and one other from his party. He's the one next door."
"With what goal?"
Jesper asked.
"Is it possible to undo what that monster has done?"
"I've tried, of course," Ramon said. "Got nowhere. That's one of the reasons I brought Sonk here." Sonk stared at his teacher.
"I don't know the first thing about this."
"You're really piling things onto his shoulders, aren't you?"
Jesper said angrily. Ramon held up his hands. I know. I'll apologize as often as you both damn well want. Yet, here we are. I was thinking we could work on it together," he said to Sonk, as if that was more reassuring. "Heron was enslaved with magic. Maybe magic can undo it. If not, at least we tried. But I feel like we must try."
"Enslaved with magic? For 10 years? Sonk didn't know what to think, didn't know where to start. But he knew this man chained before them had once been a good friend of theirs. I can try, he conceded. The evening meal in the king's hall was a small affair compared to those Sonk had got used to in Valene. Many of our nobles, who would usually be here, are stationed in our fortresses on the southern border, King Edgar explained. Edgar was fair-haired like most Magnians, friendly and down-to-earth for a king. Like his wife, he seemed able to treat Sonk with the kind of courtesy he didn't get back home. Judging by his looks and the ages of his children, Sonk guessed he was 5 to 10 years younger than his own father, but he shared the same tired, haunted look as Ramon. Next to him was his son and heir, Ida. The boy had inherited more of his mother's coloring than his father's. Edgar argued with his wife that Ida should sit at the top table and listen to their conversation. He's turned 16 now, Edgar explained to his guests. How old are you, Sonk? 16 also. I had my birthday last year.
There you go, Edgar said to Elfled. And Sonk has been in battles, not just listened to talk of them.
It's no age for either of them, Elfled said. That's the world we're entering, Ida said. He spoke calmly, but with a firmness that belied his years. It's useless to pretend otherwise.
Elfled gave a little smile.
Very well. At least I have my other 3 safely ensconced elsewhere.
She nodded across at Ida's 3 siblings, seated at a nearby table. Her other guests were also seated at other tables, leaving them free to speak their minds. What are your plans? Edgar asked Ramon. I took Sonk to see the prisoners. I see, Edgar said, glancing at Sonk and then at Ida. Perhaps he regretted his son hearing this. I would like to see if Sonk can help me get through to them at all, starting tomorrow. It would mean staying here a few days if that is convenient. Of course, Edgar replied. How about you, Jesper? If you're at a loose end, you're welcome to come hunting with us. I've just started taking Ida with me. I'm sure he could learn some things from you. It would be an honor, Jesper said. If you would allow it, I'd be grateful to take our hound Rab with us, he said. Jesper looked about the hall for him.
Under the table, said Queen Elfled. I may have been smuggling him a treat or 2, she admitted with an embarrassed smile.
Jesper laughed. Not to worry, but all the more reason to get him some exercise. His mother was an excellent hunter. I'm afraid his training has been neglected the last couple of years. Then, of course, Rab should come, Edgar agreed. How long do you plan on staying in Bidgoth? Ramon asked him. I hope I can stay away from the border for a while, Edgar said. My steward, Wilchard, is in charge there for now. The lepers stopped their attacks a few weeks ago. Now we know why, of course. Their soldiers were pulled out and sent to Cordons. It gives our own forces a much-needed respite, a chance to send men home and reduce our garrisons. But while the lull is beneficial, it raises other fears. If the Lippers now have the Galadri fleet at their disposal, there is nothing to stop them from bypassing our defenses and landing large numbers on our southern and western coastlines. I must visit these regions and find the best way to prepare for it. He shook his head. It would be a disaster, just like Cordons. Did you get anywhere with Bastion? No, Ramon said bluntly. His eyes glazed over at the mention of a Zenekai and magic. I expected as much. Bastion was ever loath to commit men. He used to blame his brother, but... The king looked at Sonk, as if he had forgotten the connection. I'm sorry, Sonk, if those words offended you.
They didn't, Sonk assured him. My father is always cautious. The leaders of the recent rebellion against him are still strong. There is a genuine fear of what might happen should they be given an opportunity for mischief.
I understand, Edgar said, though Sonk could tell he was only being polite. At least the Empire must now face reality. Cohen has an army of 2 hostile nations on his doorstep. 3, if, as expected, the Cordentine population is being turned to serve as Zenekai. It may sound sore and bitter to hear me say it, but a part of me is glad that someone else must now wrestle with the problems Magnia has faced alone. Elfled put a hand on his.
"You've been carrying the weight for a long time, husband," she said. "If anyone were to criticize you, they would have me to face."
Edgar smiled and took her hand in both of his. Sonk looked at Ida. An irrational burst of jealousy disappeared as quickly as it came. So what if this boy had been blessed with a loving mother and father in his early life, while Sonk had not? It only meant he had more that could be taken from him. Chapter 21. Liesel, Duchy of Thess, 675. When the Atrabian force entered Gottbeck from Ritharis, they were delayed, quite rightly, by a force of Gottbeckers. Issuing from the castles that defended the duchy's eastern border, the Gottbeckers took some persuading that they weren't a Confederate army. Prince Gavin had been wise to keep the Imperial messenger with him, as well as Cohen's written summons itself. Finally relenting, a dozen Gottbeckers agreed to escort them across the duchy, to avoid further misunderstandings. It took them 3 more days of travel. On the first night, they stayed outside the city of Kaselitz on the Kausel. By the second night, they reached the border with Thess. It was late on the third day that they reached the camp of the Imperial army, a few miles south of Lindhafen. A sea of tents stretched out across a meadow, while the whole area was a hive of activity. Soldiers, horses, craftsmen, officials, traders, and other hangers-on. The last time Liesel had seen a real army was during the traumatic attack on Essenberg, when she and her family had been forced to flee south to Lindhafen.
"It looks more like a fair than I had expected," she thought,
her eyes trawling across the spectacle from her mounted vantage point, unsure where to stop.
"It makes the Atrabian force look quite small,"
she needled Idris.
"It's the quality of warrior you take to war, not the quantity," he said.
Prince Gavin waited until his force was settled before agreeing to be led off to meet the Emperor as the sun set. Liesel went with him, along with Idris. Her uncle Walter had brought his army, and Prince Gavin said it was only right that she should come and greet him after being separated from her family for so long. The Emperor's tent was located to the north of the main camp. When she followed Gavin and Idris inside, Liesel was hit by the smell of food.
"Come,"
she heard Emperor Cohen say.
"I've brought my son, Idris, and Lady Liesel too,"
said the prince. As she emerged from behind Gavin, Liesel just caught the Emperor's look of surprise before he replaced it with a welcoming smile. He sat at a table with 4 other men. All were familiar faces to her.
"Of course," Cohen said. "The food is still hot. Please join us."
They took seats at table, where trenchers already awaited them. The Emperor didn't stand on ceremony, tucking into the food before him. But even in his army camp, he served the finest food to his guests. Wild boar was the centerpiece, but there was also venison, bird pie, and vegetables. Walter and Farid winked at her from across the table, but said nothing. They didn't seem to have changed any. Emperor Cohen, seated to Walter's right, looked older, but Liesel hadn't seen him for many years. His bald pate made him look older than he was anyway, she reasoned. Archbishop Emmett of Gottbeck, Cohen's closest ally, sat to his right, while on the end of the table, furthest from Liesel, was Cohen's son, Friedrich. He had certainly changed. They had spent much time together in Lindhafen as children. Cohen's heir, he was slightly younger than Liesel, the same age as Leopold. She recalled the two had been firm friends as youngsters, but she hadn't seen Friedrich in so long. Now he was a full-grown man, the tallest at table except for Idris, but Liesel thought she could still see the boy she knew in him.
"Try this backstrap,"
Cohen said to Gavin, handing over a lightly seared red piece of meat.
"Thank you, Your Majesty,"
said the prince, tasting it immediately.
"Delicious. We caught it today. Friedrich brought him down."
"Congratulations, Friedrich," said Gavin. "We Atrabians admire a skilled bowman as much as anything else." The conversation continued to dwell on hunting and similar topics while they ate.
Men, Liesel said to herself. They have raised an army against some great threat and nary a mention of it. I am sure that if women ruled the empire, they would have agreed a strategy by now. At last, when the servants came to clear the main course away, the Emperor turned the conversation to the matter at hand.
I wonder if you had heard anything of these Lippers, your Highness.
Not at all, save for what your messenger has told me.
I have received many a warning myself, Cohen said. Most often from Edgar of Magnia. He has had trouble with them for some time now. Asked for the Empire's aid more than once. I've sympathized, even sent some subsidies. It would have been a struggle, to put it mildly, to persuade the Brisingians to do more. Felt like I owed Edgar after all he did for us in the war. But no one in the Empire seriously thought the Lippers could amount to a threat. And despite his stark warnings, the Magnians seemed to be holding them off. It seems the Lippers have played us for fools. Something sinister has been happening amongst the Sea Caladri under our noses. Some fell magic has turned their minds to the Lippers' cause. Cordance was invaded from the east, while the Caladri dropped off boatloads of Lippers on the south coast. The Cordantines offered little resistance. Thousands have fled north, crossing into the Empire. There are huge camps full of them on my southern border. They bring strange stories, Cohen grimaced. They say that just like the Sea Caladri, those Cordantines they've captured are being turned by some dark magic to do the Lippers' bidding. We could face an army tens of thousands strong on our doorstep.
Liesel stared wide-eyed at her emperor as he told the sort of tale one might hear around the fire on a winter's night. But she knew, all too well, there was no safe division between nightmare and reality. A nightmare had descended on her father and his people once before in her lifetime. Now it looked like it might happen again. Idris and Friedrich seemed unaffected, but she studied the faces of the men who had fought against the Isherites. Emmett, Walter, Farid, Gavin at the end, and there was a wariness there she didn't like the look of.
With respect, Walter said, there's a bit more to tell. I know your Majesty, like myself, has been warned about the Lippers from another source, namely, Ramon the Sorcerer. He has told a tale of a god amongst them by the name of Azenekai.
His eyes flicked to Liesel.
How this being came to Essenberg and struck a deal with the witch, Inga. According to this version, the Lippers are the original victims rather than the perpetrators.
Cohen gave an irritated grunt. Of course, both Ramon and Edgar have given me such warnings.
But I'll not apologize for dismissing the word of a Haskin sorcerer who served Isherai. Nor should you, said Walter. I've done the same. Worse, I've ignored the caution of friends, he said with a pained look at Farid. But a core strategic principle is know your enemy. And I suspect this Azenekai is the real foe.
The Emperor rubbed his head.
I take your point, Duke Walter. But in here and now, it doesn't change our predicament. It is the army of Lippers, Caladri, and Cordantines that threaten us. We have gathered the armies of 4 duchies, and for that I give my sincere thanks to each of you. I shouldn't expect any more aid, he said with a look to Walter. Duke Leopold will not put his armies under your command, Walter said bluntly. I am sorry. As for Duke Heremias, he is a different sort of man. But for him to go against Leopold and march his smaller force south through Kelland is too much to ask, I'm afraid.
Liesel stared at the floor of the tent. She'd been shamed by her family plenty of times, but this time felt worse than anything else. I'm glad my father never had to witness it. Or, at least, I hope he can't see what's happened to us.
Then, it seems to me, said Cohen, there is no reason not to march south tomorrow. I suggest we head for the Great Road to deny the enemy use of it. Any objections to that?
The Emperor was met by slow shakes of the head as everyone realized how close they were to being drawn into war.
You think it likely they will now move against the Empire? Gavin asked. I don't know, but we must prepare for it.
The Thessians packed up first and began the march southeast. Prince Gavin's Atrabians followed. While his force was all mounted,
The rank and file of the other duchies marched on foot, making their pace much slower than Liesel had got used to. "One of the laws of warfare," Gavin told his family. "The larger the army, the slower it moves." Once the day was coming to its close, the Emperor stopped his army outside a town called Warburg, positioned on the route to the Great Road. While the Emperor and the dukes were invited to stay the night at the mayor's house, their children stayed with the army. Again, Liesel marveled at how the army turned into a lively fair on the evening. Friedrich, Cohen's son, joined Liesel, Idris, and Tegan as they wandered about, taking in the sights. Groups of warriors sat together gambling. There were fortune-tellers, bards, and acrobats performing for money. Food and drink carts tempted everyone to part with coin. Liesel saw many women mingling with the men. Some, showing their cleavage with their faces made up, she knew were whores. Peddlers had set up shop, selling everything from the basics to armor, weaponry, and luxury items.
"How many can afford such things?"
Tegan asked, as she looked at a selection of jewel-encrusted rings and other fine things. "You have your rich noble sons like me," Friedrich said, self-deprecatingly, "with more money than sense. Then your professional soldiers, who have a habit of spending their money as soon as they get it. When your job requires you to risk getting hacked to pieces, it doesn't really encourage saving for retirement."
"I see,"
said Tegan. Liesel gave Tegan and Idris a reassuring smile. The Atrabians were different. They were neither rich nor reckless. They'd come out of loyalty to her friend's father. She almost felt embarrassed as their eyes were opened to how Brisingians behaved.
"No, I shouldn't be,"
she told herself.
"These are my people, and there is something joyous as well as frivolous in this atmosphere."
Idris bought them all cups of mead. It was potent stuff and did a great job of warding off the evening chill. Perhaps it was the drink, but Liesel had to blink several times before her mind processed who her eyes were seeing.
"No, it can't be,"
she muttered under her breath. Inga walked towards them. Her eyes met Liesel's, and that smirk that Liesel so detested came to the woman's face.
"Fancy meeting you here, Liesel,"
Inga said as she stood before them, her voice dripping with sarcasm.
"A most unexpected delight. And look, accompanied by the new generation of Brisingian leaders. Why, I would say the Empire will remain in good hands with such a fine group of young men and women to guide it."
"Is that the witch?" Idris said from the side of his mouth. Liesel didn't know whether he meant to or whether it was the mead, but he said it perfectly loud enough for Inga to hear. Tegan laughed and Liesel grinned, then fought to remove the smile from her face. She feared they would regret that taunt.
"Oh my,"
said Inga, looking up at Idris.
"And a certain brazenness, too. I like that in a man."
"How is Leopold?" Friedrich asked, apparently completely oblivious to the undercurrents in the conversation. "Will he be joining us?"
"Is that young Friedrich?"
Inga said.
"Well, haven't you grown into a handsome young man? Leopold is just fine. You boys really should meet up sometime soon. Unfortunately, Leopold won't be joining us. That is why I am here, really. To stop your father from doing something he might regret."
"What do you mean?" Friedrich asked, taken aback.
"He mustn't interfere in Cordons."
Inga looked serious now, the sickly smile gone.
"That could have serious repercussions for us all."
Friedrich must have enjoyed their company, because he joined them next morning as the army continued its journey. According to Prince Gavin, the Emperor had refused to see Inga when she had asked for an audience, and there was an uneasy feeling in the air as they made for the border.
"Will Leopold be joining us?"
Idris mimicked Friedrich's question from last night.
"Did you really not sense the tension in the air?"
Friedrich grinned. "I did. I just thought I might diffuse it," he sighed. "Though a part of me wishes Leopold would come. He was just a normal boy when I knew him. I find it hard to understand how he has changed so much." "Friedrich did right," Prince Gavin said sternly. There's nothing to gain by winding the woman up. Remember, Liesel is in a vulnerable situation right now."
"I don't get it," said Idris, cross. "Why must we care what that witch thinks? She wants to drag Liesel back to her mad brother and that bastard Salvinus."
"That witch helped defend Brisingia from the Isherite onslaught," Gavin countered, sounding angry himself. "She's the only magic user we have left, and Duke Walter is talking of a god loose in Dalria, turning entire countries to his bidding. None of us have to like her. At the very least, though, we must take heed of the power she wields."
"Your father's right, Idris," Liesel said. "Please don't antagonize her further."
Idris grimaced but didn't argue. Instead, he dropped behind them in a sulk, not saying a word for the rest of the journey. When Idris was silent, there was little conversation. Shortly, Friedrich said his farewells and rode ahead to the front of the column.
"Who do you think he likes?"
Tegan whispered to Liesel.
"What? Friedrich?"
Tegan raised an eyebrow at Liesel.
"He joined us last night, and this morning. Do you think he likes me, or you? I don't mind if you wish to pursue the match. You knew him before I did."
Nothing of the sort had crossed Liesel's mind. She still doubted that was the reason Friedrich had joined them.
"I don't think of Friedrich in such a way,"
she said, preventing herself from glancing behind them at Idris.
"I think of him as a friend of my brother's, that's all."
"Good," said Tegan,
"because I find him very gentlemanly and handsome. Duchess of Thess would be an excellent position for me."
Liesel gasped at her friend.
"Idris isn't the only brazen member of the family I see."
Tegan made a face.
"We must think of such things, Liesel," Tegan told her. "Neither of us are getting any younger."
They reached the great road and followed it south. Here the highway served as the border between the duchies of Thess and Gottbeck. On either side, they came across camps of refugees who had escaped the invasion of Cordons. Men, women, and children were living in the most basic of circumstances. Local militia patrolled the area, doing their best to control the camps and keep the new arrivals where they were supposed to be. But the further they went, the more Liesel realized just how many people must have crossed the border in the last fortnight, and how managing them all was an impossible task. At some point, if Cordance was lost for good, these people would have to be resettled elsewhere. They pitched camp close to the border with Cordance, on the Thessian side of the road. After a while, Gavin was called for a meeting, and like last time, he took Idris and Liesel with him. In the Emperor's tent, regular faces mixed with new. Armed guards stood both inside and out. Liesel immediately sensed the atmosphere was far from the relaxed get-together of 2 days ago. Friedrich, Walter, and Archbishop Emmett also attended Emperor Cohen. Inga was there, her face already a scowl. A Cordentine by the name of Vincente claimed to speak for the refugees. The Imperial Chamberlain, Otto, spoke first. He brought his master up to date with the news from the region. Cordentines continued to travel back and forth across the border, but in smaller numbers than before. The news they brought was unpleasant. Friends, neighbors, and family now worked for the Lippers. They barely recognized or responded to their loved ones.
"Some Cordentines have been abducting members of their family, bringing them back into our camps," he explained. "We've tried to prevent it, but it's hard to say how common it is. So far, the enemy have respected our border. They operate within a few miles of the Empire, but get no closer. This must be a strict order they've been given."
"So what if they respect your border now?" Vincente demanded. "You think that will last? Look what happened to Cordance. Your Majesty, I urge you to waste no more time and attack the Lippers. Save what's left of our country, before it's too late. I can bring you thousands of Cordentines who will fight for you, pledge their allegiance to you, if you will do it. You could win Cordance, add it to the Empire."
"I have to express my grave doubts," Otto said, "that this man speaks on behalf of the people of Cordance. I have argued with him several times about supplies meant for the common folk that his thugs have stolen for themselves."
"Nonsense," said Vincente. Many families have willingly contributed whatever they have to support our forces. The Cordentines need an army. An army needs supplies."
"Enough," Cohen said, raising a hand.
"May I speak now?"
Inga demanded. Usually so keen to irritate others, the witch now fought to control her own temper. Liesel could tell Cohen disliked Inga. She could see on his face that he was minded to ignore her, but he gestured that she should speak.
"There is a powerful force at work behind these attacks, more dangerous than any other in Dalria. I urge you, in all sincerity, not to engage with it. We can all commiserate with the Cordentines, and do our best to help those who made it out. But under no circumstances should we cross that border and interfere. We would all come to regret it."
"You bring an army here, and then argue to do nothing?" Vincente asked, incredulous.
Again, Cohen held up a hand for his silence.
"Zenekai," Walter said. "This is the force you speak of, Inga?"
"Yes."
"Then tell us what you know of him. Did you have warnings of this invasion?"
Inga sighed.
"I knew nothing of it. He is a being of terrible power, stronger than any mortal. He claims to have arrived in Dalria from another realm, and I believe it."
She looked at Walter and Cohen.
"You probably already know the story, but I'll tell it. He came to Essenberg. I promised the Empire would serve him in exchange for our independence. If you break that promise, he will destroy us."
"You spoke for my empire?" Cohen demanded.
"He came to me, you understand," Inga said. "This is about magic, not constitutional niceties. I gave him the assurances he wanted. Anything else would have been a disaster."
"So, you've agreed that we are subservient to this creature?" Walter demanded. "It sounds like you've already given away our independence."
"Put it how you like, Walter," Inga retorted. "Paint me as the villain of the piece. You like that. The truth is, I had no choice. We have no choice. Whatever freedom Zenekai chooses to give us, that is how much we will get."
"Who is this woman?" Vincente demanded. "You listen to these craven words. What is the Brisingian Empire? Men who hide behind a wench's skirts?" "Get him out of here," Cohen roared.
His guards were quick to act, grabbing Vincente by the arms. The Cordentine just sneered, allowing them to manhandle him out of the tent. A silence loomed over those who remained. Liesel understood it. Brisingians liked to think of themselves as the greatest people of Dalria, the largest empire with the largest army. Inga spoke as if they were dogs who should be grateful it wasn't them getting kicked.
"What else can you tell us about this Zenekai?" Gavin said into the silence.
Inga turned on him.
"Nothing, Prince of Atrabia. I don't know where he's from, what he wants, or what he will do next. I'm one of the few humans with magic left, and I am nothing compared to him. I have no hope or plan to give you, do you understand? When the Emperor of Brisingia orders you to attend him, what do, Gavin? You come, tail between your legs. So Cohen is to a Zenekai as you are to Cohen. That's the way things are now, and you'd all better get used to it."
She turned back to Cohen.
"I will leave you to think on what I've said, Your Majesty. You have enough on your plate, so I will leave my formal complaint about his," she pointed back to Prince Gavin, "abduction of Duke Leopold's sister for another time."
With that, Inga strode out of the tent. Liesel felt dizzy. Her whole world teetered on the brink of an abyss, and she knew that if she looked down, it would be into a bottomless pit. Chapter 22 Song Bidcote, Kingdom of Magnia, 675. "I have to warn you," Ramon said as they stood before Heron, still chained up in the barn. I am taking a risk. Zenekai has the power to sense other mages when they use magic. He is unlikely to head here while there's a standoff with the Brazingians, but still.
How do you know that? Sonk asked him.
I learned it the very first time in Essenberg. He could sense Inga and myself. Not the precise location I was in, fortunately. But he knew I was in the city. Since then, he has come for me twice. When that happened, I got as far away as I could. The last thing we want is a Zenekai turning us and using our powers.
Sonk frowned. The idea that a Zenekai might control sorcerers hadn't crossed his mind, but it was a terrifying thought. How did you know he was coming for you?
Ramon gave a grim smile. Trust me, everyone can feel it when he gets near. He traveled to Essenberg in a box. It had some inscriptions on it that perhaps worked to suppress the turbulence he brings. But when they took that lid off in an enclosed space,
Ramon shook his head.
The amount of power he has just flows off him in waves.
Sonk sighed. He understood why Ramon thought freeing Heron was so important. It wasn't just their friendship. If they learned how to remove this curse, they could free his other victims too. But if Zenekai really was as powerful as Ramon believed, what was the point?
We need to find a way to kill him, Sonk said.
I know, Sonk. And I know you would like to find the weapons of Madria and use them. But I fear our only hope lies elsewhere.
Elsewhere? Elsewhere where?
Beyond Dalria, Ramon grinned. I'll let you think that one over for a while. Meanwhile, let's see what we can do for Heron. Has your magic developed since I left?
Sonk hesitated at first, then told his teacher.
I learned to go invisible, sort of.
What?
Ramon demanded.
Not really invisible. Remember you taught me how to change the appearance of a magical attack? It led me to realize that if I can change the appearance of one thing, I can change the appearance of another. I learned to do it. Use my magic to tell people there's nothing there. If I move or make a noise, the spell might break, but otherwise they don't see me.
Ramon frowned.
I don't see how the two are connected.
To Sonk, it was perfectly obvious. He shrugged, unable to explain it any better.
I told you that mages can develop their own unique gifts, didn't I? Ramon said. I suppose that is one of yours. It just so happens that it is of absolutely no use to us in this situation. Never mind. What I hope we can do is somehow reach Heron. I'm assuming, maybe just hoping, that somewhere in there, he said, pointing to Heron's head, is the real Heron. That he still exists, even after all this time. If we can somehow enter his mind and find him or remove whatever Zenekai has done to him. The sorcerer held his hands up. Something like that.
Have you ever done such a thing?
No. I've already devoted days to trying to reach Heron. Nothing. But you might have more success. You're a different mage to me, Sonk. More powerful, certainly. Will you try?
I'll try,
Sonk said. He had no idea where to start.
Thank you. I'll leave you to it for a while. I don't think it's a good idea of both of us infiltrating his mind at the same time. I'll be next door, trying to do the same thing to the Avakabi.
Why try with him if you've already tried it with Heron?
Ramon looked at him.
Let's just say I'd try to do things with that one that I wouldn't dare try with Heron.
Sonk didn't know what Ramon meant by that, but he nodded his agreement and Ramon left him alone with Heron. Heron made a lazy attempt to grab at Sonk, the chains preventing him from getting anywhere close. Sonk got the impression that Heron knew very well he couldn't reach him. But if that were to change, he had little doubt Heron would be decisive, fast, and brutally efficient. Sonk tried to enter Heron's mind. He stared into the eyes, then tried closing his own and connecting with Heron's consciousness.
This is ridiculous, he soon decided. I have no idea what to do, nor does Ramon.
Sonk ground his teeth as he brooded over the stupidity of the task.
I could have accepted something difficult,
A challenge, he muttered under his breath. But this is like being asked to make a suit of armor with no materials, tools, or training. Sonk didn't want Ramon to think he wasn't trying to help his friend. But after a while, even that wasn't enough to keep him there. Frustrated, he got to his feet and left the stable. He stood for a while, stewing, before entering the stable containing the Lipper. Ramon sat cross-legged in front of the man, who was chained up just like Heron. The Lipper was broad and muscular. His skin was darker even than the Midians of the steppe. For all his differences, he had the same dead eyes as Heron. They looked at Sonk. A snarl came to his face and he pulled at the chains. Ramon turned. No progress? Sonk shook his head. Sorry. Ramon got to his feet, grimacing as he did so. I didn't expect immediate success, he said. I don't expect success at all. Come, let's get out of here. Walk with me. They walked in silence for a while, no destination in mind. It didn't take long to leave Bidcot for the Magnian countryside. It was lush green and abloom. The insects were out in force. When the sun escaped from behind the clouds, Sonk felt its heat on his skin. I've said before, Ramon spoke at last, that magic comes easiest when it's instinctive, when we're threatened or ready to fight. What we're trying to do is much more difficult. Harness that power within us in a sophisticated way. But such magic can be done. Since encountering a Zenekai, much of my energy has been focused on trying to achieve such a thing. It's a task I've told no one else about. They would probably think me mad. But you might understand Sonk. The sorcerer looked at Sonk for affirmation. Maybe, Sonk said. Ramon smiled. We have discussed the weapons of Madria recently, and, of course, it's natural to look to them for help again. But there is something you must understand, Sonk. Torik's dagger and all those weapons were powerful, yes, but ultimately just tools. Even those who wielded them, Belwyn, Sorin, and the other heroes Jesper has told you about. Tools. It was Madria who wielded her weapons and champions. It was Madria who killed Dis. Her divine power, not any mortal or weapon. So you see, when Belwyn made that fateful decision to kill Madria, she left Dalria godless. In her view, the best outcome for its people. Free of gods, but the Zenekai's appearance has undone her work. There is nothing in Dalria that can stop him. Sonk understood this story well enough. It wasn't new to him. But he was none the wiser about the task Ramon had set himself. We know that Dis and the Ishirites came here from another world, the sorcerer continued. Probably not just them. Legends suggest other creatures came here from beyond Dalria. Lizard men, dogmen, bearmen, perhaps by sea, perhaps not. If it is possible to come to Dalria by magic, it hit Sonk. It's possible to leave for other worlds. Yes, said Ramon. His eyes were alive with the idea of it. And I believe I can do it. Sonk studied his teacher. Was he mad? How? It's not possible, surely. Ramon considered his words. You told me you came upon your invisibility power through something you learned from magical attacks, right? Yes. I did the same. Both the Ishirites and the Caladri learned to teleport themselves over great distances. It hit me, you see. What if sending someone to another world worked along the exact same principle? You just need to send them further. Sonk thought about this. But how would you know where to send them? That, young man, is the problem I had to work on. First, you need a location, fixed in your mind that is safe to travel to. Second, you need the power to do it. I believe I have the first. With your help, the second. If you were to travel to this other world, what would you do? Find another god and bring it back to Dalria? Something like that, Ramon said.
He looked at Sonk's expression and deflated. Perhaps I am mad.
Perhaps, Sonk said, we should keep this idea to ourselves for now.
That night, Sonk lay awake, too restless for sleep. He thought of traveling to other worlds. He thought of entering people's minds and controlling them. Things no one else would even dream of, Ramon had asked him to consider as a reality. The burden of magic pressed down on him, part blessing, part curse. Never something he could escape from. He got up from his bed and left the room that Queen Elfled had provided for him. He passed servants who slept in out-of-the-way places along the corridors. Downstairs, greater numbers slept in the main hall. He tiptoed past sprawled bodies. They were used to people going outside to relieve themselves, and no one paid him any mind. The chill in the air and the darkness served to calm Sonk down. The sky was clear, and he looked at the stars above. Other worlds, he asked them. All they returned was a cold silence. Sonk imagined looking down on Dalria from such a great height. He closed his eyes and saw a bird's-eye view of Bidcote. The King's Hall, where so many slept. The rooms and corridors upstairs, occupied by the lucky few. The houses where the farmers and craftsmen slept with their families. As he looked, small glimmers of light emerged in his vision, each one an individual. In the hall, these glimmers were so indistinct as to be almost invisible. But elsewhere, especially where people slept alone, they were brighter. Two lights shone the brightest of all. Sonk was sure who they were, but he had to check. When he opened his eyes, his vision disappeared. He walked to the barn where Heron and the Lipper were kept. Outside, he closed his eyes again. He had to fight to regain the vision, but once he did, it was plain. The two dots of light were in the stables. "Why do you burn so brightly?" he asked them, as he opened the barn door and stepped inside. He brought the vision up once more. The lights were closer now. He could see more details than before. Flickers, light and shade, color. What am I looking at? He wondered. Whatever it was, he needed to get closer. Opening his eyes again, he walked over to Heron's stable and opened the door. As he entered, Heron lurched awake. He growled, tried to jump to his feet, but the chains went taut, and he was pulled back to the floor. He stared at Sonk with his dead-eyed antipathy. Ignoring it, Sonk closed his eyes and recaptured his vision. Heron was gone. Next door, the Lipper's light burned just as brightly as before, but Heron's had gone out. Sonk left Heron's stable and entered the Lipper's, who reacted to him in just the same way. Sonk looked at his vision once more. No lights were in the stable now, and yet there were still many others in Bidcote. He opened his eyes. "What does that mean?" he asked the Lipper. But the man simply stared back, uninterested in Sonk's questions. The next day, as Jesper and Rab set off to join another royal hunt, Sonk and Ramon returned to the barn. As before, the sorcerer left Sonk with Heron while he went into the Lipper's stable. "Good morning," Sonk said. Heron sneered. "Was I really wandering around here last night, looking at stars?" Sonk asked him. It seemed more like a half-remembered dream than reality. Something that might be important, but when his mind reached out to understand it, the meaning evaded him, like trying to catch smoke in one's hand. With nothing else to pursue, Sonk closed his eyes and tried to recreate his vision from last night. It wouldn't come. He tried to picture Bidcote, as he had done before, from a great height, but the image was weak, amorphous. Not willing to give in, Sonk channeled his magic into the endeavor, forcing structure and clarity into his vision. Finally, he had what he wanted, but no lights glimmered now, not in the stable or in the hall. It was so frustrating. "Think," he demanded of himself. "What do they mean?" Desperate, he searched around the estate. There, he'd found a dim light. Nothing like the brightness of Heron and the Lipper last night. out on the edge of the village where the farmers' houses were. He went to see Ramon.
"I'm going for a walk."
Ramon sighed, breaking off his concentration on the lipper. "Do you need company?"
"No, it's—"
Sonk didn't know where to begin to explain himself to Ramon. If he tried putting it into words, it would sound foolish.
"I'll tell you later."
With that, Sonk left the barn and headed toward the lone glinting light he had discovered. He had to stop every now and again to close his eyes and locate its precise location. He came upon a row of wood and mud houses set alongside the road to Eckworth. They seemed deserted. All the farmers would be out in the fields, sowing or ploughing. He closed his eyes once more and identified one of the houses as the place where the light shone. As he approached, Sonk saw a young woman working in the garden outside the house. She stopped to look at him, a fearful look appearing on her face.
"I mean no harm," he assured her. "I'm staying with the king. I just need to know something. Is there someone staying in your house?"
The woman looked like she thought she was in trouble. This wasn't going well.
"No one," she said. "Just Harry."
"Harry?"
"My baby."
"Baby?" Sonk repeated. It dawned on him that was why the woman was in her garden rather than in the fields. Then an idea came.
"Is he asleep?" "He always naps this time of day," she said.
Fortunately, she now looked more puzzled by him than scared.
"He's quite safe in there,"
she added, as if Sonk needed reassurance.
"Yes, of course."
Sonk closed his eyes. The baby was close enough for him to see the same details amongst the light he had seen in Heron. The patterns and colors were not as complex, but that made sense if, as he suspected, this was a baby's mind he beheld. Opening his eyes, he fumbled around in his pockets until he found some coins.
"Here, get something nice for you and your boy,"
he said as he offered the money.
"Thank you, Lord,"
said the woman, still unsure what to make of him. Sonk decided it was best to leave before he did anything else odd. He strolled back towards the barn, feeling pleased with himself as what he had learned slotted into place.
"The lights are the minds of each individual,"
he muttered to himself.
"They go out when the individual wakes. The lights are brighter in those people who sleep alone, except the baby. But a baby's mind is different from an adult's. Perhaps those who sleep alone enter a deeper sleep than everyone else. Heron and the Lipper had the brightest lights of all."
By the time he returned to Ramon, a plan had formed in his mind.
"I would like to try something tonight,"
he told his teacher. "Tonight?" Ramon repeated, intrigued. "Anything you need?"
"Yes, this evening. I would like Heron placed inside a box."
When night fell, Sonk and Ramon returned to the barn. They moved quietly, since the whole idea was that Heron should stay asleep. Creeping into the stable, they were presented with a wooden box. Inside it, Heron was chained and secured. Sonk placed one hand onto the box, closer to the captive than he had got before. He closed his eyes. It was so much easier to bring the vision to clarity at night than at day. Sure enough, Heron's bright light was there, pulsing stronger than ever. As soon as he studied the light and shade, he discovered an unmistakable pattern. One part burned brightest.
"That's you, Heron,"
he said, so sure of it. Circling it, caging it, was a ring of darkness.
"And this is the work of a Zenekai."
Sonk used his magic to attack a Zenekai's prison, trying to free Heron from the enchantment. It resisted him.
"I need help,"
he said, and at once he could feel Ramon gripping his spare hand. He poured their combined power into Heron's mind until Sonk could feel himself shake. He stopped, gasping for breath. It wasn't working.
"What else can I do?"
he asked himself, desperate for a solution. This time, he focused his attention on Heron's bright light rather than the surrounding darkness.
"Heron,"
he called to it.
"break free from your prison. I will help you."
He now sent his magic into the bright light.
"Help me,"
he asked Ramon once more. They lent Heron their strength, tried to give him courage. All the while, Sonk encouraged the bright force that he believed to be Heron. He refused to dwell on the idea that he was wasting his words. Then the light grew brighter until Sonk could no longer look directly into it. He felt the cage shatter and break around it. When he next looked, the light had dimmed again, but its prison was gone. Sonk opened his eyes and withdrew his hand from the box. He blinked in the darkness of the stable as he readjusted to the new reality around him.
"I think," he said to Ramon, "we need to check on him."
Ramon nodded wordlessly. Sonk could see his desperate hope. The sorcerer grabbed a crowbar and removed the lid from the box. Inside, they could see Heron, lying on his back, eyes screwed up as he looked at them. "Ramon?" he asked.
Heron,
Ramon cried, as excited as Sonk had ever seen him.
you're back.
"I'm back?" Heron repeated, confused. He looked about before his eyes settled on Ramon. "Get me out of this damned box, you fool!" Next morning, Sonk joined a small group who spoke with Heron. They all sat about the fire in Edgar's hall, the king and queen, Ramon and Jesper. Heron had washed and put on new clothes. He'd wolfed down a full breakfast. He looked more like the man he must have been before his bondage. Yet a blanket and a place by the fire couldn't stop him from shivering, and he was a long way off the fierce warrior Jesper had described in his stories.
"I thought we'd find you a bed resting,"
Elfled told him. "I've no time to rest," Heron spat out, no attempt made to address the queen properly. 10 years? He asked, still disbelieving. Lost years? Sonk couldn't imagine experiencing what Heron was right now. It seemed horrific to have had such a long piece of one's life taken away. "I'm sorry," Ramon told him. "I tried to free you, but Zenekai can sense me when I get near him. When that happens, I have to flee." "I'm not blaming you or anyone else, Ramon," Heron said. "I'm grateful you saved me. When Claren died, I made a vow to be more like my brother. Keep his spirit alive. What would he have done in this situation? Shrugged his shoulders and asked for double breakfast. So that's what I will do." "In that case," said the sorcerer, "know that it was Sonk here who broke through Zenekai's enchantment. I had tried and failed." Heron studied Sonk. He had a hardness about him. There was no smile or warmth in his look. "So, this is the red-eyed child we talked of, now become a man? Seems you two were right about him. You have my thanks, Sonk."
"You're welcome."
"What do you remember of the last 10 years, Heron?" Jesper asked. Heron grimaced. He looked into the distance. "I remember our mission to Essenberg, as if it were yesterday." "I'm sorry I asked you to go," Edgar said. Heron waved his apology away. "You weren't to know. After Zenekai caught me, things get vague. Like half-remembered dreams. I was a slave, not even allowed my own thoughts. Images of the people I killed come to my mind. Galadri people. What Zenekai did to me," he said, then paused, looking at the floor. "I did to others," he whispered.
"You weren't in control of your actions," Elfled reminded him. "I know that," Heron snapped. "I still feel crap about it. What's the plan with this Zenekai? I'm hungry to get my revenge on him." Sonk shared a look with Ramon. All they had was the Haskins' talk of visiting other worlds. He didn't think that was the kind of thing Heron wanted to hear. "We are in no position to get revenge," Edgar told him. "The Sea Galadri have been enslaved, and his forces have just conquered Cordons. I'm struggling to stop Magnia becoming his next victim." "What of the Empire and other kingdoms?" Heron demanded. "Cohen is still Emperor." "He is," Edgar said. "There's been no help from Cohen, or anyone else for that matter. Now the problem is on his border. Things might change." Heron said sourly. "Don't feel quite so bad about sleeping for the last 10 years now. Sounds like everyone else has been too." For all his talk of revenge and scorn for rest, Heron was forced to go to his bed early that evening, exhaustion getting the better of him.
In his absence, Sonk joined Ramon for a conversation with Edgar, while the Queen was busy with her young children. "I'm glad to see Heron returned to us," Edgar said. "Though I'm not sure how much it changes things." "I agree," Ramon admitted, "but it gives us some hope. Since Sonk learned how to break Ezenekai's hold over Heron, he might do the same for others." The King of Magnia regarded the sorcerer with a dubious expression. "Even if he can, what do you propose? Catching the Lippers and freeing them one by one? Ezenekai's horde will grow faster than we can reduce it." Ramon held up his hands. "You are right, Your Majesty. I just mean to say it is something. Some good news to hang on to. Besides that, I wonder if now is a good time for you or I to meet with the Emperor and coordinate the response." "Of course, that can be done," Edgar agreed. "But Ezenekai?" The king looked at Sonk as he said the god's name. Ramon followed his look. "Sonk doesn't come close to having the power to take him on." "No, I know," Edgar said. "I just wondered if there was something else we could do. If I can help you at all." The man sounded desperate to Sonk's ears, no doubt because he was. "There is an idea I have," Ramon admitted, "but I will need to have time with Sonk to investigate it. There is no other hope I can offer, Your Majesty." "Understood," Edgar said.
"Would it make sense to try it again, with the Lipper?" Sonk asked. "See if I can repeat what I did with Heron."
"Why not?" Ramon asked. "Can you get him in the box, just like we did with Heron?" he asked Edgar.
"I'll get it done right away."
That night, Sonk and Ramon returned to the barn once more. In the same wooden box was the Lipper Ramon had captured. When Sonk studied his mind, it looked no different than Heron's had. The ring of darkness surrounded the bright light of the real man inside. He spoke to the light and poured his magic into it. But something was wrong. He opened his eyes.
"I've hit a problem."
"What?"
"When I speak to this man, he doesn't respond the same way. I think it might be because he doesn't understand me."
"Damn, the language barrier," Ramon said. "I hadn't considered that." He looked at Sonk with a rueful expression. "You learned how to speak into Heron's mind last night. You broke an enchantment laid on him by a god. Who's to say you can't learn another man's language?" Sonk smiled. How many people in Dalria would believe what he and Ramon were doing? The more he used his magic, the more things that seemed impossible became possible. It was an exhilarating feeling.
"All right," he agreed. "I suppose I can try."
Chapter 23. Liesel, Duchy of Thess, 675. Liesel walked past the massed tents of the Brisingian camp. It was strange. A place that came alive with energy in the evening simply stunk like a privy on the morning. She was desperate to breathe in fresh air.
"Hold up,
Idris." She waited for him to catch up with her.
"Where are you going?"
he asked.
"Anywhere I can take a breath that doesn't stink of sweat or—"
"Piss and shit?"
"Exactly."
"Maybe I'm not the ideal companion, then." Liesel smirked.
"It's all right. Friends stink I can handle."
They passed the last of the tents, navigated their way over the latrine trench, and crossed the grassy plain where the army and the Cordentine refugee camp had made their home.
"Where's Tegan?"
Idris asked. Liesel debated whether to tell him, but Tegan hadn't said it was a secret.
"She's gone to see Friedrich."
"Friedrich?
Wait, she has a thing for him."
I think so,
said Liesel. She smiled.
She certainly has a thing for being Duchess of Thess.
Ha! Idris barked. Now that I can believe. That poor lad. I should warn him.
You'll do no such thing. Tegan would make an excellent wife.
Idris raised an eyebrow.
You must still be drunk from last night's mead.
They stopped at a rocky outcrop that seemed made to sit on. Liesel pointed into the distance.
That's south?
Yes. All she could see was more grass.
It's scary to think what's going on only a few miles in that direction.
Idris gave a non-committal grunt.
What do you think of the performance in the Emperor's tent? She asked him. I find it hard dealing with the idea there is an entity in Dalria more unpleasant and scary than Inga. It's knocked my frame of reference about the world.
Idris sighed. I find it hard to concentrate on such matters when all I want to do is kiss you. Not by surprise this time. Liesel looked at him. Even now he couldn't keep the mocking smile from his face. His dark hair stood on end. His gangly limbs stuck out all over the place. She didn't know why she liked him. She just knew she did.
A kiss? She asked.
I've just woken up. That's all right. Friends stink I can handle. As she smiled, he leaned over to kiss her, brushing her lower lip. Her mouth opened with his, and suddenly every part of Liesel's body was thumping with a beat she'd never felt before. His hand went to her waist. It took willpower to push him away. They looked at one another.
Stop it, she said.
Stop what? He asked.
Smiling.
His grin grew broader. Oh, I can't do that. She looked away from him, unsure what to say or do. Turning her gaze to the south once more, she could now see movement in the distance. Screams carried on the wind.
Did you hear that?
Idris clambered atop the rock to get a better view. Something's happening, he said finally. Now there were shouts coming from behind them, a horn blast from the camp. A feeling of dread crept up on Liesel.
It's the Lippers. I know it is.
They rushed back into the camp, now alive with activity. Liesel focused on Idris first. She helped him get into his armor and boots. When he was ready, he ran off to join the Atrabian soldiers, forming up under Prince Gavin. These were the moments when Liesel wished she had been allowed to train and fight like her brother. No doubt, if the enemy were coming, she'd get her chance to contribute. It was the women folk who were expected to treat the injured, sewing up wounds and all the other gory work created by the butchery of battle.
Liesel,
came a shout. It was Bronn, Gavin's wife. She sounded worried. Liesel ran over to her.
Have you seen Tegan?
Bronn asked.
She went to see Friedrich, Liesel said. Come, I'll take you to that part of the camp.
Liesel led Bronn out from the Atrabian area through a no-man's land towards the Thessian section of the camp, closer to the front.
Have you heard what's happening?
No one's told us anything yet, Bronn answered.
But it must be the Lippers, invading the Empire.
It certainly seemed like it. As Liesel entered the Thessian sector, she caught a glimpse of Tegan heading toward the Atrabian tents. When she called her, Tegan veered towards them.
What are you doing?
Liesel's friend demanded.
Liesel was taking me to find you, said her mother.
Oh. Liesel was surprised to see Tegan go red.
Do you know what's going on?
She asked, changing the subject.
Yes, Friedrich and I were with the Emperor when he was told. He went mad about it. One of the Cordentines led a big force of refugees into their homeland. Apparently, the man has deliberately drawn a force of Lippers back to the border.
Liesel recalled the irritating man from the last meeting she attended.
Vincente? Yes, that's the one. But why?
Bronn asked.
He wanted Cohen to liberate Cordents, Liesel explained. Cohen refused. Now he's trying to force his hand. By starting a war?
Bronn said.
What a little shit!
Liesel had to stop herself from giggling. She couldn't imagine her own mother talking like Bronn.
Well, anyway, there's no more time to waste, said Tegan. We need to get back and get the archers together. You're going to be fighting?
Liesel asked, shocked. She knew both mother and daughter were highly skilled archers. They had even made Liesel practice so often that she'd become half good herself. But to risk themselves in real combat was something else. Bronn and Tegan both gave her the same odd look.
You're not joining us? Tegan asked her. Me? Wait, you're serious? What, by all the gods, did you think we spent the last 2 years training you up for?
Tegan demanded. They were serious. She would get to fight after all. Liesel felt a big smile split her face.
Of course, I'd love to.
Tegan shook her head at her.
You're an odd girl, Liesel. Very odd. Come on. We have no more time for your absurdity right now.
Prince Gavin's unit, Idris included, was mounted. They set off at pace, keen to lend their support to the rest of the Brisingian army. The 100 or so archers followed on foot. They were a mix of men and women. Some were specialists, some had never trained in other weapons or couldn't afford all the equipment needed to fight on horseback or in the shield wall. Others, like Liesel, were amateurs filling out the numbers. Even so, as she marched beside Tegan, unstrung bow in hand, she felt insanely proud. For so long she'd felt alone, or nothing but a liability to the people she cared about. Now, here she was, in a unit of warriors.
I think I may have gone insane, she admitted to herself, but I like it.
A mounted bannerman, holding the leaping fish of Atrabia, came to lead them into position. He guided the front rank forward until they were where he wanted them, tucked behind Prince Gavin's main force, then held up a hand for them to stop. To Liesel's right, the sight of the full army, lined up and facing the southern border, was impressive. The numbers of the other 3 duchies dwarfed those brought by the Atrabians. Closest was the largest contingent, Emperor Cohen's Thessians. The Thessian emblem, a spoked wheel above 2 crossed ears of corn, had always seemed a little underwhelming to Liesel. But the banner of the Empire, the 7-antlered stag, also flew here. Liesel remembered when that flag had flown in Essenberg, when her home had seemed the center of the world, and her father the hero around whom the world spun. Underneath this flag she was sure she could see the Emperor himself, and Friedrich close by. They were mounted on their war horses, the nobility of Thess with them. Positioned in front of the cavalry, in far greater numbers, were lines of infantry, most armed with shield and spear. In the distance, Liesel could make out the mace of Gottbeck flying to the right of Cohen's force. On the far side, her uncle's army stood under the boar of Borussia. But the sound of fighting wasn't coming from the Brisingian army. It was ahead of them. From Liesel's position, impossible to see.
What's going on, do you think? You think I can see better than you?
Demanded the diminutive Tegan. She broke from her place in the unit, pulling Liesel with her. She didn't stop until they were stood between the Atrabians and the Thessians, with a clear view ahead. Vincente's Cordentines were in full flight. They had lost any sense of shape, if they'd ever had any. The fastest would soon get to the safety of the Brisingian army. The slowest were caught by the fast-approaching enemy. In numbers, the enemy were perhaps the equal of the Brisingians, but Liesel doubted their quality. Lippers, tall and powerful in piecemeal armor, struck out with long spears. With them were Caladri, their clawed feet giving them a bird-like gait. Then there were Cordentines, the newest additions to a Zenekai's force. They showed no remorse at bringing down their countrymen. Some were killed, others captured, to be turned to a Zenekai's side by all accounts. The retreating Cordentines stopped short of the protection offered by the Brisingian army. Many crouched down or hunched over, while others stood by their side, facing the enemy.
What are they doing?
Liesel asked.
They have crossbows, see, said Tegan, pointing. They must wind the mechanism first, before they can shoot.
As the enemy neared, the crossbowmen stood and took aim. They waited until all were ready.
I was misled, Liesel told herself. They were not in full flight after all.
The order went out, and the bolts released. Many in the enemy's front row were felled. Shouts of anger rose from the horde as they charged for the crossbowmen. The Cordentines turned and ran for the safety offered by the Brisingians. A battle now seemed inevitable.
Bastards,
Tegan said as the Lippers and their allies got ever closer.
How many lives will be lost thanks to this dirty trick?
Horns rang out across the battlefield as the Brisingians readied their forces.
We ought to get back into position,
Liesel said.
No!
A single voice cried out over the battlefield. It was louder than any human voice could be. Inga stood in front of the Thessians, arms raised.
Do not cross the border!
Liesel looked across to the Emperor. She saw him shout, but his voice was drowned out by the noise of the battlefield. Meanwhile, the horns continued to order the advance. Liesel saw the front rank of the Thessians raise their shields, creating an interlocking wall. They marched, placing their left shoulders forward, ready for impact. The rank behind followed, spears held in both hands. No one took heed of the witch's warning. "Come on," Liesel insisted. This time she did the pulling, dragging Tegan back into the unit of Atrabian archers. When they got into position, Liesel took her bowstring from her pocket and began fitting it to the stave. Her hands were shaking, nervous energy coursing through her body. All she could think about was that she was in a battle, and that whatever else happened, however small her part was, she had to acquit herself with honor. Then everything went quiet. No horns or drums, no voices, no clash of wood on iron, not even the snicker of a horse. Liesel felt a ripple of energy pass through her. It traveled underfoot, making the ground shake. It traveled through her body, echoing deep into her bowels. A Zenekai.
"Brisingia has broken its contract,"
a dry voice carried across the battlefield. It sounded like it echoed in unimaginably vast, empty chambers. Liesel's mind crackled with each word. "No," a voice dared to contradict. It was Inga. "It was the Cordentines. They tricked us. We remain faithful."
"We struck a deal, you and I," Zenekai said. "As allies, you witnessed my power. Have you forgotten?"
"No, we are still allies. I was here trying to stop this."
"You tried to stop it. Tried and failed."
There was a pause.
"Yes, I failed."
"Then you are no use to me."
"I am. This is one mistake."
"But not your first. You won't be forgiven another."
Zenekai's voice rose in strength now. Nausea hit Liesel and the people around her. She tried to keep her feet, but like so many others, she sank to her knees. It was as if the entire Imperial army knelt to its new master.
"If Brisingia does not listen to you, they must listen to me. This is my final warning. You will serve me, one way or the other."
Liesel felt the magic as it was released. Her teeth and tongue fizzed with it. She heard gasps and turned her head. Emperor Cohen had been lifted from his horse. He rose higher into the air. He sailed forward, hovering over the lines of his own infantry. He seemed to struggle, but like everyone else, everyone except Inga, he had been struck dumb. Liesel's ears buzzed as more magic was released. Cohen exploded. Fountains of blood gushed out over his soldiers. What was left of his armored body dropped from the sky. The unnatural silence continued, as thousands tried to scream in terror and fury and hatred, but couldn't. Slowly the magic that gripped them dissipated. People moaned, began to move. They got to their feet, uttering the words they had been holding in. Liesel had no words. She just knew that after this, nothing would be the same. The Brisingian army soon dispersed. In a way, Liesel wasn't surprised. It wasn't that the Zenekai had broken their spirits, though she saw plenty of defeated looks. The people who mattered, the dukes, looked as defiant as ever. It was just how the empire worked. No one was in charge anymore. No one with the authority to tell the others what to do. Until that position was filled, the 7 duchies would operate independently of one another. And if there was one thing they had learned about their new enemy, going it alone wasn't an option. Who would become the next emperor was a question in everyone's mind, but not on their lips. Liesel hadn't even had a chance to talk about it with her uncle. She and Walter had shared some knowing looks. It didn't need to be said. Leopold was best placed to take the title. Yet, he would be the worst choice. As for Friedrich, he had lost his father as well as his emperor. He was operating in a daze. His advisors were keen to get him to Lindhafen and announce him as the new Duke of Thess. The Thessians had taken Vincente into custody. The Cordentine, who had brought this disaster upon them, was likely to get a quick trial and execution. As for his countrymen who remained on the border, no one seemed to spare them a thought. The Atrabians were packed and ready to depart. In the end, they hadn't released even one arrow in anger. Liesel's excitement at joining the Atrabian archers felt like a lifetime ago. Uncertain times seemed to be ahead, and these people, whom Liesel had come to admire, had always found themselves in a precarious position in imperial politics. She understood their desire to get home. As they were about to leave, Inga approached. She was like a festering sore that Liesel couldn't get rid of, always there, in the back of her mind. The witch got straight to the point.
After what's happened, don't we think it's time for Liesel to return to her legal guardian? Duke Leopold has shown patience, but you have kept his sister for 2 years now. Enough is enough.
Why? Idris demanded. So she can be mistreated all over again? After what's happened, I would have thought the Kalish had other priorities. Inga smiled sweetly at Idris. She said nothing, instead turning to Gavin. Liesel is under my protection, he said simply. Inga sighed. She turned to Liesel now, a mute appeal for her to return to Essenberg. Liesel thought she should. The last thing she wanted was this adoptive family of hers getting into trouble over her.
But if you do, she told herself, you'd just be a beaten dog returning to its owner, and you vowed you wouldn't do that.
While she hesitated over what she should do, Inga grew bored.
Have it your way, she said to them. Just don't complain to me.
They retraced the route they had taken, travelling with the army of Gottbeck into that duchy. When the Gottbeckers dispersed, they continued with a small escort, crossing the Council at Kaselitz, before heading on toward Ritharis. It rained most of the way. As a member of the prince's family, Liesel knew she enjoyed slightly better conditions than most. But after a while, everything, clothes and blankets, became sodden anyway. It seemed apt that the weather was as miserable as everyone felt. Once through Ritharis, the Atrabians were back on home soil. Their duties to their prince complete, most warriors said their farewells, returning to all corners of the country. Less than 100 took the road to Treglin. Before they reached the town, a half-dozen riders came toward them. One of them was Gavin's brother, Emlyn. The prince called a halt. As Emlyn slowed his horse to a walk, Liesel saw a grim expression on the man's face.
"Problems in the Empire?"
Emlyn asked Gavin.
"You won't believe it," Gavin said dryly. "I've heard the gist of it."
How could he have? Liesel asked herself. An uneasy feeling came over her.
"I'm sorry, Gavin. They got here in large numbers. There was nothing I could do."
Liesel looked to the side of the road. Warriors emerged from hiding. How was it they hadn't seen them before? She recognized some of them, knew they were Kellish. Then she saw Salvinus, and her heart dropped from her chest. Gavin and the others drew their weapons, looking around them as the enemy closed in. They were surrounded, but they might push through with a charge. Some of them would get away surely.
"Don't throw the lives of your people away," came a voice.
Liesel swung her head to the other side of the road. There, among the Kellish warriors, Inga approached them. Liesel knew that meant escape was impossible.
"Strike me down if you want," Emlyn said to Gavin, "but don't get everyone killed."
"No one should die because of me,"
Liesel decided.
"It's me they want," she shouted. "I will go. We just need to take that bitch down,"
Tegan cried. Her bow was drawn and her missile aimed at the witch.
Do it, child,
Inga told her. Tegan released. The arrow sped towards its target. With a dismissive hand gesture, Inga sent the arrow into the ground.
I should kill your daughter for that, she told Gavin. I asked nicely enough. I warned you. Make your decision, Prince.
She said the last word with derision, as if he were a prince no longer.
Tell your people to disarm, and not a single one will die. Resist me further, and I will spare only you and Liesel. You will both watch as we kill the rest.
Lay your weapons down, Gavin commanded. He dropped his own sword onto the ground. No one argued with his order. The clang of metal was like a death knell to Liesel. It told her this episode of her life was over.
Thank you, Inga said. I'm grateful for that last act of good sense. Duke Leopold instructed us to treat Atrabia with mercy, should you cooperate,
she declared, raising her voice for all to hear.
We will return Liesel to her brother. Prince Gavin and his heir will accompany us, to ensure this good sense continues.
No, Liesel blurted out. I will come willingly. There is no need to punish Atrabia for helping me.
I gave you that option,
Inga retorted whip-fast. She seemed to struggle to contain her anger, and the worst thing was, she was right. Liesel should have gone with her in Thess 3 days ago. This was her fault. Inga regained an even temper.
Emlyn has agreed to take the title of prince until they return.
The man seemed to shrink under the glares of his countrymen, offering up an apologetic shrug. But Liesel found she didn't blame him. Salvinus and Inga had come. Should he have risked the lives of his family to save Gavin? Surely few would have done that.
Come,
Salvinus said, one hand raised.
Let's get this over with.
Liesel dismounted. She stood with Gavin, who had done the same. Idris stayed on his horse. His eyes blazed with fury.
No,
Liesel thought.
Don't do this, Idris.
Come, son, Gavin said quietly, looking up at him. Your mother and sister will stay safe in Atrabia.
On whose word?
Idris demanded. Gavin looked over at Emlyn. If they harm anyone else, Emlyn said, Atrabia will rise and take vengeance. I swear on the lives of my sons, Bronn and Tegan will be safe. The words sounded heartfelt. They worked. Idris dismounted, and the three of them walked over to Salvinus and his men. Their arms were pinned behind their backs and their wrists tied with rope. The Atrabians looked on, emotions raw on every face. Liesel didn't dare meet eyes with Bronn or Tegan. It was a mercy when they were led away. They were loaded onto a cart. The Kellish would leave immediately, before Atrabia heard what they had done to its prince. Idris, Liesel, Gavin said, as the cart rumbled along, beginning its journey west. You must steel yourselves now. If you do, you will survive this, and be stronger for it. Liesel nodded. She knew he was right. Weakness simply wasn't an option anymore. Part 5. The Torch Passes. Peer, Liesel, Sonk. Chapter 24. Peer. Valenne, Kingdom of Javern, 675. Something is afoot, Peer decided. He was rarely summoned to his father's private chambers. As a member of the King's Council, he saw him often enough anyway. Not to mention, he knew his sister Louise had spoken to their father earlier that morning. She had arrived at the bastion yesterday, escorted to the capital by Esterel. There had been a grand feast in her honor, and Peer had enjoyed catching up with her. Louise had always been rather sensible. In their time apart, she had become a woman. Since he was 3 years older than her, it had the unpleasant effect of making him feel old. When he heard footsteps behind him, he turned and waited. So, you're coming as well. I presume you know what this is about? No idea, said Esterel. Peyr's brother looked like he had not long been out of bed. I was rather hoping for a day to myself after travelling non-stop for the last 2 weeks. If father wanted to see us today, he could have mentioned it. Yes, Peyr agreed, looking his brother up and down. Esterel looked particularly dishevelled. Though it is nearing midday. Makes me wonder if you've been asleep in bed, or doing something else entirely. Esterel seemed in two minds about whether to take offence, but then let slip a grin. Yes, well, the heir to the throne must reacquaint himself with his future subjects when he returns. Huh. The heir to the throne must take care not to sire any bastards as well. Esterel's grin disappeared, and he resumed his progress to their father's chambers, Peyr walking alongside him. Let me worry about that. How about you, anyway? Please tell me you found a lady friend or two in my absence. It's really rather embarrassing for me that you are not playing nug-a-nug with the ladies of Javern. It's becoming quite rude. I'm not interested, Peyr said, feeling defensive. He hadn't told Esterel that he still had feelings for Liesel of Kelland. He had more than a suspicion that the ribbing he would receive would be worse than this. Find a boy to do it with if that's your desire. People at court are quite open-minded about that. That's not my desire. I had plenty of nug-a-nug in Colderberg. Don't you worry about that. So you say, Esterel said skeptically, which makes your abstinence in Javern even more noticeable. Since you got here, it seems you've only played nug. Peyr had to laugh at that. Well, if someone takes my fancy, I suppose I should show some generosity to the ladies of Javern. In the meantime, I can rely on you to make up for my moderation. Quite so, said Esterel. He knocked on the door to their father's chambers, and they were called in. King Bastian was sitting up in bed. Lord Russell stood at his side. Outside these rooms, their father was a man of energy and vigour. Inside lay the truth. He was not fully recovered from his injuries, spending much of his time resting in between public engagements. Russell murmured a greeting, but then left them alone with their father. I have news to announce this evening, Bastian said, and thought I should share it with you two first. I informed Louise this morning. She is to be married to Duke Aubrey as part of the peace agreement concluded last year. A stunned silence followed his announcement. Peyr struggled for a moment to believe what he had just heard. Had he misunderstood? The treacherous Duke of Famine was to marry his sister? Father, you can't be serious, Esterel finally spluttered. Aubrey is rewarded for his rebellion by gaining your daughter? You make our family a laughingstock. Bastian grimaced, biting down on his anger. Our strategy was always to bring Aubrey back into the realm. He will become your brother. That is the price we pay for loyalty from a man who wanted the throne for himself. Then it's not worth it, Esterel retorted. Better to have sacrificed the men and treasure to have finished it. Put his head on a spike. It's not too late to do that. Of course it's too late, Bastian thundered, spittle flying from his mouth. I gave my word, my oath, witnessed by martyrs. I am the king, you insolent boy. Louise is my only daughter, to marry to whomsoever will strengthen the realm. You kept this plan from me all this time, Esterel demanded, his anger matching his father's. You spring it as a surprise, when the other dukes of the realm have known for months. Because I knew exactly how you would react, Bastian said, obsessing over your own feelings, not a thought given to Javern and its people. I'm still ruling alone, having to cajole you along the path we must take. Still waiting for you to show me you are ready for the responsibility. Esterel's eyes blazed with fury, and Peyr thought he might grab their father by the neck. Perhaps he had been invited along to calm his brother. But he was on Esterel's side. What about Louise? Peyr said, finding his voice. She's never even met the man, and you give her away to him? Where was her choice? What chance does she have of finding love and happiness like this? Love is an oft-overrated reason for marriage, Bastian said. Louise will become a duchess. If the gods are kind, she will have children and love them. It's a fine enough match for her. Gods, Peer, this is Aubrey we are talking about. She'll stay in Javern. It's not like I'm marrying her to Leopold of Kelland.
Peer fumed. Better than Leopold. Hardly a great recommendation, father. He shook his head. For someone who married for love himself, you are acting heartlessly.
Bastien breathed heavily now, so much so that Peer worried for his health. I loved your mother, boy. I paid for that with years of pain. Louise is a level-headed young woman. To her credit, she reacted far better than you two. Now leave me the pair of you. Do what you must to get used to the idea, because the rest of the court will be told tonight.
Esterel and Peer left in sullen silence. I will speak with Louise, Peer said.
Me too. Peer glanced at his brother. He could tell Esterel was fighting to control fierce emotions, too angry to speak.
I should have taken the throne when I had the chance, Esterel said at last. I allowed you and others to talk me out of it. You're blaming me for this? Peer asked. Was his entire family going mad?
This wouldn't be happening if I were king, Esterel said. That's all I meant.
And we'd have had other problems instead, Peer countered.
He was angry about Louise just the same as Esterel, and was in no mood to take the role of punching bag. Peer rapped on the door to Louise's chambers. Sibelia, Louise's lady maid, opened it. She knew why they were here.
It is your brothers, your highness. Let them in.
They found Louise with glistening eyes and puffy eyelids, but she looked them straight in the eye and refused to shed fresh tears.
It's all right, she said. I knew father would have a husband for me when I got here. It took the shock away.
She even allowed herself a little grin.
You'll be next, Esterel.
Huh. The old bastard can try. And you don't have to either, Louise. I'll stop the marriage.
No,
Louise said.
I am ready for it. Sibelia and Breda will go to Famiens with me, she said.
It still didn't sound real to Peer. Louise in Famiens?
And you too must play your part to make it work. You must welcome Aubrey. For my sake, if nothing else.
Esterel's lips parted, but he seemed unable to get any words out.
All right, Louise, Peer agreed. For your sake, we'll go along with it.
The date for the wedding was set as soon as possible, no doubt so that all parties involved didn't have the time to back out. Preparations for the ceremony seemed, from Peer's remote perspective, horrendously complicated. Louise threw herself into the organization, which was just as well, since no one else in the family had the necessary attributes. The court officials, from Lords Russell and Casin down, were co-opted into the efforts to make it a success. As much as Peer still didn't like the idea of the wedding, he began to see it was preferable to the previous years, when the royal court had been devoted to the raising and maintenance of armies. The guest list was an expense as terrifying as war. Of course, the Famiens' entourage was large, but every aristocrat across the kingdom demanded to attend the occasion. In some ways, Peer conceded, it was also a symbol of hope. All their family's enemies had accepted their invitations, Raymond of Aurillac and Arnoul of Salias chief among them. In other ways, it would be a test. Would everyone get through it without locking horns? Adding to the mix would be a few foreign dignitaries who lived near enough to Javern to have been invited on short notice. A messenger had been sent to Magnia, where it was supposed Sonk could still be located, in the company of Jesper and the sorcerer Ramon. As the days passed and they heard nothing, Louise accepted that their younger sibling wouldn't be coming. Of all the inevitable setbacks, this one seemed to weigh her down the most. Peer hadn't realized how close the two of them were. As near in age as he and Esterel, he supposed it shouldn't have been a surprise to him. The news beyond Javern was bleak. Wild tales had spread up the council. Zenekai, the Lipper sorcerer Ramon had warned them about, had killed Emperor Cohen of Brisingia in a shocking display of his power. Peer worried for the people he knew, Walter and Farid in Kolderberg. Most of all, of course, Liesel. Wherever she was. Of course, her shit of a brother would now plot for the imperial crown, but he had no control over events in the Empire, or elsewhere. If his family could make Javerne a great kingdom, like it had once been in history, then surely they could keep their own people safe. Louis's big day came at last. It dawned fair, and Pierre found himself in good spirits, like most people, as he joined the grand procession that left the bastion and made its way into the city. He rode next to Humbert and felt quite magnificent in his new scarlet cloak worn over his linen tunic. His belt, neck chain and buckles were silver, and he had silver rings on his fingers. Many of the noble ladies who joined the royal procession gave him long, approving looks.
If I were a woman, Pierre reflected, I too would find it hard to turn my eyes away. Maybe I should act on my brother's advice and make an effort with some of these ladies.
For Pierre had to admit the ladies of the court had never looked lovelier. The tailors of Valenne must have made a small fortune, as everyone seemed to have a new, brightly coloured dress, trimmed with rich embroidery. The older women sported elaborate headdresses, while the fashion amongst the younger was to wear their hair uncovered, in plaits, braids, or other shapes, decorated with beads, brooches, flowers, and ribbons.
"Who is that?"
Pierre asked Humbert, nodding at one group of young women.
"With the long dark hair. I fancy I recognize her, though I can't think where from."
If Humbert had one use, it was knowing the names of all the women who came in and out of the bastion. "That," he said, "is Coletta, sister of Sasha of Corian. She has only recently returned to court, after a long absence. She is most comely, is she not?"
"I had thought so, before you told me who she is. She must have reminded me of Sasha, and now I can't get that from my mind. A shame, really."
"I do see the resemblance," Humbert conceded. "However, that would hardly be enough to put me off, I must admit."
"You can stop talking now," Pierre informed his friend.
The point seemed moot anyway. He could see Coletta stealing glances at his brother. Esterel rode with his friends, Corian and Corbenet. Of course, he stole the show. Pierre was used to that. His brother's blonde locks had been styled as carefully as any woman's. His cloak was green, and his accessories were gold. The brothers' outfits contrasted with one another, and this difference seemed to draw even more attention their way. The procession stopped close to Valenne Cathedral. Hundreds of city folk had gathered to watch the spectacle. They cheered with enthusiasm at their arrival. There was even the odd call of Prince Pierre amongst all the Esterels. His brother had stolen the hearts of the people of the capital. Esterel led them on foot toward the doors of the cathedral. Waiting for them was the entourage of Duke Aubrey. Like most noble retinues, they had stayed overnight in the city rather than the bastion. The people of Famiens were a dour-looking lot. Aubrey himself set the tone, his hair cropped short, wearing a black cloak over a plain tunic. As the group from the bastion approached him, Pierre could see he looked pale and nervous, as any bridegroom might, he supposed. "Welcome, Your Grace," said Esterel, loud and friendly for all to hear. Aubrey allowed himself a smile, and they clasped hands. "Your Grace," the Duke acknowledged. He looked for Pierre and nodded in his direction. "Thank you for the hospitality you have shown us," he said. Pierre hadn't considered it before, but it must take some balls to enter his former enemy's territory and marry into their family. It was not so long ago that Aubrey and Esterel had been on opposite sides of the battlefield. Not so long since Aubrey had seized Valenne, and Esterel and Pierre had been forced to slip away in the night. He thought the man looked lonely, stood by himself. No family had made the journey to Valenne with him, but at least Raymond of Aurillac was nowhere to be seen. His absence instantly made the Duke of Famine more likable. "Of course," Esterel said. "You will soon be a member of the family, after all. Come, let's take our seats inside. Once we do, Louise will depart the bastion, and she was quite insistent that I don't mess up the running order." Esterel and Aubrey led the two groups into the cathedral, taking their seats on either side of the central pew. Pierre sat next to Esterel on the front bench of the bride's side. Opposite them, Aubrey sat alone. Pierre turned to watch the space fill up. Duke Domar, architect of this piece, led his entourage from Martras to sit on the groom's side. Lords Cassian, Raymond, Arnoul came soon after. Duke Walter of Beryssia arrived, ostensibly simply representing the Empire. Pierre wondered what help he might request from his father when they met. A silence settled as they waited for the bride. Lord Russell was the first to arrive. With various nods, he got the Bishop of Valenne to ready himself, the musicians to begin, and the congregation to stand. Then, at last, Louise appeared, her arm through her father's. The king still walked with that damned stick, and it was far from clear who was supporting whom as they made their way down the aisle. But they arrived without anything going awry, and Bastien settled himself onto his seat next to Esterel, visibly relieved. Louise looked beautiful. Her blonde hair had been raised high, and she wore a white gown that glittered whenever she moved. Pierre felt torn between happiness for his sister's moment and a sadness about who she was marrying. But Louise had said, clearly enough, that she was content. So Pierre put a smile on his face as the ceremony began. Pierre's father had earned himself a miserly reputation compared to the generosity of his predecessor, but no expense had been spared on the wedding breakfast for Aubrey and Louise. 2 jellies, with the colours of the 2 houses, red and white for Morvain, blue and silver for Famians, stood on either side of the Owl of Giverne, delicately crafted from sugar. The delicacies served at the great table just kept coming. Every meat course was stuffed with something or other. There were huge pies full of fish, chicken, or game. The minced veal was named the king's pie and had a gilt crust formed to look like a crown. At every other table in the great hall, the guests were well fed. Pierre and Humbert made sure, amidst all the indulgence, to save room for Breda's pastries. Humbert complained to Louise at great length about her decision to take Breda with her to Famiens, begging her to reconsider. Everyone, even the king himself, laughed at his impassioned speech. When he was done, Pierre warned him he had imbibed far too much wine. When Bastien got to his feet, everyone at table went quiet, though the hall was still filled with racket everywhere else. "Everyone knows I'm a man of few words," he said gruffly, "though I like to think that when I speak, the words are well chosen. I would like to welcome Aubrey to our family. I have given you the most precious gift I have to give. I trust that Louise and Aubrey will support one another, that everyone here will support their union, and that we all remember that we serve the people of Giverne first and foremost. Now, let's toast this marriage to Aubrey and Louise." Everyone obediently raised their cups and toasted the pair. The musicians were told to play, and finally, Pierre could lift his bloated stomach from the table and walk out. He watched Louise dancing to the frenetic tune with a group of ladies she had somehow befriended in a matter of weeks. He spied Esterel talking with Aubrey. His brother then joined in the dancing. They called Aubrey over, but he looked terrified at the idea. Pierre saw his chance, moving quickly before anyone else could get in. "Prince Pierre."
"Duke Aubrey, I'd grabbed this chance to have a word."
The man gave a pained look.
"I presume not to congratulate me. To warn you, if I hear you've even looked the wrong way at Louise, your destruction will be my sole purpose in life. Your brother has just passed on similar sentiments. Whatever else I am, I'm not someone who would punish an innocent girl." "Huh. I would get to you before my brother." "I don't doubt that." "Very well. We understand one another."
Pierre stalked off, wondering where the hell Humbert had got to. Looking back to the dancing, he saw an ever-increasing knot of ladies, not far from physically wrestling with each other to get close to Esterel. A big smile split his brother's face as he pranced about like a buffoon. Then he caught Esterel giving a wink. A brunette holding the folds of her dress as she danced smoldered back. "Ah, Sasha's sister, whatever her name is. I'd put money on her being the one causing my brother so many late mornings." It was not much longer before Lord Russell got things moving. It was still early for the bedding ceremony. Pierre knew his father must have requested it. A huge crowd took the couple to their room, placing them in the bed with ribald jokes aplenty. They both looked horribly embarrassed. "Here," said a voice from amidst the crowd of bodies that filled the room, Humbert offering Pierre a cup. "Thanks," he said, necking it down. He was relieved when Lord Russell began bellowing for everyone to get out. Esterel slapped him on the shoulder as they left. "Just don't think about it," his brother advised. Pierre tried not to, looking for someone to talk to. The king said his farewells, but the party would go on for some time yet. Then he spotted Duke Walter on the opposite side of the room. He was talking with Lord Casin, but when Pierre approached them, the Lord Chancellor soon excused himself. Pierre and Walter embraced. It had more affection in it than from his own father, and it made Pierre wonder. Walter was a tough man, but had the Duke developed some fatherly feelings for Pierre while they lived together? "It's good to see you, Pierre. Much has changed since the time you spent in Beryssia."
"Aye, in both realms. Farid not here?"
"Looking after the duchy for me."
"I assume you are here to speak with the king?"
"He has promised me an audience tomorrow. Not that I expect your father to solve the Empire's problems. That's up to us."
"The election is your business," Pierre agreed. "But this business with the Lippers, that sounds more like everyone's problem."
"I'm glad you see it like that, Pierre. I was as guilty as anyone of ignoring what was happening in the south, hoping it would just go away. But having seen that power at first hand," he shook his head, "this is something bigger than any one nation can deal with."
"What did you see?"
Pierre asked, wanting to hear it from someone who was there. "I saw the Emperor of Brisingia lifted from his horse, held in mid-air, then obliterated. But it wasn't just that. A whole army, thousands of us, just watched. We knelt in the dirt and watched it happen, frozen in place. Then we left and returned to our homes, like good little boys. Even the Isharites didn't do that to us. We fought them, spilt our blood. But this feels like we've already lost." Pierre wasn't sure what to say. He thought of Sonk. What was Ramon doing, dragging his little brother into that kind of fight? "Anyway, there is other news I need to tell you, Pierre. It's about Liesel." He looked serious, and Pierre knew it wasn't good news. "Atrabia, that's where Farid took her. She's been there ever since. But she was with the Atrabian army in Thess, and Inga found out. She and Salvinus took her, along with Prince Gavin. She's back in Essenberg." Back in Essenberg? Pierre felt anger and hatred rise in him. It seemed that nothing in the Empire would be right while those bastards lived. "The politics of the Empire are simply excruciating now," Walter said. "I don't have the freedom to get her back. Do you understand? It will take all my efforts to stop Brisingia from descending into civil war."
"You can't let Leopold become emperor," Pierre said. "It should be you."
"It can't be Leopold," Walter agreed. "So it should be anyone else. But if they play games with Liesel, do you understand what I'm saying? The Empire matters more than any one life."
Pierre frowned. Walter was starting to sound like his father. "So what? You're asking me to help? What can I do?"
Walter gave him a sympathetic smile. "You saved her last time, didn't you? I have an idea or two, if you're willing to consider them. You don't owe her anything, Pierre. Liesel would be the first to say that, but—"
"Of course, Walter. Of course. I will do what I can."
Louise had to leave the next day. Pierre found her, surrounded by servants who were packing up a cart with her possessions.
"I've brought you an extra pair of hands," he told her. "This is Ciela." "Hello,"
Louise said uncertainly. Ciela bowed gracefully. Louise looked Ciela up and down.
To help me pack?
Not exactly, said Pierre.
Ciela is a skilled warrior and has been a valuable retainer of mine. I am putting her into your service. She will be perfectly discreet, but if you ever need someone to carry out those more unusual tasks, the kind that require sharp steel, she will be available.
Ciela heaved her sack onto the cart.
Don't worry, Your Highness, she told Louise. My sword is in there, but I always have at least half a dozen knives about my person. Anytime you need me to use one, you just say so.
Oh, Louise said, a little taken aback. Then she smiled.
Well, I suppose it's always good to have options. Welcome, Ciela.
She gestured to the other side of the cart.
That is my maid, Sibelia. Best not to mention the knives to her.
Ciela shrugged.
Whatever you think.
She clambered onto the cart, watching the servants complete the packing.
Thank you, Pierre,
Louise said. He saw tears in her eyes and embraced her.
Don't mention it. I'll see you soon.
Not trusting himself to hold off his own emotions, Pierre left his sister to it. That evening, there was a subdued atmosphere in the hall. Supper was leftovers from last night's feast. Duke Walter, like most of the king's guests, had left for home, but his news about Liesel preyed on Pierre's mind, and he picked at his food. His father and Esterel still weren't speaking, refusing to look at one another. Even though the marriage was done, it seemed to be driving them further apart. The celebrations seemed to have tired the king out. He looked paler than he had for weeks, with a sheen of sweat on his face. His shoulders were hunched as if he was in pain, and he rubbed at his chest, complaining of indigestion. If it was anyone but the king, someone would have advised him to stop eating. Pierre watched as he stood at the table. He swayed on his feet, a look of confusion on his face as he gripped at his chest.
Father?
Pierre asked.
Are you all right?
I can't breathe.
Chapter 25. Liesel. Essenberg, Duchy of Kelland, 675. While Gavin and Idris languished in the dungeons of Essenberg Castle, Liesel was free to go where she wished. Wherever she went, a cloud hung over her. Feelings of guilt and helplessness could not be shaken off by new surroundings.
But I will not quail,
she told herself. Gavin had told her to steel herself, and she knew she must. For his sake and for Idris. For herself.
I will play my hand as best I can and put my doubts aside.
Her brother asked her to attend him. She found him in the great hall with 3 of the thugs he called friends. She knelt before him while they smirked at her.
Your Grace,
she said. Leopold gestured for her to rise. It was done in his usual dismissive way. Her brother revelled in his power, but had no clue how to use it. She was done trying to make him change, done with the persuasions, the begging of an older sister. It was time to accept who he was. "I've missed you so much, sister," he said. His friends were silent, gaping fish that fed on cynicism.
"Not so much as I have missed you, brother," she said, "and my home."
"If you missed us so much, why stay away for 2 years?
It was a mistake to leave for Atrabia. Once there, I couldn't leave."
"Is that so? Well, not to worry, Liesel. Prince Gavin suffers down in the dungeons for his crimes and insults to us."
"Here is a moment, Liesel. Play the game."
Any affection she displayed towards Gavin would only make his ordeal worse. She shrugged, as if disinterested in what befell Gavin. "His son too," Leopold added. He looked hungrily at her. He wanted to see pain and discomfort, wanted to know just how much she cared. He wanted her to beg him not to hurt Idris. Liesel felt sick with dread at what they might be doing to him. She forced it down.
"I found Atrabia to be very poor and backward," she said. "It really shouldn't be called a duchy at all, in my opinion."
Leopold studied her, looking for weakness, finding none. I hope I never have to go there myself. My friends and I are off into the city to enjoy the sophistication of what Essenberg offers. One of his friends snickered out loud. Leopold turned on him, a look of cold rage on his face, and the idiot shut his mouth and looked at the floor. You should come with us, sister.
Trying to scare me now? You'll find all this less easy than it once was, brother. I'm sure you will enjoy yourselves, she said. Alas, that ladies such as I must keep ourselves pure.
Pure? Leopold asked with derision. What on earth for?
I assume you will be marrying me off to some lord or another,
Liesl said. She raised an eyebrow at his blank look.
To ensure you become emperor, silly? That's what sisters and daughters are for, isn't it? If you want the crown, Leopold, you must use all your pieces. I'm sure your advisors have said as much.
I know how to become emperor, he said, irritated. It's already in my grasp. You think you're going to make a difference to that? She'd got a reaction from him. That had to be classed as a victory.
Now, what would Inga do at this point?
She walked towards him, slowly, confidently. She looked Leopold in the eye, a light smile on her lips, even though she could still see the gawking faces of his friends. She kissed him on one cheek, then the next, lingering a little longer than was seemly between sister and brother.
I'm sure you know best, brother. You'll be a great emperor, the greatest Brisingia has ever seen.
Leopold had nothing. She walked away.
Keep it slow, Liesl,
she told herself, though she really wanted to run away and vomit into a corner.
Enjoy Essenberg,
she said over her shoulder. Dealing with Leopold was easy compared to Inga. The witch was the real ruler in Essenberg. After what happened on the border of the empire, she seemed even more powerful. Zenekai had ignored everyone but her. They had all been sheep, and Inga, if not of his species, was the only other carnivore present. As was her wont, Inga appeared suddenly in the corridor as Liesl walked to morning prayers. She walked with her towards the chapel.
You're settled back into life in Essenberg, Liesl?
Inga said in the cloying voice she used when at her most sarcastic.
Oh yes,
Liesl said, in a decent attempt to match the tone.
How I wish I'd never left.
Inga's lips twitched, though whether she really derived any humor from it, there was no way of knowing.
Leopold tells me you two talked of marriage.
Indeed, I'm not getting any younger,
Liesl said, realizing after she said it that she had stolen the phrase from Tegan.
And you tried to teach me a lesson once. Do you remember? You said it was about time I used my body and pretty face.
A lecherous smile appeared on Inga's face.
I remember it well. And you are asking me to believe you have come over to my way of thinking? What could have prompted such a change?
I was in Thess, remember? I'm sure what happened there had a sobering effect on everyone who witnessed it.
Inga could hardly argue with that.
And whom do you suppose your brother should marry you to?
The witch asked. Here it came. Liesl knew she would prod and probe, try to trap her. She would have to fend her off.
I was thinking Friedrich would be a good choice, for me and for Leopold.
Inga pursed her lips. It was far from a stupid suggestion. Liesl had given it careful thought. The Liesl she had to become would choose Friedrich, she was sure. They entered the castle chapel, a sacred private space. Inga followed Liesl, and they knelt next to one another. The priest nodded towards them both, attempting nonchalance at the appearance of Inga at prayers. They waited in silence as a few more worshippers entered the small space. Inga leaned over.
Because I thought the Atrabian boy was your real fancy.
Liesl moved her head a little closer, though she kept her eyes on the priest, who had ordered the door closed and now readied himself for the service.
I didn't say Friedrich was my fancy, but his wife will be Duchess of Thess.
She turned to look Inga in the eye, so close she could feel the witch's breath.
That is better than Princess of Atrabia. Wouldn't you agree?"
The priest had begun prayers, but it was mere background noise as Liesel fixated on the witch's reaction. Inga raised an eyebrow. She doubted Liesel, but Liesel had done enough to make her think what she said might be true. She returned her gaze to the front of the chapel and tried to focus on the priest's words. Then Inga was even closer, whispering, her breath in Liesel's ear. The priest continued, trying to pretend he hadn't noticed.
"Often a woman must lie with a man she hasn't chosen. Even me. When I was about your age, a man took a fancy to me. I could hardly say no, since it was the Emperor."
Liesel's blood ran cold. She wanted to scream out her denials. Her father wouldn't have. She yearned to slap or scratch, to call Inga a dirty liar. But part of her wondered, why say it if it wasn't true?
"I found it hard to understand,"
Inga continued, merciless. Her whispering voice sounded so loud in Liesel's ear that she thought the entire chapel must be able to hear.
"What did he see in me? Your mother is so much more of a beauty than I. Maybe it was the difference between us he enjoyed. But whatever it was, what option did I have but to submit and give him what he wanted? And to be fair, I learned to enjoy it."
Thoughts of her father with Inga infested Liesel's mind, mental images that would stay with her.
"Control, Liesel. You can play this game. Steel yourself."
Her heart thudded, and her stomach contracted, threatening to vomit. She turned slowly and deliberately, bringing her mouth to Inga's ear.
"Lucky father," she whispered.
Liesel did the precise opposite of what she wanted. She sought out Leopold and Inga as if she enjoyed their company. She said things she didn't mean and acted in a way that wasn't her at all. She feared becoming the Liesel she created, that the real Liesel was disappearing. But she had no choice. Gradually, she found herself included in conversations, as if she was one of them. Then one evening she arrived for dinner in the hall to find Salvinus seated at the top table. He was in a place of honor next to Leopold. Although he was the junior partner among the terrible trio, he was still the one who scared her the most.
"Lady Liesel,"
he said with a broad grin as she seated herself opposite him next to Inga.
"Lord Salvinus, how is Mother?"
"I'm keeping her satisfied,"
he said with a smirk.
"Mother is truly blessed to have found such a gentleman."
"Yes, she is. Though if you want a blessing, I'm open to it."
Salvinus glanced at Inga. He looked disappointed that she wasn't joining in.
"Very kind,"
said Liesel, unsurprised by the comment.
"But I think you're more suited to the older woman."
She looked around the hall.
"Lady Cass, perhaps?"
Had she hit a nerve? Salvinus glared at her.
"Don't worry about that. I'll still make you scream, princess."
"Gods," said Leopold. "All you've done so far is talk of screwing my family. I had hoped we would be discussing the plan to make me emperor."
"Apologies, Your Grace,"
Salvinus said quickly, though he shot a glare at Liesel that said she would pay for her impudence. Liesel stole a glance at Leopold. She had never thought to see the day her brother stood up to Salvinus. She had to realize that after 2 years away, others might have changed as much as she had.
"Perhaps you could tell us of your recent efforts?"
Inga asked him, sounding unusually cold towards her ally.
"Emlyn of Atrabia has committed himself to your cause, Your Grace,"
Salvinus said to Leopold.
"in exchange for our recognition of his title, of which I assured him. I visited with Duke Heremias, who said you had the vote of Rotelagen. I also traveled to Trevenza and Griena. The rulers of both provinces were persuaded that you should be emperor."
"Trevenza and Griena,"
Leopold said. "They have no votes. But with Atrabia and Rotelagen, I have 4 votes. That is a majority, even if Uncle Walter chooses to make mischief."
"You have 2 votes,"
Inga corrected him.
Kelland and Luderia. The rest are mere promises. The Dukes of Brisingia can change their minds. It's happened in the past. We must do everything in our power to ensure your election and take nothing for granted."
Leopold gave her a sullen look, but didn't argue. "What else should we do then?"
"Firstly," said Inga, "we act with humility. No suggestion that you already think of yourself as emperor. The changes in Atrabia can work to our advantage regarding the location of the vote."
"What does that mean?" Leopold asked.
"Imperial protocol says the vote is held in the duchy of the longest-serving ruler," Inga explained. "That was Gavin. Even if Walter and the others don't formally accept Emlyn as the new prince, they may be persuaded that holding the election there isn't the best idea."
"But Walter is the next longest-serving ruler, is he not?" Salvinus asked. "I'd rather Emlyn was our host than that weasel."
"An understandable mistake," Inga replied. "But if you cast your mind back, Heremias inherited the Duchy of Rotalagen slightly before Walter was given Berisia. That would make Guslar the host city."
Salvinus nodded and allowed himself a smile.
"Your brother-in-law would host the election, Leopold."
"I get it. What else can we do?"
"There's Liesel,"
Inga said, and all three looked at her, like a piece of meat in the market.
"A carrot we can dangle in front of the new Duke of Thess."
"Friedrich," Leopold asked. "He's hardly going to cast a vote for me." He gestured at Liesel, however much she pouts at him.
"True enough,"
Inga admitted.
"But we must also look beyond the election. An alliance with Thess will make ruling the Empire more straightforward."
Leopold didn't look impressed. "Once I'm emperor, I shall do as I wish. Anyone who stands in my way won't live long."
There was the old Leopold, Liesel told herself. "Can't say I've missed him." "You do recall what I told you about the final moments of the last emperor?"
Inga asked him. Leopold swallowed, nervous-looking.
"These are uncertain times," the witch continued. "We don't want a civil war. Most of all, we don't want the Thessians bringing a Zenekai into our lands a second time."
No one said anything to that. It was the shadow at the feast, an inconvenient truth. Their scheming for the imperial throne was like the squabbling of hens before the fox entered the coop. Liesel woke with a start. She looked about her room befuddled. It took a few moments for her to realize she was in Kelland, not Atrabia. A few more to remember the events of the last few weeks. Reality pressed down on her.
"I wish I were back in my dreams."
A knock at the door. That must have been what woke her. Reluctantly, she got out from under her covers and put on her cloak. Pulling ajar the wooden shutter on her window, she could see it was still pitch black outside. Who would be knocking on her door at this hour? She knew there could only be a few culprits, none of them good.
"Who is it?"
she asked.
"Me,"
Inga's voice. At least it wasn't Salvinus. Liesel stared at the bolt on her door as moments passed. She knew she had no choice. She slid it free, then opened the door. Inga gave her one of her smiles.
"Sorry to wake you at this hour,"
she said, making no attempt to sound sorry. She looked Liesel up and down, making her feel self-conscious.
"Liesel, you even look desirable when you've been woken from sleep."
Liesel swallowed, nervous. She had flirted with Inga, just as the witch flirted with people. But did the woman now want to do more than simply flirt? How would she say no? Inga studied her face with a sly expression, enjoying her discomfort.
"Your brother wants to see you." "At this time?"
Liesel demanded.
"He has news that can't wait."
Several possibilities came to Liesel's mind, each as terrible as the one before. She didn't want to go, but she needed to know. Inga led her through the castle corridors, not down to the great hall, but to Leopold's private rooms. It was eerily quiet. Liesel tried to fight off a sense of dread. She knew nothing good would come from tonight's work, whatever it was. Leopold was waiting with Salvinus inside his chambers. They were excited about something, their eyes gleaming like predators. Liesel fortified herself for what was to come. She had to. But being scared all the time was so tiring.
"What is it?"
she asked. "Gavin," Leopold said, keen to speak first. "He's dead."
"No."
Nausea hit her. She fought it off, making herself stand tall. They've killed him.
"You think you're innocent?" she asked herself. "Gavin would be alive if not for your foolishness."
"Didn't intend to," Salvinus said without remorse. "Must have had a weak skull."
How Liesel wished she could strike out at this thug. Wished she had the power to do the same to him as he had done to so many others. But she didn't, and she must not lose control. Any words she had to say might come out as sobs, and they would judge her weakness. And weakness wasn't an option. "Steel yourselves," Gavin had told them, his last words to her. She would honor them.
"You woke me just to tell me?"
she asked, keeping her voice neutral. She still didn't really understand why she was here.
"His son needs to be told," Inga said.
All three of them looked at her, eager for her to crack. So that was it. A test. She'd claimed that Gavin and Idris meant nothing to her, that she was one of them. Tonight they would test her claims. Pass this test and they might decide to trust her. Fail, and they never would again. Her future would be bleak.
"All right,"
she said.
"We also need something from him,"
Salvinus added. "I want to go," Leopold said, sounding like the little boy he had once been, asking to play a game. See how he reacts. Liesel wasn't prepared for what she found in Idris's cell. They hadn't warned her. Idris had a piss pot, but it still stunk to high heaven. Leopold complained about the stench while she tried desperately not to react.
"Don't even wrinkle your nose,"
she told herself. Idris sat on a straw pallet in one corner. He was thinner even than usual, pale after so many days kept underground. Wherever there was skin to see, there was bruising and cuts. His lips and nose were swollen. A careless attempt had been made to wipe his blood from the floor of the cell.
What kind of people treat others with such cruelty?
Liesel had to wonder. It wasn't even as if they wanted information from him. It was the pleasure of abuse, and she couldn't think of a sin more evil. Idris gave her a crooked smile.
"Welcome to my humble abode."
Leopold gave a little laugh at the jest. Liesel glanced at him.
There is something missing from his mind, she decided.
"Please excuse me not getting to my feet," Idris continued. "I'm just not sure I can."
"That's all right," said Liesel. "I'm afraid we come here with grave news. Your father has died. I wanted to tell you myself."
For a moment he stared at her, disbelieving. When he realized it was the truth, his head sank, his lank black hair covering his face.
"Steel yourself,"
she said to Idris, using his father's words. She feared he would lose it, lash out at Leopold and get himself killed. "I remember when I was told about my father's death," Leopold piped up. "It took me a while to get over it. You'll probably be the same." Liesel looked at her brother, unable to remove the frown from her face. He was staring at Idris with some grim fascination. She was convinced it was their father's death that had damaged Leopold beyond repair. She hadn't noticed at the time. She'd been so young herself and full of grief. Their mother had been no help. She looked from her brother to the man she loved, black and blue, trying to hold himself together.
"God, please tell me father isn't watching us from above," she prayed. "He'd be heartbroken to witness this madness that has descended on us."
Idris lifted his head. He looked at her, devoid of emotion. "Thank you for informing me," he said.
"You're welcome. There's one more thing. We think it would be a good idea for you to sign this."
From her bag,
Liesel retrieved parchment, ink, and quill. "It says you recognize your uncle as Prince of Atrabia." "Of course," Idris said, a mocking smile on his face. "Best man for the job, if you ask me." Liesel knelt on the cold stone floor and helped him make his name, his fingers barely able to hold the quill. "That's it?" Idris asked when she had the parchment back in the bag. "That is all," she confirmed. "Goodbye," Leopold said, pushing the door of the cell open. "Don't be strangers," Idris's voice carried after them. The bitterness was lost on Leopold, but it cut Liesel. Her ordeal wasn't done yet, though. Inga and Salvinus were waiting for them.
"Well?"
Salvinus asked. Wordlessly, Liesel handed him the signed parchment. "I quite liked him," Leopold admitted. "Honestly, I think I felt sorrier for him than Liesel did." Salvinus studied her. Liesel ignored him. She looked at Inga instead. A silence stretched between them. "Thank you for doing that job for us," the witch said at last.
"He's of little use to us now,"
Salvinus suggested. "I disagree," Liesel said.
"Why's that?"
he asked roughly. "Emlin's hardly the most trustworthy of allies. Having an alternative might help keep him honest." None of them argued. It was the cold, hard truth. Liesel returned to her room. She sat on her bed, not even trying to sleep. Wisps of memory and fragments of conversation played through her mind. "I will protect you, as if you were my own daughter," Gavin had said on the day they met. That only made the pain feel worse. "You will survive this," Gavin had told her and Idris when they were captured. You, not we. Had he known his fate? Well, they'd done what he asked. They had steeled themselves. "You will survive this, and be stronger for it," he'd said. "Am I any stronger?" Liesel whispered into the night. She didn't feel like hardened steel. She felt brittle, as if one more blow would be enough for her to shatter into pieces. Chapter 26. Song. Kingdom of Magnia, 675. King Edgar made the decision to leave Bidcote. The news that had come to court was dire. First, travelers from the Empire told the story of the killing of Emperor Cohen. Sonk and Ramon listened intently to the descriptions of Azenakai's power. An army of thousands had been fixed, immobile, as Azenakai had held their leader in the air before destroying him. Sonk felt like he had learned nothing about their enemy, except that he wielded incomprehensible power. Second, the king received a warning of a building of pressure on his southern border. If Magnia was the next target, he had to act. Queen Elfled and their children remained, with enough support to govern in Edgar's absence. Those reinforcements who left with him were grim-faced warriors who looked like they were riding to their deaths. Sonk and his companions went with them. Sonk felt no wiser about what they might do to stop the threat from Azenakai. Ramon's talk of traveling to other worlds kept returning to his thoughts. To seek some other god and bring them to Dalria? And even if such a thing was possible, what if this other god was just as dangerous as Azenakai? As they rode, they questioned Heron. His physical recovery had been surprisingly fast. Now he was feeling better. There had to be more he could offer them about this enemy. "You say you turned to other people?" Ramon asked him. "Yes," Heron spoke softly, as if revisiting his memories caused him pain. "I remember holding them down. Then it was like—" He shivered, grimacing with some internal struggle. "Like Azenakai entered their minds through mine." Ramon considered this. "Here is my theory. Those like Heron, who Azenakai turned himself, have the power to turn others. Those Heron turned do not." "Makes sense," Heron agreed. "Which raises another question," Ramon continued. "Why the need to create this middle class of the turned? Azenakai has intervened in conflicts, often decisively.
then disappears again. Why, after killing Cohen, did he not continue to subjugate the Empire? Why, in all this time, has he not led an all-out attack on Magnia in person?
He has a weakness, Song suggested, following Ramon's question to its logical conclusion. When he uses his magic, it weakens him, just like us.
Perhaps so, Ramon replied.
Then think also of the gods we know of, Jesper said, joining in. Madria and Dis. Both influenced events by residing inside their followers. Dis had Erkendrix, then Siavash. Madria had Alana, then Belwyn. Zenekai lives inside the body of a Lipper.
Yes, said Ramon. He is confined in a vessel much weaker than himself, and the power he wields is so great. Do you remember? The very air hummed with magic, like a river floods when it bursts its banks. This body he inhabits must need to recover afterwards.
And now is the time to strike, Heron said. We find him while he is weakened, and finish him.
If only it were so simple, Ramon said. He will protect himself with his slaves, and even if we get to him, killing a god is harder than striking him down with a sword.
What if it isn't? Heron demanded. What if you're overcomplicating it, and we can end this right now?
What if I'm not, said Ramon, and they get us all killed? Then who's left to stop him?
A blade through the heart is enough to stop anyone, Heron mumbled.
But he didn't sound convinced by his own words, never mind persuading anyone else. Magnia met the land of the Lippers on an isthmus. A chain of ancient-looking stone forts crossed the neck of land at its narrowest point, and this was where Edgar's southern army was garrisoned.
These were Lipper forts, the king explained to them as they approached one.
He named it the Red Fort. It sat at the end of the road that had taken them south, close to the eastern shore of the isthmus. The red sandstone walls towered above them. The stone had been worked into a large but simply designed square-shaped fort.
The Lippers built them to stop the advance of my Magnian ancestors. They worked very well. Our histories suggest the Magnians soon accepted them as our southern border. Perhaps, he added, waving one hand at the arid landscape, because of the infertile land hereabout, the Magnians later relinquished the entire region to the Lippers. When the attacks began, I counterattacked, pushing the Lippers back into their territory. We took every single fort, from Lantinen to Itainen. It seemed they hadn't anticipated such a move. Half of the forts lay completely empty. Anyway, ever since we have held this ground and kept them out. Never less than 5,000 soldiers are stationed here throughout the year. Stonemasons and other craftsmen live here too. A constant stream of supplies must be maintained to keep them all here. It's been no easy undertaking. Edgar paused, looking like he would say more, then thought better of it. Come, there are few comforts here, but there is a warm fire and plenty to eat. Although army life was no longer a novelty for Sunk, he could still find the excitement amongst the hardship. Ramon, Jesper, Heron, and himself were allocated a space on the hard floor of the main hall, rolling their cloaks up to serve as seats. Rations were served, hard bread with a one pot that seemed to be a mush of every ingredient they had in their stores.
Different,
Jesper commented, spooning the food into his mouth with his fingers. He gave some to Rab, who went begging from one person to the next.
May not compare so well with the cuisine of Valene, Heron said, but it's better than living off bugs and whatever else I've had for the last 10 years.
Bugs? Jesper asked.
I have one very specific, very vivid memory.
And if you think I'm sharing any of this, he said to Rab, who'd come to try his luck, you've got another thing coming. Rab seemed to understand and came over to gaze at Sonk's dinner, licking his lips. Afterwards, they were all invited to a meeting with the king in his chambers. His bodyguard, Bricktwin, stood impassively by the door.
The only other person present was Edgar's steward, Wilchard. He looked a similar age to Edgar, with the same blonde colouring as most Magnians, and they spoke to one another as friends.
"They've been testing the defences of all our forts,"
Wilchard explained for their benefit, no doubt having shared all his news with Edgar privately.
"In greater numbers than we've seen for months. There are small numbers of Caladri with the Lippers. I've also had a report from our westernmost fort on the Atanan. They claim a Caladri led an attack, and that she used magic."
"Is that possible?" Edgar asked Ramon. "I have feared for some time that it is. Zenekai's invasion of the Sea Caladri may have given him access to turned magic users."
"That's all we need,"
the king chewed on his lower lip, thinking.
"The easy option would be to hunker down here, but the invasion of Cordance has changed things. Our eastern border is vulnerable. Why would they attack here and not there?"
"Any general who knew what they were doing would attack from both points," Heron commented. "It stretches your forces out." "The invasion of Cordance was carried out in surprise, with massive force," Ramon added. "They know what they're doing."
"Then there are the Caladri," Edgar said. "More precisely, their fleet. Our entire south coast is vulnerable."
He sighed, coming to a decision.
"Wilchard, I'll take over here. I'll send you with a company of our best to the east. Hold off any probing forces. But if they cross in massive numbers, you'll have to retreat here."
"Understood," Wilchard said.
"I'll not risk a defeat."
The steward looked at Ramon, his eyes glancing at Sonk and back again.
"And long term? The king told me what this Zenekai did in the Empire. We can only hold them off for so long."
"I wish I could say there was a clear route to victory," Ramon said. "As Zenekai turned aside the army of the Empire as if it was nothing." The sorcerer put a hand to his chin. "I have one idea."
"Then you'd better think about putting it into practice," the steward suggested, "before it's too late."
The Magnians were busy over the next few days. Wilchard gathered his force and marched out for the border with Cordance. King Edgar left to tour the chain of forts that defended his kingdom. He planned to visit each one and encourage the warriors to hold fast. Sonk and his friends remained in the Red Fort. For 2 days there was no sign of the enemy. It was during the night of the 3rd day that Sonk heard the warning cries, quickly followed by the blast of horns. Sonk and his friends slept close to one another, so it was that when he staggered to his feet, shaking off the sluggishness of sleep, Ramon, Jesper, and Heron did the same. They moved as one, heading for the battlements of the fort. The walkways were busy with soldiers. They seemed well drilled, taking up positions next to bins full of rocks, while archers stood by braziers. As he passed one group, Sonk could see they were busy coating their arrows in pitch. A rush of excitement passed through him. Despite the danger, Sonk had always imagined being on the walls of a besieged fortress, fending off an enemy attack. He recalled the tales of the great siege of Burkhard Castle in the Empire. At least this enemy had no dragon to render the walls useless. Sonk and his friends found a space for themselves and stood in a row, peering down into the darkness. Jesper and Heron strung bows and muttered to one another about range and the direction of the wind. The area around the fort was flattened, but still Sonk could see nothing. Then the archers fired. Many arrows hit their target, great bundles of combustible material positioned 30 feet from the walls that the darkness had hidden until now. Several soon roared into life, and their flickering light revealed the enemy. There were not so many, and while they had brought siege equipment, it was basic stuff. Wheeled wooden walls to hide behind, wooden ladders tall enough to reach the battlements. They were all lippers, from what Sonk could make out. He studied one of them, only lightly armored, holding one side of a ladder. He had the same dead eyes as Heron once had. The commander of the garrison ordered his archers to fire, and the lippers came under a hail of arrows. Jesper and Heron joined in. Sonk looked across to Ramon, who shook his head. No need to alert the enemy to our presence, he said.
Got one,
Heron cried with enthusiasm. Sonk looked at the man's eager smile. The fact that a few weeks ago he would have been on the same side as the enemy didn't seem to bother him in the slightest. The Lippers retreated into the night, dragging some of their equipment with them, leaving the rest behind. The defenders waited. After a while, with no sign of a return, the commander barked out orders. The night watch would remain on duty, but everyone else was told to stand down. Sonk and his friends returned to their spot in the hall. The space was alive with conversation. Few attempted to get back to sleep, with so much energy swirling through their bodies. "What did you make of that?" Ramon asked Heron.
Possibly a probe of our defenses,
the Magnian answered.
Or? They've drawn our forces down to the border. Now they'll keep us pinned here with attacks such as this. Then they'll attack on our flanks. From the sea, as Edgar suggested. There are miles of coastland. It's impossible to defend it all.
They exchanged grim looks. Would Magnia fall, just like Cordon's? During the days, Sonk and Ramon would leave the fort, trekking out into the arid landscape. Sometimes Jesper or Heron would join them. They acted as lookouts in case the enemy should appear. Other times Rab did the job. The dog took his work seriously, finding a high spot from which he silently scanned the surrounding terrain. First, Ramon would locate the other world he had found. Sonk had no idea how he did this, but he lent his teacher his power. They clasped hands, and Ramon would close his eyes, concentrating until he had done it. Then, his eyes still closed, he would search. The more they did it, the faster Ramon found the world. Then he began to get to the same location within the world more regularly, exploring the landscape. "We have to go to a safe location," he explained to Sonk. "Somewhere remote, where no people might see. But not so remote that you'd have trouble negotiating the terrain or be threatened by wild beasts. Only when I have pinpointed the place and can get to it quickly can we risk going ahead." "How did you find this world?" Sonk asked. The whole thing sounded bizarre, even to his ears. He wondered what people without magic would make of it. "It's hard to describe. The idea came first, then I searched. I suppose you could call them visions, since I'm not actually there. But it's a place we can get to, I'm sure of it." After this, Ramon taught Sonk teleportation. "You've already done it," he explained. "You've moved objects, like stones and arrows. Teleportation is simply moving a person, yourself or someone else, to another location." This made sense, but it was strange. When it came to it, Sonk came against a barrier. Something about it didn't come naturally. It was the first time magic hadn't come easily to him. Perhaps it was the stress of their situation, but Sonk struggled to find any success. He moved Ramon from one location to another within his field of view. He moved Rab up and down. The dog simply went floppy, while keeping a straight face. Sonk wondered what he thought was happening. But Sonk couldn't move himself at all, and the thought of teleporting someone to a location he couldn't see just seemed impossible. "Don't force it," Ramon advised. "It will come of its own accord." But if there was one thing they knew, it was that they didn't have time to waste. When they returned to the fort, it was to find there were new arrivals. Queen Elfled had come with a small band of warriors, led by her fierce-looking bodyguard, Morlin.
"She's come to speak to you, Sonk,"
Jesper told him. Sonk found her standing in the fort's hall with Morlin by her side. She was still in her riding outfit. She looked out of place amongst the grime and stink, but she smiled pleasantly when she saw Sonk arrive. There was a touch of sadness to it, making him wonder why she had come to see him. "May I speak with you in private, Sonk?" she asked. "Of course." Morlin led them up to the royal chamber. It was a short walk, but long enough for Sonk to experience a growing feeling of dread. Morlin waited outside the room. "Sit," Elfled said, gesturing to her husband's bed.
She sat next to him. "I am sorry to bring you sad news, Sonk. We received a messenger from Velen. Your father has died."
Sonk stared at her. He hadn't been expecting that. Maybe he should have. His father's injuries had been severe after all, but he was not old, and Sonk had simply thought him too tough to die.
"He collapsed at dinner and didn't recover," Elfled said into the silence. "He passed away the next day. I'm sorry for your loss." "Thanks for coming to tell me," Sonk said, unsure what else to say. "I know you are here to help us," Elfled said, "and things are getting serious. But no one would begrudge you returning to Velen to be with your family."
Sonk nodded. He heard the words, but was struggling to process them.
"There are other news," Elfled added. "Apparently your sister married a few days before your father died."
"What? Louise?"
"To Duke Aubrey of Famians, so I've been told."
Louise had married the Duke of Famine? Part of him refused to believe it, but another part knew it to be true. At Arbiost, Louise had told him she expected their father would soon see her married. And of course, he'd have chosen Aubrey, putting politics and the realm before the happiness of his children.
"Sonk?"
Elfled said, looking at him with concern.
"Do you need to talk about it?"
He focused on the Queen, aware he had been silent, deep in his own thoughts.
"I think I need some time alone," he said, getting to his feet. "Of course. Morlin," she called.
The bodyguard opened the door and Sonk returned to the hall. Walking felt strange, and he knew he must be in shock. Jesper and Ramon were waiting for him in the hall.
"Everything all right?"
asked the forester. Jesper didn't know, and as much as Sonk just wanted to leave, he had a right to.
"It's my father. He's dead,"
Sonk told them what Elfled had said.
"I'm sorry, Sonk,"
Jesper said.
"Do you want some company?"
"No. I need to be alone for a while. I'm going for a walk."
Jesper looked uneasy.
"It's dangerous out there."
"He can handle himself," Ramon said. Jesper nodded.
"I know."
Sonk gave them a small smile and left. Rab followed him, not understanding his desire to be by himself. But Rab didn't really count, and Sonk allowed him to accompany him out of the fort. They walked. Sonk struggled to understand how he felt about the loss of his father. He'd never known his mother, and his father had been there all his life. Yet, in a weird way, he still felt his mother's loss more. His father had protected him, but he'd never loved him, and Sonk didn't think his death hurt the way it was supposed to. He thought instead of his siblings. Esterel would be made king. Sonk had always thought he would make a good king. Pierre would become even more influential in the kingdom. And then there was Louise. He couldn't really imagine how she felt. If Bastien had died only a little sooner, maybe she wouldn't be married to Aubrey. Because he couldn't imagine Esterel would have made such a match. But it was done now. He shook his head. Queen Elfled had said no one would begrudge him if he returned home. But did his siblings need him? Not really. He'd had his uses when there was the war to win. But now? He knew most people at court hadn't trusted him, disliked and feared him even.
"I'd always be an outsider in Velen."
But if his siblings wanted him to return, maybe he should.
"Did they even try to invite me to Louise's wedding?"
He suddenly wondered. Perhaps that was unfair. For Louise to be married already, it must have all happened very quickly.
"Do you want to return, Sonk?"
he asked himself. All things being equal, he would want to be at his father's funeral, if there was still time. But Magnia was under immediate threat. The whole of Dalria was. He sighed.
"The truth is, I belong here, with strange people like Ramon and Heron."
His magic hadn't been a choice, but it was something he was coming to accept. It brought responsibilities with it. He wouldn't hide from them. He thought of the wizards from the stories Jesper told him. Pentas, with red eyes like his. Gustav the Hawk. Soren, the twin of Belwyn. Belwyn herself, he supposed. They hadn't lived easy lives. They'd all sacrificed themselves in the effort to win the war against the Isherites. I'm one of them, and my place is here, Sonk decided. He didn't resent it anymore. Didn't especially like it either. It's just who I am, he explained to Rab, ruffling the dog's head. Rab seemed to understand the gravity of the moment and refrained from licking him. Edgar arrived that night. He strode into the hall, clearly furious that Elfled had travelled into danger. "What's she doing here?" he demanded of Morlin. "Sorry, Your Majesty," said the bodyguard. "The Queen was insistent. And I insisted that you not allow her to come." "Clearly Morlin does what I tell him," Elfled said. "This is no laughing matter, Elfled." "I know, but I had to come and tell Sonk his news." "No, you didn't." Sonk felt embarrassed to be at the center of the quarrel. He understood Edgar's anxiety. He was also grateful and surprised that Elfled had felt the need to travel here to deliver his news personally. He couldn't remember whether he'd even thanked her. "Yes, I did. Sometimes there are things one must do, Edgar." Edgar fumed. "You're leaving now." "It's pitch black. I'll leave first thing tomorrow," Elfled said, trying to be conciliatory. Edgar looked around the room, finding Ramon. "There was an assault on the fort west of here today, full scale. We arrived just in time. I saw the Caladri witch." His face looked grave at the recollection. "I fear things are coming to a head." Everyone in the hall woke early to cries of alarm. Sonk stumbled around, half asleep. He put on his belt and scabbard, cloak and shoes, then followed his friends to the steps that led to the battlements. No one was surprised there was another assault, and the soldiers moved calmly. Dawn had not long broken, and night mist still clutched at the land. When Sonk reached the walkway, he discovered the attention of the soldiers was not directed south, toward the lands of the Lippers, but east to the sea. As if they all realized at once, Sonk, Ramon, Jesper, and Heron rushed to the eastern battlements. They squeezed through the throng to get a look. The mist extended out to sea, and it was not possible to see far, but they could see enough. Slim Caladri warships knifed silently through the waves, heading for the south coast of Magnia. They moved in and out of the mist like ghosts. Jesper pointed out a larger, flat-bottomed trader, but no one needed telling the Caladri weren't coming to trade. It would be rammed full of soldiers. King Edgar's voice pulled Sonk away from the sight. He was demanding to meet his commanders, and Sonk knew that included their group. Down in the hall, they stood in a circle. The royal couple, the king's lieutenants, and Sonk and his friends. Edgar had fear in his eyes. Everyone knew it was for the queen. Sonk glanced at Elfled, who looked contrite that she had added to her husband's burdens. "Morlin is taking Elfled north now. They won't stop until they reach Bidcote. Bricktwin," he said, gesturing at his bodyguard, "will be going with them." Bricktwin opened his mouth as if to protest, but Edgar raised a hand, and the bodyguard kept quiet. "Everyone else will stay here. These forts must hold. Those bastards won't venture into the heart of the kingdom with us still at their backs. At the least, we'll buy time for our people to flee north. But we can't expect to defeat this menace alone. We need help. The Empire is leaderless and tamed. Shivern is our only hope. The new king, Esterel to be precise." His eyes moved to Sonk, then Ramon, a mute appeal in them. "Elfled will have her hands full directing our people," he added. Did the king want Sonk to return to Velen? Perhaps Ramon could teleport him there, but wouldn't his magic be needed here to defend the forts? He looked at Ramon for guidance. Ramon was thinking, looking from one face to another. Finally, he spoke. "Jesper, it must be you. Esterel trusts you, and you can explain the severity of the situation. Sonk and I can't be spared or separated right now." Jesper looked pained. His instinct, Sonk knew, was to stay with him. He'd always been there for him, even if it was often unobtrusive in the background. Even if, in recent years, Sonk could protect himself. The forester nodded his acquiescence. "You're right, Raymond. I feel a shame in leaving now, but it seems I am the obvious choice for the task." "There is no shame attached to any of you," Edgar told the group of 4. "But you must go now. Those ships will soon make landfall and cut off any route out of here."
"Wait," Song said. "Let me write a quick note to my brothers."
"Be quick about it," Edgar told him. He looked at Brictwin. "Saddle up the 6 fastest horses and get going." He turned to Elfled. When Song saw tears coming to the eyes of the king, he turned away, keen to give the couple a shred of privacy. Ramon helped him to find parchment, ink, and quill. Song scribbled down a few words, too rushed to do more. Esterel would understand. He made his way to the yard at the north side of the fort, where Jesper waited. He gave his friend the note, and they embraced. "Look after yourself," Jesper told him. "You're too important to get yourself killed."
"I will,"
Sonk promised. Brictwin and Morlin arrived with the 6 horses, 4 for riding and 2 spares. Jesper and Elfled wasted no time in mounting up, and the horses loped away, taking the road that would carry them north. None looked back, not even Elfled. She had said her last words to her husband, and they each had their tasks to fulfill. "Torek, protect her," Sonk heard the king mutter. Chapter 27. Payere. Valenne, Kingdom of Javerne, 675.
"You need to speak,"
Louise told Payere. Aubrey nodded his agreement. They were in his sister and brother-in-law's rooms in the bastion. Payere felt a little sorry for them. They had spent a couple of days in Famiens before returning to Valenne for the royal funeral. They had stayed ever since, for there was a coronation to plan. Louise had become the key organizer for the event, her rooms a center of strategic planning where the great and the good mixed with entertainers, clergy, royal officials, chefs, and countless others who would play a role in the day. For, if Louise's marriage had seemed grand, it would be dwarfed in scale by Esterel's coronation. Their father's funeral had been a muted, somber affair. Payere couldn't help thinking it was preferable to the extravaganza Louise was planning. He caught himself. "No, I will not turn into my father." "All right, I will speak," he conceded.
"Good," said Louise. "Because Valenne still needs to get to know you, Payere. The people must understand your role in things. You are the loyal younger brother. That's what they want. And at the coronation, you must be one of the leading actors. Otherwise, Esterel's friends will claim the limelight."
"Huh," Payere grunted. That was accurate. Florent had returned from his short-lived stewardship of Morbagne. He, Sasha, and Miles of Corbonnet were constantly in Esterel's company these days, eating, drinking, sleeping together. Payere wouldn't be surprised if the 3 of them stood around while Esterel took a crap. He smiled to himself. They'd probably congratulate him on how sweet it smelt. He realized Louise was looking at him with a raised eyebrow while he smiled to himself like a simpleton.
"I was just picturing... Never mind. I will write down some ideas for the speech," she said, as if talking to a child. "Maybe do a draft for you to look at?"
Ordinarily, Payere would have taken offense, but he was perceptive enough to realize that Louise needed all the work she was taking on. It kept her from dwelling on their father's death, and it gave her something to speak about with Aubrey. Or, Payere considered, maybe it was more than that. It allowed her to demonstrate to Aubrey who she was, an able, intelligent woman. For his part, Payere had noted, Aubrey seemed completely smitten with his new wife. Payere was warming a little to the Duke of Famine. Payere decided to be gracious and allow his sister to draft his speech. He could always add in a few jests and personal anecdotes to her version. Saying his farewells, he left them to it, aware their time alone would soon be interrupted by someone else. Outside the door, Ciela stood guard.
"Is it really necessary to have you posted out here?"
he asked her.
"It's not for your sister's protection, Your Highness," the Barisian answered. "The Duke isn't well liked in Verlaine, on account of his rebellion leading to the deaths of a few thousand people."
"And some important ones at that,"
Payere said to himself. Sasha of Corian's father, for one. He'd never really liked Corian that well. Now, with his best friend about to become king, he was becoming insufferable. As if he owned the place.
"I must stop that from happening, and not just for my own petty reasons."
Payere left Ciela to it and went to find his brother. Finding Esterel's rooms empty, he tried Sasha's. Sure enough, there was the sound of laughter from inside. Entering, it was no surprise to find Esterel and his 3 companions, cups of wine in hand. Sasha's sister was there too, along with some other ladies of the court. They too were drinking.
"Payere!" Esterel cried. "Come and join us." "No point standing to attention like a fuddy-duddy,"
Payere told himself. He grabbed a cup and turned to the nearest barrel.
"That one's empty," Florence said. "Try that one over there."
Payere managed to get himself a cup of wine and a seat, observing as he did so how many empty barrels there were. He could understand his brother's desire to party. In a few days' time he would be king, with all the responsibilities that went with it. It must feel like he only had a few days of freedom left.
"We were just discussing what I should do with Javerne once I'm king," Esterel said, his voice unreasonably loud. "Miles, tell him what your plan was." "Esterel should build a new palace," the Lord of Corbonnet said, turning to Payere. "There should be a bathhouse, like they have in Passala, where only the prettiest maids may work." "And handsome young men, too?" Sasha's sister demanded. "Hush your tongue, Coletta," Miles demanded. "This is my fantasy, not yours. As well as the usual baths, there will be one filled daily with wine."
Payere considered this.
"You would drink the wine in which everyone is swimming?"
"But think how easy it would make life," Miles countered.
"Payere makes a point," Esterel admitted. "I would have to establish rules. You must get completely clean first, before entering the wine pool. And no pissing in it," Sasha added.
One of the ladies giggled, hiccuped, then sprayed wine from her nose with a cry of alarm. Payere stared in astonishment, while Esterel and his friends rolled about laughing.
"Ignore these fools, Izzy,"
Sasha's sister said. She helped her stand and led the ladies from the room, while Esterel cried with laughter.
"Oh, God, I think that was the funniest thing I have ever seen."
Esterel got out, clutching his chest in pain. The gesture reminded Payere so much of their father's collapse that it killed the humor of the moment. Although Esterel didn't notice, Payere wasn't the only one who did.
"I suppose I had better go after them and check the lady is all right," Sasha said. "Otherwise, I'll get an earful from Coletta later."
This was Payere's moment.
"I had actually come to speak with you, Esterel, if you are also leaving." "I suppose so," Esterel said, confused by the sudden end to the party.
Miles sighed, getting to his feet.
"I guess my wine bath idea is dead in the water after this." "Not to worry," Florence said, patting him on the back. "I will fill your bath with wine, and you can splash around in that for a bit. How does that sound?" "Bloody amazing!"
Payere walked with Esterel.
"A nap before dinner is called for,"
Esterel said. He looked sideways at Payere.
"You disapprove of the drinking, don't you?" "No, not really. I was thinking I would be doing exactly the same. You might be a little surprised by the matter I wanted to raise with you."
"Oh, yes?" Esterel said.
"Tell you what, let's go outside. Fresh air might do the trick." "Remember when you showed me the bastion when I first arrived?"
Payere asked him.
"I do. Let's take another tour, for old time's sake."
They exited the gatehouse, guards saluting them as they went. They began their walk around the walls of the fortress, the star-shaped projections creating sharp turns at regular intervals.
"It's about marriage," Pierre began. "You'll be king soon, and you can do what you want. Who knows what father would have wanted? I fear you may sleepwalk into marrying Sasha's sister when there are better options."
"Coletta, Pierre? I've told you her name several times now."
"Sorry, Coletta."
"And who are these better options?"
"I would argue for Liesl of Brisingia."
Esterel looked at him askance.
"Remember that odd Kellish delegation who came to Arbiost? Nothing more was heard of that, and now you raise it again? Why Liesl? It was her brother who gave you that scar, after all. Not sure I want him for a brother-in-law. The Duke of Famine is bad enough."
Pierre had gone over how to make the case to Esterel, explaining that he and Walter wanted to rescue her from Essenberg wasn't an argument, even if that's where the impetus came from.
"She's beautiful and intelligent. She would make a great queen. And, of course, she is as well born as they come. She brings you status. She would be a fitting match for you."
"But Coletta is beautiful and intelligent, and I already know her. We get on. Most of the time. Why risk a match with someone I've never met?"
"But I've met her, and I'm telling you."
"What do you have against Coletta, Pierre? Is it Sasha's influence? Because it wouldn't mean Sasha had any more power or anything like that."
"It's not Coletta, Esterel. Please believe me. I don't know her. I'm sure she's lovely. I'm arguing for Liesl, not against anyone. This is a big decision to make, and I don't want to sound like father. Truly, I don't. But you are choosing the Queen of Giverny, as well as your wife."
Esterel blew out a long breath.
"I'll think about it," he said. "I know it's a big decision, and I know you mean well."
"Thank you,"
said Pierre.
"That's all I can ask."
"I can ask," he told himself,
"but I needed to convince, and I haven't done that."
The day of the coronation came, and as Pierre wandered around the bastion, down to breakfast, everyone wore a smile. He dropped into a chair next to Humbert. Opposite them, Lois and Aubrey were partway through their meal. With a day of excitement ahead of them, there was a simple pleasure in sitting with his sister and talking quietly before the whirlwind began.
"I hadn't quite realized until today just how well loved Esterel is,"
Lois admitted to him.
"It seems there isn't a single person who dislikes him."
Pierre glanced at Aubrey and back to Lois. He found it an odd thing to say, since her husband had fought to destroy their family. But perhaps that was how the pair dealt with their recent past, by pretending it hadn't happened.
"When I walk about the city these days," he said to her, "the thing I notice most is how much hope there is. After the dour reign of Nicholas and the divided reign of our father, people expect a golden age under Esterel. It's a powerful thing he has in his hands, but powerful things can be dangerous."
"Then it's up to us to support him," Lois said. Aubrey nodded his agreement. Pierre wondered at the man's transformation. Sonk was the one with magic, but his sister seemed to have weaved a remarkable spell on their former enemy. He thought of Liesl. She was never far from his thoughts. It made him believe the Duke of Famine's transformation might be real.
"Nice day for it,"
Humbert commented as the procession left the gates of the bastion.
"Of course, the sun comes out for Esterel,"
Pierre said. It was just as well, though. Lois had convinced Esterel that his coronation should be a celebration for all the citizens of Valene, and whoever else had travelled to the city. The cathedral wasn't big enough for such an event, so instead a huge outdoor platform had been built for the occasion. It was located in the open space to the northwest of the city, opposite the bastion. Lois had persuaded the Bishop of Valene to conduct the service there. The nobility of Giverny were guaranteed the best seats, but there was plenty of room for everyone else to witness the event. As they approached, it looked like the entire city had already congregated there. Those with an eye for money-making had set up for the day. Food sellers, entertainers, and many shopkeepers had simply taken their wares to this new location. The soldiers at the front of the procession had to do a bit of good-humored work to get the crowd to part and allow the notables up to the stage. Pierre was shown to his seat at the top table, where he sat with the likes of Louis, Aubrey, the Duke of Martras, and the great officials of state, Lords Russell and Cassian. He thought it notable that not a single foreign dignitary attended the coronation. Of course, those to the south couldn't come. Even so, Javerne seemed isolated. That was something Esterel should look to change. Once everyone was in their proper place, the ceremony began. Esterel took to the stage with the Bishop of Valenne. The officials shouted for the crowd to quieten, with mixed results. Many of the people now congregated about the stage and watched in silence. On the outskirts, however, citizens continued their conversations. They drank and laughed, children played, sellers hawked their goods. Some in the crowd turned to shout at the offenders, which only added to the noise. Pierre saw heads turning to Louis, who looked mortified. What had seemed a great idea was turning into farce. "Not to worry," Esterel shouted so the people closest to the stage could hear him. "Not everyone need hear every word." The bishop did his best, delivering the list of duties expected of a monarch. When he was done, Esterel responded, agreeing to serve the kingdom and its people, to rule with justice. But the end of his speech differed from Bastien's. Pierre remembered his father's final words, a promise to bring peace to the land. That, indeed, had been his overriding concern. "I will bring glory and honor to Javerne," Esterel cried. Pierre couldn't help smiling at the idea. It was so typical of his brother. Many of those present, especially of the younger generation, cheered loudly at these words. Pierre found himself grinning and joining in with the shouts. Miles of Corbenay stood from his seat, raising his hands aloft, and many others copied him. Esterel tried to continue. Pierre heard him say something about a great nation, but the cheering had now spread out to the rest of the people who had gathered for the occasion. Pierre was sure most of them had no idea of the words they cheered. They simply understood that now was the moment they had come to witness. Esterel gestured to the bishop that he was ready, and the man went to grab the crown, holding it aloft. Esterel had to bend his long legs to allow the prelate to get it on his head. Then it was pure theatre. Esterel paraded about the stage, lifting the crown up above his head, as if it were a prize he had won in a military contest. The crowd went ecstatic, the noise deafening. Like a fool, the new king pranced about from one end of the stage to the next, a stupid grin on his face, soaking up the admiration. Only Esterel could get away with it. The thing was, Pierre couldn't help the same stupid grin appearing on his own face. When he looked around, he saw that only a few guests could resist. Louise appeared at his side. She looked a little happier, Esterel having solved the problem of acoustics. "There's no point even trying to do your speech," she told him. "Just go up on the stage with him." Pierre felt a weight of pressure he hadn't even known he had suddenly lift. Esterel had his own look of relief when he saw Pierre approach, perhaps having exhausted his antics on the stage. He took Pierre's hand and they raised their arms in the air, a show of solidarity between brothers. Wild applause and more shouting greeted the gesture. It hit like a wave, and Pierre laughed with joy at the reception. Adulation, he decided, would be easy to get used to. Aubrey and Domar of Martras came next. The four of them waved at the throng. The crowd was more subdued at this. Pierre heard some boos. That was to be expected. But the show of unity from the highest-ranking men in the realm wasn't the worst way to begin his brother's reign. After this, the official part of the proceedings was over. Pierre, having avoided his speech, was now free to relax. He found Humbert, and they set off to peruse the beverages on sale. The first seller was keen to get his batch into their hands, giving them free mugs of dark brown ale.
I could get used to this,
Pierre admitted to Humbert, taking a glug of foamy goodness. Why do the richest get free drinks? Humbert wondered. Shouldn't it be the other way around?
Because, said Pierre, a good word from me and many will visit his establishment.
He watched his brother circulate amongst his new subjects. Behind him, a bevy of soldiers carried a chest, from which the king handed each citizen a freshly minted silver penny. The new coinage had Esterel's name and image on one side. They had been made by melting down the coins of their father.
How quickly, Pierre thought, the brief reign of King Bastien was consigned to history.
But when he thought on it more, this was the day his father had been striving for all along. A peaceful succession, their family secure, the potential, at least, for a long and prosperous reign. Pierre looked up to the heavens in acknowledgement of what his father had achieved.
Perhaps history will overlook you, father, an unsung king, but I will remember the lessons you gave me.
The party in the bastion lasted the night. Like many others, Pierre saw little the day afterwards. The next day, however, he was called for a meeting with the new king. He arrived at the council room, where Esterel seemed to have taken residence at one end of the table. It was not a council meeting, however. They were the only two in the room.
Accounts?
Pierre asked, gesturing at the books and parchment laid out next to his brother.
Yes, I felt the need to understand how everything works, Esterel said, looking rueful. Well, now the party's over, it's time to get to work.
Exactly, Esterel said. He looked serious, and so Pierre took a seat, waiting for him to start.
Pierre, I would offer you the Duchy of Morbagne. Oh, thank you, Your Majesty. You surely aren't surprised. And just call me Esterel when we are together, please.
Morbagne was the greatest dominion in the kingdom by far. Such a gift instantly made Pierre second only to Esterel in wealth and power.
Well, yes, I am a little. There are no rules that it should stay in our family.
There aren't, but it should. I take it you accept?
Of course. I would be honored to serve Morbagne.
Excellent, said Esterel. My first appointment, and probably the easiest. You will need to go to Morbagne and meet with the key figures there, just like I did. But otherwise, I'm not expecting you to stay there. I hope you can still serve the realm on the council. It was a lot to think about. Being Duke of Morbagne but absent from the duchy seemed wrong somehow. Esterel had done it, but everyone knew he wouldn't be Duke forever. Still, it was his king asking him.
I will do whatever you want, Esterel.
Good. I need you here. I know I have my friends, and they are full of themselves. I need other voices in council for balance. Speaking of which, Esterel gave a pained expression, I've decided to make Sasha royal steward. It's nothing against Lord Russell. It's just that Sasha knows me, and I'm more comfortable with him.
Pierre shrugged. It's your decision. I'm sure Russell will understand. He was father's confidant, not yours.
I'm sure you're right, but he's a good man. I just wondered if you might help me soften the blow. I was thinking, if you are going to be absent from Morbagne much of the time, would Lord Russell make a good steward for you? It's your decision, of course. Pierre thought about it. Lord Russell was experienced. He trusted him and would no doubt learn a thing or two as well.
It makes sense to me. Russell and Humbert can accompany me south on my visit. It will give us a chance to see if the relationship works.
Esterel looked relieved. I'm pleased. I will speak to him today.
Any other big changes I should know about?
Pierre asked. That's it, really. Casin stays as Lord Chancellor. No one else comes close to his legal acumen, though Florent has the brains for the post if he wishes to learn. Anyway, you'll need to make arrangements to travel. I thought I'd announce your appointment before dinner. There's been a lot of ceremony recently, but we need to mark it properly.
Yes,
Pierre said.
Of course.
He got to his feet. Esterel joined him, and they embraced before Pierre left him to it. It was only on the way to his rooms, his head full of his grand new title, that Liesel crossed his mind.
Damn, I've got nowhere with this marriage strategy, and I have tried.
Of course, he didn't want to see Liesel married to anyone else, even Esterel, but most important was making her safe.
I'll get you out of there, Liesel. Just hold on a little while longer.
Chapter 28. Liesel. Essenberg, Duchy of Kelland, 675. For the next few days, Liesel lived in a daze. Her mind kept returning to Idris's cell. It replayed the stilted conversation, focused on the red markings on his skin. Even worse, she couldn't stop herself from imagining how Idris had received his wounds, or Prince Gavin's final moments. Guilt hovered at her shoulder in her waking moments, and it disrupted her sleep. Then, Tegan came to court. The Atrabians had been informed of Gavin's death, and she had come with a small entourage to bring home his body. At first, Liesel kept her distance, not daring to speak to her. She heard second-hand how Tegan had made her request with dignity, containing the emotions which must have been there. Salvinus and Leopold both mocked her, but Liesel could sense the shame behind their words. Her brother acceded to Tegan's request. Liesel went to see Tegan in the evening. She'd been given one of the worst appointed suites in Essenberg Castle to stay in, and Liesel fumed at the insult.
You took your time,
Tegan said to her as they took a seat together in her bedroom, the rest of her companions giving them some privacy.
I've tried hard to convince people here that I'm no friend of Atrabia,
Liesel admitted. She looked at Tegan's expression.
Also, I feared speaking with you after what's happened. I hope,
Tegan said,
given that we're close friends, practically sisters, that you don't think I blame you for any of this.
Liesel felt a lump in her throat and waited to respond, knowing she would cry if she spoke too quickly.
I blame myself, so it was easy to assume you did too. I have done my best to persuade them that Idris may have his uses, whilst feigning that we are not too close. I pray it works. Oh, Idris,
Tegan said with a wave of her hand.
He always lands on his feet.
Liesel took her hand.
Not this time, Tegan.
Tegan politely but firmly withdrew her hand and returned Liesel's to her lap.
Liesel, I've lost my father. I cannot think about my brother except to assume he will end up all right.
I understand. Liesel felt obliged to change the subject.
Are you and your mother being treated well in Atrabia? Hamlin treats us with respect. The people would turn on him in a heartbeat if he did anything else, of course. Remember, this is Atrabia, not Kelland.
Liesel nodded.
I try to remember, though as each day passes here, I feel I'm losing all the goodness Atrabia gave me. One must be cold to survive here. I wish I had one friend I could trust a fraction as much as I trust you.
Tegan considered this.
Then after my father's funeral, I must return here and help you. I couldn't ask that. Your mother needs you. My mother is safe and has many friends. You need me more. How will we convince them to allow it? Convince Inga, I should say. We must come up with a plan now, Tegan decided. We don't have long.
Tegan and the Atrabians left early the next morning, with Prince Gavin's wooden casket on the back of their cart. Shortly afterwards, Liesel walked along a castle corridor towards Inga, as if by coincidence.
Darling Liesel,
Inga said, looking her up and down.
I heard you went to visit the Atrabian girl last night.
Liesel made a face and nodded.
She had something to ask me. She wants to come to Essenberg and be my court lady.
She said it as if she was not keen on the idea. Inga always seemed to favor the decisions that Liesel said she disliked. Inga pursed her lips.
She made the same request to me. You don't like the idea?
Don't trust her? I don't think it's to do with her brother or anything like that, Liesel said. She's always been very keen to find a good marriage, and she thinks she will succeed if she comes to court.
I see, said the witch. The girl has something about her to come here and fetch her father. I'm of a mind to allow it. Just like her brother, she may have her uses. Don't you think, Liesel? I suppose so, Liesel answered, sounding reluctant.
Inga allowed herself one of her sly smiles.
Then it's settled.
Meanwhile, the campaign to get Leopold the imperial title had been progressing well. All the dukes of Brisingia had agreed that Guslar should be the host city for the vote, scheduled for the end of summer. Leopold had been pleased with that, seeing it as a victory. He sent a diplomatic mission to Thess, its role to put out feelers to Duke Friedrich about a potential marriage with Liesel. She cringed every time she thought about it. What would Friedrich make of it? But Leopold and Inga believed she was trying to help Leopold become emperor, and in turn, they had forbidden Salvinus from going near her. He was rarely in Essenberg for long anyway, soon returning to Whitmar from where he governed Luderia with Liesel's mother. At other times, he was sent here and there, cajoling or threatening wherever he went, building an alliance behind Leopold. The diplomats came back with a cautiously warm response from Thess. Even if Friedrich didn't back Leopold, there might be a way for him to join the family and integrate with the new order. Then things took a turn for the worse. Spies came back with news of secret meetings between Walter and Friedrich. Victory looked less assured. "It's Walter," Leopold declared from his throne with a mix of anger and whining. He liked to sit there when he discussed the imperial vote. The chair seemed to give him confidence. Only Inga and Liesel were there to advise him, and he often acted like a spoiled child when solely in their company. "It's both of them," Inga said. "And the trouble is, Friedrich and Emmett will vote as a bloc. An alliance of 3 is dangerous." Liesel kept quiet. Inside, she was pleased to hear her uncle was moving against her brother. "These monsters can't be allowed to rule Brisingia." "You must kill him," Leopold decided. "You can't do that," Liesel exclaimed. Leopold struck the arm of the throne with his forearm. "Why, by the gods? It would end the deadlock for good. I would inherit Borussia and be the only logical choice for emperor." "The Borussians wouldn't accept the murder of their duke. You'd start a civil war." "They'd accept it, once I strung up a few dissenters. Most men are craven, Liesel," he said as if imparting some great wisdom. "They'll fall into line once it's clear who's in charge." "That would be the last resort," Inga said, putting a hand to her head. "Though I'm not ruling it out. Better if we can assure ourselves of getting to 4 votes. That means, firstly, ensuring Emlyn of Atrabia stays true. Salvinus regularly visits with him and doesn't waste a chance to remind him that what we did to Gavin, we can do to him. I doubt he'll switch allegiance. That just leaves Heremias." "Well, Heremias will elect me," Leopold said with confidence. Then he frowned, looking at Inga's response. "Won't he? He's my brother-in-law for Gerhold's sake." "I think he will," said Inga. "But it wouldn't harm to remind him of his loyalty to us." The witch looked at Liesel. "How your father and the Kellish saved Rotalagen from the Isherites. How Leopold gave him his sister in marriage. How he and Katrina have 2 beautiful children. How lost they would be if what happened to Gavin happened to their father." Liesel frowned. "You want me to go to Guslar and speak with Heremias?" "Yes," said the witch. "And threaten him?" "Don't be stupid, Liesel," Inga said. Inga rarely spoke with such hostility in her voice, and Liesel tensed, fearful she'd made a bad mistake. "You don't threaten him directly. You just make sure he knows what happened to Gavin here. What might happen to Gavin's son. You say how terrible Salvinus is, how powerful I am. You tell him what you saw in Thess, how close the Empire came to obliteration.
Heremias isn't the brightest man in Brisingia, but he knows all these things already. You remind him of these things to ensure he doesn't get ideas about discarding his alliance with us. Then you repeat it all to your sister. You're a clever girl when you put your mind to it, Liesel. I'm sure you are capable.
Of course I can do it, said Liesel, pretending to be offended. Liesel was given a guard of 3 men and 3 women. She knew their role was to prevent her from escaping as much as it was to protect her. Not that escape was her plan. The last thing she wanted was to inflict herself on anyone else. Every step of the journey from Essenberg to Guslar was taken on the Great Road, and it only required one night's stop. In the town of Herdorf, she stayed in a house owned by Leopold. From her bedroom window, she could see the hulking form of Burkhardt Castle, 2 giant cast rocks that loomed over the surrounding territory. It was where her father had staved off the hordes of Drobaks and their Isherite masters, until it was taken, prompting a hasty but successful retreat. She'd heard that no attempt had been made to restore the damaged fortress. Stone walls lay broken where they'd fallen, and the bridge that had once linked the 2 crags had not been replaced. No one had the will to see it done. She doubted that Leopold ever would. Her brother thought only of himself, not the realm. He even seemed disinterested in a Zenekai and the threat the creature posed. He'd welcomed the death of Cohen, not seeming to worry that if he took the imperial title, he might be next. She sighed, making herself look away. She felt lonely and couldn't wait to see her sister. By late afternoon the next day, their little party had made it to Guslar. The Rotalagan capital was a Persalian city by design, built to a plan, straight roads everywhere, leading to the central square. Here lay the ducal castle, a Brisingian stone monstrosity amid the elegance of its surroundings. Guslar was a distinctive, proud city, on the up since it had been deserted during the Isherite invasion. In pure size, though, Liesel could tell it held only a fraction of the population of Essenberg. Her brother-in-law's officials were quick to welcome her and get her settled in a pleasant guest room. After refreshing herself from the journey, she was taken down to the main hall.
Liesel,
cried Katrina. There was her sister, 2 little children in tow. The only thing that stopped Liesel from running over while screaming was that it might scare her niece and nephew. She walked sedately, like the daughter of an emperor was supposed to. After embracing her sister, both trying not to cry, she knelt down and took the hand of her niece.
I'm so pleased to meet you, Hilda. You look just like your mother.
The girl looked up at her mother doubtfully.
Say hello to your auntie, Hilda.
Hello, Auntie Liesel,
the girl said, and Liesel fell in love. She stood to get a peek at her nephew, wrapped in blankets and held tight in his mother's arms.
And Stefan looks like his father,
Liesel observed.
Yes,
Katrina agreed.
I've just got him to go to sleep, but you can hold him later.
They left the hall and walked through the gardens. After a while, Hilda held Liesel's hand, and she thought she was in heaven.
Your children are adorable, Katrina. I wondered when you would get a chance to see them. When I heard what happened, that you'd been taken back to Essenberg, I feared the worst. Yet, here you are. How did you manage that?
Liesel's mind returned her to the visit to Idris's cell, but her sister didn't need to know those details.
I've convinced Inga I'm a changed woman, loyal and trustworthy. It was actually her idea to send me here. She trusts you that much? Not really. I have guards with me. It's a gamble on her part, I suppose. She wants me to speak to you and Heremias. Oh, I see,
said Katrina, a nervous look coming to her face.
Still, a few guards couldn't stop us spiriting you away somewhere?
Liesel shrugged.
I don't know where to go that would be safe. For the people who took me in more so than myself, I'm in no immediate danger. But Idris would be if I betrayed Leopold a second time. Inga has agreed that my friend from Atrabia can come and stay with me. I'm all right. That's such a relief to hear. It gives us time. Uncle Walter has spoken to us about you. You know what he's like. He wants to get you away from them again, but with everything going on right now, I understand. And you? I need you to tell me everything I've missed. Honestly, apart from worrying about you, the last few years have been bliss. I have these 2 little ones now, and I know it sounds awful to say it, but when Heremias' mother passed away, it made my life so much happier.
Katrina, Liesel gasped, nodding at her niece. Hilda shouldn't hear such words.
I know, but she was an old hag, and the people here were so used to doing what she told them they didn't seem able to stop. At last, I feel like I am the Duchess of Rotelagen, not her. It's like a dark cloud over Guslar has gone. I've given Heremias and the people an heir, and, well, I feel loved and blessed. I'm so happy for you,
Liesel said.
Thank you. And really, the last thing I want is to see what I have here threatened.
It was an ominous statement. Liesel could understand her sister's point of view. She swallowed her response, rather than saying it out loud.
Good luck with that, sister.
In the evening, Liesel dined with Heremias and Katrina in their main hall. They were alone at the top table, their children elsewhere, occupied by their nursemaid.
So, Inga sent you?
Heremias asked.
She and Leopold have become worried about the election. They're convinced Uncle Walter has come to an agreement with Friedrich of Thess. If true, it means they need to make sure they have your vote.
Heremias and Katrina gave one another a long look. It's true, Heremias said at last. Walter has made contact. He says Borussia, Thess, and Gottbeck are ready to make me emperor. Liesel's jaw dropped. A plan to make Heremias emperor? She was quick to see her uncle's thinking, quick to admire it. Heremias might be reluctant to risk his alliance with Kelland, but an offer of the imperial title itself could persuade him like nothing else. And Heremias was infinitely preferable to Leopold.
And what have you said? She asked.
That I'd consider it.
You must say yes,
Liesel said.
Why must he? Katrina demanded. Why risk everything we have here and earn the wrath of Inga? Because Heremias would become emperor. You would be empress, Katrina. I don't care about that, her sister said.
She exchanged another look with Heremias.
And it's naive to think Inga would accept such an outcome. It's the lives of our children we would risk as well as our own.
Liesel frowned.
I don't think even Inga would take it out on your children. Stefan is Leopold's heir right now, Katrina said. I know Leopold. He would see him as a threat.
Katrina's words had more than a hint of paranoia to them. But Liesel knew she was right about one thing. Inga and Leopold weren't likely to shrug and accept the outcome if Heremias was elected. But there was more to this.
What's the alternative? Liesel asked her sister. Allow Leopold to become emperor? Bad enough in itself. But I was there in Thess, Katrina. I saw Zenekai and what he did. The Empire's facing a threat not so different from the one our father had to deal with. You think Leopold is the person to handle it? You want my husband to take a Zenekai on? Katrina asked. Besides, she added, sharing another look with Heremias, Father wasn't always the hero you make him out to be. I know, Liesel admitted. For a moment she was transported back to the chapel in Essenberg Castle, Inga whispering in her ear about her relationship with their father. Something else she would spare her sister. Or did the look she had shared with her husband mean Katrina already knew about it? But Brzezingia needs to do something. If Leopold is elected, it could be the end for all of us. Rotelagen will not be immune if the Empire disintegrates. Or it could all just blow over, Katrina said. We keep ourselves to ourselves and survive. What's the point in making enemies of these forces and drawing them down on us?
Liesel studied Heremias. She could tell he was in two minds. He was, more than anything else, a survivor. His father and brothers slain when he was a child, his duchy taken from him. He'd regained his birthright against the odds. Now he faced an unenviable choice. Whichever path he took might lead to his destruction. She pushed her food around her trencher. An unpleasant thought had come to her. What if all the choices and paths they had before them ended with the same result? She shook her head. Surely the gods could not be so cruel. Chapter 29. Song. Kingdom of Magnia, 675. King Edgar sent messengers to the other forts in the chain, warning them of the new threat from the north. The Caladri ships would have made landfall by now. Zenekai's enslaved warriors would be marching on Magnian soil. Time seemed to drag. It was excruciating, simply waiting for the enemy to arrive. But Edgar's strategy was defense, and he didn't have the numbers to confront the enemy out in the open. The day wore on, and there was no enemy to be seen. The king came to speak with them as the sun set. "What if they ignore us and march deeper into Magnia?" he asked Heron. Heron had commanded armies, and Edgar valued his opinion. Or, perhaps, Sonk realized he could talk to Heron as an equal, instead of having to have all the answers. Leadership looked like a lonely place. "The Caladri will have landed men on the south coast and secured the area," Heron suggested. "The Cordentines will have crossed into Magnia, with the goal of meeting up with the Caladri. I would place serious money on them coming here. Taking these forts will allow the Lippers to join with them, head north unimpeded, and bring supplies overland." Edgar nodded. "Maybe I should have marched north when we saw the ships, abandoned these forts." Heron shrugged. "Depends. You wanted to buy your kingdom some time, ask for aid. This is the best way to do it." "Yes," Edgar agreed. "That's what I wanted." The king wished them good night and left them to it. Sonk sat, pulling his cloak about him. He didn't feel like sleep. A fire burned at one end of the hall, but otherwise it was pitch black. Ramon and Heron were a presence nearby, even if he couldn't make them out in the darkness. He felt the absence of Jesper by his side. "I fear we must make provision for a worst-case scenario," came Ramon's voice to one side of Sonk. He said it quietly, not wanting the Magnians to overhear. "Go on," said Heron. He was in front of them, lying down. "I can teleport a few of us out of here should the fort fall to the enemy. There would be risks involved, and I would have to leave myself enough spare power to do it. If Zenekai comes, he could stop me. I have escaped him in the past, and he may have learned from it."
Zenekai might come?
Sonk asked. Their situation was terrifying enough without that thought. "He might," Heron said. "If you two frustrate his plans enough. There's no way I'm letting myself be captured again, by the way." "I can't let him capture me either," Ramon said. "He would use me against the nations of Dalria. But it's Sonk that matters the most. He's the one who has the potential to save us. By traveling to another world and finding a power that can match Zenekai. If Sonk is lost, we all are." There was a silence as Ramon's words sank in. Sonk found himself grateful for the darkness, so they could not see the fear in his eyes. "So, what are you saying?" Heron asked. "I'm saying we must be ready to leave. Ready to leave the people we fight with behind. That will not be easy." The night passed without incident. The first warriors to arrive came from neither north nor south, but from the west. Magnians bringing hard news for their king. The westernmost fort in the chain had been lost in a nighttime attack, led by the Caladri sorcerer. Sonk could feel the noose tightening on them, and he went up to the battlements. It felt better to look out across the terrain and watch for the enemy's approach than wait inside. He was one of the first to see the cavalry force coming down the coast road towards them. The warriors on duty shouted a warning, and soon King Edgar appeared, his lieutenants with him. "It's Welchard," someone cried. Indeed, Sonk could make out the royal steward. He rode with other Magnians, perhaps as many as 200, easily distinguished from the nations who served as Zenekai. "Thank Torek they escaped,"
Edgar said, some good humor entering his voice for the first time in days. Let's get the gate open for them. Wait, Song said, his eyes trained on Wilchard. He noticed the familiar dead eyes he had observed in Heron.
He's turned. They all are.
It's true, confirmed a warrior with eyesight as keen as Song's. Edgar looked from Song to Wilchard. No, it can't be. He looked at Song with a mute appeal in his eyes, as if it would change Song's mind. Song didn't know what to say and returned his gaze to Wilchard's Magnians. They stopped close to the gatehouse, looking up silently at the battlements. One of Edgar's lieutenants drew their attention to a second force on the road behind the cavalry. This was a much larger host arriving on foot. As they neared, Song could see it comprised both Cordentines and Caladri. They kept coming, hundreds becoming thousands. It was exactly as Heron had predicted. They had come to clear the forts. Ramon and Heron arrived on the scene. They looked out grimly at the new arrivals. Expect a force from the south, Heron said, gesturing to the other side of the fort. With reluctance, Edgar drew his gaze from his lost friend. Defend the walls, he ordered. Then he pointed at Song and his friends. I must speak with you. The king strode over to them. He looked around, assuring himself there were no eavesdroppers. I need you to rescue Wilchard, he said. Bring him back, like you did with Heron. Ramon gave the king a sharp look. That is near impossible. How can we capture him when he is surrounded by an army? With magic, of course, Edgar hissed. You would do it for someone you valued. Well, I need Wilchard. He is my most trusted advisor, and my best friend. Grief and anger played out on the king's face, threatening to overwhelm him. We will do what we can, Ramon said reluctantly. But getting ourselves killed in a half-baked rescue attempt will only make the situation more hopeless. Edgar closed his eyes, breathing deeply. When he opened them, a measure of control had returned. I know I already owe you much, Ramon. Just, if it's possible, please do it. I understand, Ramon said, placing a hand on the man's shoulder. But focus your mind on the people who still fight for you now. We have work to do. Heron was proved correct once more. The Lippers arrived from the south in numbers that equaled those to the north, led by the Caladri sorcerer. It was impossible to know whether the other forts still stood, or if the Red Fort was the last. It seemed the attackers to the north had been waiting for their allies, because now Wilchard raised a hand, and the Cordentines and Caladri moved closer, surrounding the fort on all sides. Some carried long wooden ladders, which they readied for the assault. Look here, Heron called from the gatehouse wall. Song and Ramon joined him. The Lippers had ladders as well, but Heron pointed to a large battering ram being wheeled towards the gates. A canopy of animal hides protected the engine's operators. It was soon prickled with arrows, but even fire arrows got nowhere, failing to spread their flames to the contraption. Ramon looked at Song. Let's see what we can do. They both held a hand out towards the siege engine and released their magic. The weight of it resisted them at first, but then it rose. Another burst of power and it toppled over to one side. The Magnian archers fired at the Lippers inside, revealed like insects under a rock. A blast of magic came at Song's position, but Ramon blocked it. Song looked for its source. The Caladri wizard looked at them with a blank stare. She was blonde-haired, slim, of indeterminate age. She looked no different to the other Caladri he could see, and she was a wisp of a thing, really. But looks can be deceptive. When Song sent a volley of magic at her, she negated it as if it was nothing. Ramon had told him plenty of times that defense was the easiest of spells, and Song declined to waste more energy on the enemy sorcerer. If they continued to target the Lipper siege engines, the enemy would still struggle to breach the walls. Frantic shouts came from the north walls, and, with a grudging look at one another, Song, Ramon, and Heron left their position and made their way to the source. As they reached the north walls, Song got a shock.
Turned Cordentines, men and women of all ages, had somehow climbed the walls and were on the battlements. A swathe of Magnian fighters lay dead in their wake, and they were threatening to overrun the battlements completely. As he ran towards them, Song sent blasts of magic at those he could see. Ramon joined in, and Heron let off an arrow before discarding his bow and drawing his sword. Seeing this, Song did the same. "Careful," Ramon warned him. But Song was keen to see action. Whilst Heron wielded his sword two-handed, Song combined his sword with his magic. He exulted in the power he had. He had never been a great fighter, but the combination of the two was exhilarating. His magic could defend him while he swung his blade, so much more versatile than a shield. It could protect him from head to toe. Then, in an instant, he could switch his approach, using his magic as an offensive weapon, his sword becoming a blocking tool. Hacking one enemy down, blasting away the next, he cut his way through to the source of the Cordentine offensive, Heron fighting at his side. The problem was obvious. A ladder propped up over the top of the fort's battlements had a magical aura around it, preventing the Magnian defenders from getting close. With Heron protecting him, he built up his power, then blasted the ladder. The top part of the ladder exploded into splinters. He peered down, searching. Ramon joined him. "There," Song said, pointing out a Caladri figure who was looking up at them from the center of a unit of Caladri fighters, hand outstretched. Ramon sent an arc of fire at the Caladri sorcerer, who placed a disc of defensive magic above himself until the fire burned out. Revealed to the defenders, the Caladri was then forced to defend himself from a hail of arrows. Ramon pulled Song away from the edge of the battlements. "So, they have two magi, one on each side," he said. "Both are well protected by warriors. We could try to take one out, but that's a mighty risk, and it would give the other the chance to breach the fort's defenses."
"What do you think we should do?"
Song asked. "The safer option is for us to split up. We each defend one wall. Keep an eye on the west and east walls as best we can. They'll struggle to repeat their success if one of us is trained on them all the time." Song nodded. It sounded more sensible. There were so many turned down there, so many more of them than the Magnians had, that Song was sure the walls were their only chance of survival. If they made a breach, it would all be over very quickly. "Stay with him, Heron," Ramon said, before returning to the other side of the fort. Song looked at his blood-stained weapon as the people he had killed were tossed over the side of the battlements onto the attackers below. Men and women who had been turned by a Zenekai. Innocent, since they had no control over what they did, he had slain. Of course, they would have killed the Magnian defenders. Even so, he felt sick at what he had done, at the exultation he had felt while he did it. Heron noticed and took his sword from him, cleaning it of gore. "It's not as easy as in the stories, eh?" the warrior said. "Here," he said, returning the weapon. "You can sheathe it now." Song did as Heron suggested and took up position on the northern battlements. What preceded was a test of focus against a turned Caladri sorcerer. The Cordentines approached the walls, pushing their long ladders up against them. The Magnians used poles to push them away, and axes to break off the top sections. Song's opponent would protect the ladder and the attackers who climbed it. Song would smash through the protection. The Caladri would send a blast of magic, which Song had to defend. Occasionally, he was targeted by Caladri archers from down below. His opponent was targeted just as frequently. The contest continued, and Song lost grip of time. It wasn't possible for either of them to win, since they negated each other's power. More likely to swing the outcome would be a lapse of concentration. Song worried about it. The Caladri was a puppet of a Zenekai, mindless. He would keep going forever. Song was inexperienced. He started to wonder whether an attack on the sorcerer might have been the better option. That said, the enemy were prepared for that too. Surrounded by armed Caladri, a direct attack on the sorcerer looked almost suicidal. Song was slow to notice the new power that joined the siege, concentrating as he was on his contest with his Caladri opponent. a fizz and dryness in the mouth. Then a shaking, as if the red fort moved back and forth. The voice he heard screaming sounded familiar. He turned, searching for the origin. He saw Ramon, wild-eyed with terror. Sonk knew what it must be before Ramon got his words out. "He comes!" Ramon cried. "We must leave!" The sorcerer didn't wait for a response, hurtling down the stone steps into the depths of the fort. The warriors of Magnia had stopped. They looked from the departing sorcerer to Sonk. Heron looked at him. Edgar looked at him. "What of my followers?" asked the king, his voice somber. "Everyone get to the hall," Sonk shouted. "Now!" He followed Ramon down the steps, knowing there was no time to debate it. Either they followed or they didn't. They followed. Almost every warrior left in the fort, it seemed, packing into the hall, hundreds of them, Edgar and Heron among them. "I can't get this many out," Ramon said to him. Frustration vied with panic on his face. "I can," Sonk said, trying to lend him some calm. "We've been casting magic for hours," Ramon argued. "We don't have the reserves left to bring this many." "Use mine," Sonk assured him. "If we don't make it, at least we died trying to save people." Ramon let out a breath. Sonk's words seemed to work, as if leaving it to fate removed his doubts. "Link hands," he commanded those assembled, grabbing Sonk's. Heron grabbed hold of Rab before taking Sonk's other hand. "Use my power, Ramon," Sonk said. Ramon looked at him with a strange expression, as if reminding himself who Sonk was. "I'll have to choose a closer location if we're to stand a chance of this working." "So be it." Ramon closed his eyes. Sonk fed him his magic, and Ramon took it, greedy for his power. It left him in waves, and he cried out in pain. He felt the fort shake again. Dust and rubble fell from the ceiling, the sound of a wall collapsing. "He's here," Ramon hissed through clenched teeth. Fear clutched at Sonk. Then he felt his stomach swim with the sensation of moving. His sight left him, though he felt it when they exploded through the stone wall of the hall. Then his hearing went. He could still feel the hands he clutched in his. One was Ramon's, still feeding on Sonk's power. It was impossible to put a time on how long they traveled like this. They stopped. Sonk opened his eyes, then shut them again when dizziness hit him so hard he thought he would faint. He realized he was gulping in air, could feel his chest panting with the exertion. He slowed his breathing and felt his body gradually relax. He opened his eyes once more. He saw his hands. His fingers had dug through the turf he knelt on, into the soil underneath. The smell of vomit assailed him. He staggered to his feet, looking around. Everyone had made it. But many were stretched out or doubled over, losing the contents of their stomachs. Then, close by, he saw Heron knelt beside Ramon. His teacher was pale and lifeless, blood trickling from his nose. Sonk lurched over. "He's all right, lad. Well, he's breathing at least." Sonk looked at Ramon, worried. The Haskin had told him plenty of times, if a sorcerer overuses their magic, they can lose it, forever. Had he pushed Ramon too hard by insisting they all leave? How would he live with himself? "Don't worry, Sonk," Heron said, sensing his concern. "You did a brave thing. No one could fault you for it." "Agreed," Edgar declared, walking over. "I thought I would never see my wife again." He gestured at his warriors. "I wasn't the only one. Now we have a chance." He offered his hand. Sonk took it, and the king embraced him. "Well," Heron said, looking about them. They had traveled to a hillock. Open country surrounded them. "I know where we are. May I suggest we get moving?" "What about Ramon?" Sonk asked. "Help me get him up. I can carry him." As they began moving him, Ramon woke. He looked about wildly before realizing where he was. Heron helped him to his feet. He stood, legs wobbling. "We did it," he said to Sonk, evidently surprised. "Are you all right?" Sonk asked him. "Your magic?" "Yes, I can sense it. I did as you asked and used whatever you could offer. You are fine too?" "I feel drained," Sonk admitted. "Nauseous." "I'm surprised you don't feel worse. You used a lot of power, not to mention the teleportation itself. That's enough to mess with anyone. Thank you for getting us out, Edgar said to the sorcerer as Ramon took in some deep breaths. You're welcome, Your Majesty. May I suggest you get your people moving? We are not so very far from the Red Fort, and if it's not already apparent, Sonk and I have no reserves left to get us out of further trouble. The Magnians wasted no time in moving. Nervous looks were cast behind them. Nervous looks were cast ahead too, since they couldn't be sure that the invaders hadn't already passed this way. But without a single horse between them, there wasn't much anyone could do except put one foot in front of the other. At first, they looked a sorry lot, but the exercise and fresh air gradually removed the effects of the teleportation, and Sonk was impressed with the pace they were able to set. Ramon suffered with it the most, but the sorcerer's fear propelled him on. He didn't once ask for a rest. It had been a long day, but they pushed until the light faded. Then came a discussion about whether to walk through the night. Perhaps if they hadn't survived a siege that day, they would have. But many were dead on their feet, and a night march would doubtless see some fall behind, get lost, or even injured. When the outskirts of a village came into view, the debate was settled. They would sleep, and with any luck, find food and drink. The village would also offer the first clue as to the situation in Magnia. As they walked past the first buildings, it soon became clear it was deserted. No signs of a struggle, Heron commented. I don't think the enemy has got this far. They waited as Edgar sent his men into houses. They were all empty. Some scraps of food were found, but most things of value had been taken. A group of soldiers came back from their investigations with an older man. Your Majesty, one of them said to Edgar, presenting the man. He says they were all told to leave, on Queen Alfled's orders. Song saw the visible relief on the king's face. His wife had made it out. Of course, that meant Jesper had too. It was the news they had all needed to hear. You didn't follow my queen's orders? Edgar asked the villager. Your Majesty, the man said with a bow. I told them I trusted that you and our fine boys would hold the pass against the Lippers. No need for everyone to overreact and leave. We didn't hold the pass, Edgar said sternly. Barely escaped with our lives. And the enemy has come through the Cordentine border anyway. You're lucky it was I who came through here first, not those killers. He paused, eyeing the man, who looked suitably chastened. You will leave with us in the morning. Yes, Your Majesty. Edgar set up a watch around the village. It didn't involve Sonk or Ramon, who were both desperately tired by this point. They lay down in one of the empty houses on empty stomachs. Heron sat by the door with Rab peering outside. His presence helped Sonk to feel secure, and he soon gave in to sleep. Chapter 30. Payere, Duchy of Morbagne, 675. Payere left Verlaine with a score of companions. There was his good friend Humbert, and Humbert's father, Lord Russell. They would help him with the government of Morbagne. Elga led the Barician Guard, who had served Payere ever since he had left Colderberg for Verlaine 2 years ago. They had no loyalty to any other lord in Giverny. They owed their positions to him alone, and he had rewarded them generously. Such things were important in Payere's mind. Almost all the original group had stayed with him. The only noteworthy absentee was Ciela, and she now served Lois in Famiens, at his request. They took the road south through Giverny, then through the newly conquered lands of the Middersteppe, now as much a part of Giverny as any other. Payere had been there for the conquest, had been sent into exile in Buzingia at the end of it. It was strange to recall those moments. His uncle, the king, at loggerheads with his father, the Duke of Morbagne. Who would have thought both brothers would be gone so soon? Now it is Esterel and I who hold those titles. I hope we don't make the same mistakes they did. Once they crossed into Morbagne, Lord Russell maneuvered his mount next to Payere. Where would you like to start? He asked. It is usual to stop at half a dozen towns to meet with the nobility of each region.
Would it be wrong to go to Arbiost? Peer asked him. I'm being sentimental, I suppose.
Not at all. That is one advantage of being Duke. You get to decide. And after all, your father ruled from there.
Then let's spend a night or two at the chateau and plan a route around Morbagne.
You get to decide.
Of course I do, Peer reprimanded himself. I will have to get used to it. After all, Esterel slipped into the role of king easily enough.
Humbert rode ahead to warn the chateau of their arrival. Finding an extra 20 mouths to feed would doubtless take a bit of preparation, not to mention finding somewhere for them all to sleep. When they reached the village, it looked just the same. At the chateau, he took his father's rooms to live in.
You are the Duke now,
he reminded himself. It was as he sat alone and looked about the room his father had slept in that it finally sank in.
He's not coming back,
he told himself.
You are in charge, Peer.
The steward of the chateau fed them in the hall. All 20 of them sat together at a long table. Pierre hadn't met the man before, an appointment of Florent, Esterel's friend, apparently. Indeed, there were few faces he did recognize. He couldn't help finding it a little sad. The people who mattered to him didn't live in Arbiost any longer. So what was the place to him now? Any old memories returning? Humbert asked him, like sneaking food from the kitchen and riding off for the day?
Pierre had to smile at that. Aye, carefree days, weren't they?
I never did find out what the pair of you got up to on those expeditions, Lord Russell said. Pierre shared a look with Humbert. I am sworn to secrecy, father, Humbert informed him. I see. It's like that, is it? The steward approached the table.
A man by the name of Jesper is requesting an audience, Your Grace, he said to Pierre.
He insists it's of the utmost urgency.
Of course. Let him in.
Jesper was soon striding towards them. Pierre could tell from his demeanor he had serious news to impart, and from his mud-stained riding clothes and fatigued appearance that he had been riding hard. Come, said Humbert, clearly reaching the same conclusion as he got to his feet. Let's find Jesper space at the table. He grabbed a chair and placed it opposite Pierre. When Pierre gestured for Jesper to take it, he sank down with gratitude. The forester took a cup of watered wine, downing it quickly with a shaking hand.
News about Sonk?
Pierre asked him, fearful for his brother. About Sonk, and about Magnia, Your Highness. When I heard you were coming to Morbagne, I came here as fast as I could. Your Grace, Lord Russell said, correcting him. When Jesper frowned, Pierre felt the need to explain.
Esterel has made me Duke of Morbagne. That's why I'm here.
Ah, Jesper acknowledged. Please accept my apologies. My condolences for the loss of your father, the king. So much has happened, it slipped my mind.
Of course, Jesper, Pierre said. Please, tell us.
The light of hope found its way to a face that had looked so grim, as Jesper considered Pierre anew. We travelled south with King Edgar to the chain of forts the Magnians hold against the Lippers. There were renewed attacks on these that we had to fight off. Then, one morning, we saw Caladri's ships, heading for the south coast of Magnia. The king and his advisers thought it inevitable the enemy would also come from the border with Cordons. The king stayed in his fort with Sonk and Ramon. Their plan was to delay the enemy and give his people time to escape. Pierre didn't know where to start first. Sonk trapped in a fort while Azenekai's army surrounded them from all sides. And then there were his new responsibilities.
So Azenekai's conquests continue, he said. And if Magnia falls, this creature will get as far as the border with Morbagne.
Precisely, Jesper said. I left the fort in the company of Queen Elfled of Magnia to seek help. When I left her, she was making plans for the evacuation of her people north. I can't say what has happened to Sonk and the king, or how much territory the Magnians have conceded. But King Edgar and Ramon made it clear they needed the help of Javan. That you are here in Morbagne may be great fortune, Pierre. You could raise an army and head south far quicker than if I had to travel on to Valenne. The forester looked from Pear's face to Lord Russell's and back again.
I know it's a lot that I ask, but this is a message I was asked to bring. Speaking of which, Song asked me to deliver this,
he said, taking a folded piece of parchment from inside his tunic and handing it to Pear. Even if his grace felt able to act without the consent of the king, Lord Russell said, it would be with the army of Morbagne only. I sympathize with the plight of the Magnians, but I would advise it would be far wiser to defend our own border and wait for King Esterel to hear this news. Pear nodded, looking up after reading his brother's scrawl.
Either way, an army must be raised immediately and taken south. We must inform the king as soon as possible, though regarding my right to act, I am the Duke, and such a title brings certain advantages. He allowed himself a slight smile as he looked at Lord Russell. I get to decide.
Jesper was clearly exhausted, and so Pear made the hard decision to send Humbert and Elga back to Valenne with a message for Esterel. They were the men he trusted most, and with the best horses and a spare each, he was sure at least one of them would make it to Valenne within a week. Everyone else left Arbiost for their tour of Morbagne. Pear's visit to the duchy had taken on a new importance. He was grateful for Lord Russell's skills of organization and diplomacy as they spoke with each group of noblemen and asked for their help. As for the warriors they recruited, they were easy to convince. Pear knew most of them from the campaigns in Giverny. There was a bond of shared experience that made the task much easier. Pear received the sympathy of the men who had fought under his father and helped put Bastien on the throne. Then there were the newcomers, mostly younger men, who seemed keen to serve. The veterans of the campaign in Giverny had returned home with tales of victory and purses full of coin. Enthusiasm to fight for Pear was high. He didn't mention they would face a very different enemy, with little chance of enrichment. But privately, he worried what he was leading these people into, and felt a weight of responsibility for them he had never experienced before. When all was done, 4,000 warriors congregated in the southeast corner of the duchy. The locals had no information that added to what Jesper had already delivered. Rumors of war had come to Morbagne, but that was all.
I see little point in sitting here, Pear said to his council of noble leaders. Even if Esterel were to do everything in his power to join us, his army would still be 2 weeks away.
He got nods of agreement from some, looks of concern from others. Their willingness to venture into Magnia varied considerably from one man to the next. Pear knew his job wasn't to convince them all. If he gave a clear order, they would come because he'd told them to. Their private thoughts they would keep to themselves, or at least to some hushed conversations with those they knew agreed with them. More of a concern was the logistical support. Pear knew very well that his father worked for days, if not weeks, before a campaign, on getting the right supplies in place. For all Lord Russell's help with this, they'd simply not had the time. 4,000 was a lot of mouths to feed. Any intervention in Magnia would, from necessity, need to be brief.
I will take 3,000 into Magnia with me, he told them. Lord Russell will oversee the rest here. They will be busy fortifying the border.
Ideally, Pear would have taken Lord Russell with him. But he had one eye on the worst of outcomes. What if his force were defeated and he was killed? At least he wouldn't be leaving his duchy completely undefended. Once the division was organized, Pear wasted no time in leading his force into Magnia. He was aware the Magnian army might be desperate for help, and the difference of a day or even a few hours could be the difference between success and failure. He traveled at the front of the column, while behind him, most of his warriors marched on foot. Jesper led mounted scouts ahead of the army. It wasn't just a matter of looking out for enemies. The local Magnians needed reassurance about the army that passed through their lands. It took a full day's march until Pear was able to get a better grip on the task he faced. Jesper directed the army to head southwest to the town of Radstock. The town burghers were welcoming and helped them pitch camp in the fields outside town. There was no room inside because Radstock was already full of Magnian refugees from the south. When Pierre met with the burghers, they did their best to help in other ways, sending some food for his hungry soldiers. Clearly, though, they were already stretched, but they had been in communication with Queen Elfled. What warriors she has are occupying the castles on the old border between North and South Magnia, one of them explained. If you can take your army there, it will make a huge difference, he added.
The Queen doesn't have a large army?
Pierre asked. The man made a face. She doesn't really have an army at all. Most fighting men were stationed on the border with the Lippers.
Any news of them?
No. Only that there are Cordentines, Galadri, and Lippers heading north as they please through Magnia. We just hope the king hasn't fallen. Pierre nodded.
As I hope the same for my brother.
Chapter 31. Sunk. Kingdom of Magnia, 675. Edgar roused his troops before sunrise. Sunk struggled to wake. His body craved more sleep. His magic was far from replenished. Some harsh words from Heron got him to his feet, however. Then they were all walking again, still in darkness. At least they now had a road to follow north, leading them into the rich heartland of Magnia. The enemy front cannot be that far behind us, Heron mused, as a band of orange spread on the eastern horizon, and pinks and purples appeared in the sky above. I wonder what Azenekai's plan is.
How do you mean?
Sonk asked, not understanding what he was getting at. This invasion follows on closely from the conquest of Cordons. Is his goal Magnia only? Does he intend to press on further? Further north meant more bane, and a protective feeling for his homeland came over Sonk. For the first time in a while, he thought of his family, dealing with the loss of their father. Because for all that they're winning, Heron continued, his numbers are not overwhelming. They seemed overwhelming to Sonk, but then he thought, suppose Yvain and Brisingia raised great armies against Azenekai. Would they not then have the advantage in numbers? He does not yet have the numbers, Ramon agreed.
But he stopped the entire Brisingian army,
Sonk said.
So what difference do numbers make anyway?
With a shudder, he recalled the sensation as the god approached the Red Fort. The fantasy he had allowed himself in his most private thoughts, that he would be the hero who would defeat Azenekai, had vanished in an instant. That's the point, Sonk, Ramon said. It is still Azenekai himself who makes the difference in battle. That is why there is hope. Kill him, and Delria survives. Azenekai is not all-powerful. If he was, he would have taken the forts himself and wiped us out. He didn't. He only came to the Red Fort when we were holding off his forces, perhaps attracted by our use of magic as well. Think of how we feel today after our expenditure yesterday. Then think how much Azenekai expended to immobilize an imperial army 1,000 strong. It costs him, Sonk, like it would cost any magic user. He cannot do it day after day. But the longer this goes on, the more realms he destroys, the more the balance tips in his favor. Sonk nodded his understanding.
So it comes back to your plan to find help from some other world?
Yes, it always comes back to that. They walked all morning, passing through villages and towns, all emptied of people. Just after midday they saw the horseman. He was some distance away, on a high rocky ridge, looking in their direction. He must be a scout, Heron said, some relief in his voice. The Magnian soldiers waved at the rider. Edgar told them to stop when some started shouting. The horseman left his position, and the Magnians kept walking, with more of a spring in their step than before. The next sighting came mid-afternoon, a score of riders heading straight for them. King Edgar called a halt, and the Magnians peered ahead, trying to gain clues about who it might be. As they neared, Sonk noticed half a dozen of the horses were riderless. A little closer, and Edgar recognized one of the figures. "Rectwin," he said, pleased. The king's long march was over. Sonk, Ramon, and Heron's too, since they were each given a mount. A few of the riders were ordered to stay with the rest of the Magnians, who still had a long way to walk, for Brictwin informed them the closest occupied settlement was Bidcote. The riders wasted no time in departing north, leaving the hundreds of Magnians who remained on foot to jeer them, mostly in a good-natured way, as they left. Queen Elfled ordered that everywhere south of Bidcote should be evacuated and no protection given, Brictwin told them as they rode. He looked at his king awkwardly. "We had to work on the basis that you were lost, your majesty," he said guiltily. "Of course you did," Edgar agreed. He glanced at Sunk. "We almost were. Where is Elfled now?" "She has withdrawn most of our forces to the castles that lie on the old border between north and south. It was agreed that was the best place to make a stand, should we need to." Edgar raised an eyebrow at this. "Seems the kingdom functions perfectly well in my absence." They reached Bidcote in the twilight. As he lay in bed, finally fed, Sunk considered the changes that had come to the king's estate. It was sparsely settled. People, animals, machines, even crops had been taken north. It was some undertaking, but at what cost? Giving up so much land threatened to cause a famine. Sunk considered the outcomes Elfled had been forced to weigh up. Arguably, hungry Magnians were a lesser evil than Magnians turned to do Zenekai's bidding. Surely their enemy had invaded the kingdom to win himself more slaves. So far, they had denied him the numbers he would have anticipated. Next day, they made the final leg of their journey north, through land not yet abandoned to the enemy. By midday, they came upon the Magnian castles. Brictwin led them to one of the largest of these, called Grandstow. It was impressive, with stone walls and towers in each corner, but it was no red fort. These castles were homes as well as fortresses, each one manned by a Magnian nobleman, with his family and servants. Their strength was in their number. If the Lippers and their allies got this far, they would find them everywhere, halting their progress in each town, each crossing of river or road, each high place. They passed under the raised portcullis of the Barbican and entered the lower bailey. A small group waited for them. Queen Elfled stood with her son, Ida, her bodyguard, Morlin, close by. With a cry, Edgar leapt from his horse and ran to her, holding her to him. He grabbed his son next. It was an affecting scene. Sunk knew it would be played out many times over when the poor Magnian warriors from the Red Fort finished their long march. Everyone else followed Edgar's lead and dismounted. "I'll take your horse, your highness," Brictwin told Sunk and took the reins from him.
"Come,"
Elfled said to Sunk and his friends.
"Get refreshments, and tell me about your remarkable escape."
"Aye," Edgar said, "though we have much else to discuss and plan."
"We must still find time to celebrate,"
Elfled said, and Edgar didn't argue, beaming at his wife. They stood in the hall of Grandstow Castle as Edgar told the story of the assault on the Red Fort, the pain of seeing his friend Wilchard, the fear engendered by the arrival of Zenekai, how Sunk and Ramon had spirited them to safety. Elfled found the energy to react to each part of her husband's tale, but talk had to turn to their current predicament. "I can't argue with your strategy," he told his wife. "A stand here, in the center of the kingdom, makes the most sense, though it almost broke my heart to travel through South Magnia emptied of people. They are being cared for?"
"Those who can't fight, I sent north. It has been beyond my resources to organize their support, but I trust that the North Magnians will give them shelter."
"What of Jesper?" Edgar asked, "and his mission to Juverne?"
"He wasted no time in continuing his journey northward. I have heard nothing from him since."
Edgar nodded. "We must prepare as if no help is coming. Hold these defenses if we are able. If we cannot hold, I am lost as to what can be done. A retreat north, perhaps. Maybe our two wizards could repeat their heroics from the Red Fort." "I fear not, your majesty," Ramon said. "Sunk and I have arrived at a hard decision. He must be sent away to fetch help for Dalria." "But he is needed here," Edgar declared. "You think he can stop Zenekai?" "Maybe not, but we are in more trouble without him." "Sunk will always be needed," Ramon said. If Magnia falls, he will be needed to defend the next realm as Zenekai attacks. There will never be a good time to do this. Then there is the other danger. Should Zenekai capture and turn Sonk, it will give him a powerful tool to complete his conquests. You saw yourself how the Caladri Magi he turned have given him new possibilities, to lead attacks even when he is not present. Edgar looked sorrowful. I understand what you say. Gods, I had hoped I would pass a strong kingdom on to my son. This is an inheritance of ash and blood.
Don't lose hope, Edgar, Elfled murmured. You won't be going with him, Ramon?
I will stay here, to coordinate the resistance as best I can. Our role is to give Sonk the time he needs to bring help. If he can't, Edgar asked, then at least he escapes this, Ramon sighed. There is much I cannot see, I admit. Maybe I'm sending Sonk on a useless, dangerous quest. Maybe he'll be better off wherever he goes than here. But the basic truth is this. Zenekai is too powerful for us. If we really want to save Talria, we need some other god who can match him. The small group looked at one another, the gravity of what they faced weighing on them. You are happy with this, Sonk? Edgar asked him.
I see no other option, Sonk admitted. You're sending him alone?
Elfled asked. He must be sent far away, Elfled, Ramon explained. An extra person is more cost. I am not even sure our magic can do it, though I am more confident than I was after what we managed a few days ago. Try sending me, Heron suggested. If I did, Ramon told his friend, Sonk would be the priority. I would sacrifice you, if need be. I'm dispensable, Heron said. I know that, but a companion would be useful. It would. If you are willing to risk your life, then so be it.
There's no need, Sonk told Heron. I can look after myself.
Heron grunted. You saved my life. That's how I see it. So we'd only be even. Very well, Ramon said. Then there's no time like the present.
Now?
Sonk blurted. He needed time to ready himself. There will never be a good time, the sorcerer said.
For goodness sake, Elfled said sharply. Let me get them a pack of supplies each first, at least.
Sonk waited with Ramon and Heron on the grassy area outside the castle for the queen to bring them their provisions. Sonk sat on the ground as the reality of what he was about to do threatened to unnerve him. He stroked Rab, which gave him a little comfort. If they were alone, he would have spoken to him, explained why he was leaving. But he didn't think the great heroes had stupid, one-sided conversations with animals. He couldn't help feeling like he was running away, leaving these people to face catastrophe without him. He had got used to the idea of being a sorcerer, accepted, to a degree, that his powers were a blessing as well as a curse. But what was the point if he couldn't even protect those he loved from a Zenekai?
You'll explain it to my brothers and sister?
He asked Ramon. Of course. You trust me? He asked, looking at both Sonk and Heron. As much as anyone, I suppose, Heron said. You know, I once served this, Ramon reminded them, but he looked at Sonk, a god who came close to taking Dalria for himself. I decided, with Heron, to turn on him. At the last minute, some might say. But I'd have rather died than helped him to enslave our world. I would do anything to stop Zenekai. This, I believe, is the best chance we have.
Don't worry,
Sonk heard himself say.
We've got this.
Ramon allowed himself a smile. Elfled and Edgar returned with Morlin, who handed them each a pack. Heron gave his a sniff.
Meat, eggs, cheese, bread, wine,
Elfled told him.
Blankets.
Not bad, he acknowledged. Good luck, Edgar told them. Ramon, Sonk, and Heron gripped each other's hands, forming a triangle. Sonk could feel his teacher begin the teleportation. Rab whined.
Don't worry, boy,
Sonk said to him, feeling himself choke up.
It'll be all right.
Sonk felt that nauseous sensation and began to move. The dog ran at him and leapt. Sonk let go of Heron's hand and caught Rab, pulling him into his chest. His vision blurred until he lost it completely. Time seemed to disappear. His hearing left him. He felt the sensation of movement, of air rushing past his face. He could feel his grip on Ramon's hand, his teacher drawing on his powers to help with the magic. He could feel Rab tucked into his chest. A dizziness pressed on him. He fought against it. Then the last of Sonk's senses deserted him. Chapter 32. Peer, Kingdom of Magnia, 675. It was a 2-day march to the central belt of Magnia, where the castles built by earlier generations to fight one another were now being used to defend themselves from an external menace. The road south would take them to one such Grandstow, where it was said Queen Elfled had established her court. The light was already disappearing when they came upon the first castle. It was located near the southern border of the old North Magnia. The family who owned it had done their best to make it ready, relying on only a few warriors and the people who lived on their estate. They had been instructed to look south, either for allies to give shelter to or enemies to keep out. Beyond that, they knew little, except they had heard that King Edgar had joined his queen at Grandstow. Peer was not surprised they hadn't heard of one Sonk of Javerne, but it still gave him some hope that his brother had escaped from the overwhelmed southern border. He decided to keep the march going, driving his force on to reach Grandstow. The sun left the sky, and they still marched, content to know all they had to do was stick to the road they were on. When Jesper returned with his scouts to say that Grandstow was up ahead, a cheer rose from the ranks, and Peer breathed a sigh of relief. A small group of riders appeared, some holding torches, as Peer's army approached the castle walls that loomed in the darkness. He recognized the figure of Ramon the sorcerer, the torches shedding enough light to illuminate his long orange locks. He didn't realize King Edgar himself had come to meet him until Ramon was introducing them to each other.
Peer is Duke of Morbagne now,
Jesper offered, correcting his friend.
I'm sorry to hear of your father's death, Your Grace, Edgar told Peer. He was a good man.
Thank you, Your Majesty. Is Sonk here?
Peer asked. A shadow fell across Ramon's face then. Was there guilt, too? He is not. There is much to explain. May I suggest we get you into the castle and get your warriors settled? Then we can explain all that has happened since we left Follen.
Is he dead?
Peer demanded. No. As far as I know, he lives. What weasel words were these?
Come,
said the king, perhaps sensing Peer's dissatisfaction. He looked at the warriors behind Peer with some unease before gesturing to his castle. It is a complicated story. There is no way I can thank you enough for heeding our call and help in our darkest hour. But at least let me get you a bed and some supper. I promise I will tell you everything I know before I go to my own bed.
Very well,
Peer said. Part of him had marched all this way to save Sonk, even if defending Morbagne was the reason he had given. Now it sounded like the chances of even seeing him were small. But Edgar's look had been one he recognized well enough. There was magic to be discussed, and it seemed Edgar, just like Peer's father, preferred to do that with as few people listening in as possible. Peer woke in a bed in Grandstow Castle. It would have been rude to turn the offer down and return to his troops. He had been ready to do it last night, full of anger at the story he'd been told about Sonk. Now he wasn't sure what to think. Sonk had saved the lives of King Edgar and many of his warriors. His reward? Sent to some far-off land alone. Well, with a dog and a Magnian for company, on a vague madcap quest. But Peer's outrage of last night had dissipated. Sonk wasn't a boy anymore. He had the right to make his own decisions, and it was debatable whether he'd have been any safer here. Azenekai's army was expected today. If Sonk were here, he'd have been in the thick of the fighting. Sonk was a sorcerer. That was the reality Peer had to accept.
My brother's life will never be safe or natural.
He met with the inner circle of the Magnian defense, the king and queen, Ramon and Jesper. It was noticeable that no other Magnians were there. But Edgar had told him about the fate of his friend and steward Wilchard, turned by Zenekai's followers into an enemy. It seemed this man had been a key cog in the king's government, and Pierre equated it to if his father had lost Lord Russell.
"The nearest enemy is 3 hours' march from Granstow,"
Jesper informed them.
"They do not make camp like a regular army, but lie on the ground wherever they have stopped for the night.
Their threat is in their numbers and complete obedience to their orders," said Edgar. "We have never seen them show fear or any emotion, but they do make intelligent decisions. They retreat when they are beaten and coordinate attacks. Still, they are not the best trained army. Our plan had been to hold them off in our castles, keep them from breaking through into the northern half of Magnia. But Duke Pierre's army gives us another option. I can bring 3,000 warriors into the field to match his. Take the fight to the enemy, rather than wait in our strongholds to be overwhelmed."
"I would agree," Pierre said. "My army would be best used in such a way. We are not here to garrison your castles. I can't keep them in the field more than a few days on our own supplies."
"Agreed," said Ramon. "Before you leave to give your orders and set the plan in motion, I have some things that need to be said should the worst happen. I will use my magic to aid you, but should the Zenekai come, I must escape. The last thing I want is to become one of his slaves."
"It's the last thing any of us want," Pierre said to himself,
though he understood how a turned sorcerer like Ramon would be a problem for them. "If I fall today," Ramon continued, "there is a task that must be carried out. I would pass it to you. For Song to carry out his quest and bring aid, our own task must be to hold off Zenekai until he returns. The people of Dalria need to unite as they did against the Isherites. But also, in that war, the 7 weapons of Madria came together. None of us have the power to kill Zenekai with them, but that doesn't mean they can't be of use."
"Of course," King Edgar said. "They would be of great help, but where are they?"
Ramon grimaced. "I have no special knowledge about their locations. All I can do is summarize what is known. Oisin, king of the giants, returned with the spear to Halvia."
"I know Oisin," said Jesper. "Perhaps I can get passage across the Lentinen and find him. But the last I heard, he and the Vismarians were still at war with the Drawbacks."
Ramon nodded. "You are the best man for that task, Jesper. The champion who wielded Bolivar's sword, Maragan, is still a Kryker chieftain. It might be possible for a party from Givern to meet with her," he said, looking at Pierre. Pierre shrugged. He knew the stories of the 7 weapons of Madria. They had filled his childhood. Was he now expected to search for them? The sorcerer presumed too much if he thought Pierre would become his lackey. "Girmund returned the Halak bow to Khan Gansuk, as he had promised. It is said the Khan used it himself to destroy the remnants of the Isherites and their Drawbacks monsters. The chances of him relinquishing the weapon seem slim. I assume Moneva kept Torik's dagger, but neither Girmund nor Moneva have been seen for nearly 20 years.
"The one person who might know where Girmund went is Farad," said King Edgar.
"I know Farad,"
Pierre said reluctantly. "Perhaps he can help us," Ramon said. "After that, I'm unsure what happened to the weapons of the fallen champions. The cloak of the Queen of Asray. Was it returned to their mysterious isle? The shield of Persala that Heron's brother Clarin wielded. Finally, Onella's staff, used by Soren. Maybe the other champions can shed light on their whereabouts. Maybe the Calinthians know, since the champions fell in their capital, Heractus." The sorcerer held his hands out, indicating he was done.
"We understand what needs to be done, Ramon," Queen Elfled said. "But you will lead the search for the weapons, I am sure."
"Indeed," said Edgar. "Now, I must send orders out to the castles asking for their soldiers. When we are ready, it will be an honor to fight with the warriors of Morbagne, Duke Pierre." Pierre nodded to the king at the compliment.
"We have taken a battering and suffered loss,"
Edgar continued.
"Now it's time for revenge."
Edgar got what he wanted. A force as large as Pierre's with which to face the invaders of his kingdom. Ramon was somewhere in the Magnian force, positioned to the right of Pierre's Morbinet. Edgar himself stood in the shield wall, stretched along a rise. The Magnians had barely any cavalry, their horses lost during the invasion of the south.
"We must beware of the Caladri wizards,"
Jesper warned Peer as they watched the enemy drawing close. Peer had positioned his units on the same rise that looked down on the approaching army. The enemy's force comprised Lippers, Cordentines, Caladri, and any Magnians they had turned. It was larger, perhaps 10,000 to their 6. But battles weren't won by numbers alone. Peer's Morbanais were well drilled, with victories in Javerne to draw on.
What can we do about them?
Peer asked. That was the problem he knew. In Javerne, they had Sonk and Ramon to support them. Now they had Ramon only, against 2 Caladri sorcerers. Jesper patted his bow.
"It's not the Halak bow, but it might serve us. Taking them out seems to be our best chance. Even Sonk struggled to penetrate their magical defenses."
Peer's anger threatened to resurface.
Why send Sonk away now when they needed him?
But anger would get them nowhere. He knew what his father would say.
"Work with what you've got, Peer."
Wishing for more was a waste of energy and focus. The enemy slowed, organizing themselves into rows of fighters. Not a shield wall, though. The shield wall was all about discipline. Warriors working together to defend and counter. But their enemies were too irregular for such a tactic. Some carried shields, but their neighbors didn't. Lippers stood next to Caladri, different sizes and different fighting styles. It was a mishmash of peoples, united only because they were under Ezenekai's control. A few rode horses. Wilchard, Edgar's friend, was among them, according to Jesper.
We have the best cavalry on the field,
Peer told himself, keen to find the positives as the moment of truth neared. The enemy came, uphill, unhurried. Peer tried not to dwell on the most distinctive thing about them. Not a single one spoke. It was unnerving to hear the marching feet, the clink of armor and weapons, but not even one voice. In contrast, the Morbanais shouted, sang, and jeered at the enemy. Some took surreptitious looks behind them at Peer. Mounted on a huge stallion in full armor, he hoped he gave them courage, for the time fast approached. Doubts crept through Peer's mind. Why risk his people's lives in Magnia? Why not wait for Esterel? Why was he fighting without his most steadfast supporters like Humbert and Lord Russell? Had he gone to war without preparing properly? He imagined Esterel sat on his throne in Valenne, being given the news of his brother's death, and the destruction of the army of Morbagne. Well, too late to change his mind now. People would judge his decisions on what happened next. The time had come. He rode around the flank of his troops. They cheered his passage, and he drew on it, feeling his confidence rise. By the time he stopped before the front rank of the Morbanais infantry, it seemed every warrior shouted his name. When he scraped his sword from its scabbard and raised it aloft, they howled like mad things. Men of all ages, some women amongst them, bared their teeth and roared. Weapons cracked against shields sounded like thunder. He had thought to say a few words, but like Esterel's coronation, there was no way he would be heard beyond the experienced men of the first rank, and they didn't need his advice. Instead, he pointed his sword towards the enemy who came for them. The challenge his warriors sent would have frozen the blood of any other army. But Peer supposed it didn't even register with the Ezenekai's turned. He kicked his horse and rode aside, returning to his place with his cavalry. Jesper was gone now, inserting himself within the ranks of the Morbanais. There was no one else to talk to. Not his father or Lord Russell, not Broncat or Esterel, not even Humbert, Gossa, Elga, or Ciela.
You are in charge now, Peer.
He nodded to his trumpeters. They blew their buccines, giving the order to advance. His infantrymen moved forward in clean lines. The gap between the two armies closed rapidly as both sides marched against one another. Peer looked across at the Magnians. They followed his lead, marching down the rise. A crack rang out across the battlefield as the Morbanais shield wall met the enemy. The turned didn't speak, but Peer heard them grunt, roar, and scream in pain. They were uncomfortable noises to hear, reminding him of hunting animals more than battling men. These had been ordinary people, some of them mere days ago. Did they deserve to get hacked to pieces on this rise? No, but they had to be stopped. His first ranks were tearing through them, their shields blocked and shoved, spears skewered, swords found gaps. The turned were being pushed back under the onslaught, the bodies that fell soon stepped over by the advancing Morbanais. A different kind of opponent would have turned and run at this point, but Peer knew the turned wouldn't. His warriors were moving so fast that Peer now worried about the flanks of the enemy. Longer than his lines, they could come around his infantry and attack from the side and rear, encircling them. He watched until he could wait no longer. "Ready! Line!" he shouted to his cavalry. Feet were placed inside stirrups and helmets placed on heads. Pages came with lances, and the Morbanais knights gathered together, their long spears pointing to the sky. Peer's trumpeters put the mouthpieces of their buccines to their lips. Peer looked at the men beside and behind, waiting until he was satisfied with their positioning. "Trot!" he shouted, and they moved off, the trumpeters repeating his command. To lead a band of cavalry into battle has to be one of the finest things in life, Peer thought. The weight of his armor carried by his mount, the bounce of the beast's legs across the turf, its excitement, so keen to be unleashed, the thud of the other riders who were with him, so that together they formed a mighty, mobile hammer that could hit anywhere on the battlefield. Esterel had taken all the glory of leading the cavalry in the campaigns in Jouverne. Now it's my turn. Gallop! They crossed the field towards the fighting, the ground flying past. Peer swung them out wide, then back, facing the turned who were moving in behind his infantry. He exulted at his timing. The enemy had moved around, concentrating on the Morbanais infantry who were carving their way through their opponents. They had their backs to Peer's cavalry. He knew the turned wouldn't break at the sight and sound of his horsemen. They lacked the sensible fear of normal men. But with their backs to him, they wouldn't have the time to stop his advance. "Charge!" he yelled when they got within distance. He gave his stallion its head, and it leapt towards the enemy. The speed was exhilarating now. He lowered his lance, tucking it under his armpit to secure the weight. Even so, it took a bit of adjusting to get his grip just right. Few of the other horses had kept pace with his, but he could feel the pounding of his companions behind him. Those in the rear would fan out to the sides so they would hit in the shape of an arrowhead, sharp enough to punch a hole in the enemy's defense. The enemy heard them coming at the last moment, but there was nothing they could do, nowhere for them to run. Peer aimed the point of his lance at a lipper, and the impact drove the weapon into its chest. As soon as he felt it stick, he released without even thinking about it, Broncat's training kicking in. Peer's mount buffeted a Caladri, knocking it to the ground. He drew his sword, and as the creature got to its feet, he chopped into its neck, sending it back down. He heard a scream behind him, and turned to see a horse had been speared by a lipper. A group of turned dragged at the rider. Peer drove his stallion towards them. It reared up, kicking out at the nearest assailant, who went down like a sack of grain. As he fought to control the animal, more knights appeared with lance or sword. It was carnage, as the enemy was hacked to pieces until the rider was freed from his horse and standing on 2 feet. Peer looked around him. The ground was littered with the dead, slick with blood and innards. The enemy, who had survived the charge, had backed away from them, returning to the safety of their main force, which itself was still being pushed back by the Morbanais infantry. He looked across at the other side of the battlefield. The Magnians were having a tougher time of it, not progressing nearly as much. Edgar and Ramon had talked of Caladri sorcerers, and Peer wondered if one or both were on the opposite side of the field. Perhaps they had need of his cavalry over there. He dismounted. "Pick up lances!" he shouted. His cavalry was free to rearm, and the idea of crossing to the other side of the battlefield grew in his mind. Another successful charge, and they might claim a victory. Peer readied his force. Some held reclaimed lances, some swords, or other close-fighting weapons. Placing himself in the front row again, Pierre turned to inspect his riders before issuing the order to advance. He took them towards the front line of the Magnian army. "Gallop!" he shouted. But he hadn't gone far when he saw the enemy cavalry force heading their way. "They mean to hinder us." "Charge!" he shouted, nudging his stallion towards the threat. He could see they were Magnians. They held short weapons rather than lances and were not so well armored as his unit. They rode in a line, not in a wedge. As the two forces met, Pierre's confidence soared. His lance strike didn't connect cleanly, but he thought he'd done enough to knock his target from his horse. His stallion barged past the enemy horse as he drew his sword. He took a blow on the arm, but it scuffed off his armor. Then he was through the enemy. He turned his mount about, returning to the fray as the main body of his cavalry hit the enemy. He came in from behind, laying about with his sword. The space soon resembled a butcher's yard as the turned Magnian were put to the slaughter. With only a few of them left to be mopped up, Pierre turned back towards his destination, trotting towards the Magnian lines once more. As he did so, a wave of dizziness came over him, and he struggled to stay in the saddle. As he righted himself, he saw two of his riders had slipped from their mounts. The dizziness was affecting his whole unit. A few moments of confusion followed before Pierre realized what the cause must be. His Zenekai had come. "Beware!" he shouted. It came out unclear, his mouth struggling to form the word. A ripple of energy spread across the battlefield. His horse whinnied and skipped back and forth, unsettled. "Line!" Pierre called. He understood what was happening. A Zenekai always seemed to interfere when his army was facing a setback. "I can't allow him to turn the tables," Pierre told himself. "Let's see what he can do against us." He called the trot early, knowing his cavalry weren't lined up perfectly, but he couldn't afford to wait. Catching a Zenekai by surprise was his best chance. He could see the enemy withdrawing from the Magnians as he called the gallop. As they neared the space where the two sides had fought one another, he felt the magic get stronger. His throat constricted, and there was a fizzing sensation on his tongue and gums. Suddenly, a patch of ground ahead of him seethed and churned. Pierre was forced to pull his mount up sharply. His entire unit was stopped, desperately trying to avoid clattering into one another. Ahead, the lines of turned parted, and a single figure walked between them. One hand was pointed in Pierre's direction, the other straight ahead, which was where he looked.
"You cannot escape me this time,"
it said, the voice larger than its body, dry like parched earth, echoing like some vast cavern. A Zenekai made a series of brisk, pulling gestures with his arm, as if winding in a fishing line. From the ranks of the Magnians, Ramon staggered towards him, caught on a Zenekai's invisible line. He raised a hand and let rip a ball of burning fire. A Zenekai flicked his other wrist and negated the attack as if it was nothing.
"You have done it more than once, and I was wary of your young ally. A presence I have observed for a while now, growing in power. But I sense them no longer. They are gone."
Pierre dismounted. He drew his sword and strode towards a Zenekai, hoping that an attack might give Ramon a chance to escape. The creature, who looked no different to any other Lipper warrior, swiveled his head towards Pierre and made a fist. Pierre was immobilized. What was more, he could feel his heart under pressure. It thumped alarmingly, as if threatening to explode.
"Move again, and I will finish you,"
Zenekai said, anger pouring off him.
"I asked you a question,"
he shouted, turning to Ramon, who screamed in agony at some invisible torture. Pierre turned his head slowly to look at the Magnians. They were held in place, many on their knees. It was the same as the stories of what a Zenekai had done to the army of Brisingia, but seeing it in the flesh was a different thing entirely. "He is dead," Ramon got out, face still crumpled in pain. Zenekai gave the sorcerer a look of disdain.
I will get the truth from you when you become my follower.
He turned around, putting his back to the Magnians, and began to walk away.
No!
Ramon screamed, his face full of terror as he was dragged behind. Instinctively, Pierre moved to help him, but he was still restrained, and he felt his heart shudder as he tried to move. He stopped, weeping tears of frustration. Then he saw movement from the corner of his eye. Jesper had left the infantry and crossed the battlefield, getting as far as Pierre had done. Down on one knee, he released an arrow. Pierre watched it arc high, and then come down at a frightening pace. It was close to its target. He saw Ramon lurch at the last moment. The arrow took him in the eye. His body convulsed once, and then went still.
How did the sorcerer do that?
Pierre asked himself, aghast. Move into the flight of the arrow? He couldn't imagine having the will to do such a thing. Zenekai continued to walk. When he stopped, he turned to see he was dragging a corpse behind him. He emitted a chilling roar of frustration. Pierre saw a snarl of menace appear on the god's face.
You will pay for that.
He shot his hand towards the Magnians.
He doesn't know who shot the arrow,
Pierre realized. As Zenekai's hand rose, a figure ascended into the air from the ranks of the Magnians. Edgar. The Magnians gave a desperate moan as the king was held, unmoving.
They all know as well as I how this ends.
Edgar looked down at Zenekai, brave and defiant. Then he exploded, the shattered body parts falling onto his people.
Your king was a thorn in my side for many years,
Zenekai told the Magnians.
I give him credit for that. Even at the last, he surprised me, coming to fight here.
The Lipper turned to Pierre and gestured at him. The pressure on Pierre ended. He sucked in a deep breath.
It's my turn now, he realized.
You turned the tide here,
he said, looking Pierre up and down.
You are from Giverny?
I am Pierre, Duke of Morbagne,
he stated, determined not to show fear.
My king will arrive soon to drive your forces from Magnia.
Zenekai seemed to study him for a moment.
Nobly said, Duke.
Pierre thought his time had come, but Zenekai turned back to the Magnians.
It was high time the Lippers took this land. It is theirs from times past, and they have waited patiently to regain it. But the Magnians have shown themselves to be brave and resourceful. So I offer your kingdom this. Where we stand now will be the new border between our realms. The Lippers will not go beyond it. Magnians may live in peace. But if any of your people cross this border, it will be seen as an act of war. The truce will end. I will destroy Magnia and Giverny. Their people will become my followers, just like the people of Cordance.
Zenekai turned from them one last time, not waiting for a response. He walked away. His entire army followed him. At one point, Pierre had thought they would win. He didn't know what to call this outcome. He shuddered at what he had witnessed. He looked around, making eye contact with Jesper, his cavalrymen, the Magnian warriors. Haunted faces looked back. Pierre didn't know Queen Elfled. He was surprised to find her so strong. He had expected inconsolable wailing. Her husband had been killed, after all, in a most brutal fashion. She insisted on hearing all the details. Then it was she who raised the spirits of those who had gathered in the hall of Granstow Castle.
You defended Magnia, and most of you came back alive. That is the outcome Edgar hoped for. So don't despair that he has gone.
The Magnian noble mumbled an acknowledgement. One of them, the warrior named Brictwin, who had been Edgar's bodyguard, said nothing. He seemed devoid of speech. Instead, he wore a blank look of utter loss that was hard to look at. There was one other who looked as bad. Pierre glanced at Jesper. The forester stared at the floor, a disturbing look in his eyes. He had killed Ramon. He had lost Sonk and his other friend Heron to some other world. He'd even lost Rab. He was the one who looked more alone, more vulnerable than Elfled. She continued to speak. "What you must do now is serve our son Ida as you have served Edgar so well. You must have faith in him, as I do, that he will lead us out of this nightmare." Pierre wondered at that. The boy was only Sonk's age. But then, look how much faith and hope people have placed in my little brother. When Elfled was done, she took Pierre aside. They left the hall and walked outside together, saying nothing for a while. "I am sorry for your loss," Pierre said at last. "I am broken by it," she admitted in a quiet voice. He looked at her. It was strange that someone who admitted such a thing could also be so beautiful. "But there is too much for me to do now to give in to that," Elfled added. "Thank you again for your help. You saved us." Pierre felt himself go red. "Hardly," he said. "I understand you must return to Morbagne now, but I trust you will tell your brother of our situation." "Yes, of course. I will tell him we must continue to support Magnia." "Thank you. Ramon told us what our priority must be now," she said. "Find as many of Madria's weapons as we can. Unite the people of Talria." Pierre nodded. He wasn't going to disagree with a grieving widow. They said their farewells. Elfled had to speak to her children. Pierre did not know how someone would go about having that conversation, but something told him the Queen would cope. Alone, Pierre stared across the fields surrounding the castle. He gazed to the northeast, to Essenberg. "I have had enough of gods and sorcerers and talk of magic weapons. I've had my fill of titles, crowns, and armies, of war and bloodshed. There is only one thing that truly matters to me anymore. I have delayed too long already. Hold on a while longer, Liesel. I will free you from that nest of vipers." This is the end of Book 1 of Heirs of War. Sonk, Pierre, and Liesel will return in Book 2, A Crucible of Fire and Steel. Grab your copy now. This has been an Inheritance of Ash and Blood, Book 1 of Heirs of War, written by Jamie Edmundson, narrated by Aaron Smith. Copyright 2022 by Jamie Edmundson. Production copyright by Jamie Edmundson.